Where am I? Yun Chuan stood there in bewilderment, recalling that he had just fallen. How could he still be lying down? Was he in the ICU? The decor around him did not resemble one. Reflecting on the events that transpired, he remembered walking down the street when he was accidentally tripped, falling face first, and somehow dying from the fall. Was his constitution so frail? Moreover, this was not the ICU. Where was he? As he attempted to rise, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, and fragments of memories that did not belong to him began to surface in his mind. Have I traversed into another realm? Am I merely a useless janitor? From the memories, he learned that he had inhabited the body of another Yun Chuan, who shared his name and circumstances. Both were orphans, devoid of any family ties, and both were deemed inept. One had been a cleaner in a large company in his past life, while the other swept floors at the Shenyuan Palace. Their job descriptions bore a striking resemblance. Is this truly the case? Aren't travelers supposed to have privileges? Where is the old man? Where is my golden finger? What about the invincible constitution sealed by others? Surveying the squalid little room around him, Yun Chuan could not help but feel lamentably unfortunate. Though his previous life had its challenges, at least he was alive. This place seemed to be a perilous one. He waited and waited, but there was no sign of the old man or the golden finger. Despair. Utter despair. Yun Chuan, you useless fool, still alive? If you're not dead, stop lying around and get to sweeping. A 300-pound behemoth barged in, exuding an air of arrogance that ignited Yun Chuan's ire, but upon reflection, realizing he could not possibly contend with him, he felt his spirit deflate. Just sweep the floor obediently for now. Subsequently, guided by the memories of the original Yun Chuan, he arrived at the area he was meant to clean. His first impression was that it was enormous. On a second glance, it was astonishingly vast. This place resembled a square, but likening it to a football field was more apt. It was approximately the size of 7 or 8 football fields. After a moment of astonishment, he noticed someone else cleaning in the distance. Brother, are you the one responsible for cleaning this area? Upon seeing Yun Chuan, the individual erupted in rage, hurling his broom to the ground at Yun Chuan's feet. You've finally arrived. Have you taken leave of your senses? This entire area falls under your responsibility. Fortunately, you're still alive, otherwise, it would have been handed over to me. Yun Chuan felt a surge of indignation, glaring fiercely at the man. Why did this fellow consider himself superior? Merely because they both swept floors. What gave him the audacity to insult him? Oh, daring to glare at me after 2 days. Let's see how long you can keep that up. The man swung his hand at Yun Chuan, who had no time to evade and was sent flying several meters. It dawned on him then that this man possessed a level of cultivation, while he had none. This person at least had reached the first stage of the bone-strengthening realm. In this world, cultivation levels were categorized into bone strengthening, muscle forging, chi training, divine origin, unification, divine fire, soul, and ultimately the emperor. Realm. He possessed no innate talent for cultivation, resulting in his complete lack of progress, leaving him without even the first stage of bone strengthening. Beep. Sensing the host has suffered a grievous blow, a surge of anger arose, preparing to activate the invincible sign-in system. Activating. A mechanized voice resonated within his mind. Yun Chuan stood frozen in place, and then he regained his composure. Activation successful. Congratulations, host. The invincible sign-in system has been successfully activated. This system allows for daily sign-ins, with more lucrative rewards obtainable in perilous and mysterious locations. Currently, the host is at the Shenyuan Palace Square. Would you like to sign in? It has arrived. My golden finger has finally come. Sign in. Yun Chuan eagerly exclaimed. Beep. Sign in at Shenyuan Palace Square successful. As this is the host's first sign-in, a 100-fold reward is granted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unparalleled physique of the myriad realms, the super divine body. Yun Chuan's breath quickened. Had he truly heard correctly? The strongest physique of the myriad realms. Though the name sounded peculiar, possessing such an extraordinary physique rendered everything else rather trivial. While he had previously lacked cultivation, he was well aware of the existence of numerous powerful physiques. Yet, the strongest was truly one of a kind. Individuals endowed with such unique physiques inherently cultivated at a superior pace, their combat prowess surpassing that of others at the same realm. Now, armed with the strongest physique and, Most importantly, the sign-in system, invincibility was merely a matter of time. Does the host wish to merge with the super divine body? Listening to the system's voice echoing in his mind, Yun Chuan resolutely declared, "Merge." Instantly, an ancient aura began to emanate from deep within his body. His muscles swelled, and even his height increased by several centimeters. The person who had previously struck him was now paralyzed with shock at this sight. You! Who are you stammering at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Scram! With the merging of the super divine body, Yun Chuan brimmed with confidence. Although he still lacked a realm, the trivial first stage of the bone-refining realm was no longer his match. He returned the slap with vigor, sending the assailant flying even farther than before, leaving them unconscious as he savored his newfound strength. Yun Chuan was astonished at how formidable his physical power had become with the mere integration of the super divine body. Lost in his reverie, a sudden gentle breeze swept by, and before him appeared a woman, an extraordinarily beautiful woman. In his recollection, the most stunning he had ever encountered, without exception. With a flawless visage and an air of disdain for all. Not even the descent of a celestial maiden could adequately describe the woman before him. "What is your name?" the stunning woman inquired directly. "Me?" Yun Chuan looked around, realizing he was seemingly alone. "I am Yun Chuan. Come with me." The woman grasped his hand firmly and soared into the air. "Hey, wait, what's going on?" Yun Chuan panicked. This woman exuded immense strength, leaving him utterly defenseless. Like a fledgling chick, Yun Chuan was effortlessly whisked away to a grand palace. Where is this? The Holy Palace. Just as he intended to inspect the palace, he glanced up and beheld the words Holy Palace. Where is this? This is none other than the residence of the sovereign of the Shenyuan Palace. Alas, just as I was about to embark on the path of invincibility, am I destined to falter halfway? Come up. Yun Chuan looked up to see the stunning woman from before beckoning him. She occupied the position of the sovereign. Is she the sovereign? I seem to recall hearing that the sovereign of Shenyuan Palace is a woman, famously known as the Empress of Heavenly Fire. Faced with such a formidable figure, I possess no means of resistance and can only approach helplessly. Undress. Undress? Yun Chuan questioned whether he had misheard. There had been rumors that the Empress of Heavenly Fire despises men. If he were to undress, would he not be turned into skewered meat? Indeed, upon uttering this, the Empress's face suddenly flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Yun Chuan proceeded cautiously, yet his movements were too slow, prompting the Empress of Heavenly Fire to unleash a fiery blaze. In an instant, Yun Chuan transformed into a hapless lamb at the mercy of others. Subsequently, the Empress began to gradually shed her imperial robe, revealing a figure capable of driving all men to madness before Yun Chuan's eyes. Do not look. The Empress's face turned even redder, and she promptly pushed Yun Chuan down. Yun Chuan was utterly astonished. He had been unexpectedly overpowered by the Empress. Chapter 2. 2 decades of cultivation. The most familiar stranger. A new journey begins. After 2 hours had passed, the Empress donned her imperial robes once more, regaining her initial aura of icy detachment. You should rest well. From now on, remain within this sacred hall. With that, she cast aside a Taoist robe and vanished from the sanctum. Yun Chuan, supporting his waist, rose to his feet, still bewildered by the situation. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? Had the Empress taken a liking to him? Standing before the mirror, he admired his flawless physique. 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, a form reminiscent of ancient Greek statues. More importantly, his face, already handsome, bore an even more masculine allure after merging with the super divine body. Truly dashing, he mused, running his fingers over his features. Returning to his bed, he noticed a brilliant, fiery blossom that seemed almost blinding. Could it be that the Empress had experienced this for the first time? He had not anticipated that she would appear so adept, as if she had undergone such experiences before. Fortunately, the Empress was not present. Otherwise, he might have found himself in peril. Let me see if I can cultivate. Just as he prepared to begin, he realized he possessed no cultivation methods. At that moment, the Empress reappeared in the sanctum, tossing a tome towards him. This is the Shen Yuan Canon, the foundation of the Shen Yuan Palace. Take it and cultivate. However, Upon noticing the crimson stain on the sheets, her expression turned unnatural once more, and she swiftly snatched away the bedsheet. Mu Qingyan felt a flicker of confusion. Her realm had seemingly progressed. Disappearing from the sacred hall once again, she left behind a parting remark. Cultivate diligently. I hope you can break through to the bone refinement realm by tomorrow. He had certainly observed the fleeting change in her expression, which was quite endearing. If only she would smile more often instead of wearing that perpetual frown. She looked so much more beautiful when she did. Yun Chuan whispered to himself, wary of being overheard, for the Empress was indeed a being of imperial might, the pinnacle of power on this continent. In truth, the Empress had merely returned to retrieve the bedsheet and, upon noticing Yun Chuan's desire to cultivate without a method, had casually tossed him the cannon while taking the sheet with her. The Xian Yuan cannon. Xian signifies the root of existence, while Yuan denotes the equality of all beings. There was none of the profound sensation he had anticipated. Was this not merely rote memorization? Yun Chuan felt a wave of exasperation. After reading for half a day, he sensed nothing of significance. Was he truly so ill-suited for cultivation? Yet, considering he possessed a system, this hardly seemed a concern. Never mind. I shall address this after signing in tomorrow. With that, he collapsed onto his bed, ready for slumber, for the next day promised a revitalizing start. Given that he had no cultivation base, fatigue washed over him, especially after enduring 2 hours of fierce combat against an imperial-level foe. One could only imagine the intensity of such a battle. Upon awakening once more, he found the sun already high in the sky. Had he truly slept for so long? Rubbing his eyes, he noted that the Empress was absent from the sanctum. System. Sign in. The host currently finds himself within the sacred hall of the Xian Yuan Palace. Confirming his attendance. Ding. Congratulations, dear host. You have acquired 20 years of cultivation. Would you like to integrate this? This revelation filled Yun Chuan with immense joy. It seems that whatever he lacks is granted to him. 20 years of cultivation should significantly enhance his abilities. Integration. Ding. The 20 years of cultivation is being integrated. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the first layer of the bone refinement realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the second layer of the bone refinement realm. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the second layer of the muscle refinement realm. Feeling the surging power within his body, he marveled at its strength. He never anticipated such a direct elevation to the muscle refinement realm, breaking through a substantial realm. He couldn't help but exclaim his admiration for the system. The fatigue from yesterday vanished in an instant, and he felt invigorated, ready to engage in battle for several more hours without issue. I cannot remain in the sacred hall indefinitely, can I? If I continually check in at the same location, the quality of the rewards might diminish, Yun Chuan pondered, murmuring softly. Ding! The system exclaimed. Host, you are quite astute. You are correct. The sudden voice startled him, yet it validated his thoughts. It appears he indeed cannot linger in the sacred hall for too long. He subsequently departed the hall, intending to return to the modest thatched cottage where he had previously resided to gather his belongings. After all, the Empress had instructed him to reside within the sacred hall henceforth, so he would no longer occupy that quaint cottage. Upon arriving at the cottage, Yun Chuan noticed 2 disciples standing outside. They spotted him as well, and one of them began to scold him, pointing an accusatory finger. Yun Chuan, you good-for-nothing finally returned. We've been searching for you all day. How dare you go on strike? Get to sweeping immediately. 2 mere 5th-layer bone refinement disciples dare to act so arrogantly towards me? Begone. Having just broken through to the muscle refinement realm, he regarded these insignificant subordinates with disdain. Since he was evidently stronger, it was time to assert his dominance. He had long been bullied and had been yearning to teach these sycophants a lesson. Oh, Yun Chuan, you dare speak to us in such a manner? It seems you're feeling quite bold today, one of the disciples exclaimed, delivering a kick toward Yun Chuan. Instead of retreating, Yun Chuan advanced, delivering a powerful punch. The 5th layer of bone refinement was no match for him, especially considering his extraordinary physique. The disciple was struck and coughed up blood, flying several meters away. Yun Chuan, when did you become so powerful? The other disciple, who had not engaged, asked in terror. Humph. Must I enlighten you? You should lie down as well. With that, he charged toward the other disciple, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground, the earth fracturing beneath him, rendering the disciple unconscious. Clapping his hands, he entered the thatched cottage to tidy up. 56 ethnic groups, 56 flowers. 56 brothers and sisters are one family. He hummed a tune while gathering his essential belongings, planning to return to the sacred hall. Meanwhile, within the sacred hall, the Empress stood at the center, sensing Yun Chuan's cultivation aura. Has he broken through? The Empress's lips parted slightly in surprise. She ventured out this time to delve into the life of Yun Chuan. She discovered that he possessed no innate talent for cultivation and, upon joining the Xian Yuan Palace, became merely a disciple responsible for sweeping the floors. Kind-hearted yet often bullied, he seemed to embody the archetype of a failure. Yet, if this were truly the case, how could he achieve a breakthrough in a single night? Unbeknownst to her, the duration of his breakthrough was merely the span of an hour, during which he transcended over a dozen realms in a single leap, advancing to the muscle refinement stage. With lingering questions, the Empress departed the sacred hall once more, her destination unknown. Just as she left, Yun Chuan stepped into the sacred hall, their paths perfectly misaligned once again. The moment he entered, a refreshing scent enveloped him, filling his entire nostrils. Had the Empress been here? This fragrance was all too familiar, belonging to her. After all, they were now the most familiar of strangers, and this scent lingered deeply in his memory. Where would he sign in tomorrow? Setting aside such thoughts, he resolved that silently enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Thus, he decided. The Xian Yuan secret realm awaited. Chapter 3. The Empress's consort, living off her benevolence, how could it be that he was unable to cultivate the Xian Yuan Codex? Surely, he could not lack any innate talent for cultivation. After staring at the text for an extended period, he still could not comprehend its meaning. Terms like Xian and Yuan seemed utterly disconnected from his understanding of cultivation. Disregarding these thoughts, he resolved to find something else to occupy himself. Yun Chuan wandered into the Empress's chamber, realizing he had yet to truly admire its splendor. Frankly, the only word that could adequately describe the room was opulent. He picked up a pot of water to tend to the flowers and loosen the soil. To his surprise, the sanctum revealed hidden wonders. In front lay a grand entrance, and behind it was a lovely garden. Who are you? Entering the Empress's garden is a capital offense. A stunning maid suddenly appeared, brandishing a spear and pointing it threateningly at Yun Chuan. I was sent here by the Empress, Yun Chuan stammered, gazing at the maid, unable to discern her cultivation level, yet certain he was no match for her. The Empress? Impossible. The Empress would never allow a man into her garden. She retorted fiercely. Thief! Meet your demise. Without waiting for an explanation, she lunged at him with her spear. Wait! I truly was summoned by the Empress. You can ask her yourself. Yun Chuan pleaded, nearly in tears at the absurdity of the situation, where threats of death seemed to be the norm. Unfortunately, he was not equipped to defend himself. The maid remained silent, pondering that if he were indeed summoned by the Empress, killing him would lead to complications. Subsequently, she produced a steel cord and bound Yun Chuan without resistance. After all, he felt assured that the Empress would come to his aid. Miss? What is your name? What is your purpose in this garden? Yun Chuan inquired, mustering his courage. In response, he was met with silence and an awkward atmosphere. What have I done to deserve this? Very well, if that's the case, let us remain silent, he thought, cursing the maid 1,000 times in his mind. As time passed, exhaustion overtook him, and he dozed off. After what felt like an eternity, he was jolted awake by the maid's voice. Empress, you have arrived. Opening his eyes, he saw the Empress standing before him, her face as cold and proud as ever, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. System, are you there? Can you conceal my cultivation level, lowering it to the bone refinement stage? Ding! The omnipotent system can indeed accomplish this. Your true cultivation level is now hidden, currently at the 2nd level of bone refinement. Hearing the system's response, Yun Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. If the Empress were to discover that he was at the 2nd level of muscle refinement, it would be utterly astonishing. Your Majesty, This intruder at the second level of muscle refinement suddenly barged into the garden. I apprehended him, claiming your permission, and now present him for your judgment. The maid reported the situation succinctly. Second level of muscle refinement? The Empress expressed surprise, then turned her piercing gaze upon Yunchuan, her brilliant eyes seeming to penetrate his very soul. Do not see me! Do not see me! Do not see me! Yunchuan chanted fervently in his mind, hoping the system would lend its support. Has he just reached the second bone stage? The Empress inquired. Ah, no, that can't be right, the maid replied, glancing at Yunchuan once more, confirming that he indeed had just attained the second bone stage. With her own realm being the divine fire realm, how could she have made such an error? At that moment, Yunchuan spoke up. Your Majesty, please ask her to untie me. Nian Zhu, release him. He is indeed someone I summoned, the Empress stated after a brief silence. Although she remained silent, Nian Zhu felt as if a tempest had erupted within her. The Empress had always detested male beauty. How could she allow a man, especially one so weak, into her inner garden? Follow me, the Empress commanded, pointing at Yunchuan before departing the garden toward the sacred hall. Yunchuan eagerly trailed behind her. Upon returning to the bedroom in the sacred hall, the Empress sat on the bed where she had previously battled Yunchuan and calmly asked, Have you cultivated the profound origin canon? Yes. Yunchuan instinctively replied, only to realize he may have misspoken. Yes? Then why do you not exude a trace of the canon's aura? The Empress narrowed her eyes, seemingly piercing through his facade. Well, I did practice it, but I didn't comprehend it fully and just broke through to the bone stage. Surely one can achieve that without a technique? Yunchuan hastily concocted a response. After all, this was the Empress, one of the pinnacle powerhouses, capable of reducing him to mere dust with a single strike. The Empress pondered for a moment. Indeed, he wasn't entirely incorrect. Many individuals at the bone stage refrained from practicing techniques due to their limited comprehension, as it would be a waste of time. Your Majesty, may I inquire about what transpired yesterday? Before he could finish, the Empress interrupted sharply. Silence. Do not mention this matter again, or you shall no longer exist in this world. Yunchuan quickly lowered his head, covering his mouth. How unfortunate his situation was. If the Empress wished to end his life, where could he seek justice? However, with his head bowed, he failed to notice the Empress's flushed cheeks, a hint of shyness evident upon her face. In a week, you shall accompany me to the grand ceremony at the profound Origin Palace, where I will announce you as my consort. The Empress regained her composure, returning to her previous cold demeanor before speaking again. All right. What? Consort? Initially unclear, Yunchuan was bewildered upon comprehending her words. The Empress's consort. Will I be crushed under her influence? Naturally, he meant this in terms of power dynamics. He hoped others wouldn't misconstrue his thoughts. Would he become a husband devoid of any voice in their relationship? That would not make him a husband, but rather a mere old man. While the Empress was indeed stunning, more beautiful than any woman he had ever encountered, he felt unworthy. Clearly, he was merely a shield. Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate. My strength is lacking and I. As he spoke, the Empress interrupted him once more. Enough. You need not say more. Focus on your cultivation. The profound origin secret realm will be accessible to you. Just inform me when you are ready. It seems that any attempt at rebuttal is futile. Coincidentally, I shall venture to the Shenyuan secret realm tomorrow. As I gradually mature, I shall undoubtedly conquer you in due time. The more haughty you become, the more exhilarated I feel. Though my thoughts are filled with private musings, my words convey an entirely different sentiment. Very well. I shall indeed be journeying to the Shenyuan secret realm tomorrow. The Empress nodded, and with a wave of her hand, she vanished from her chamber. Phew, she has finally departed. Once the Empress had left, Yunchuan finally relaxed. The pressure had been overwhelming. He strolled once more into the back garden, humming a cheerful tune while admiring the flowers and plants cultivated by the Empress. The weather today is splendid, with beauty to be found in every corner. The maid, Nian Zhu, could only watch him with gritted teeth, too intimidated to make another move. Who would have thought that this life of luxury could be so delightful? Observing Nian Zhu's expression, Yun Chuan's earlier displeasure dissipated in an instant. Chapter 4. Extraordinary comprehension and frenzied absorption. He had now officially become a practitioner, and thus, a sleepless night would not leave him weary. Last night, Yun Chuan had devoted himself to studying the Xian Yuan canon, yet he encountered no discernible fluctuations of understanding, and, lacking insight, he had nearly memorized the text. It was time to sign in. He rose and made his way to the Xian Yuan secret realm, for at this juncture, only signing in could enhance his abilities. After all, given the current circumstances, it seemed he possessed no innate talent for cultivation. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xian Yuan secret realm, 2 words came to mind. Magnificent. Yun Chuan had passed this way many times before but had never had the privilege to enter. Now, it seemed fortune favored him, the one who had traversed dimensions. Who are you? A guard inquired, blocking his path. Without hesitation, Yun Chuan produced the Lord's token, which the Empress had bestowed upon him yesterday, instructing him to present it at the entrance of the Xian Yuan secret realm. Upon seeing the token, the guard immediately allowed Yun Chuan entry. The Lord's token was traditionally held only by the Empress herself, and it was rare to witness her granting it to another. Once inside the secret realm, a system notification promptly appeared. Ding! The host has entered the miraculous Xian Yuan secret realm. Would you like to sign in? Miraculous? Confirm sign in. Although he did not fully grasp the meaning of miraculous, he trusted that a system notification was surely auspicious. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired extraordinary comprehension abilities, enabling you to grasp the essence of all things instantaneously. Would you like to choose fusion? This was akin to receiving a warm winter coat amidst the chill. It was just the boon he required, given his lack of cultivation talent. Fusion. Yun Chuan silently affirmed. In the next moment, he felt a lightness in his head, and everything around him seemed to slow down, with clarity flooding his thoughts. Was this the extraordinary comprehension? A cheat indeed. The rewards from this sign-in were remarkably potent. Instantly, the words of the Xian Yuan canon materialized in his mind, a text he had long since memorized, no longer needing to reference it. Xian, the root of existence. Yuan, the equality of all beings. Entering the profound through Xian, returning to unity through Yuan. Was this the essence of the Xian Yuan canon? Truly profound. To his astonishment, within just a few breaths, he had grasped the foundational stage of understanding. The power of extraordinary comprehension was formidable. Previously, after an entire night of study, he had gleaned nothing beyond mere memorization. Yet now, simply by recalling the text, he had achieved entry-level understanding. However, there was no urgency to cultivate the canon just yet. Within the confines of the secret realm, the cultivation speed was tenfold that of the outside world. A single day spent here equated to 10 days of practice beyond its borders. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within was far purer than that of the outside, ensuring a solid foundation for cultivation. Yet, within the Xian Yuan Palace, aside from the Empress, no one could remain in the secret realm indefinitely. One had to rely on talent and strength. Only upon advancing to a new realm could one enter for a week's worth of cultivation. A week may seem brief, yet the pure spiritual essence you absorb is unattainable by the external world. Thus, while the acceleration of your cultivation speed is significant, the paramount importance lies in the assimilation of this untainted spiritual power. With an extraordinary comprehension ability and an unparalleled physique, the rate at which Yun Chuan absorbs spiritual energy is far beyond that of ordinary individuals, resembling a black hole at the center of his being, voraciously and wildly consuming the spiritual essence around him. What is happening? A man clad in black within the secret realm exhibited a perplexed expression. Why did it feel as though the spiritual energy surrounding him was being drawn away? Could it be that the secret realm was malfunctioning? The man, puzzled, did not entertain other possibilities. He was not alone. Anyone present in the secret realm, aside from Yun Chuan, shared this sensation. However, they dismissed it as a minor issue with the realm, believing it would soon resolve itself. Thus, this phenomenon persisted throughout the day. Yun Chuan had ascended from the 2nd to the 9th level of the muscle refinement realm. Meanwhile, other disciples within the secret realm began to notice that the spiritual energy they had gathered seemed to be siphoned away. The guardians of the realm naturally detected this anomaly, yet they were at a loss for solutions and could only report to the Empress. As expected, Yun Chuan, deeply engrossed in absorbing spiritual energy, remained oblivious to the considerable stir he had caused. The Empress arrived, and many disciples outside the secret realm were witnessing her for the first time, utterly captivated by her beauty and grace. Strength, talent, appearance, status. This woman embodied countless advantages. "What is the matter?" the Empress remarked coldly, her voice reminiscent of a chilling wind. Her demeanor was such that even Yun Chuan had initially wondered why such an icy figure was referred to as the Fire Empress. Wouldn't Ice Empress be more fitting? "Your Majesty, it seems there is an issue within the secret realm. The spiritual energy cultivated by these disciples appears to have been entirely absorbed." The guardian hastily responded, fearful of incurring her wrath. The Empress furrowed her brows slightly. Her icy gaze turned towards the secret realm, and her pupils suddenly widened in disbelief. How is this possible? It is him? The Empress had indeed spotted Yun Chuan in the midst of his cultivation, incredulous that such an anomaly was a result of his actions. Retracting her gaze, the Empress coolly stated, "It is nothing. It will resolve itself in a couple of days." With that, she departed from the entrance of the secret realm, allowing the surrounding disciples to finally relax. Since the Empress had spoken, what more could they do? The secret realm was no longer conducive for cultivation. Within the secret realm, Yun Chuan opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, murmuring, "I have finally broken through." He had successfully reached the Qi refinement realm, and the Shenyuan Codex had attained a level of proficiency. In this world, martial arts and techniques are categorized into 5 levels: Emperor, Sacred, Earth, Sky, and Mortal, with Emperor being the highest and Mortal the lowest. Each level further divides into 5 stages: Initiation, Intermediate, Advanced, Perfection, and Limit. Now it was time to cultivate further. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. How else could he hope to conquer the Empress? After a continuous 3 days of rigorous practice, he had ascended to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. The Shenyuan Codex has attained a state of perfection. Although the items obtained over the past 3 days do not possess the extraordinary nature of super-divine comprehension, they remain commendable. Among them is an invisibility cloak that conceals one's presence, a terrestrial-grade weapon known as the Skyward Sword, and a weapon of the highest caliber, Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow, the Holy Emperor. Additionally, there is a divine origin pill that, when consumed after reaching the 9th level of Qi training, allows one to directly break into the realm of divine origin. However, he is in no rush to ingest it. Instead, he intends to first learn several martial techniques. After all, one cannot solely possess a lofty realm without commensurate strength. Upon reaching the exit of the secret realm, the guard outside gazed at him in astonishment. "Haven't you exited the secret realm?" the guard inquired. "What? Am I not out already?" Yun Chuan replied, bewildered, unsure of what the guard was implying. Noticing the guard's bewilderment, he paid it no mind and swaggered away. Is this guard somewhat simple-minded? He mused silently. As he entered the martial arts pavilion, he thought it fortuitous, as he had yet to check in for the day. However, just as he stepped inside, an elderly man obstructed his path. Chapter 5. The Fusion of Sword Heart. The Empress's doubt, the young man stood before the elder, who was sipping from a flask while dusting off the surrounding martial arts tomes. "You must be at the muscle refinement realm to enter the martial arts pavilion," the elder declared. Yun Chuan remained silent, suddenly erupting with the aura of the 4th level of muscle refinement. "You may enter, but you can only withstand the pressure of the 1st level. The 2nd level's intensity is beyond your capacity." "Thank you, esteemed elder," Yun Chuan replied with a respectful bow. Throughout the encounter, the elder did not spare Yun Chuan a single glance. As he stepped into the 1st level, a wave of oppressive energy washed over him, the pressure of the muscle refinement realm confronting him directly. "No wonder one cannot ascend to the 2nd level," Yun Chuan murmured softly to himself. It appeared that the pressure of the 2nd level was that of the Qi refinement realm. However, he only displayed the muscle refinement realm. Currently, he was at the 9th level of Qi refinement and estimated he could perhaps step into the 3rd level. The martial arts within the 1st level were predominantly of common grade, offering little enhancement to him, so he bypassed it and ascended to the 2nd level. Meanwhile, the elder, with his murky gaze, suddenly brightened for a fleeting moment. DS ascending to the second level? He muttered to himself. Yet, it is of no consequence to me. Your ability to ascend is your own merit. But heed my warning. Should you suffer injury, do not blame me. Upon reaching the second level, he was greeted by an array of Earth-grade martial arts, far superior to the common-grade techniques.
Sword drawing technique?
This seems promising. He casually picked up an Earth-grade tome and glanced at it. Instantly, an image formed in his mind. A small figure wielding a long sword, striking with an imperceptible speed, and then flawlessly sheathing the sword. Is this the sword drawing technique? Remarkably sharp. Having merely glanced at it, he had already grasped the fundamentals of the sword drawing technique, a testament to his extraordinary comprehension. System. Check-in. Ding. Does the host confirm check-in at the martial arts pavilion? Confirm check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Sword Heart. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. He was well aware of the significance of Sword Heart. This realm was known as the Penglai Domain, home to a faction called the Sword Pavilion, whose master was a swordsmanship prodigy possessing the Sword Heart. Now at the Emperor realm, he was hailed as the Clear Heart Sword Emperor, one of the pinnacle powerhouses. As the fusion of the Sword Heart took place, the swords throughout the Shenyuan Palace began to tremble ever so slightly, a manifestation of their submission. The elder, guarding the martial arts pavilion, also possessed a bamboo sword that began to quiver. His gnarled hand gently brushed the hilt, and the bamboo sword ceased its trembling. Is this the Sword Heart? That boy upstairs? The elder's murky eyes regained their clarity. Yet this time they did not cloud over again. Collect. Yun Chuan sensed that the phenomenon he had just invoked was rather grand. Without lingering, he stepped into the third level. A violent wave of pressure struck him, though he managed to endure it. This is quite intense, but fortunately, I can withstand it, Yun Chuan mumbled as he searched for the martial arts he needed. The techniques in the third level were all of heavenly grade, thus significantly more potent than the earth-grade techniques of the second level. However, he surmised that ascending further would be impossible, for the fourth level was a merger of holy and heavenly grades. As for the fifth tier, it is non-existent. The techniques and martial arts pertaining to the imperial realm are solely in the possession of the Empress. The tremor wave palm, the god-slaying slash, the immutable king seal. He found 3 martial techniques, 2 offensive and 1 defensive, which sufficed for his current needs. After glancing through them, he naturally comprehended all of them. To linger any longer would be a sign of disrespect towards the understanding of the divine level. Senior, I have located the martial techniques I require, so I shall take my leave, Yun Chuan declared to the elder with a firm voice. Wait, young man, do you possess a sword heart? The elder's eyes, once murky, now gleamed with clarity as they fixated on Yun Chuan. It is something I inadvertently comprehended. It seemed the recent surge from merging with the sword heart was too pronounced to conceal. Thus, there was no need for subterfuge. Would you care to become my closed-door disciple? Upon hearing the inquiry for an answer, the elder immediately articulated his intention. Yun Chuan felt a twinge of conflict. He was about to become the husband of the Empress, a formidable ally for life, yet this elder appeared no weakling either. Senior, I already have a master. Yun Chuan casually invoked an excuse. After all, the system could be considered his mentor, providing whatever he desired. System. Ah, indeed, the youth is teachable. Now I understand. I shall not covet what belongs to others. Should you require anything, feel free to inquire at this martial arts pavilion. I shall refrain from bestowing my old bones upon you. The elder's eyes once again clouded. Then he smiled faintly and waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Should I ever need assistance, I will certainly seek your counsel. Yun Chuan respectfully bowed and then departed from the martial arts pavilion. Meanwhile, the elder, sipping his drink, murmured to himself, the younger generation is indeed formidable, truly formidable. Ha ha ha. As Yun Chuan walked along the path, he intended to return to the sacred hall, pondering what the Empress might be doing. After all, she was to be his future wife. However, there were always some foolish antagonists lurking about. Yun Chuan, you worthless wretch. What are you doing? It has been ages since I last saw you sweeping the floors. Do you believe I will expel you from the Shenyuan Palace? A hefty old woman, resembling a spinning top, seized Yun Chuan and began berating him. Expel me from the Shenyuan Palace? Yun Chuan could not help but chuckle. The old woman, taken aback by his audacity, bared her yellowed teeth and continued her tirade. You insolent fool! How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Although this woman possessed little strength, her son was a prodigy within the Shenyuan Palace, currently at the Divine Origin Realm, and it was through him that she had obtained this menial position managing the sweeping disciples. Stay away from me. Your words reek. Yun Chuan pinched his nose, displaying a look of disdain. Then, without further ado, he swiftly departed, as remaining any longer would be a waste of time. Scoundrel! Yun Chuan, you better watch out for your insolence towards me. Even from a distance as he exited the square, he could still hear the old woman's shouts. Such trivial characters no longer warranted his attention. What of your son being a genius? I am the husband of the Empress. This soft life is truly delightful. Upon returning to the sacred hall, he was unexpectedly met by the Empress, who appeared to be waiting for him. The Empress today remains a breathtaking vision of beauty, with her delicately arched brows that seem to entwine with mist, and a pair of enchanting eyes that convey a myriad of emotions. As her captivating gaze fell upon Yun Chuan, she hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Did the changes within the secret realm arise from you?" Her voice, no longer as cold as before, bore a hint of softness. Ah, what changes? Yun Chuan was somewhat bewildered. Was there truly a transformation within the secret realm? Noticing his silence, she chose not to press further. However, Yun Chuan was genuinely unaware of any alterations. He merely assumed that absorbing such an abundance of spiritual energy was normal. What changes could possibly occur? Well, it's not too bad. I've reached the 6th level of the bone refinement stage. Upon sensing Yun Chuan's current realm, she pondered why he had once been labeled as worthless. My dear, if I were to reveal that I am still at the 9th level of Qi refinement, you would surely be astounded. Yun Chuan felt a surge of pride within, though he only dared entertain such thoughts internally. Yet, he realized he still did not know the Empress's name. Should he inquire? Chapter 6. At the grand ceremony, the crowd was taken aback. Yun Chuan gazed intently at the Empress, who returned his stare. You! I am Mu Qingyan. Before Yun Chuan could articulate his thoughts, the Empress revealed the very answer he sought. He found it peculiar how she always seemed to anticipate his queries. Could this be the legendary connection that exists between couples? The name suited her perfectly, embodying both beauty and an icy demeanor. Prepare yourself as well. There is but one day remaining until the grand ceremony of Shenyuan Palace. Be mentally ready, Mu Qingyan instructed, as she gracefully removed her imperial robe, revealing a short inner garment underneath. With a swift motion, she let down her hair, cascading it over her shoulders. To Yun Chuan's eyes, this scene was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a stunning portrait of an unparalleled beauty, a sight he had never witnessed before. He found himself momentarily frozen in place. Enough staring. Today, I shall also take a moment to rest. Mu Qingyan turned. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Oh, you are resting here as well? Yun Chuan, jolted from his reverie by her words, quickly regained his composure. But was she truly resting here? Did that imply? Do not overthink it. I shall sleep on the bed while you take the floor.
Mu Qingyan,
Observing the mischievous expression on Yun Chuan's face, couldn't help but recall their first encounter. His expression undoubtedly hinted at such thoughts. After all, the bed she currently occupied was. But it bore no lingering scent, suggesting Yun Chuan had changed the linens. There was no other option. With Mu Qingyan's formidable strength, it would be unwise for him to insist on sleeping in the bed. He would likely not see the light of day again. Thus, the night passed in silence. Though they spoke of resting well, only Yun Chuan found sleep, while Mu Qingyan remained awake throughout the night. When Yun Chuan finally opened his eyes, Mu Qingyan was already fully dressed, her visage still radiating perfection. A true beauty adorned with delicate makeup. Let us go. The ceremony is commencing, Mu Qingyan stated softly upon noticing Yun Chuan's awakening. Nodding in agreement, he tidied himself slightly before following her. After all, with his striking features, even without preparation, few could rival his charm. Mu Qingyan entered Shenyuan Hall first, while Yun Chuan awaited her announcement from below. All disciples and elders had gathered in unison. Ding! The host is in Shenyuan Hall. Would you like to check in? Oh, one can check in here as well? I almost forgot. Confirming his check-in, he received a notification. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine skill. 10,000 swords returned to 1. 10,000 swords returned to 1. In his previous life, he had perused numerous martial arts novels, and this technique had always been regarded as the most formidable swordsmanship. Thus, he was no stranger to it. The Empress has arrived. She has come. Stand at attention. Several disciples nearby began to murmur before falling silent. Then, all eyes turned to the illustrious Empress Mu Qingyan as she ascended to the highest point of Shenyuan Hall. I must announce an important matter. This Empress shall wed in 2 months. Mu Qingyan's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout Shenyuan Palace. What? The Empress is to be married? Who is the fortunate one? Is it that great emperor? It is possible that the renowned sword emperor of Zhengu, known as the Qingxin Sword Emperor, declared 30 years ago that he would not take a spouse in this life unless it were the Empress. The disciples and elders were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such explosive news being announced in the Grand Hall today. In their eyes, no one was worthy of the Empress, with only the Sword Emperor, who possessed strength comparable to hers, being a possible match. That individual was a disciple of the sacred land, Yun Chuan. Upon hearing this, the disciples and elders were even more taken aback, collectively overwhelmed with shock. Many among them were familiar with Yun Chuan, not due to his talents or prowess, but because he was notorious for being a waste, an individual unable to cultivate. The husband of the Empress turned out to be him. The disciples who recognized Yun Chuan cast him looks filled with animosity. It was over. He had foreseen the hatred that would ensue. In his heart, Mu Qingyan's words had thrust him into an abyss of turmoil. Well, today's grand ceremony will announce this matter. With that, Mu Qingyan descended from the grand hall. Although she felt a tinge of embarrassment while speaking, she suppressed it in light of the dignity she needed to uphold as Empress. As the crowd watched the Empress depart and turned their gaze back to Yun Chuan's spot, they found he had vanished. Just when was he going to flee if not now? Cloaked in the god-hiding mantle, concealing his presence, Yun Chuan had already slipped away and was now at the entrance of the sacred hall. Phew! I finally managed to escape. Just as he sighed in relief, an incredibly melodious voice rang out behind him. Why are you running so fast? No one is chasing you. It was Mu Qingyan. Thank goodness. Sister, after your announcement, didn't those people look at me as if they wanted to kill me? Yun Chuan explained, still panting heavily. With a sudden burst of laughter, Mu Qingyan's previously cold demeanor transformed, her smile captivating enough to enchant the heavens and earth, rendering all things mere supporting characters. Her smile was as pure and flawless as a lotus emerging from clear water, so exquisite that no words could adequately describe it. So beautiful, Yun Chuan exclaimed instinctively. In that instant, Mu Qingyan realized what had transpired. She had smiled at Yun Chuan. As the Empress, she stood at the pinnacle of power and beauty in this realm. Quickly regaining her composure, she reverted to her former icy expression. You should smile more. It's healthier and more endearing, Yun Chuan could not help but remark. Though the cold Mu Qingyan was indeed beautiful, her smile radiated the true essence of a celestial being descended to earth. Mind your own business. With that, Mu Qingyan entered the sacred hall. Her expression was evidently a bit unnatural. Her words even carried a hint of coquetry. Witnessing this scene, Yun Chuan was surprised to discover this adorable side of Mu Qingyan. However, instead of following her into the sacred hall, he directly made his way to the Shenyuan secret realm. The divine essence pill he had signed in for previously was now ready to be consumed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, he produced the Empress's token, and the guard naturally permitted him entry. However, the Empress, upon returning to the temple, realized that Yun Chuan had not entered. I had even prepared a cultivation elixir for you, she huffed, clearly irked by Yun Chuan's absence. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan, engrossed in his cultivation within the secret realm, remained oblivious to the Empress's current sentiments. He retrieved a divine essence pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted, only to be swiftly subdued by Yun Chuan. He had absorbed all the energy contained within the pill. It felt as though a switch had been flipped within his body, allowing him to naturally break through to the divine essence realm. At last, he had achieved this breakthrough. Xian Yuan Sutra, activate. Without pausing after the breakthrough, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy. Indeed, cultivating within the secret realm proved to be exceedingly beneficial. Chapter 7. The Extraterritorial Battlefield. Blood Demon Sect. What I require now is a steady development. Fortunately, Mu Qingyan has yet to uncover anything. I would consider myself a formidable power in this realm. With my cultivation at the divine origin realm, an extraordinary physique, unparalleled comprehension, and an array of formidable martial techniques at my disposal, I stand strong. As night fell, the entire secret realm remained under the influence of my extraordinary phenomena. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the miraculous Xian Yuan secret realm, earning 50 years of cultivation. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse it, and suppress the fluctuations during the breakthrough. Yun Chuan was taken aback, never expecting that after signing in so many times at the Xian Yuan secret realm, such a substantial reward would still await him. Divine Origin Realm, 2nd level. Divine Origin Realm, 3rd level. Divine Origin Realm, 9th level. Unified Realm, 1st level. The progression continued until the 5th level of the Unified Realm before it ceased. Phew! I never imagined I could elevate so dramatically. At this rate, within a year, I shall likely break through to the Emperor Realm. Yun Chuan was astonished that these 50 years of cultivation had propelled him directly to the 5th level of the Unified Realm. In a euphoric mood, he planned to return to the Sacred Hall to tend to the flowers. However, to the outside world, his visible realm appeared merely as the 1st level of the muscle refinement realm. Upon returning to the Sacred Hall, he was surprised to find dozens of disciples gathered outside. Yun Chuan, what qualifications do you possess to be the consort of the Empress? As he approached the entrance, he heard someone shouting. A disciple at the 3rd level of the Divine Origin Realm, relatively strong in the Xian Yuan Palace, stood before him. Yet, even when he was at the 9th level of the Qi Refinement Realm, such disciples had been no match for him, let alone now, when he could easily crush them with a single hand. Kneel. Seeing this, Yun Chuan unleashed his pressure, causing the loudmouth to collapse under its weight. What qualifications do you possess? Does this count? Yun Chuan chuckled at the hapless disciple, who was utterly terrified by the sight before him. When did this so-called waste become so powerful? Not receiving a response, Yun Chuan strode into the sacred hall without a backward glance. The other disciples, whose realms were inferior to that of the 3rd-level divine origin disciple, naturally dared not speak or obstruct him. However, upon entering the sacred hall, he did not see the Empress. Nianzhu, where has the Empress gone? Upon reaching the back garden, he encountered Nianzhu, the only maidservant in the sacred hall, who should know the whereabouts of the Empress. The Empress has gone to the extraterritorial battlefield to confront the forces of the demon path. As soon as she finished speaking, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Please proceed to the extraterritorial battlefield to sign in at the Blood Demon Sect. A task? Yun Chuan pondered, as the system had never before required him to sign in at a specific location. Ding! Given the host's strength, ordinary sign-ins will no longer significantly enhance the host's power. The rewards for the sign-in tasks issued by the system are far more abundant. It seems that a visit to the Blood Demon Sect is imperative. Turning to leave, he realized he needed to devise a strategy for approaching the Blood Demon Sect, ensuring he did not reveal his true appearance. The Cloak of Concealment. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? The Cloak of Concealment not only obscures one's presence, but also masks one's true aura, rendering even the mightiest emperors unable to discern any hint of its wearer. Upon donning it, one's appearance can also be obscured, making it an invaluable piece of equipment for covert operations. I must locate the map and ascertain the whereabouts of the outer battlefield. Previously, Yun Chuan had never contemplated departing from the Shenyuan Palace. Being able to remain within its confines was the pinnacle of his fortune. Thus he remained utterly oblivious to the world beyond. To the southeast? Upon identifying the location, he donned the Cloak of Concealment and set forth. Presently, he was only at the Unity Realm, lacking the ability to tear through space, which would have required approximately a day's time. With the Cloak's enhancement, passers-by were entirely unaware of his presence. Such is the formidable power of the cloak of concealment. He did not pause for a moment, not merely due to the task at hand, but also because his beloved was currently embroiled in a battle against the forces of darkness. What if she were to be injured? The practitioners of the demonic path are ruthless and bloodthirsty, showing no mercy, and they are not lacking in imperial power. System, is it possible for me to sign in at other locations before I reach the Blood Demon Gate? Ding, certainly. The failure to complete the system-issued sign-in task will not refresh the next task, but it does not affect regular sign-ins. Reassured by the system's response, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, if the system required him to sign in at an inaccessible location, it would render the sign-in system futile. Time passed swiftly, and the outer battlefield drew ever closer. Sign in. Ding, the host is currently at the periphery of the Divine Fire sect. Would you like to sign in? The periphery of the Divine Fire sect? The rewards for signing in at the periphery should not be very substantial, right? Sign in. After some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, haste was imperative in reaching the Blood Demon Gate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have obtained the inheritance of a pill master. Would you like to assimilate it? Assimilate? To his astonishment, it was the legacy of a pill master. It is well known that while becoming a martial artist in this world is relatively easy, stepping into the realm of alchemy is a feat that might only be achieved by 1 in 1,000. Following the assimilation, his understanding of alchemy and the formulas for pill concoction gradually solidified in his mind. The title of Pill Master is indeed formidable. Yun Chuan could not help but marvel at the terrifying prowess of alchemists. A powerful alchemist can effortlessly create a saint, or even an emperor, through the sheer abundance of pills. The title of Pill Master is the most prestigious designation among alchemists in this region, with only 2 such masters existing in the entire Penglai territory. Meanwhile, in the outer battlefield, the Empress was engaged in a fierce battle with a demonic emperor, both sides evenly matched in strength. Qing Yen, I come to assist you. A middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe appeared beside the Empress, wielding a 7-star sword, exuding an aura akin to that of a sharpened blade. I told you, do not address me by my name. Mu Qing Yen glared at the middle-aged man, her beautiful eyes filled with a flicker of ire. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed but dared not utter a word in response. Soon, Yun Chuan approached the battlefield beyond the realm. However, this battlefield was not the Blood Demon sect, which lay deeper within. Cloaked in a shroud of invisibility, he hurried forth with increased swiftness. The battlefield was rife with conflict, yet his presence remained undetected. Before long, he arrived at the base of a mountain, where the air was thick with the scent of blood, and the 3 characters spelling Blood Demon Sect were ominously carved into the stone. One could only ponder how many lives had been extinguished to produce such a pervasive stench of blood. The Blood Demon Sect had long been deserted, with all disciples of the demonic path having ventured to the battlefield beyond. Unlike those of the righteous path, the disciples of the demonic sect believed that one must thrive amidst slaughter. If you perished, it merely indicated your worthlessness, unfit to ascend as a formidable demon. And now? Heh. Noticing the absence of anyone within the Blood Demon sect, a wicked thought began to take root in Yun Chuan's mind. Chapter 8. With a single sword, I repel the 5 great demon emperors. The new task system, sign in at the Blood Demon sect. Yun Chuan spoke. Now that he found himself within the Blood Demon sect, he was naturally able to complete the tasks assigned by the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task, earning the Pure Lotus Divine Body. As this is the host's first completion of a system sign-in task, an additional reward of 20 years of cultivation has been granted. Now that I possess the Super Divine Body, can this Pure Lotus Divine Body still be integrated? Yun Chuan inquired. Ding, the strength of the Pure Lotus Divine Body is inferior to the Super Divine Body. The Super Divine Body is the most powerful physique across the myriad worlds. Integration is not recommended for the host. Yun Chuan nodded and said, integrate 20 years of cultivation. Unification Realm, 6th level. Unification Realm, 7th level. Continuing to break through until Unification Realm, 9th level. Just 1 step away from the Divine Fire Realm. With the Super Divine Body, my cultivation speed is inherently rapid, but with the system at my disposal, I hardly need to cultivate myself. Will I become invincible while merely playing around? Achieving the Divine Fire Realm in the Shen Yuan Palace is considered a senior elder level. And while I am merely at the 9th level of the Unification Realm, my strength far surpasses that of an ordinary first-level Divine Fire Realm warrior. To return to the main point, I must not forget the purpose of my visit to the Blood Demon sect. Cloaked in the Divine Concealment Cloak, I swiftly traversed the Blood Demon sect and soon arrived at the treasure vault. Only a single first-level Divine Fire Realm disciple guarded the vault. It seemed that all the others had truly gone to the outer battlefield. Observing that there was only one disciple at the vault, it was clear that it was already mine. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. With the Ling Kong sword in hand, I executed the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique. The disciple could not react in time, becoming riddled with holes and perishing on the spot. A product of the system, truly a masterpiece. Divine techniques are unparalleled. I can master them perfectly without the need for arduous training. Ha ha ha! Treasure vault. Here I come. Upon entering the vault, countless rare treasures unfolded before my eyes. Fortunately, I possessed numerous storage rings, or I would have been unable to carry so many items. First batch. Second batch. I completely filled 11 storage rings, successfully emptying the entire treasure vault of the Blood Demon sect. Gazing at my hands, adorned with 10 rings, each finger sparkling with treasures, it was a sight to behold. Exiting the vault, I noticed the disciple's lifeless body. Yun Chuan decided to incinerate it. After all, the individual had assisted him in acquiring such a wealth of treasures. The most precious items within the Blood Demon sect were contained in this vault. It seemed that there were no other valuable possessions remaining. Ah, right, I should refine a few medicinal pills. Suddenly reminded of my recent acquisition of the Alchemy Masteress inheritance, I recalled that the vault also housed numerous alchemical furnaces and valuable materials, making it an ideal opportunity for pill refinement. These two types will do. Reflecting on the countless formulas in my mind, I ultimately decided to concoct a few spring revival pills and a few sky explosion pills. One type of pill saves lives, while the other brings death. Though it must be noted that while the sky explosion pill has considerable side effects, it can elevate one's entire realm for 30 breaths of time, rendering one invincible in single combat. After a flurry of activity, I successfully refined 4 spring revival pills and 3 sky explosion pills. The outer battlefield. Here I come. My beloved, wait for me. With a resounding howl, Yun Chuan vanished into the Blood Demon sect. Meanwhile, the Empress in the battlefield beyond the realm appeared to be in a less than favorable state. The conflict in this outer battlefield was instigated by the Blood Demon sect and the 10,000 demon cult, with the Empress and the Tranquil Sword Emperor facing them. The two sides seemed evenly matched in strength, yet the nefarious practitioners of the demonic path had cunningly laid a trap. On the righteous side stood the Empress, the Tranquil Sword Emperor, and another great emperor from the Sword Pavilion. In contrast, the demonic faction boasted 5 great emperors, causing the situation to grow increasingly dire. Even the usually composed Tranquil Sword Emperor felt a flicker of difficulty. At that moment, Yun Chuan arrived at the battlefield, clearly witnessing the Empress alongside 2 others whose auras were strikingly similar, indicating they too were of the Imperial realm. Conversely, the demonic side had 5 individuals radiating Imperial energy. How could they possibly engage? It was evident they were outmatched. Retreat? The powerful entities of the demonic realm would not permit that. The 5 demonic emperors charged towards the Empress and her companions. The trio unleashed their techniques to fend off the assault, but it was akin to a mantis trying to block a chariot. Clearly, they were no match, sustaining injuries to varying degrees, with the Empress suffering the gravest wounds. Inwardly, Yun Chuan roared, "How dare they bully my wife?" He consumed 3 heavenly explosive pills in quick succession, feeling his energy surge dramatically until he reached the 9th level of the Imperial realm. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste a single moment. Return to the source of 10,000 swords. With a single strike, Yun Chuan unleashed a blow capable of annihilating all. The 5 demonic emperors were forced back by this formidable strike. Who is this powerful being? The Tranquil Sword Emperor was left in awe by Yun Chuan's unrivaled swordsmanship, realizing that, after centuries of practice, his own skills paled in comparison. Divine Extermination / Return to the source of 10,000 swords. One sword to obliterate the 9 provinces, eclipsing heaven and earth. We cannot contend with this cloaked figure. We must retreat, one of the demonic emperors declared. 2 among them were already severely injured. Withdraw. The 5 demonic emperors fled in disarray, while the trio of the Empress remained frozen in place, as did countless righteous disciples. 3 strikes. Merely 3 strikes had driven back the 5 demonic emperors. Yet Yun Chuan was not in a favorable condition. The side effects of the heavenly explosive pills were overwhelming. He hastily consumed 4 life-renewing pills, his body both deteriorating and recovering simultaneously. The sword he wielded had become battered and unusable. Casually discarding it, he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Senior, the tranquil sword emperor was about to call out to Yun Chuan, but he had already departed the battlefield beyond the realm. At that moment, Yun Chuan felt as if he were on the brink of collapse, yet still he was addressed as senior. With 11 storage rings, he unearthed countless healing treasures, consuming them eagerly. After an entire night, the signs of his bodily disintegration finally ceased. He found himself atop a lofty peak, uncertain if he might encounter something of value. System. Sign in. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Broken Blade Peak, acquiring the holy weapon, Broken Blade Sword, and 10 years of cultivation. Broken Blade Sword? Gazing at the blade before him, devoid of a tip, it truly resembled a broken blade. Yet it was indeed a holy weapon, merging with 10 years of cultivation. A powerful aura enveloped Yun Chuan, marking his successful breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Divine Fire Realm. It was about time to return, as his wife had likely already gone back to the Shenyuan Palace yesterday. Just as he prepared to leave, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission released. Please proceed to the Yaoqi to sign in. Yaoqi? Yun Chuan was momentarily bewildered. He had previously learned that Yaoqi was the supreme treasure of the Yaoqi sacred land, and entering it was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the Yaoqi sacred land was exclusively for female disciples. As a man, he had no chance of entry. System, are you intentionally setting me up? Yun Chuan felt a twinge of anger. Ding, the rewards for this sign-in will be extraordinarily abundant. Yun Chuan was persuaded. The allure was simply too enticing. The system had never promised such richness before, and this time it did, indicating that it was indeed substantial. Off to the Yaoqi sacred land, Yun Chuan declared as he rose. Meanwhile, the Empress was in the sanctum. Chapter 9. The sacred land of Yaoqi, trading the pure lotus divine body within the sanctum. The Empress reclined gracefully upon her imperial throne, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. The figure clad in black robes? Who could it be? The Empress murmured softly. Upon her return, she had not encountered Yun Chuan. Neither in the Shenyuan secret realm nor in the back garden was he to be found. After inquiring with Nian Zhu, she learned that Yun Chuan had sought news of her the day prior. Upon discovering her presence on the outer battlefield, he had vanished without a trace. Naturally, she would not associate Yun Chuan with the mysterious figure in black, whose strength surpassed even her own, let alone that of Yun Chuan, a mere practitioner at the muscle-forging realm. Oh no, could it be that Yun Chuan has ventured to the outer battlefield? The Empress suddenly recalled that he had disappeared right after inquiring about her whereabouts. The outer battlefield was devoid of righteous individuals, teeming instead with those of the demonic path. It would be nearly impossible for someone of his caliber to survive there. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was drawing near the vicinity of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Fortunately, it was not too far off. As Yun Chuan gazed upon the sacred land of Yaoqi ahead, he had traversed nearly half a day to arrive. However, how would he gain entry? The sacred land was famously a realm of women, accepting only female disciples, with elders and leaders all being women. How could a man like him possibly enter? Moreover, his strength was insufficient. The Yaoqi sovereign, a figure of imperial might, could easily dispatch him with a mere flick of her wrist. The sacred land of Yaoqi, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembled a celestial paradise. Yet before he could reach the entrance, he was intercepted by 3 strikingly beautiful and statuesque women. Who are you? What brings you to our sacred land of Yaoqi? One of the women, brandishing a long sword, demanded, pointing it at Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan promptly replied, I come to negotiate a trade. Trade? Our sacred land never engages in transactions with men. The woman's demeanor remained resolute and commanding. Faced with their unyielding stance, Yun Chuan reluctantly revealed his trump card. I require an audience with your sovereign to discuss this trade. I hope you will relay my request, he implored. He intended to offer the pure lotus divine body for trade, as it held little value for him now. The Yaoqi secret realm had never interfered with worldly affairs nor posed a threat to other factions. It had always safeguarded its own territory. Thus, offering it should bear no ill consequences, and it might even be seen as a gesture of goodwill. After all, with a system at his side, a continuous flow of treasures awaited him. The pure lotus divine body was not beyond his reach. What qualifications do you possess to meet the sovereign? She never receives men alone. With the three women still unwilling to relent, Yun Chuan had no choice but to assert his position. He could not resort to violence against them, despite their mere divine origin realm. His own strength at the second level of divine fire would easily subdue them with a single hand. I seek to trade for a divine body. As soon as Yun Chuan's words fell, the three women fell silent. Sister, should we not relay this to the sovereign? Given her immense power, we need not fear being deceived. Very well, I shall inform her. You two remain here to watch over him. They whispered among themselves, yet Yun Chuan overheard every word. At long last, he had made progress. Please wait a moment. I will report to the sovereign. Very well. Yun Chuan leisurely took a seat, retrieving his alchemical cauldron in preparation to concoct a few elixirs for himself. He laid out the alchemical materials, deftly controlling the flames with a single hand, as the various ingredients seemed to come alive in his grasp. After approximately half an hour, Yun Chuan successfully produced 3 elixirs, known as the revitalization pills. Meanwhile, the sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred land had also arrived. One must admit, this sovereign possessed unparalleled beauty, almost rivaling that of his own wife, yet exuded a more captivating allure. Yaoqi sovereign, Yun Chuan greeted respectfully, cupping his fists. Fellow Taoist, are you here to conduct a transaction with our Yaoqi sacred land? The sovereign inquired, her voice melodious like the song of a lark amidst lush willows, captivating countless cultivators with its charm. Indeed, I am here for the transaction of a divine body, Yun Chuan replied nonchalantly. The Yaoqi sovereign visibly trembled slightly at his words. Please, enter the sacred land and speak further. She beckoned, leading the way as Yun Chuan followed closely behind. At this moment, Yun Chuan still wore his cloak of concealment, rendering his face indistinguishable, and his aura akin to that of an ordinary man, with only his gender discernible. Upon entering the Yaoqi sacred land, laughter echoed throughout, and fragrant aromas filled the air, all emanating from the young and beautiful women present. It was no wonder they say the Yaoqi sacred land is the dream of every man. Accompanied by the Yaoqi sovereign, the group arrived at a grand hall. All right, Shinro, you and the others may leave for now, the sovereign gestured subtly, signaling her 3 disciples to depart. Once they had exited, the Yaoqi sovereign turned her gaze upon Yun Chuan with an exceedingly enticing demeanor. Bewitching heart. Yun Chuan mused inwardly, taken aback by the sovereign's unexpected allure. Are you planning to conceal your appearance and aura while negotiating with me? The Yaoqi sovereign inquired once more, her fragrance wafting like orchids. Certainly not. There is no need for you to enchant me. Do refrain from using your bewitching heart, Yun Chuan responded calmly. The Yaoqi sovereign clearly appeared startled. You actually know of my bewitching heart, she thought, reevaluating the enigmatic man before her. In truth, Yun Chuan had just been alerted by the system moments ago. The Yaoqi sovereign retracted her bewitching heart, returning to a more ordinary demeanor. Yun Chuan then removed his cloak of concealment. The Yaoqi sovereign's pupils momentarily widened in surprise. He is so young, she marveled inwardly. What concerns you, sovereign? Yun Chuan sensed the change in her demeanor. Oh, nothing. I simply did not expect you to be so youthful. The Yaoqi sovereign quickly regained her composure. What divine body do you wish to trade? She inquired, her skepticism evident, as she had never heard of such a transaction involving divine bodies. The pure lotus divine body, Yun Chuan articulated slowly. What? The Yaoqi sovereign was taken aback. It is well known that the pure lotus divine body ranks 6th among divine bodies, Although it holds the 6th position, it allows one to bypass all bottlenecks. In other words, with ample cultivation resources, even a pig could ascend to the rank of an emperor. What do you wish to trade? The sovereign of the Yao Pool spoke cautiously. Acquiring the pure lotus divine body would likely require a considerable sacrifice. I merely wish to enter the Yao Pool, Yun Chuan replied slowly. That may pose some difficulties. If it proves impossible, I shall simply take 2 more elixirs. My 10,000 things revitalizing pill is quite precious as well, Yun Chuan mused inwardly. The sovereign of the Yao Pool was taken aback. Is that all? To outsiders, the Yao Pool might seem like a divine entity, utterly inaccessible. However, within the sanctum of the Yao Pool, all disciples must undergo its sacred baptism. It is merely said that no man has ever entered the Yao Pool before. Yet, in comparison to the pure lotus divine body, it is hardly comparable. Very well, the sovereign of the Yao Pool decisively proclaimed, fearing that Yun Chuan might have a change of heart. Yun Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could enter the Yao Pool, nothing else mattered. Chapter 10. Within the Sea of Hearts, the transference of the divine body. What manner of transaction is this divine body? Inquired the sovereign of the Yao Pool, her brow furrowed in perplexity. I possess my own methods, replied Yun Chuan, as he rummaged through his 11 storage rings. Observing the multitude of rings adorning Yun Chuan's hands, the sovereign felt a flicker of curiosity. Subsequently, the two ceased their discourse and proceeded directly to the Yao Pool. Upon arriving at the entrance of a cavern, they were greeted by 4 female guards, their expressions revealing surprise at the sight of the sovereign accompanying a man. However, out of respect for her authority, they refrained from speaking, allowing Yun Chuan to enter without protest. Very well, you may go in, the sovereign instructed, her gaze fixed upon Yun Chuan. As he stepped into the cavern, Yun Chuan beheld a vast pool, undoubtedly the Yao Pool, filled with a milky white liquid that emanated an intense aura of spiritual energy. Perhaps you could step outside for a moment? Yun Chuan suggested, glancing back at the sovereign. He preferred not to be observed while bathing in the pool. Why? The sovereign asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice, clearly not grasping his intent. With no other recourse, Yun Chuan explained candidly, after all, I must enter, and to do so I need to undress. Since he had exchanged his divine body for this opportunity, he might as well indulge in a soak. Upon hearing his words, the sovereign's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. There is no need to disrobe for the Yao Pool. Merely approaching it will envelop you in its cleansing embrace. The greater your affinity, the more you shall absorb, she replied, her face still tinged with color. I see. How marvelous, Yun Chuan mused before approaching the edge of the pool. Inwardly, he intoned, system, sign in at the Yao Pool. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Yao Pool. Reward. 1 divine beast egg. A young 9-tailed fox. A divine beast, the 9-tailed fox. It was truly unexpected. It is well known that in the entire Penglai region, divine beasts have long since vanished. The only creatures resembling them are the proud Jiao dragons, which could never serve as human companions. To obtain a young 9-tailed fox was an extraordinary fortune. Once it matured, it would undoubtedly reach the realm of emperors. This journey had proven immensely worthwhile. However, as the system confirmed his sign-in, the liquid from the Yao Pool began to swirl around Yun Chuan. Such an abundance! The sovereign exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. She had not anticipated that Yun Chuan would possess such a remarkable affinity with the pool's liquid. The saintess of their sacred land, aside from herself, had been the one to absorb the most, yet Yun Chuan's intake had far surpassed hers. But the phenomenon was not yet complete. The liquid continued to surge around Yun Chuan, exceeding even her own absorption levels. Unbeknownst to her, this remarkable feat was entirely due to Yun Chuan's super-divine body, which harmonized effortlessly with all things in the world. The Yao Pool's liquid clung to him as if eager to envelop him entirely. Half an hour later, the pool was entirely drained, leaving the sovereign in a state of stunned silence. It would take 2 years for the Yao Pool to replenish itself. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan felt invigorated, having ascended to the 7th level of the divine fire realm, a remarkable leap of 5 minor realms. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected boon the Yao Pool had bestowed upon him. Very well, Holy Lord, let us return to your grand hall to discuss the matter of the divine body, Yun Chuan suggested, observing the Holy Lord who stood in a daze. Ah, yes, indeed. The Holy Lord mused, contemplating the pure lotus divine body. Let the Yao pool restore itself for the time being. It is not as though it cannot recover. I shall have to inconvenience it momentarily. Yao pool remarked, you truly are quite the schemer. The two then proceeded to the entrance of the cave, where the Holy Lord addressed the 4 guardians stationed outside with a hint of exasperation. You 4 should return and focus on your cultivation. The Yao pool does not require your oversight for now. The 4 were left perplexed, and the Holy Lord, along with Yun Chuan, returned to the Grand Hall. However, the 4 female disciples could not suppress their ever-curious natures, and ventured into the cave to take a glimpse of the Yao pool. Their expressions were nothing short of predictable. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was blissfully unaware of any of this. A fair exchange is no robbery. None shall claim to be at a disadvantage here. Holy Lord, whom do you wish to receive the divine body? He inquired. I shall, the Holy Lord declared. In truth, she possessed a heart of allure, a formidable gift in the eyes of others, yet she perceived it differently. As her strength grew, so too did the intensity of her allure, and her inner turmoil became increasingly pronounced. Despite her gift, she had never known love, remaining untouched until now. The pure lotus divine body that Yun Chuan spoke of could help her suppress the desires of her alluring heart, hence her unwavering decision to exchange it for the Yao pool. Previously, she sought the clear-hearted leaf, which could also temper her heart's desires, albeit not in the long term. Nevertheless, it had been crucial for her at that time, yet she had not succeeded in finding it. Yun Chuan's arrival had indeed come as a salvation for her. Very well, Yun Chuan remarked, choosing not to comment further, as the exchange had already been made. It is your choice whom to bestow it upon. System, how can I transfer the pure lotus divine body to another? Although the system had mentioned the possibility of transferring divine bodies, he was unaware of the method. Beep, to transfer, simply open your mind, and the host must allow their soul to enter the heart sea of the transfer recipient. Once he understood the process, Yun Chuan addressed the Holy Lord. You merely need to open your mind, allowing my soul to enter your heart sea. At this moment, the Holy Lord furrowed her brow. As a cultivator, the heart sea was a most vulnerable domain. Permitting another to enter was akin to surrendering one's life into their hands. Even a being of the divine origin realm could be at the mercy of one from the Emperor realm should they enter their heart sea. After much contemplation, she resolved to open her mind. Without the pure lotus divine body, she risked losing herself to the desires of her alluring heart. Until she found a man whom she wished to love for a lifetime, she would not allow such a fate to befall her. If it comes to that, I might as well perish, she thought. Noticing the Holy Lord's hesitant demeanor, Yun Chuan felt somewhat bewildered. However, he refrained from commenting upon her eventual agreement. At last, let go and open your mind. The two sat cross-legged, facing each other. The Lord of the Yaoqi gazed at the man before her, closed her eyes, and chose to place her trust in him. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan delved into the depths of the Lord of the Yaoqi's heart sea, and in that fleeting moment, he comprehended her entire past and learned her name. Yao Yu. Do not resist, or we shall both be in peril. Yun Chuan's soul wandered freely. Upon hearing these words, the Lord of the Yaoqi ceased her struggle. Found it. As he ventured into the innermost depths of her heart sea, Yun Chuan began to shift his spiritual essence. Outside, the Lord of the Yaoqi was engulfed in an intense sensation of ethereal energy that swirled wildly. Unable to suppress a soft moan, the Lord of the Yaoqi blushed a deeper crimson. Hearing this sound, Yun Chuan nearly lost his composure, while her cheeks flushed even more vibrantly. Chapter 11. The Empress's doubt, the supreme mistress of the Jade Pool, in her astonishment, found herself unexpectedly enveloped in a peculiar sensation. The transfer of the divine body was somewhat ticklish yet indescribably pleasurable. Unable to contain herself, she let out an exclamation, revealing her vulnerability before Yun Chuan. However, she sensed the emergence of something new within her, a manifestation of the pure lotus divine body, perhaps. Simultaneously, the desires of the heart of temptation began to wane, gradually approaching nullity. Divine body, arise! With a resounding command from Yun Chuan, Countless radiant beams of light began to emanate from the supreme mistress of the jade pool. At that moment, a delicate pink lotus flower began to bloom at her brow, signaling the awakening of the pure lotus divine body. Observing this from the depths of her consciousness, Yun Chuan felt a surge of triumph. Thankfully, he had not assimilated, as an additional lotus atop his head would have marred his appearance. Nonetheless, the sight of it gracing the forehead of the Supreme Mistress was undeniably exquisite. As the brilliance faded, the Supreme Mistress slowly opened her eyes, and with that, the desires of the heart of temptation dissipated entirely. Unbeknownst to her, however, a new heart of temptation was quietly approaching. Now that our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave, Yun Chuan announced. Wait, what is your name? The Supreme Mistress called out to him. I am Yun Chuan, he replied. The Supreme Mistress pondered to herself, Yun Chuan? Is that truly your name? I shall be on my way now, he said, preparing to depart. Yet, at that moment, the Supreme Mistress called out again, hold on. Aren't you curious about my name? At that instant, she bore no resemblance to a sovereign or an imperial being. Instead, she appeared as an innocent girl, newly awakened to the complexities of affection. I am aware, you are Yao Yu. Upon uttering her name, the Supreme Mistress felt her cheeks flush with warmth. How could she have forgotten? Within the depths of her consciousness, all her little secrets lay bare before Yun Chuan. Including her name, he was privy to even her most intimate thoughts. As Yun Chuan departed, the Supreme Mistress gazed longingly in his direction, lost in thought. Yun Chuan, when shall we meet again? I didn't even inquire where you were heading off to in such haste. I wouldn't harm you, she murmured to herself for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan remained blissfully unaware of her musings, preoccupied with returning to the Xian Yuan Palace. His wife had likely returned as well, and the 3 revitalizing elixirs were intended for her recovery. Having endured a full day's journey, he finally arrived at the Xian Yuan Palace and hurriedly made his way to the sacred hall. Wife, I have returned, he declared. However, no sooner had he spoken than he was sent flying by a sudden force. Ah, Mu Qingyan, are you attempting to murder your husband? Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? Her voice echoed within the sacred hall, though she remained unseen. Yun Chuan scolded himself internally, realizing the folly of his earlier bravado. He had nearly forgotten that, despite her outward appearance as his wife, she was also the Empress, one of the mightiest beings in this realm. Where have you been? As Yun Chuan approached, rubbing his rear, Mu Qingyan could not help but inquire, didn't I come looking for you? Yet by the time I arrived, you had already departed, prompting my hasty return. Yun Chuan had long devised a fabricated tale. By the way, here, take these 3 rejuvenating pills. He produced 3 pills he had concocted, known as the Universal Rejuvenation Pills, and handed them to Mu Qingyan. Sensing the intense vitality radiating from the pills, Mu Qingyan was taken aback. Where did you acquire these? She questioned. She was well aware of the Universal Rejuvenation Pills, which had reached the imperial level of elixirs. Only a handful of alchemists in the entire Penglai region possessed the ability to forge such pills. How could Yun Chuan have procured them? The hierarchy of alchemists includes apprentices, masters, saint-level alchemists, imperial-level alchemists, and grandmasters. Though grandmasters had not appeared for quite some time, the imperial-level alchemist was considered the most powerful in the region. I stumbled upon them in a cave, where I discovered the legacy of a powerful alchemist. However, my talents are insufficient to inherit it. Yet, he deemed me fated to receive these 3 pills he fabricated, knowing Mu Qingyan would likely pose such a question. As Mu Qingyan felt the lingering warmth of the pills, she concluded they were not from long ago, having been crafted no more than 3 days prior. Otherwise, they would not retain such warmth. Yet, since Yun Chuan was unwilling to divulge more, she chose not to pry further. The 2 were merely a facade of a couple. She regarded him merely as a shield. In truth, I do not require these pills. My injuries have healed considerably, Mu Qingyan insisted, returning the pills to Yun Chuan. Take them. The Demon Emperor's onslaught is formidable. Recovering from your injuries will not be easy, Yun Chuan asserted firmly. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingyan's enchanting eyes narrowed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. How did you know I was injured by the Demon Emperor? She teased. I asked Nianzhu. And surely your adversary on the battlefield would be the Demon Emperor. Otherwise you wouldn't have gone, right? Yun Chuan stammered, hurriedly piecing together his previous words into a coherent explanation. Is that so? Mu Qingyan seemed to ponder something. Of course, Yun Chuan replied. Since he was reluctant to share more, she refrained from further inquiries. Nonetheless, she accepted the pills, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Fearing that further questioning might reveal his deception, Yun Chuan swiftly made his exit. Running away so quickly. Do I look like I would devour you? Mu Qingyan exclaimed with a hint of annoyance as she watched Yun Chuan retreating into the distance, wondering why he would hasten away when others sought her company. However, his reasons for fleeing were not solely to conceal his ruse. He had yet to retrieve the divine beast egg, a reward from the system that he had not yet taken out. Once again, he ventured into the Xian Yuan's secret realm, a familiar place, rich in spiritual energy. He produced the divine beast egg, which, in essence, resembled an ordinary egg albeit larger. If one were to draw a comparison, it bore a slight resemblance to an ostrich egg from a past life. Soon, the egg began to tremble slightly, a small crack forming at its edge. A soft, plaintive sound emerged from within. A tiny, snow-white paw reached out, followed by an adorable little head adorned with large, enchanting eyes. Upon emerging from its shell, it surveyed its surroundings, seemingly captivated by the wonders of this extraordinary world. Suddenly, it leaped into the air and embraced Yun Chuan's neck. "Ow, ow!" it exclaimed joyfully, clinging to Yun Chuan as if perceiving him as its parent. "Little one, from now on you shall be called Ow, do you understand?" Yun Chuan gently patted the little creature's head. Ow, ow. Chapter 12. The secular realm, the flame dragon dynasty. The little creature was still but a cub, possessing only a solitary tail and lacking any cultivation level. However, its cuteness was more than sufficient for the moment. "System, sign in," Yun Chuan commanded. Ding. The host has signed in at the Xian Yuan's secret realm and received 2 decades of cultivation. Would you like to merge? Merge. With those words, Yun Chuan's cultivation level surged once more, successfully ascending to the 8th stage of the divine fire realm, regarded by the mundane world as a high-ranking sovereign. Ding. The host has received a hidden mission. Please proceed to sign in at the ancestral grounds of the Flame Dragon Dynasty. Another task? In the secular realm? Yun Chuan felt a hint of confusion. Why would the system assign him a mission in the mundane world, which posed no challenge for him? The secular realm was unified under 5 great dynasties, each ruled by a monarch, yet they were merely at the unification realm, referred to as emperors in the secular context. Among them, the Flame Dragon Dynasty was considered relatively weak, frequently defeated in warfare, and now viewed as little more than a fish awaiting slaughter by the other dynasties. This posed no difficulty for him. However, since it was a task issued by the system, it was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. Though Ao was reluctant to part from Yun Chuan, he placed it into the battle pet space provided by the system. After all, his current strength was insufficient to protect Ao. Should he encounter someone with ill intent, the allure of a divine beast was irresistible. Soon, Yun Chuan returned to the sanctuary, intending to refine a few elixirs before setting out. Despite the strongest individuals in the secular realm being merely at the unification realm, it was prudent to exercise caution. He prepared 2 sky explosion pills and 2 rejuvenation pills. It was not that Yun Chuan wished to concoct other elixirs. His current level only allowed him to produce these 2 varieties. Any more potent elixirs could not be adequately infused with the medicinal power given his divine fire realm strength. "Are you going out again?" Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, belonging to Mu Qingyan. Yes, I'm preparing to seek out some fortuitous encounters," Yun Chuan replied, his heart racing. Fortunately, he had already stored away the alchemy furnace. Otherwise, he might not have been able to conceal his activities. He did not wish to disclose to Mu Qingyan that he had now reached the divine fire realm and was a top-tier alchemist. The transformation he had undergone in just a fortnight was too drastic. Revealing this to her now would seem rather peculiar. "All right, be careful," Mu Qingyan said before departing. Once she was out of sight, Yun Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyan, having already left the sanctuary, furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, "Why do I care about him? He is merely a shield after all." Yun Chuan gathered his belongings and prepared for departure. Crossing the barrier from the Penglai region to the secular realm would take approximately 2 days, while the journey from the Xian Yuan Palace to the barrier would require another day, totaling about 3 days. Time flew by and soon the 3 days had elapsed. Yun Chuan arrived in the secular realm, where the spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, explaining why the strongest individuals here were merely emperors. Without delay, he soared directly toward the Flame Dragon Dynasty. Emperor. Emperor. Upon reaching the Flame Dragon Dynasty, the populace mistook Yun Chuan's arrival for that of a sovereign. However, this is also the reason behind the thin spiritual aura in the secular world, leading to the inadequacy of spiritual energy among cultivators. It is only upon breaking through to the Emperor realm that one can soar through the skies. Yet, in the realm of Penglai, one can ascend to the divine origin realm and achieve flight. My lord, what brings you to the Yanlong dynasty? An elderly man suddenly appeared, clasping his hands in greeting towards Yun Chuan. Who are you? Yun Chuan inquired. I am Ningyu, the left chancellor of the Yanlong dynasty. The elder replied. I wish to see the monarch. Please introduce me. Yun Chuan stated, recognizing that having the left chancellor's assistance would facilitate the matter, as he is the foremost figure beneath the monarch. This, I shall inform him. The left chancellor's expression revealed hesitation, yet he chose to acquiesce. Very well, go ahead. Yun Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Within the palace, behind a curtain, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe lay feebly on a bed. Monarch, Ningyu seeks an audience. The left chancellor announced from beyond the curtain. Cough, cough, so it is the left chancellor. Come in. A faint voice emanated from behind the curtain moments later. Monarch, a sovereign has arrived in our dynasty, requesting to meet you. The left chancellor reported faithfully. A sovereign? Cough, cough. It was evident that the monarch was gravely injured, on the brink of death. Indeed, but I sense no hostile aura from him, the left chancellor added. In that case, please let him in. Cough, cough. The monarch spoke slowly. As you command, the left chancellor replied before stepping back. Outside, Yun Chuan observed the left chancellor emerging. My lord, the monarch requests your presence. The left chancellor slightly bowed to Yun Chuan. The two then entered the palace together. Upon entering, Yun Chuan immediately noticed a figure lying behind the curtain, barely clinging to life, likely to pass away within 2 or 3 days. Monarch, this esteemed guest has arrived, the left chancellor said, bowing slightly towards the curtain. Yun Chuan realized with dismay that the monarch of the Yanlong dynasty had fallen into such a dire state of illness. Assist me to rise. As the curtain opened, a pale-faced middle-aged man with white hair appeared before Yun Chuan. This was the current monarch of the Yanlong dynasty, Lai Feng. With a single glance, Yun Chuan discerned Lai Feng's condition. Injured gravely, his breath erratic, a pool of congealed blood trapped in his chest, unable to escape. No wonder he was nearing his end. However, upon seeing Yun Chuan for the first time, Lai Feng was struck with a sense of numbness. The depth of this person's aura far surpassed his own. If he were a mere vessel adrift in the ocean, then Yun Chuan was the ocean itself. I have the honor to meet you, my lord. Lai Feng disregarded the support of his maidservant and knelt on one knee, bowing deeply to Yun Chuan. This, monarch, what are you doing? Please rise. Both the maidservant and the left chancellor were clearly taken aback by Lai Feng's actions. Cough, cough. There is no need for further words. You two should kneel and pay your respects to the esteemed one. With Lai Feng's exhortation, the chancellor and maidservant understood the gravity of the situation. No wonder the monarch acted in such a manner. It became evident that this young man before them was, in fact, a revered sage, a being that does not exist in their mundane realm. This individual surely hails from a higher plane. I pay my respects to the sage. The maidens and the chancellor subsequently bowed in reverence to Yun Chuan. He gently gestured for them to rise, showing little concern for such formalities. What is your name? Yun Chuan inquired, gazing at Lai Feng. My name is Lai Feng, came the reply. Lai Feng, I have come with a purpose. I need to visit your ancestral grounds in the land of the Flame Dragon, Yun Chuan stated plainly, revealing the intent of his visit. This, Lai Feng's expression betrayed his hesitation, for the ancestral grounds were the sacred resting place of his forebears, and allowing Yun Chuan entry posed a dilemma. However, in return, I can heal you, Yun Chuan added, his words imbued with promise. In an instant, Lai Feng's head snapped up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Thank you, esteemed brothers. Chapter 13. The True Qi of the Ancestral Dragon. An encounter with a genius. Upon uttering these words, Yun Chuan's situation became increasingly complex. The entire Yanlong dynasty now teetered on the brink of collapse, with its most formidable figure being none other than the monarch himself, currently at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Yet, he was but a frail remnant, on the verge of falling at any moment. Should he perish, the consequences for the citizens of the Yanlong dynasty would be unfathomable. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lai Wind ultimately made his decision, consenting to allow Yun Chuan entry into the ancestral land. Ancestors, I, the sinner Lai Wind, offer my apologies here. I cannot let the foundation you established be destroyed under my watch. Lai Wind pondered. Very well, let me first heal you. Take this elixir. Yun Chuan casually tossed the universal rejuvenation pill. This medicine could completely mend Lai Wind's wounds and even assist him in breaking through. Regarding Lai Wind's potential change of heart, Yun Chuan remained unfazed. His strength was evident, and he was not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. If matters could be resolved verbally, why resort to violence? The moment Lai Wind held the universal rejuvenation pill, he was struck with awe. The life force contained within it was boundless, and this elixir would undoubtedly revive him. Thank you, esteemed one, for bestowing this pill. We must not delay. Let us proceed to the ancestral land, Lai Wind respectfully stated. No need to rush. First, absorb the elixir, Yun Chuan replied nonchalantly. Lai Wind did not hesitate. In front of Yun Chuan, he swallowed the pill without fear of any repercussions. If a revered one wished to kill him, he would not need to resist in the slightest. Soon, as Lai Wind refined the elixir, his body rapidly regained vitality. His white hair turned black at a visible pace, and he appeared to have regained 50 years of youth. Upon his recovery, Lai Wind clasped his fists towards Yun Chuan, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed one, for granting me a second lease on life. I am grateful for your benevolence towards the monarch. Such formalities are unnecessary. Lead the way." With that, Yun Chuan followed Lai Wind to the ancestral land. As they approached the entrance, Lai Wind's face was etched with guilt. At this moment, Yun Chuan spoke, "Do not worry about what I might do to your ancestral land. I have met your second ancestor before." Of course, this was merely a fabrication by Yun Chuan. He did not believe that Lai Wind could possess any knowledge of his second ancestor's life. However, to Lai Wind, these words resonated profoundly. The second ancestor was the only member of the Liu family, aside from the first ancestor, to have transcended to the revered realm, and he was the sole individual to have ascended to the upper realms. As for the first ancestor, he was shrouded in the mists of time, beyond reach. In Lai Wind's eyes, this revered one must surely be an acquaintance of the second ancestor, explaining the reason for his willingness to save him. It seemed he had underestimated the noble character of this esteemed individual. The revered one had descended to the mortal realm due to the second ancestor, and it was mere coincidence that Lai Wind was gravely injured at the time. It must be said, the power of unspoken assumptions can be most perilous. Yun Chuan found it curious how, all of a sudden, he appeared grander in Lai Wind's eyes. Nevertheless, he did not question it further and stepped directly into the ancestral land. System. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully signing in at the ancestral land of the Flame Dragon. The rewards include the Flame Dragon Emperor Armor, Flame Dragon Emperor Boots, Flame Dragon Emperor Robe, Flame Dragon Emperor Hairpin, Flame Dragon Emperor Armlets, True Qi of the Ancestral Dragon, and 50 years of cultivation. Alas, Yun Chuan could not restrain his astonishment. He was utterly taken aback by the abundance of rewards. The complete set of Flame Dragon gear was secondary. The most significant prize was the True Qi of the Ancestral Dragon. The Ancestral Dragon, the progenitor of all dragonkind, the first dragon to traverse the realms between heaven and earth. As long as he unleashed the True Qi of the Ancestral Dragon, all dragons across the world would bow before him. With the hidden Flame Dragon gear donned, he fused 50 years of cultivation and the True Qi of the Ancestral Dragon. As Yun Chuan spoke, the Flame Dragon gear enveloped him. and the true chi of the ancestral dragon stabilized within his being, allowing his cultivation to ascend directly. He reached the 9th layer of the divine fire realm, just one step away from breaking through to the soul realm. He would then be considered a formidable force within the realm of Penglai. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral land, the fierce winds sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from within. Recognizing that Yun Chuan had achieved a breakthrough, though the extent remained unknown. Feeling the imposing energy coursing through him, he found himself unafraid even when facing adversaries of the soul realm. His combat prowess now rivaled that of the 3rd and 4th layers of the soul realm, and with the flame dragon gear and true chi of the ancestral dragon, even the 9th layer of the soul realm could not contend with him. At that moment, Yun Chuan heard the fierce wind outside the ancestral land exclaiming, "Congratulations, esteemed master, on your further advancement in cultivation." Observing the insight, Yun Chuan stepped outside. "Greetings, esteemed master." Upon seeing Yun Chuan emerge, the fierce wind promptly bowed in respect. "There is no need to accompany me. Having consumed the elixir, you shall soon achieve your own breakthrough. Take the time to seclude yourself." "I shall wander through the dynasty," Yun Chuan replied. "Yes, esteemed master." The fierce wind felt on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of the monarch realm, a mere formality. He was surprised that the master could discern it so easily. Should he reach the 9th layer, he would command the 5 great dynasties, while the rulers of the other 4 remained at the 8th layer. Having departed from the ancestral land, Yun Chuan prepared to explore the Flame Dragon dynasty, seeking curious trinkets to bring back to his beloved wife, to delight her. "Oh, this item is here as well," Yun Chuan exclaimed upon spotting a familiar object, a dream catcher. In his previous life, this item had garnered immense popularity, and he was pleasantly surprised to find it here. "Little sister, how much is this?" Yun Chuan squatted down, addressing a young girl standing before the stall. She appeared to be around 10 years old, her face slightly chubby, yet her features were exquisitely delicate, certainly destined to blossom into a great beauty in the future. "This only costs 1 copper coin," the little girl replied in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, clearly a bit intimidated. "Copper coin?" It dawned on Yun Chuan that he had brought nothing with him. After searching for a while, he finally produced a gold coin. "Here you go, little sister." He handed it to her. "Big brother, this is a gold coin. Exiner doesn't have enough change to return to you." The little girl, who introduced herself as Exiner, quickly returned the money to Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan gently caressed her head and smiled, saying, "There is no need to search for your brother. Keep this." He once again placed the gold coin into the little girl's hand, and then picked up the dreamcatcher, preparing to take his leave. He felt a fondness for this little sister, perhaps a natural inclination of man to desire a daughter, accompanied by an innate sense of protectiveness. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Exceptional talent Lin Xiner detected, possessing the Phoenix divine body. Yet, to awaken, to his surprise, he had stumbled upon an extraordinary prodigy on this journey. Turning around, he crouched down once more to address the little girl. "Your name is Xiner, is it not?" The girl nodded in affirmation. "Would you like to come with me?" Yun Chuan inquired with an innocent demeanor. "Will I be safe from being bullied?" The little girl whispered hesitantly. Of course, Yun Chuan reassured her. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted the moment. Chapter 14. The Soul's Entrance, the Phoenix's divine form. "Step aside. Make haste and clear the area." A corpulent man clad in official robes approached, toppling over a stall beside Yun Chuan with a kick, bellowing, "Did I not make it clear? Selling goods is prohibited in this place." The little girl hurriedly began to gather her small stall, preparing to leave. However, Yun Chuan halted her, saying, "Do not fret, little sister. Your big brother will protect you." For reasons unknown, upon hearing his words, she paused in her actions, seemingly entrusting her safety to this exceptionally handsome young man. "Did you not hear me? Get lost quickly." The hefty man advanced, pointing a finger at the girl with disdain. Terrified, she trembled and sought refuge behind Yun Chuan. A resounding slap echoed through the air, startling the onlookers as the young man sent the rotund figure flying with a single strike. This young man was, of course, Yun Chuan. In his eyes, the man resembled a local enforcer from his past life, always bullying the common folk. though the people in this world were even more arrogant and overbearing. You dare strike me? Come at me. Hit me again. The portly man clutched his face, now swollen to an absurd degree. As a few of his lackeys prepared to retaliate, a voice rang out from a distance. Stop! Alarmed, the rotund man froze, and his followers quickly knelt down in submission. We pay our respects to the left chancellor. The left chancellor remained silent but delivered another resounding slap to the face of the hefty man. He then turned to Yun Chuan and knelt, saying, We pay our respects to the esteemed one. Please do not be enraged. Upon hearing this, the portly man swallowed the insult he had intended to hurl. Esteemed one. He realized that this young man before him was of high status. Yun Chuan did not respond but instead turned to the little girl, smiling gently. Do you now believe that your big brother can protect you? Yes. She nodded eagerly. Chancellor, I hope your Yanlong dynasty will take measures to rectify this situation, he said, directing his words at the left chancellor. Yes, we shall heed your counsel, esteemed one. The chancellor replied dutifully. Yun Chuan then picked up the little girl in his arms and stated, Let us be on our way. At that moment, the little girl suddenly exclaimed, I cannot leave, big brother. Why not? Yun Chuan inquired, puzzled. I must rescue my mother. I was buying things to bring back to her. The girl spoke slowly, her voice tinged with a hint of tears towards the end. Where is your mother? At the Yanlu Tower. Yun Chuan looked at the chancellor and asked, What place is this? Esteemed one, it is the largest brothel in the Yanlong dynasty. Understanding dawned on Yun Chuan. The girl's mother was indeed one of the courtesans. Lead the way, he commanded. Yes, esteemed one. The chancellor responded promptly, relieved that the esteemed one had not shown anger. Otherwise, the Yanlong dynasty would have faced dire consequences. Before long, the group arrived at the Yanlu Tower. Sheener, what is your mother's name? Yun Chuan inquired, looking at the girl in his arms. My mother's name is Lin Wanru. Yun Chuan nodded and then summoned the steward of the Smoke Willow Tower. Soon, a heavily wrinkled elderly woman emerged. Greetings, my lord, she exclaimed, kneeling before Yun Chuan, evidently having been informed by the prime minister to summon Lin Wanru. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, the elderly woman did not hesitate and called for Lin Wanru. When Lin Wanru stepped forward, Yun Chuan could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. No wonder she bore Sheener, for Lin Wanru was indeed quite striking. With a light touch of makeup, she possessed a certain elegance. Mother, Sheener exclaimed with delight, promptly leaping from Yun Chuan's side. Lin Wanru, visibly surprised, retorted, Did I not instruct you not to seek me out? Mother, I have come to rescue you. This big brother can save you. Sheener pointed at Yun Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru appeared to calm down slightly. Her reluctance for Sheener to seek her was merely out of concern for her safety, not a denial of her as a daughter. How much for her? I shall purchase her, Yun Chuan inquired. The elderly woman hurriedly replied, No, no, my lord. If you desire her, I shall ensure her departure. Lin Wanru was taken aback by this revelation. What manner of person was this, that the elderly woman showed such fear? Then let us depart, Yun Chuan declared, turning away, for he held little fondness for such places and wished to linger no longer. As they journeyed, Lin Wanru and Sheener reminisced, and Yun Chuan chose not to interrupt. They returned together to the palace. Upon entering, Lin Wanru finally grasped that this young man was indeed a distinguished guest of the dynasty, explaining the prime minister's extraordinary hospitality towards him. I wish to take Sheener with me, to prepare her as my disciple. Yun Chuan revealed his intention, which evidently caught Lin Wanru off guard. Her sole attachment in this life was Sheener. If she were taken away, what motivation would remain for her to live? No, I cannot allow Sheener to leave me, Lin Wanru exclaimed, clutching Sheener tightly. I have yet to finish speaking. If you wish to remain with Sheener, you must depart with me, Yun Chuan continued. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged forth. Ha ha ha! I have finally broken through, boomed a thunderous voice. The fierce wind had emerged from seclusion, sooner than expected, suggesting considerable talent. Upon seeing Yun Chuan and his entourage, the fierce wind hastened forward, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, revered one. I pay my respects to the sovereign. The appearance of the sovereign startled Lin Wanru, prompting her to kneel in reverence. No need for such formalities. The sovereign, having ascended to the throne, clearly possessed discernment. It was evident that Lin Wanru had been brought back by Yun Chuan. Have you made your decision? Will you leave with me? Yun Chuan inquired once more. Although the sovereign had addressed Yun Chuan as revered one, she, being an ordinary person, could not comprehend the magnitude of the term's significance. However, given the esteemed treatment bestowed upon her by the sovereign, even a fool would discern that this young man possesses an extraordinary background. I am willing to accompany you. Yun Chuan smiled faintly, having finally achieved success. What about you?
Xenia?
Are you willing to take me as your master? I am indeed willing, big brother. As soon as her words fell, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an unparalleled genius as a disciple. Reward: Phoenix Feather, 120 years of cultivation. The unexpected reward took Yun Chuan by surprise. The Phoenix Feather was clearly intended for Exiner, likely to awaken her Phoenix divine body. Both the sovereign and the chancellor displayed expressions of envy. To be accepted as a disciple by a revered one foretold an immeasurable future. System: Let us first merge the 120 years of cultivation, Yun Chuan instructed. Soul Realm First Level. Soul Realm Second Level. A formidable aura erupted from Yun Chuan, propelling him into the Soul Realm. The sovereign, Lai Feng, was overwhelmed by this terrifying presence. Gasping for breath, and with a slight tremor, he uttered, Saint. Saint. Chapter 15. Return to Peng Lai, the Empress consumed by jealousy in the eyes of the fierce wind. The revered ones were invincible in the world, and he had never dared to hope to meet a saint in his lifetime. Yet, just moments ago he had witnessed the miraculous birth of a saint. With this thought, he felt an even deeper envy towards Lin Wanru and her daughter, for they were under the protection of a saint. Who would dare to bully this mother-daughter duo with such divine guardianship? My apologies, I unintentionally broke through, and my aura inadvertently leaked out, Yun Chuan said, observing the pallor on the faces of the fierce wind and his companions. It was evident that they were struggling to breathe under the weight of his presence. What the saint has said, to witness the birth of a saint is the greatest honor of my life, the fierce wind proclaimed as he fell to his knees. In the presence of a saint, his status as the sovereign of the Yanlong dynasty was utterly insignificant. Enough of the formalities, your talent is commendable. Should you have the opportunity to ascend to the higher realms, seek me out at the esteemed Shenyuan Palace in the Penglai region, Yun Chuan remarked, casting a glance at the fierce wind. The fierce wind appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and achieving the 9th level of the Unity Realm at such an age, especially in a world where spiritual energy was scarce, was indeed impressive. Thus, he held a promising chance to break through to the Divine Fire Realm and ascend to the Penglai region. Thank you for your support. O Saint, I shall strive with all my might, the fierce wind exclaimed, filled with exuberance. With the saint's promise, he now had a sanctuary awaiting him upon his ascension. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru and Exiner stood frozen in place, especially Lin Wanru, who could hardly fathom that the sovereign would kneel before Yun Chuan. This sight was indeed overwhelming. Yun Chuan turned to the mother and daughter, saying, very well, let us depart. With a swift motion of his hand, he tore apart the fabric of space, a feat made effortless by his recent breakthrough into the soul realm. He took both women with him, vanishing into the rift within the palace. Afterward, the fierce wind and the chancellor echoed, we bid farewell to the esteemed saint. Within the rift, Yun Chuan protected the two women as they swiftly advanced. Given their lack of cultivation, without his safeguarding, they would be crushed into oblivion by the immense pressure in an instant. Exiner and Lin Wanru remained motionless, allowing Yun Chuan to guide them. Soon, 2 days passed, and the trio emerged from the rift. Exiner gazed in awe at the outside world, her eyes widening in wonder. The place resembled a celestial paradise, utterly beautiful. What she beheld was merely the outermost layer of the Penglai region. Though the journey through the rift was rapid, considering that Exiner and Lin Wanru were ordinary individuals, they might not withstand several days without sustenance. Thus, Yun Chuan resolved to find them food first. However, the provisions were stored within his spatial ring, and there were no inns in the wilderness. After searching for a while, he found no cooked food, only raw ingredients, which required preparation. Please wait a moment, Yun Chuan said, retrieving a massive leg resembling that of a sheep and kindling a fire to roast it. Half an hour had passed when the fragrant roasted legs emerged from the oven. Here, you two, share this. Why have you not eaten yet? Yun Chuan offered the legs to them. Upon receiving the food, they began to feast heartily. Before long, both were satiated, and Yun Chuan wasted no time, resuming his journey. A day elapsed, and the trio arrived at the Shenyuan Palace. Without delay, they proceeded to the sacred hall. Exiner and Lin Wanru were taken aback by the opulent decor of the palace. It was astonishing to realize that Yun Chuan hailed from such a place. No wonder the ruler of the Yanlong dynasty treated him with utmost respect. In comparison, they were indeed of different calibers. Upon entering the sacred hall, Yun Chuan spotted Nianzhu engaged in cleaning. Nianzhu turned to them and inquired, "Why have you brought others with you?" Before Yun Chuan could respond, the Empress Mu Qingyan appeared in the grand hall, looking at him with curiosity. "Yun Chuan, who are these two?" "My dear, this little girl is my disciple, and this is her mother," Yun Chuan replied, unabashed. Strangely, this time Mu Qingyan did not reprimand him for calling her my dear. At that moment, Lin Wanru was struck dumb. Mu Qingyan's beauty was akin to that of a celestial being, unparalleled and beyond the reach of mere mortal descriptions. The fact that such a stunning beauty was Yun Chuan's wife was simply astounding. "Nianzhu, please arrange accommodations for them. I shall take my leave to rest," Mu Qingyan said indifferently before turning to depart. "Nianzhu, where else is there to stay near the sacred hall?" Yun Chuan asked. "There is a place, but it has not been occupied in a long time, and it is not particularly nice," Nianzhu contemplated before responding. "That will suffice. Lead us there," Yun Chuan declared. Nianzhu was exasperated. With Yun Chuan being the Empress's husband, she dared not voice her discontent, only silently cursing him in her heart. Kept man, kept man. It must be said, Yun Chuan had fulfilled the dreams of 99% of men in this world, living the life of the ultimate kept man. Soon, the group arrived at a palace, and Yun Chuan and Lin Wanru were taken aback. "Is this what you referred to as not a nice place? This is a palace." Perhaps having grown accustomed to the sacred hall, Nianzhu perceived this palace as subpar. "I shall take my leave. You can tidy up yourselves," Nianzhu remarked before swiftly exiting, fearing Yun Chuan might ask her to assist in cleaning. "You may clean 1 or 2 rooms to stay in. I will return tomorrow. For today you should rest well," Yun Chuan advised the two. "Thank you, big brother," Exiner exclaimed, rushing over to hug him. Yun Chuan smiled, gently patting her head. "There is no need for thanks. You are my little disciple, and I will certainly take good care of you."
Xiner nodded in agreement.
"All right, Lin Wanru, you may tidy up. I will come back tomorrow," Yun Chuan instructed. "Thank you, young master." "I understand," Lin Wanru replied with a slight bow. Yun Chuan was pleasantly surprised by her politeness. After departing, he made his way directly to the temple, concealing his realm at the 8th level of the muscle forging stage. Upon entering Mu Qingyan's chamber, he beheld her reclining on the bed, adorned in a delicate azure silk gown that elegantly accentuated her alluring figure before Yun Chuan. Mu Qingyan, noticing his arrival, immediately rose to confront him, demanding, "Who permitted your entry? Is this not also my residence?" Yun Chuan mused silently, perplexed yet undeterred. He replied, "My dear wife, do I not reside here as well? I have warned you, do not call me wife, unless you wish for dire consequences." Mu Qingyan raised her delicate fist, her expression still retaining a hint of innocence. "Who would have thought she was the Empress? You return with 2 individuals each time. Does that mean you intend to bring back another pair next time?" Mu Qingyan continued. With this revelation, Yun Chuan began to comprehend the situation. It dawned on him that his esteemed wife was indeed feeling a pang of jealousy. Chapter 16. Exiner awakens the Phoenix divine body upon encountering Yun Chuan's teasing gaze. Mu Qingyan realized that her previous words had sounded somewhat peculiar. She inwardly pondered, "What is happening to me? I feel rather unsettled." "All right, my dear wife. That truly is my disciple. The little girl possesses remarkable talent," Yun Chuan remarked as he strolled over and settled beside Mu Qingyan. "Are you aware that she has talent?" When will you focus on your own cultivation and elevate your own abilities? That is far more important, Mu Qingyan retorted with a hint of exasperation. All right, I understand, he replied, subsequently unfurling a blanket on the ground. After lying down, Yun Chuan turned to Mu Qingyan and inquired, "By the way, my dear wife, what prompted you to marry me?" This question had troubled him for quite some time, yet he had never found the opportunity to ask. Among the numerous gifted youths in the Penglai region, even several emperors were enamored with Mu Qingyan. Why had she chosen him? Although he considered himself quite handsome, akin to the celebrated Pan and he did not believe that Mu Qingyan would marry him solely for his looks. There was an aura about you that felt incredibly comforting.
Mu Vingyan confesset, her checks flushing.
Is that all? Yun Chuan questioned, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, she replied, turning her head away. However, Mu Qingyan's words were a blend of truth and fabrication. The comforting aura she sensed emanated from Yun Chuan upon his integration with the super divine body. More crucially, that very aura had the power to suppress her inner demons. At that time, she had been plagued by chaotic thoughts due to her cultivation, consumed by desire. Upon arriving at the Xian Yuan Square, she discovered that Yun Chuan could quell her turmoil. With no other options, she had sought him out for intimacy to resist her inner demons. Anyone else would have perished in the flames of her turmoil. Unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, he was completely unaware of the troubles Mu Qingyan faced during her cultivation. The night passed in silence. Although Yun Chuan attempted to engage Mu Qingyan in conversation later on, she ignored him, bringing their dialogue to an unceremonious end. Individuals of Mu Qingyan's caliber in cultivation no longer required sleep, and while Yun Chuan could also forego rest, he had grown accustomed to slumber over 2 lifetimes, making sleep a habitual norm. In the latter half of the night, Mu Qingyan found herself exasperated as Yun Chuan began to snore, disrupting her attempts to cultivate. She could do nothing but lie awake throughout the night. "Good morning, my dear." Yun Chuan awoke to find Mu Qingyan still in the room, which surprised him. With a fierce glare, Mu Qingyan shot him a look before exiting, leaving Yun Chuan bewildered. "What have I done now?" he mused, utterly perplexed. Did he inadvertently sleepwalk onto the bed in the middle of the night? That was the only explanation he could conceive for Mu Qingyan's anger. Today, he was to visit Exiner and assist her in awakening the Phoenix divine body. Without delay, he set off towards the palace where Exiner resided. To his astonishment, Lin Wanru was already up early, cleaning. "Greetings, young master," she said, setting aside her cleaning tools upon seeing Yun Chuan. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Chuan felt as though he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his former self. A humble sweeper in the Xian Yuan Palace, who had to bow and scrape before anyone he encountered. "Where is Exiner?" Yun Chuan inquired. "Big brother, I'm right here." Exiner suddenly appeared behind him. Yun Chuan turned to see her holding a brush, diligently assisting with the cleaning. "All right, Exiner, I have come today to teach you about cultivation," he said, gently ruffling her hair. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from Yun Chuan's embrace. "Ow, how did you get out?" Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Aowu, though he wondered how it had escaped from the battle pet space. "Big brother, what is this? It's so adorable," Exiner exclaimed as Aowu leaped into her arms. "This is my companion Aowu," Yun Chuan explained patiently. "Aowu, Aowu," the creature chirped joyfully. Yun Chuan quickly retrieved Aowu and returned it to the battle pet space. "All right, I will let it out to play with you next time. However, today we have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, Yun Chuan produced the phoenix feather that the system had previously bestowed upon him. "System, how should I use this?" Ding. The host only needs to place the phoenix feather on the subject's forehead and wait for it to fuse naturally. Understanding the system's instructions, Yun Chuan placed the phoenix feather upon Exiner's brow. In an instant, the feather melded into her skin, and Exiner was engulfed by a wave of intense warmth. A phantom of a phoenix gradually materialized behind her, and a fiery mark appeared on her forehead, signifying the awakening of her divine body. At that moment, her cultivation level surged rapidly, ascending from the first stage of bone refinement to the first stage of muscle refinement, finally stabilizing at the 5th stage of muscle refinement. Is it truly this remarkable? This newfound aura did not go unnoticed by Mu Qingyan. A divine body has manifested? From this location, In an instant, she vanished from her previous position. Big brother, can I cultivate now? Exiner, having completed her divine body awakening, rushed towards Yun Chuan. Of course, he replied, continuing to stroke her head, growing more fond of her by the moment. In the span of a brief moment, Mu Qingyan reappeared. My dear, what brings you here? Yun Chuan remarked upon seeing her. Is she your disciple?
Mu Qingyan inquired, pointing at Sinar.
Indeed, my judgment is quite sound. Wouldn't you agree? Yun Chuan chuckled.
No wonder.
So she possesses the phoenix divine body. Mu Qingyan mused to herself. In truth, Exiner's phoenix divine body bore a striking resemblance to her own heavenly fire divine body, both embodying the essence of fire. If nurtured properly, she might not be any weaker than Mu Qingyan. Just take the Xian Yuan Sutra and allow her to cultivate it, Mu Qingyan instructed before departing. Yun Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. His wife was always in such a hurry, leaving him to ponder her preoccupations. He then handed the Xian Yuan Sutra to Exiner and turned to Lin Wanru, saying, you should practice the Xian Yuan Sutra alongside Exiner. If you possess talent, you may very well become a cultivator. This left Lin Wanru utterly astonished. Could she truly cultivate herself? Thank you for your kindness, young master. I am deeply grateful, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement as she bowed to Yun Chuan. Do devote yourself to your training, Exiner. You must also strive hard. With that, Yun Chuan departed, for he had matters to attend to. Just moments ago, the system had assigned him a new task, to sign in at the Heavenly Ruins Valley and acquire the Heavenly Puppet Pearl. He was aware that Heavenly Ruins Valley was a mid-tier force, with its master being a 9th-level Soul Realm practitioner skilled in the art of puppet cultivation. However, he was uncertain whether they possessed any hidden trump cards. If not, his chances of success would be considerably high. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyan observed from the shadows, noticing Yun Chuan leaving the Shenyuan Palace once more. What could he possibly be up to, always venturing outside? Mu Qingyan found herself increasingly perplexed by Yun Chuan. Chapter 17. The master of the ruined valley returns home to deceive his wife in the eyes of Mu Qingyan. The man named Yun Chuan grew increasingly enigmatic, prompting her to explore the depths of his secrets. The ruined valley was not situated far from the Shenyuan Palace. Within half a day's journey, Yun Chuan arrived at his destination. However, the location of the ruined valley was perplexing, as it was nestled in a remote wilderness, devoid of human presence for 100 miles. With each step, he encountered the skeletal remains of beasts and peculiar bones scattered about. Soon, a valley that extended into a pit emerged from the mist. This was the ruined valley. Donning the cloak of invisibility, he ventured deeper within. To his surprise, the valley was utterly deserted, a notion that perplexed Yun Chuan. He pondered, did the ruined valley have no disciples? Surely, even if the entire valley was engaged in an offensive elsewhere or undergoing trials, some disciples would remain to guard the stronghold. Moreover, not only was the valley devoid of life, but a thick, lingering scent of blood pervaded the air, suggesting that a fierce battle had recently transpired. How else could such a potent odor of blood arise? Nonetheless, his mission required him to obtain the celestial puppet pearl, the treasured relic of the ruined valley, which he presumed resided with the valley's master. Before long, Yun Chuan arrived outside a grand hall, where the scent of blood intensified, as if a fierce battle raged within. There was also an unusual, potent aura emanating from inside. Suddenly, a voice, raspy and dissonant, called out, "Who dares intrude?" Yun Chuan's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the grotesque scene before him. A person was refining human flesh and blood. The individual had noticed Yun Chuan's presence and was engaged in a horrific act of merging their flesh with a colossal puppet at the center of the hall. Disgust surged within Yun Chuan. He had unwittingly encountered a practitioner of dark arts. Such individuals evoked no sympathy from him. "Draw your sword," he commanded. As the blade emerged from its sheath, it sliced through the air like lightning illuminating the night. The man, manipulating the puppet, attempted to block the strike, shouting in anger, "Who are you to dare impede the master of this valley in his grand endeavor?" Yun Chuan regarded him coldly, replying, "The master of this valley? So you are the one who practices dark sorcery and devours the flesh of your disciples in pursuit of this so-called grand endeavor? You insolent wretch, you seek death. the master of the ruined valley, incensed, commanded the puppet to strike at Yun Chuan. The puppet possessed the strength of an emperor. It seemed the valley sought to enhance its puppet's power through the sacrifice of its disciples, aiming to elevate its status among the forces of the realm. Yet, in Yun Chuan's eyes, such methods were utterly reprehensible. What value did a name hold when the disciples were lost? 10,000 swords returned to one, he proclaimed, unleashing the power of the soul realm, amplified by his extraordinary physique and the fusion of his sword essence. The might of his strike transcended the soul realm, achieving the strength of an emperor. One sword to obliterate the mountains and rivers, standing unparalleled. This epithet aptly encapsulated the potency of his strike. The imperial puppet was rendered armless by that single strike, astonishing the master of the heavenly ruins valley. A mere soul realm practitioner wielded a sword whose might could rival that of an emperor. What prodigious talent had emerged from the shadows? The severing of the puppet's arms satisfied Yun Chuan immensely. Ah, splendid! Another strike shall follow. All swords return to their origin. After relishing his own prowess, Yun Chuan unleashed yet another sword strike. In the midst of the valley master's bewilderment, a gleam of cold light sliced through the night. Despite the valley master's desperate resistance, the sword cleaved the puppet in twain. From its bisected form, a pure white orb was ejected, which Yun Chuan deftly caught in his hand. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have acquired the heavenly puppet orb. Will you sign in at the Heavenly Ruins Valley? Sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards: Heavenly Level Puppet Technique, Godly Cloning Technique, and a century of cultivation. Such formidable rewards. Before even examining the details, Yun Chuan turned his gaze towards the Valley Master. Stripped of his puppet companion, the Valley Master was merely a trifling figure of the ninth realm of the soul. One strike would suffice to vanquish him. Ah! Return the heavenly puppet orb to me. Quickly, the Valley Master cried out in a frenzy.
HMPH, Sword Technique.
A flash of icy light surged forth, and soon after, the head fell from the shoulders. Yun Chuan felt no remorse in slaying him. It was a service to the innocent, for had he not acted, the Valley Master would continue to wreak havoc on countless lives. He turned away from the blood-soaked hall, desiring not to linger even a moment longer in that macabre space. The Heavenly Level Puppet Technique? The Godly Cloning Technique? Upon closer inspection of these rewards, the puppet technique seemed quite ordinary, merely a standard method of puppet manipulation. Yet the cloning technique left him in a prolonged state of astonishment. This technique did not simply create a replica of himself. The clone possessed identical strength and, crucially, its demise would not impact him in any way. What did this signify? It meant that Yun Chuan would henceforth possess an invincible ally, one who could undertake any task without risking his own life. At that moment, all he could proclaim was, "Long live the system." System merged the century of cultivation. He did not overlook this reward, for it represented the most significant boost he had ever received. As the words left his lips, Yun Chuan's aura began to ascend rapidly. He reached the 3rd level of the soul realm, eventually stabilizing at the peak of the 8th level. Cultivating the cloning technique, the system's bestowed martial skills could be mastered instantaneously, eliminating the need for further effort in training, a considerate feature of the system. In an instant, he grasped the cloning technique, now only lacking a powerful material to forge the clone's physical form. That was a matter for another time, as he currently possessed no suitable substances for such creation. The art of puppetry does not require immediate cultivation. It is not something I currently need. The Tianquan Valley has now seemingly vanished from the realm of Penglai, and practicing this technique might arouse the suspicions of certain observant individuals. By the way, I should return and see if my wife possesses any rare materials. How could I have forgotten about my affluent spouse? The image of Mu Qingyan suddenly flashed in Yun Chuan's mind. She must certainly have an abundance of unique resources. With that thought, Yun Chuan soared into the sky, hastening his return to the Xian Yuan Palace. Meanwhile, in the back garden of the Holy Hall at Xian Yuan Palace,
Mu Qingyan unexpectedly sneezed.
"Achio, what is happening to me? Can I still catch a cold?" She pondered, somewhat perplexed. Little did she know, she had already caught someone's attention. Chapter 18. The Birth of Darkness. The wedding approaches in a mere half-day. Yun Chuan had returned to the Xian Yuan Palace. Along the way, he had observed the puppet manipulation technique, which surprisingly allowed him to control puppets of the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Coincidentally, he had also acquired the Celestial Puppet Pearl, which could double the power of his puppets, proving to be a significant asset for his future cultivation. However, at present, the divine avatar technique captivated him even more. His foremost priority was to locate divine materials to craft a flawless body for his avatar. Soon, Yun Chuan arrived at the Xian Yuan Palace. "Greetings, Emperor," an elderly man exclaimed, bowing deeply as Yun Chuan approached. "What, Emperor?" Yun Chuan was taken aback, as he did not recognize the old man. "You are the husband of the Empress, thus you are naturally our Emperor of the Xian Yuan Palace," the elder clarified, noticing Yun Chuan's bewilderment. "Is that so? Emperor does have a certain grandeur to it. I suppose it fits him somewhat," Yun Chuan mused with a smile before departing. It seemed that ever since Mu Qingyan had announced him as her husband in the palace, the inhabitants had come to recognize him. Although he had previously gained some notoriety within the palace, it was merely as a man who had transformed from a waste to a dependent. Dear wife, Yun Chuan arrived at the sacred hall but found no sign of Mu Qingyan. "Could you refrain from shouting so loudly?" Mu Qingyan emerged from the back garden, visibly irritated. "Hee, dear wife, do you have anything particularly sturdy or durable?" Yun Chuan inquired directly. "Sturdy?" Mu Qingyan was perplexed by Yun Chuan's sudden request. What could he possibly need such items for? She indeed possessed some, but what use would they be to him? She retrieved her storage ring and presented 2 items to Yun Chuan. "The closest I have are these 2. Yun Chuan examined the objects. A stone and a piece of tree bark. Can these withstand a beating? However, knowing that they were from Mu Qingyan, he expected them to be of decent quality. "What do you need these for?" she asked. With a steady heart and an unfaltering expression, Yun Chuan replied, "I intend to craft a set of protective clothing for myself. Why not just ask me for something instead?" Mu Qingyan suggested. As someone at the Emperor realm, her defense was formidable. Few could harm her. Moreover, she possessed Emperor-grade armor and several pieces of holy-grade armor that she could offer to Yun Chuan. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan frowned and retorted sternly, "That simply won't do. I am a man. I cannot rely on my wife for every trivial matter. But there are no buts. I cannot remain under your protection indefinitely. I refuse to live my life as a dependent. Now, dear wife, I shall research these 2 items." He cut her off and turned to leave. Mu Qingyan was left speechless, standing there in a daze. After a brief moment, Mu Qingyan exuded an imperial aura that permeated the entire sanctuary. "How dare you speak to me like that? Yun Chuan, don't let me catch you again," Mu Qingyan exclaimed, her anger causing her to stamp her feet. At that moment, a chill ran down Yun Chuan's spine, leading him to ponder whether he had caught a cold. However, he quickly redirected his thoughts, realizing that the immediate priority was to solidify the physical form of his clone. He retrieved the bark and a peculiar stone, yet was uncertain how to proceed. Ding! A transcendent item, the bark of the other shore tree, has been detected and can be used as material for shaping the clone's body. The system's voice resonated once more. "Oh system, how I adore you, always appearing at crucial moments. Get lost. I'm male," the system retorted. Nevertheless, it seemed the stone elicited no response from the system, likely indicating it was inferior to the bark. Clone technique, dark clone, coalesce. This technique could be executed twice. The first would result in a dark clone, inherently designed for assassination, while the second would yield a light clone, which Yun Chuan was currently unprepared to cultivate. As he continued to employ the technique, the bark of the other shore tree began to merge and expand, ultimately forming a body with limbs, yet lacking a head. This Yun Chuan was at a loss for words. A headless body could hardly be considered a success. Ah, but that stone. Better than nothing. Ding! Clone fusion with the transcendent item Starry Wisdom has been successful. Yun Chuan was taken aback. What was this Starry Wisdom? Was it that strange stone? His beloved seemed to bestow upon him only transcendent items. To Yun Chuan, transcendent items were synonymous with immense power, a conclusion he had drawn from his own transcendent physique. But there was no time for distraction. He was just a step away from solidifying the clone. Amidst the radiance, a shadowy figure began to overlap with a head's silhouette. Dark clone. Coalesce. As the two figures fully merged, a complete clone was successfully formed. Standing before him was an exact replica of Yun Chuan, yet it radiated an aura as frigid as a deep freeze. It mirrored the chill of Mu Qingyan, but if she was frost, this dark clone embodied the essence of cold. Merely standing there, the temperature surrounding them plummeted, epitomizing the dark clone's nature. From now on you shall be called an. Yun Chuan declared to the clone. And responded. You truly are aloof. Yun Chuan couldn't help but remark. This confirmed his suspicion. The dark clone was indeed the embodiment of coldness. And gazed at Yun Chuan and, after a brief pause, coldly acknowledged, Nevertheless, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Now at the 8th layer of the soul realm, An's level matched his own, making him a formidable ally. In the future, when I call, you shall appear. Otherwise, remain hidden, Yun Chuan instructed. Without a word, An instantly melded into Yun Chuan's shadow. Witnessing this, Yun Chuan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Whoa, a ninja! Time passed swiftly. A month has elapsed since the refinement of the shadow clone, and in just 2 days, the grand wedding of Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan will take place. Mu Qingyan has dispatched invitations to several prominent emperors from various factions to witness their nuptials. Among them, of course, is Yun Chuan's former rival, the Clear Heart Sword Emperor. Over the past month, Yun Chuan has not received any new tasks from the system. Instead, he has been signing in at various unexplored locations within the Shenyuan Palace. His cultivation has ascended to the first level of the Emperor realm. However, Yun Chuan has long harbored the belief that Mu Qingyan intended to use him as a shield, marrying him for her own protection. Yet, this assumption is far from the truth. Who could possibly threaten someone of Mu Qingyan's caliber? Her only reason for marrying him is that she has bestowed her first time upon Yun Chuan and desires no other man thereafter. Nevertheless, she has never confided this sentiment to him. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome remains unchanged. One can only wonder what the future holds, whether it be a blessing or a curse. Chapter 19. My dear wife, you are truly beautiful over the past month. Aside from instructing Xiner in her cultivation, Yun Chuan has devoted his time to signing documents, tending to flowers, and amusing Mu Qingyan with various trinkets to elicit her laughter. However, in Mu Qingyan's eyes, Yun Chuan had not engaged in any cultivation during this period. Initially, she felt a surge of indignation, labeling him as a stubborn block of mud that could not be molded. Yet, as time passed, she became resigned, thinking that perhaps leading such a life was acceptable. Nevertheless, if Yun Chuan were to continue in this manner, their realms would diverge, and their lifespans would be drastically disproportionate. Yun Chuan's lifespan would barely extend to a century, a fleeting moment in her existence, while the lifespan of an emperor could reach tens of thousands of years, and she had ascended to that realm in a mere 2 centuries. There is a saying that holds true. The aspect he allows you to see is merely what he wishes for you to perceive. Mu Qingyan could never have anticipated that Yun Chuan possessed a system, and that his cultivation was on the verge of surpassing hers. Under the veil of this system, she remained oblivious to the true nature of his realm. With just 1 day remaining until their grand wedding, numerous factions had arrived, though none from the emperor's realm. After all, emperors are known for their pride and would only attend if they were exceptionally talented. These lesser forces had come early to curry favor. At this moment, Mu Qingyan sat within the sacred palace, surrounded by 5 or 6 maidservants who were adorning her with exquisite attire. Yun Chuan observed from a distance, captivated by her appearance. Dressed in resplendent red, her delicate features radiated beauty, her snow-white skin and rosy lips resembling those of a celestial being. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, enchanting all who beheld her beauty, which was simply breathtaking. My dear wife, you are truly beautiful, Yun Chuan remarked, momentarily entranced. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingyan felt her cheeks flush, a delicate crimson hue gracing her face. It was not that Yun Chuan lacked restraint. Rather, the sheer beauty of Mu Qingyan was overwhelming, flawless in every sense. The phrase stunningly beautiful seemed tailor-made for her. And this was merely the beginning. One could only imagine how magnificent she would appear once fully adorned. However, he needed to excuse himself from the sacred palace for a while to visit the martial arts pavilion. Senior, as he entered the pavilion, he was greeted by the elder who had once sought to take him as a disciple. "Oh, what brings you here, young man? I didn't expect you to be the husband of the Empress." The elder chuckled, eyeing Yun Chuan with a smile. "Senior, you jest. I have come today seeking techniques related to fire," Yun Chuan replied earnestly. These techniques were intended for Exioner, who had experienced rapid advancements in her cultivation since awakening her phoenix divine body, often breaking through a minor realm every few days. However, she had yet to practice any martial techniques. How fortuitous! "I happen to possess an excellent martial technique called Nine Heavens Fire Sea," the elder exclaimed, presenting the tome to Yun Chuan. "Thank you, senior. I shall take my leave now," Yun Chuan said with a slight bow. Go on. Remember to bring some wine for this old man on your wedding day." The elder waved him off. "Certainly," Yun Chuan replied before departing. Yun Chuan has always held a profound respect for the elder, for the aura that envelopes him is reminiscent of the Empress Mu Qingyan, even hinting at a subtle superiority over her. How could such a formidable being content himself with guarding a mere martial arts pavilion? Moreover, even the sword sect boasts several emperors. Surely, the Xian Yuan Palace harbors more than just Mu Qingyan as its visible sovereign. It is time to locate Exioner and instruct her in the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Fire Sea. The evening has already drawn near. Yun Chuan prepares to return to the Holy Temple. Upon his return, he finds Mu Qingyan seated alone in her chamber, engaged in meditation. He approaches her gently, whispering in her ear, "My dear, let us take a moment to rest today. Cease your cultivation." Clearly, Mu Qingyan had sensed his arrival and was not taken aback. Instead, she gradually halted her practice. Observing this, Yun Chuan cradles the creature Awu in his arms, who expresses its discontent by vocally protesting, seemingly resentful of being confined to the battle pet space for so long. "What is this?" Mu Qingyan inquires, a hint of surprise in her voice. "A young nine-tailed fox," Yun Chuan replies with a smile. Mu Qingyan, momentarily taken aback, is aware of what a nine-tailed fox is, yet wonders how Yun Chuan came to possess such a divine beast, especially since all mythical creatures in the Penglai region had long since vanished. "Let Awu reside in the back garden from now on, so you may see it whenever you wish," Yun Chuan suggests. "Is its name Awu?"
Mu Qingyan asks.
"Indeed, it has been calling out to me, so I named it accordingly," Yun Chuan responds nonchalantly. Suddenly recalling something, he adds, "Ah, my dear, I have a gift for you." He retrieves an object from his robes. A ring. "What is this?" "I already possess a storage ring," Mu Qingyan observes, examining the ring. "This is not merely a storage ring. It symbolizes our love. Here, allow me to place it upon your finger." Before she can protest, Yun Chuan slips the ring onto her hand. In this world, unlike his previous life where newlyweds exchanged rings, Yun Chuan believes that wearing a ring holds significance. This particular ring, a gift from the system, is known as the Mandarin duck ring. He is the male duck, while Mu Qingyan is the female. When both wear the rings while cultivating, their progress accelerates, and it also serves to soothe the spirit and ward off evil, preventing the risk of losing oneself in the practice. One must commend the system. Its offerings are consistently valuable and precisely what he requires. As Mu Qingyan gazes at the silver-white ring, which glistens brilliantly, she notices that Yun Chuan wears a matching ring, albeit one that is a size larger. Are these matching rings? She ponders silently, feeling a flutter within her heart that had remained frozen for millennia. For reasons unknown, she perceives Yun Chuan as more complex than he appears. Often, he seems to be playing a part. If he truly lacked fortune and cultivation talent, why would a divine beast like the nine-tailed fox willingly accompany him? "Very well, my dear, rest well. I shall retire for the night," he concludes. Yun Chuan, having finished speaking, retrieved his longtime companion, swiftly laid out the bedding, and reclined without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyan gazed at his back, her mind clouded with unspoken thoughts. Turning to lie down, she gently closed her eyes. Remarkably, this time she succumbed to slumber. In contrast, Yun Chuan remained awake throughout the night. Chapter 20. The day of the grand wedding. A Glimpse of Brilliance, Part 1. A Night Devoid of Conversation. It remains uncertain whether it was Yun Chuan's words that brought comfort to Mu Qingyan or something else entirely, but she remarkably enjoyed a restful slumber. At her level of cultivation, sleep was no longer a necessity for replenishing energy. Yet she found herself inexplicably enveloped in deep sleep last night. In stark contrast, Yun Chuan remained awake throughout the night. The reason for his restlessness was simple: anxiety. After all, neither in his past life nor this one had he ever experienced the event of marriage. In essence, this was his inaugural moment. "Darling, you're awake?" Yun Chuan gently remarked while lying on the ground. Mu Qingyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. How could she have fallen asleep last night? What must she have looked like in her slumber? Did Yun Chuan witness it all? A multitude of images flashed through her mind. "Your Majesty?" At that moment, a knock accompanied by shouts resonated from outside the door. It was the maidservants, for today marked their wedding day, and the maids were to adorn Mu Qingyan with the phoenix crown. "I shall step out for a moment, my dear," Yun Chuan announced, then opened the door to let the maidservants in, preparing to leave the chamber. However, just as he was about to exit, one of the maidservants called out to him. "Your Majesty, you must stay as well. You need to change into your wedding attire," one of the maidservants gently reminded him. It then dawned on Yun Chuan that despite his handsome visage, he too needed to present himself suitably for the occasion. He took a seat, allowing the maidservants to assist him in his preparations. An hour passed, and Yun Chuan remained seated, motionless, until finally, he was ready. At that moment, his face, delicate and fair, framed by sword-like brows and starry eyes, appeared exceptionally radiant. With his towering height of over 6 feet, he exuded an air of elegance and grace. Turning his gaze toward Mu Qingyan, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her figure tall and graceful. Upon closer inspection, her flawless visage, rosy lips, and bright teeth, along with her elegant brows, made her an unparalleled beauty. Together, they appeared to be a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. The maidservants, witnessing the couple, were momentarily awestruck. "Shall we, my dear?" Yun Chuan said to Mu Qingyan, taking her hand in his. She offered no resistance, and together they stepped out of the chamber. Outside, numerous dignitaries had arrived at Xian Yuan Palace. The Sword Emperor of the Clear Heart sect and the Heavy Sword Emperor have come to congratulate the Empress on her wedding, bringing with them 3 enlightenment pills, called out a servant from Xian Yuan Palace. "Enlightenment pills? The Clear Heart Sword Emperor is indeed generous, but does he harbor any resentment?" murmured a group of onlookers huddled in the shadows. In the realm of Penglai, it was common knowledge that the Clear Heart Sword Emperor had long been infatuated with the Empress, yet her groom was but a disciple deemed worthless. It was intriguing to ponder his thoughts on the matter. "Calm yourself, Clear Heart. She is merely a woman," spoke the Heavy Sword Emperor, flying alongside the Clear Heart Sword Emperor. After a moment of silence, the Clear Heart Sword Emperor replied, "Rest assured, my elder brother, I understand." The Heavy Sword Emperor nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. "The master of the sacred Yao Pool has arrived to congratulate the Empress on her wedding, presenting a flower of the 3 lives. The crowd gasped at the mention of the 3 lives flower. To one's astonishment, such a divine being exists. It appears that the sovereign of the Yaoqi has a rather close relationship with the Empress of Heavenly Fire. It is important to note that the 3-life flower is indeed a sacred object capable of nurturing the soul, a rarity in this world. The Yaoqi sovereign, known as the Empress of Enchantment, seemingly has no connection to the Empress of Heavenly Fire. Can their bond truly be so profound? The crowd below buzzed with speculation, yet they were all outsiders. In truth, Mu Qingyan and the Yaoqi sovereign shared a strong camaraderie, as both had entered the imperial realm in succession, establishing themselves as the 2 great empresses of the Penglai region. They were both rivals and dear friends. However, this revelation left Yun Chuan bewildered. The sovereign of the Yaoqi? Wasn't he that the very place he had previously signed in? When he awakened the divine body of the Yaoqi sovereign and entered her heart sea, he found no mention of Mu Qingyan. The emperor of the Shao clan arrived to celebrate the empress's grand wedding, presenting 3 imperial tokens. Following this, other imperial figures from various factions arrived in quick succession. However, none of the gifts surpassed the astonishment of the enlightenment pill and the three-life flower. Grateful for the attendance of the dominators from various factions to celebrate the Empress's grand nuptials, they were invited to take their seats. With all the esteemed guests settled, it was time for Mu Qingyan and Yun Chuan to make their appearance. As they stepped forth hand in hand, they instantly became the sole focus of attention. Yet, unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, the Sword Emperor of Tranquility was watching from below, fists clenched, his expression dark and devoid of light. "Calm yourself, Qingxin," the great Sword Emperor discreetly advised, sensing the tension. Upon their appearance, the Yaoqi sovereign also took notice. Her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Yun Chuan. "Is it truly you? Is my sister Qingyan's husband none other than you?" she murmured softly. She had not anticipated that this young man, whom she had occasionally thought of since his last departure from the Yaoqi sacred land, would return in such a capacity. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending my grand wedding celebration," Mu Qingyan addressed the gathered multitude. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan stood beside her, feeling somewhat anxious, overwhelmed by the scale of the occasion. There were at least tens of thousands present, all gathered to celebrate his union with Mu Qingyan. Although he had recently ascended to the imperial realm, the sheer magnitude of the gathering was still quite staggering. "Pray tell, Empress, is this man a disciple of your Shen Yuan Palace?" A voice, disruptive to the ambience, pierced the air. It was the Sword Emperor of Tranquility. Indeed, he could no longer contain himself. The crowd began to murmur. Mu Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered as she replied, "Indeed, Yun Chuan is a disciple of my Shen Yuan Palace." The Sword Emperor continued to press, "What qualifications does he possess to be worthy of you?" The audience gasped in disbelief at the audacity of the Sword Emperor to speak thus in such a setting. Mu Qingyan's anger flared. The aura of the imperial realm erupted from her, directed straight at the Sword Emperor. "He is my man, and my affection for him is all that matters. Why must you meddle?" Her imposing presence soared to the heavens, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The entire Shenyuan Palace reverberated with her voice. At this moment, the great Sword Emperor could no longer contain himself. He raised a hand to halt the Qingxin Sword Emperor, saying, "Qingxin, calm yourself." He then turned to Mu Qingyan and remarked, "Your Majesty, my junior has been rather presumptuous. I hope for your understanding." Mu Qingyan cast a frosty glare in his direction, retorting, "Manage your junior properly." However, at this juncture, Yun Chuan interjected, "So you are the Qingxin Sword Emperor? Where are your disciples from the Sword Pavilion? Do you dare to engage in a wager with me?" With his wife defending him so fiercely, how could he falter at such a crucial moment? He naturally had to display his formidable presence. The audience below looked towards Yun Chuan, uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 21. The Day of the Grand Wedding. Unveiling Brilliance, Part 2. Yun Chuan stood at the highest point, while Mu Qingyan furrowed her brow, perplexed by his intentions. A challenge? What challenge? The clear Heart Sword Emperor shifted his gaze towards Yun Chuan. Descending slowly before the clear Heart Sword Emperor, Yun Chuan smiled and said, "Since you claim I am unworthy of the Empress, let us engage in a tournament to determine a prize." "Oh, and what form shall this contest take?" inquired the clear Heart Sword Emperor, his eyes fixed on Yun Chuan. "I shall challenge all the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, single-handedly," Yun Chuan stated with an air of indifference. Though his voice was soft, it reverberated harshly in the ears of the onlookers. One person challenging all the disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Was this a display of confidence or sheer arrogance? Nevertheless, Yun Chuan remained unperturbed. Having reached the imperial realm, how could he possibly be defeated by mere disciples? The clear Heart Sword Emperor gazed intently at Yun Chuan and after a brief pause, replied, "Very well. However, should you lose, you must voluntarily withdraw from the Shen Yuan Palace and abandon your union with the Empress." From the clear Heart Sword Emperor's demeanor, it was evident to the crowd what he intended, and they were taken aback by his directness. "Agreed. If I emerge victorious, then you and all your disciples shall leave the Shen Yuan Palace," Yun Chuan declared with unwavering confidence, refusing to yield an inch. The onlookers of the Shen Yuan Palace were bewildered by Yun Chuan's audacity, as they were well aware of his previous reputation as a talentless waste. Nonetheless, Xian Er and Lin Wanru retained their faith in him, having been profoundly impressed by his earlier exploits in the secular world, where he had exuded an aura of invincibility. As various factions contemplated their own thoughts, the Lord of the Yaoqi observed Yun Chuan with an abstracted gaze. Mu Qingyan's eyes remained fixed on him, and Yun Chuan swiftly approached her. "Trust me," he whispered softly in her ear. Mu Qingyan met his gaze, remaining silent, and turned to activate the battle stage. Yun Chuan leaped onto the platform, addressing the assembled disciples of the Sword Pavilion. "Who dares to come forth first? You arrogant fool! Today you shall pay the price for your arrogance." A young disciple from the Sword Pavilion sprang forth, pointing his sword at Yun Chuan. "Remember, the one who will defeat you today is called Dan Teng. Prepare to perish." "What? Dan Teng?" Yun Chuan scoffed, unimpressed, as the disciple, a mere 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, launched an attack. With a single slap, the disciple was sent flying. Mu Qingyan watched in astonishment, surprised that Yun Chuan could defeat a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm with such ease. "Humph, he truly has deceived me," Mu Qingyan murmured softly. Until yesterday, Yun Chuan had only reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. How could one at this level possibly defeat a 5th-level practitioner in a single move? Next, Yun Chuan called from the platform. A young woman soared into the arena, declaring fiercely, "Watch as I avenge my senior brother Dan Teng." She was an 8th-level practitioner of Qi refinement stronger than Dan Teng. Yet, with another effortless palm strike, she too was sent flying from the stage. Is there no one stronger? Is the Sword Pavilion truly this weak? Yun Chuan sneered at the crowd from the Sword Pavilion, though his words were directed specifically at the Qingxin Sword Emperor. "Jian Wu, you go," the Qingxin Sword Emperor commanded coldly. "Yes, master," replied Jian Wu, stepping onto the arena. "Make your move," he declared, fixing his icy gaze on Yun Chuan. Jian Wu was significantly stronger than the previous 2 opponents, having reached the 1st layer of the Unity Realm, a level that could easily make him an emperor in the secular world. "You said it yourself, draw your sword." Since the opponent had invited him to strike first, he obliged. A flash of cold light from his sword drew a trickle of blood from Jian Wu's neck. "You want me to step down?" At that moment, Yun Chuan had already appeared behind Jian Wu, who felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. If Yun Chuan were truly an enemy, Jian Wu's head would have already rolled. "Yin Yi, get up here," the Qingxin Sword Emperor shouted, his anger mounting as a disciple had tarnished the reputation of the Sword Pavilion. At this juncture, a young boy approached the stage, cradling a sword box. He slowly withdrew 2 swords from within. Yun Chuan was somewhat taken aback, realizing the boy wielded dual swords. 3rd layer of the Divine Fire Realm? Yun Chuan mused. He was astonished that this young swordsman was of such caliber, especially considering that the strongest disciple from Shenyuan Palace was merely at the 9th layer of the Unity Realm, making the Sword Pavilion's strength formidable.
Heavenly Swordsel.
Yin Yutteret Kaimli.
Instantly, the atmosphere around them thickened, and a surge of sword energy burst forth, hurtling towards Yun Chuan. Sword Heart. To Yun Chuan's surprise, Jian Yi shared the same Sword Heart ability as the Qingxin Sword Emperor. However, Yun Chuan easily blocked the attack with one hand.
Mu Qingyan,
Witnessing Yun Chuan's current display, cursed him silently 1,000 times in her heart. This scoundrel dared to deceive me. His realm has clearly surpassed the Divine Fire Realm, yet he deliberately concealed it. Mu Qingyan glared at Yun Chuan, stomping her foot in frustration. She regretted her initial concern for him, realizing it had been misplaced. "So, Jian Yi, watch closely. This is how a sword is wielded." Yun Chuan leapt into the air, unsheathing the broken blade sword, and swung it with intent. Divine Annihilation Slash. This strike cleaved the arena in 2, and Jian Yi looked down at the massive crack that had formed beneath him. The twin swords slipped from his grasp, each drop of water cascading down to the ground. Jian Yi had been utterly terrified. Yun Chuan pinched his nose and addressed the Qingxin Sword Emperor. "Hey, does your Sword Pavilion have anyone left?" The Qingxin Sword Emperor trembled with rage, though it was a quaking born from fury. Yet, Yun Chuan's previous strike had also sent a chill down his spine, revealing that he too possessed the Sword Heart. Another genius endowed with such a talent. Mu Qingyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yun Chuan also had a Sword Heart. The members of Shenyuan Palace were equally astonished. realizing that Yunchuan had hidden his true strength so deeply. Not only did he possess a sword heart, but his ability to defeat warriors of the divine fire realm surpassed that of all disciples from Shenyuan Palace. The Qingxin Sword Emperor clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could tear Yunchuan apart, yet the great Sword Emperor beside him restrained him, allowing him to retain a modicum of composure. However, if the Tranquil Sword Emperor were to suddenly appear and launch an attack on Yunchuan, he would not be intimidated. After all, his own realm at the first level of the Emperor stage should suffice to withstand the assault. If necessary, he could summon and for assistance. 2 against 1 would surely not pose a threat. Tranquil Sword Emperor, might you gracefully vacate the Shenyuan Palace alongside your fellow disciples from the Sword Pavilion? Yunchuan regarded the Tranquil Sword Emperor with a disdainful expression. Tranquil, let us depart. The Heavy Sword Emperor promptly seized the Tranquil Sword Emperor and vanished from the scene. Shortly thereafter, his voice echoed. All disciples of the Sword Pavilion, return to the Sword Pavilion. The various sects still present in Shenyuan Palace were left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that the Sword Pavilion would indeed be turned away, falling victim to Yunchuan's hand. Left with no choice, they could only retreat in embarrassment. It was clear to all that the strongest presence in attendance was the Empress. Both the Tranquil Sword Emperor and the Heavy Sword Emperor were not as formidable as she, which explained their reluctance to engage. Chapter 22. Promising the Empress, guiding Exaner as the tempest subsided, the matter of the Sword Pavilion was no longer broached by others, and the grand wedding celebration of Yunchuan and Mu Qingyan approached its conclusion. To Yunchuan's astonishment, the Yaoqi Saintess Yao Yu sought out Mu Qingyan, revealing that they were, in fact, close confidants. He could only hope that Yao Yu would refrain from divulging his secrets. In this realm, unlike his previous life, weddings did not necessitate lavish feasts. Attending grand celebrations was merely a formality, for cultivators did not require sustenance. When Yao Yu took Mu Qingyan away, she remarked that she would deal with him later, questioning why he had deceived her. It seemed that upon their return, he would face some discomfort. Soon, the deep of night enveloped the surroundings. Yunchuan returned to the sacred hall, where Yao Yu had already departed, leaving Mu Qingyan seated alone within. Yunchuan stealthily entered.
Halt!
What are you sneaking around for? Mu Qingyan's voice echoed from the shadows. My dear wife, you're still awake? Yunchuan replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Awake? Do I even need to sleep?
Mu Qingyan retorted.
Yunchuan fell silent, resembling a bashful spouse tucked away in the corner. Why did you deceive me? Mu Qingyan gazed at him, her tone tinged with a hint of sorrow, perhaps unaware that her demeanor was subtly shifting. My dear wife, I never intended to deceive you. Some truths you simply would not believe, Yunchuan explained helplessly. Indeed, he refrained from revealing certain things for this very reason. If one were to claim they had transformed from a mere mortal into an emperor-level powerhouse within a mere 2 months, would anyone truly believe it? Mu Qingyan stared at him, bewildered. Why would I not believe you? I know not what you were like before. You had been concealing your true abilities. Was it not entirely reasonable to disclose your genuine prowess? Yunchuan could not help but smile wryly. His wife possessed a rather unique way of thinking. He was certain that had he confessed to her, she would have thought him possessed by a malevolent spirit. Women's words are often misleading, he mused. All right, my dear wife. I promise I shall never deceive you again. Yunchuan conceded with resignation. By the way, Yao Yu, the Yaoqi Saintess, mentioned that you should visit the Yaoqi sacred land for a baptism, and it is on my behalf. Do remember to go, he added. Since Yunchuan had spoken, Mu Qingyan no longer pressed for further details, merely repeating Yao Yu's words. Yunchuan wore a wry smile, pondering what schemes Yao Yu might be concocting. Had she not already undergone the baptism herself? Yet, he had no choice but to acquiesce. For Mu Qingyan was still in a huff, and to refuse would only invite further suspicion. Despite their splendid wedding, Yunchuan had found himself sleeping on the ground. It was not that he and Mu Qingyan lacked desire. After all, who could remain indifferent to a woman of her caliber? Their relationship, having blossomed from acquaintances to something deeper, had thus far consisted primarily of physical intimacy, with their emotional exchanges remaining rather sparse. Prior to this, Mu Qingyan had often regarded Yunchuan as a mere shield. Cloud had no particular feelings for Yunchuan, It was merely a fleeting interest that had developed over time. However, Yunchuan was not one to impose his will upon others, even if his future prowess were to surpass Mu Qingyan's. Present, Mu Qingyan was at the 7th level of the Imperial Realm, while Yunchuan lingered at the 1st level, though with the aid of his shadow clone, he would not be easily bested by her. Yunchuan, what is your current realm? I forgot to ask you earlier, Mu Qingyan inquired, catching Yunchuan off guard as he lay lost in thought. I am at the 5th level of the Divine Fire Realm, he replied. After considerable contemplation, Yunchuan refrained from disclosing his true capabilities, but he was confident that Mu Qingyan would accept his claim of being at the 5th level. Oh, Mu Qingyan responded, and the conversation ceased thereafter. Indeed, she believed him. Should Yunchuan ascend to the Imperial Realm, he would inevitably attract the Emperor's tribulation, and the energy emitted from such a calamity would be impossible for her to overlook. However, she had not anticipated that Yunchuan possessed a system that could entirely shield him from such events, meaning even the tribulation would not strike him. As dawn broke, Yunchuan awoke to find that the lovely presence was no longer in the room. Greetings, Your Majesty, a resounding voice echoed in Yunchuan's ears. Startled from his slumber, with barely open eyes, he was taken aback by this unexpected proclamation. Outside the holy hall stood several elders, who had come to pay their respects. The elders of the Shenyuan Palace, often haughty and previously guilty of bullying Yunchuan, now approached him with a show of deference. The reversal of their attitudes was indeed disconcerting. Were they truly afraid of his vengeance? Observing the multitude of elders, Yunchuan cleared his throat and inquired, Esteemed elders, what brings you to the holy hall so early in the day? The elders exchanged awkward glances, their smiles lacking genuine warmth, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's pause, one elder, known as Elder Shaoran, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Fire Realm, finally spoke up, Your Majesty, since you have wed the Empress, your words now carry the weight of hers. Yunchuan felt somewhat exasperated but managed a smile. Oh, and how does that pertain to your visit today? It is indeed relevant, Your Majesty. We are at your service should you require anything from us elders. Elder Shaoran hastily added. Quite naturally. Since Elder Shaoran has made such an offer, I shall graciously accept it, Yunchuan replied before departing, eager to distance himself from the insincerity of the elders. Left standing in place, the elders dared not leave, for Yunchuan had not given them permission to do so. Indeed, how swiftly fortunes can change. 2 months prior, they had disregarded him, and now he was beyond their reach. Yet, Yunchuan held no fondness for these elders, viewing them as opportunists. He was indifferent to their machinations. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. You have received 30 years of cultivation. Let us merge. At present, signing in at Shenyuan Palace yields little in terms of valuable rewards, offering only mundane items. It is far more beneficial to complete tasks, as the rewards they offer are considerably more abundant. As I strolled along, I arrived at the residence of Exiner and Lin Wanru. Fortuitously, I could provide her with guidance in her cultivation. Exiner has recently advanced to the Qi refinement stage, a remarkably swift progression. Were it not for Yunchuan's exceptional abilities, he would scarcely encounter such a prodigy. Big brother, you're here, Exiner exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she spotted Yunchuan, and she joyfully rushed towards him. Chapter 23, Mu Qingyan takes action. The Demon Emperor approaches Exiner. Have you been slacking off in your cultivation recently? Yunchuan inquired with a smile.
Exiner promptly replied.
Big brother, I have not been lazy at all. I practice diligently every day. Very well, today I shall assess your progress with the Shenyuan Sutra, he said, placing his hand over Exiner's dantian. A stream of profound energy gradually flowed into her dantian. Yunchuan was taken aback. Her advancement was astonishingly swift. He had not anticipated that Exiner would progress so rapidly in her cultivation of the Shenyuan Sutra, already reaching the mid-stage. He recalled Mu Qingyan mentioning that it took her a month to achieve the mid-stage when she first practiced the sutra. For Exiner to reach this stage in just a month was indicative of extraordinary talent, despite Yunchuan's guidance. However, he himself had scarcely practiced and thus possessed little useful experience to impart. He then seated himself and began to operate the Shenyuan Sutra for Exiner to observe. As he channeled the sutra, A formidable aura began to swirl around him, violently surging towards his dantian. Unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, who had closed his eyes, the entire spiritual energy of the Shen Yuan Palace was being absorbed by him. The other disciples practicing within the palace were left bewildered. Why had their cultivation yielded no results? The spiritual energy of the entire palace was being drawn towards one focal point, leaving their surroundings devoid of energy. Who is taking all my spiritual energy? What on earth is happening? Several disciples exclaimed in frustration, utterly perplexed by the situation. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan, engrossed in his cultivation, remained oblivious to the commotion, merely executing the Shen Yuan Sutra. What he did not realize was that the sheer destructive power unleashed by his divine physique while operating the sutra was considerable. Although the Shen Yuan Sutra was not deemed exceptionally powerful, it was classified as a top-tier technique within the Penglai region. It would not hold the same status in realms beyond Penglai. Exiner, observing from the side, was astonished by her big brother's strength. The amount of spiritual energy he was absorbing was several thousand times greater than her own. Yet Yun Chuan regarded this as entirely normal. Bang! Had he broken through? Yun Chuan was shocked to discover that his mere practice of the Shen Yuan Sutra had propelled him to the second level of the Emperor realm. The 30 years of cultivation he had obtained from the system sign-in had not led to a breakthrough, yet this brief exercise with the sutra had achieved it. It seemed that consistently practicing the Shen Yuan Sutra would yield many benefits. Once he ceased the operation of the sutra, the spiritual energy within the Shen Yuan Palace returned to normal, allowing all disciples to absorb energy once again. Exiner, let me observe your practice, Yun Chuan said as he stood up. Exiner nodded and sat down, beginning to slowly channel the Shen Yuan Sutra. Gradually, wisps of spiritual energy began to flow into her body, and the pace quickened, with the quantity increasing exponentially. Yun Chuan couldn't help but regard Exiner with newfound admiration. Her comprehension was remarkably high, as she had managed to achieve such a level simply by observing his demonstration. It seems that she has absorbed more spiritual energy than before. The time for her breakthrough into the later stages appears to be approaching swiftly, and it likely won't take much longer. At this very moment, Mu Qingyan is cultivating in a secluded chamber. Suddenly, her brow furrows, as if sensing something. Demons.
Mu Qingyan murmurs heavily.
Yun Chuan, who is currently instructing Exiner, also senses a disturbance. An ominous aura has permeated the Shen Yuan Palace, reminiscent of the powerful demon emperors he previously vanquished. What is this? Demonic energy? Yun Chuan ponders as he steps outside the hall and gazes at the sky. Despite it being midday, a shadow darkens the heavens. At this moment, Mu Qingyan appears above the Shen Yuan Palace, her voice resonating throughout every corner with spiritual energy. All disciples of the Shen Yuan Palace, prepare for battle. Activate the Shen Yuan Guardian Array. Upon witnessing Mu Qingyan's arrival, Yun Chuan immediately realizes that trouble is imminent. Otherwise, the Guardian Array would not be activated. In a leap akin to ascending to the heavens, Yun Chuan stands beside Mu Qingyan and gently reassures her. My dear, do not worry. I am here. You, return at once. Your cultivation at the Divine Fire Realm is no match for this. Mu Qingyan retorts, irritated that Yun Chuan still finds time for jest at such a critical moment. Yun Chuan remains silent but descends nonetheless, summoning his shadow clone to discreetly follow and protect Mu Qingyan. However, he has his own tasks, intending to investigate the number of demons that have arrived. Before he can embark on his reconnaissance, a soul realm demon from the demon sect shouts from outside the Shen Yuan Palace, Empress of Heavenly Fire, it seems your righteous path is not so righteous after all. While our demon lord battles you, you send people to ravage our unguarded blood demon gate. Today, we come to seek justice. These words leave Mu Qingyan momentarily bewildered. What do they mean by ravaging the blood demon gate? Yun Chuan stands frozen, realizing the implications of this situation. How could they only discover this now, after so long? I know nothing of your so-called ravaging of the blood demon gate, but since you dare to invade my Shen Yuan Palace, I shall not let this stand.
Mu Qingyan declares straightforwardly.
Regardless of the circumstances, the enmity between the righteous path and the demon sect is already destined. No one can alter that fate. Yun Chuan glances at the 10 storage rings on his hand, a testament to the blood demon gate's efforts, and finds a certain thrill in the spoils gained without effort. There is nothing more to discuss. Empress of heavenly fire. Demon kin, advance. A booming voice commands, belonging to the Demon Emperor Mo2A of the Blood Demon Gate. Activate the Shen Yuan Guardian Array.
Mu Qingyan shouts.
She then charges forth alone from the Shen Yuan Palace. Yun Chuan clutches his forehead. How can his wife be so impetuous? Fortunately, the shadow clone is currently by her side. Yun Chuan trusts in Mu Qingyan's strength. But what if there are traps laid by the demon sect? Did he not learn from the last encounter that left him injured? Once this turmoil subsides, he must earnestly admonish Mu Qingyan. Nevertheless, he dons the cloak of invisibility and follows her into the fray. As anticipated, there is not just one demon emperor outside. In addition to the blood demon sect, there are also two formidable demon emperors from the demon king sect, the evil dragon demon emperor and the sword demon emperor.
Mu Qingyan.
At the 7th level of the emperor realm stands against the demon 2 who is merely at the 5th level, while the other two are both at the 6th level of the emperor realm. This is how the demon race operates, attempting to overwhelm me with sheer numbers. Mu Qingyan gazed disdainfully at the 3 demon emperors. Alas, Yun Chuan observed this scene from the shadows, lamenting how his foolish wife still attempted to reason with the demon sect. These individuals from the demon sect are inherently relentless, pursuing their objectives by any means necessary. Heavenly fire descends. Mu Qingyan shouted, as an intense surge of flames descended from the heavens. The 3 demon emperors quickly enacted their defenses to withstand the onslaught. In a swift retaliation, the trio launched a powerful assault against Mu Qingyan. The demon sword slash, bloodthirsty demon palm, and evil dragon break. The 3 struck simultaneously, yet Mu Qingyan showed no fear, charging boldly forward to meet them head-on. Chapter 24. Repelling the demon emperor Mu Qingyan, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the emperor realm, need not fear the 6th and 5th stage demon emperors. With the enhancement of the heavenly fire divine body, her combat prowess nearly rivals that of the 8th stage. Engaging with the 3 demon emperors, she found the battle to be evenly matched. Yet, it was peculiar that the 3 demon emperors were continually retreating. A troubling thought crossed Yun Chuan's mind. Oh no! This stubborn wife has fallen into a trap, he mused, promptly giving chase. As the 4 of them distanced themselves from the Shen Yuan Palace, the trio of demon emperors suddenly halted. Mu Qingyan was taken aback. At that moment, Demon Emperor Mo2A bellowed, soul-devouring Demon Emperor, Demon King's 4 directions seal. No sooner had he spoken than another 6th-stage Demon Emperor emerged from the shadows, the soul-devouring Demon Emperor. It became clear that there were 4 Demon Emperors in total, with one lying in wait to ensnare Mu Qingyan. Realization dawned upon her, but it was too late. The Demon King's 4 directions seal ensnared her, a joint effort of 3 6th-stage and 1 5th-stage Demon Emperor, rendering her unable to escape. Damn it! How dare they ambush this Emperor? A grave expression crossed Mu Qingyan's celestial visage. The Demon King's 4 directions seal would gradually consume her spiritual power, ultimately leading to her demise as her essence was depleted. The previous master of the Sword Pavilion had met his end under this very technique. Heavenly fire annihilation. She unleashed a strike, but it felt as if it had struck a cotton candy. No power was released whatsoever. At this moment, Yun Chuan arrived, witnessing his wife ensnared. How dare you bully my wife? Who gave you the audacity? Yun Chuan roared. His shadow clone appeared beside him, and together they launched an assault on the Demon King's 4 directions seal. The internal attacks on the seal were largely absorbed, yet external assaults were a different matter. As long as Yun Chuan's strength exceeded that of the 6th stage, he could shatter the seal. Mu Qingyan was astonished by the sudden appearance of the 2, one being Yun Chuan, but her heart was filled more with anger. She had instructed Yun Chuan to stay safe, and now they were both embroiled in this chaos. Bang! The combined force of Yun Chuan and his shadow clone indeed created a fissure in the Demon King's 4 directions seal. The 4 demon emperors finally noticed the emergence of Yun Chuan and a figure cloaked in black. Who are you to dare obstruct the 4 great demon emperors? The soul-devouring demon emperor roared furiously. You dare to bully my wife? I will annihilate you, Yun Chuan declared, no longer concealing his presence, revealing his 2nd stage of the emperor realm as he charged towards the soul-devouring demon emperor alongside his shadow clone. Divine Annihilation Slash. With a single strike, he severed the soul-devouring demon emperor's right leg. You bastard! The soul-devouring demon emperor howled in rage as he charged at Yunchuan. With the soul-devouring demon emperor incapacitated, the demon king's four-direction seal could no longer restrain Mu Qingyan, especially since a breach had already been created by Yunchuan's assault. With a soft exclamation, Mu Qingyan shattered the demon king's four-direction seal. Yunchuan and the shadow clone valiantly resisted the onslaught of the soul-devouring demon emperor. Soul Devourer, we must take our leave, declared the demon lord Mo Tua and the demon sword emperor in unison. At that moment, the soul-devouring demon emperor, consumed by rage towards Yunchuan, was oblivious to their words, his singular focus on annihilating him. Demon sword, evil dragon, we must depart, Mo Tua urged the other two mighty emperors. The trio, their faces etched with fury, swiftly retreated from the fray. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyan, having escaped, had no intention of pursuing the three formidable emperors. Her priority was to rescue Yunchuan, who was being relentlessly pressured by the soul-devouring demon emperor. Damn it, do you truly think I fear you? All swords returned to their origin. With a single thrust, he unleashed an overwhelming force akin to that of the fifth realm of imperial might. Suddenly, the shadow clone appeared behind the soul-devouring demon emperor, piercing through his chest with a blade. Eternal darkness, the shadow clone intoned softly. With a resounding explosion, the body of the soul-devouring demon emperor disintegrated, his soul lingering in the air. I shall remember you. When we meet again, I will devour your soul entirely. He bellowed in fury, before his spirit vanished into a crimson void. Upon reaching the imperial realm, the physical body ceased to hold paramount importance. The essence of the soul became the primary focus. As long as the soul remained unvanquished, one could resurrect in a new form, regardless of how many times the body was destroyed. After the soul-devouring demon emperor's departure, Mu Qingyan arrived on the scene. Observing this, Yunchuan hastily dismissed the shadow clone, who, though somewhat exasperated, complied and faded into the shadows. Despite being a mere clone, it possessed its own consciousness, a testament to the terrifying capabilities of that divine cloning technique. Yunchuan, forcing himself to cough up a mouthful of blood, was met with Mu Qingyan's alarmed gaze just as he expelled the crimson liquid. He thought to himself, now that I am in this state, surely you will refrain from scolding me? After all, he had sworn just yesterday never to deceive Mu Qingyan again. Yet today he found himself caught in the act. Yunchuan, Mu Qingyan gasped, her heart tightening as she rushed to support him. What has happened to you? She asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on him. Cough. My dear, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. He replied, coughing up more blood, which only deepened her distress. It must be said, Yunchuan's acting prowess was worthy of an award. Please, do not frighten me, Yunchuan. I have healing elixirs, Mu Qingyan exclaimed, urgently shoving the medicinal pills into his mouth. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating how to chastise him, yet he had risked everything to come to her aid. What did it matter that he was merely in the second realm of the imperial stage? Against the sixth realm soul-devouring demon emperor, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. In her moment of worry, Mu Qingyan completely forgot about the cloaked figure who had accompanied Yunchuan. Her entire focus was now devoted to him. Cough, my dear. I could not stand idly by while they tormented you. You are my wife and I could never abandon you. Yunchuan managed a tender smile, one that seemed to teeter on the brink of death. At this moment, Mu Qingyan was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by emotions she had never encountered before. Throughout her life, she had been devoid of familial love and romantic affection, and had never experienced the pangs of separation or loss. Thus, she found herself utterly at a loss in this situation. Yunchuan observed the redness in her eyes, tears welling up, and wondered if perhaps he had overdone his performance. My dear, I am quite well. The healing elixir you provided is working wonders. I assure you, I am not in any peril, he exclaimed as he hastily attempted to restore a semblance of color to his pallid complexion. As Mu Qingyan gazed upon Yunchuan's face, now tinged with a hint of warmth, her anxiety began to dissipate, though the tears in her eyes remained unbridled. My love, I must confess. I have deceived you. I am at the Imperial Realm, not the Divine Fire Realm. Go ahead, strike or scold me. Yun Chuan spoke with a feigned frailty. Chapter 25. Mu Qingyan's concern in the fallen god realm. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, Mu Qingyan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Despite suffering such severe injuries, her first thought was not for her own well-being, but rather for the promise she had made to herself. In this moment, her feelings for Yun Chuan deepened profoundly. I do not blame you, I truly do not. Please recover swiftly, and I shall refrain from scolding you in the future, Mu Qingyan declared, holding Yun Chuan close. Tears streamed down her cheeks, increasingly uncontrollable, her eyes reddening. Is that truly the case? My dear wife, Yun Chuan replied, appearing weak, yet inwardly he was overjoyed. His wife was wonderful in every way, save for her single-mindedness and somewhat fiery temperament. Indeed, it is true. Let us return to the Shenyuan Palace, she responded, wiping her tears and lifting Yun Chuan as they soared towards the palace. Yun Chuan savored the comforting warmth of her embrace. It was a delightful sensation. Their first encounter had left him overwhelmed, and this was their first intimate proximity since that occasion. Before long, they arrived above the Shenyuan Palace. Mu Qingyan transmitted her voice to the entire palace, proclaiming, the Shenyuan Palace has activated the Shenyuan Guardian Array, and the demonic forces have retreated. Subsequently, she carried Yun Chuan back to the sanctum. Yun Chuan, you must rest well. I shall fetch some healing elixirs. With that, she gently laid him upon the bed and exited the room to retrieve the healing potions. Watching Mu Qingyan depart, Yun Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Maintaining the charade was exhausting, yet he found immense comfort in her concern for him. The thought of a celestial being bustling about, worrying for his well-being, was something he never imagined would occur in his life. I'm here, he called out, quickly lying down and feigning weakness. Mu Qingyan re-entered the room, bearing numerous healing elixirs. Yun Chuan here, she exclaimed as she offered him a pill. Reluctantly, he swallowed it. He was not injured, yet consuming these potent elixirs was becoming overwhelming. My dear wife, I am quite well now. There is no need for more healing potions, he said, feeling genuinely uncomfortable. The potency of these elixirs was overwhelming, akin to a novice experiencing something far beyond their capacity. Is that true? Are you truly all right, Yun Chuan? Mu Qingyan inquired, her concern evident. Yes, do not worry, my beloved. I merely need to rest a while, he reassured her hastily. Very well, then rest well, she replied before leaving the room. Yun Chuan sat up, feeling invigorated from the elixirs, yet without an outlet for his energy, he found himself in discomfort. His wife was exceedingly generous, relentlessly feeding him these potions. System, do you have any tasks available? He asked, as it had been quite some time since the system had assigned him a task. Currently, ordinary cultivation through daily sign-ins was insufficient, and he had stagnated for 30 years without breaking through a single realm. He estimated that he would need a century or several centuries of cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. Ding! According to the host's request, a task has been issued. Proceed to the center of the fallen god realm to sign in. Yun Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. He was unaware of the whereabouts of this fallen god realm. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to inquire about it with his wife. He then settled into a meditative posture, practicing the Shen Yuan Sutra. The sensation of advancement was surprisingly swift. Although the 30 years of cultivation awarded by the system had not yet manifested, his practice of the Shen Yuan Sutra led to a breakthrough. As he channeled the Shen Yuan Sutra, the spiritual energy of the entire Shen Yuan Palace surged towards him. At this moment, Mu Qingyan, who was searching for healing elixirs for Yun Chuan, also sensed it. The aura of the Shen Yuan Sutra permeated the atmosphere, drawing the palace's spiritual energy towards the sanctum, where only Yun Chuan was cultivating. Yun Chuan, why aren't you resting properly and instead choosing to cultivate?
Mu Qingyan murmured to herself.
Her tone tinged with mild reproach for Yun Chuan's lack of rest. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan felt the immense spiritual energy gathering in his dantian, a torrent of force clamoring for dominance. Was he on the verge of another breakthrough? As he sensed the overwhelming energy within him, it seemed inevitable. He had not anticipated that practicing the Shen Yuan Sutra would yield such ease in advancement. Mu Qingyan also practiced this technique. Why had she not demonstrated similar progress? Ceasing his practice of the Xian Yuan Sutra, Yun Chuan's aura stabilized. Ha! I've reached the third stage of the Emperor realm, he exclaimed, feeling the power radiating from his entire being, significantly stronger than when he was at the second stage. Yun Chuan, why have you begun cultivating? Mu Qingyan's voice broke through, and a graceful figure appeared at the doorway, casting a slightly irritated glance at him. My dear, I assure you, I am fine now. You need not worry, Yun Chuan replied, a sweet warmth blooming in his heart at the sight of her concern. Mu Qingyan ceased her admonitions and settled at the head of the bed. After a moment's pause, she asked Yun Chuan, have you been concealing your true cultivation level? The unexpected question left Yun Chuan momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the sudden turn of conversation. My dear, I was originally at the Soul Realm, but later, upon exiting the Xian Yuan Palace, I encountered certain fortuitous events that enabled my breakthrough to the Emperor Realm, Yun Chuan explained slowly. This was the most convincing explanation he could muster. Anything else would not hold weight even in his own mind. Mu Qingyan remained silent, reflecting on the fact that Yun Chuan had risked his safety to rescue her in front of the 4 great demon emperors, indicating her significance in his heart. He likely harbored no ulterior motives. I believe in you. After a brief moment, Mu Qingyan smiled gently. At that instant, she felt a sense of ease about slowly building a relationship with Yun Chuan. Unlike other men, who were often driven by desires for her body and status, Yun Chuan's gaze held only a protective instinct devoid of ulterior motives. This man was unlike any other. Even the clear heart sword emperor was consumed by greed, seeking only to possess her physically. Yun Chuan noticed Mu Qingyan lost in thought and asked, My dear, do you know where the fallen god realm is located? Mu Qingyan regained her composure and retorted, What prompts your inquiry? I was contemplating a visit to the land of fallen gods, Yun Chuan replied. Mu Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically, filled with concern as she urged, What business do you have in the land of fallen gods? That place is the most dreadful of forbidden zones. Despite the myriad opportunities it may hold, even I would likely not emerge unscathed. Nay, I merely inquired out of curiosity. A dear old friend mentioned it in passing, Yun Chuan hastily clarified. Then that is acceptable. The land of fallen gods lies to the southernmost reaches of Xian Yuan Palace, adjacent to the reincarnation sect. However, it would be prudent for your friend to refrain from venturing there as well. It is exceedingly perilous, Mu Qingyan candidly stated. Since it is not you, Yun Chuan, that is a relief. That location is the most treacherous in the entire Penglai region, and scarcely anyone dares to tread there. Yun Chuan gazed upon his foolish wife with a bittersweet smile. Chapter 26. The Evil Spirit? Journey to the land of the fallen gods. Yun Chuan's unexpected act of friendship was likely beyond Mu Qingyan's expectations. However, since the question had been posed, it was settled. To her, the land of the fallen gods appeared as a perilous abyss from which there was no return. But could it truly be as dreadful as it seemed? Such matters could only be discerned through personal experience. Following the demon emperor's assault, Yun Chuan disregarded his own safety to rescue Mu Qingyan, which evoked an indescribable sentiment within her. Initially, her marriage to Yun Chuan was merely a strategic move, a shield to deter suitors. Yet, she soon realized that he was unlike others, often displaying unwavering devotion towards her, a quality that set him leagues apart from her other admirers. Although they were legally wed and had shared intimate moments prior to their marriage, those encounters had been born out of necessity. Now, the thought of sharing a bed with Yun Chuan felt foreign to her. He, too, recognized her discomfort and made no demands, opting instead for a simple bedding arrangement on the floor. This selfless nature of Yun Chuan stirred feelings of guilt within Mu Qingyan. Although she did not require sleep, being in his presence often ignited a desire for companionship. Observing as Yun Chuan arranged his makeshift quarters on the floor, Mu Qingyan's heart ached. He had risked his well-being to save her, sustaining injuries in the process, and yet she allowed him to sleep on the ground. Unable to contain herself any longer, she spoke up, Yun Chuan, why don't you come to bed? With those words, she shyly turned her gaze away. Yun Chuan, lying on the floor, was taken aback. What was happening? Had his wife suddenly changed her demeanor? Was she truly feeling shy? Confused, he pondered whether to accept her invitation, suspecting she might be testing him. Wife, are you serious about sharing the bed? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Hurry up, you may not get another chance.
Mu Qingyan exclaimed.
Having declared her intentions, she wondered why he would still seek clarification, unaware of her bashfulness. I'm coming, my wife. Yun Chuan sprang up, leaping onto the bed, exuding vitality despite his injuries. Yun Chuan, no, don't touch me. Just lie there, Mu Qingyan urged, feeling his restless hands and growing anxious. My dear wife, after all this time, why still the shyness? Yun Chuan teased, gazing at her. It must be said, Mu Qingyan was undeniably stunning. Her beauty transcended the ordinary. How could fate be so unkind, bestowing upon her not only an exquisite visage but also imperial prowess? Yun Chuan, I'm not ready yet. Please allow me a moment to prepare, Mu Qingyan replied, her voice laced with tension. Yun Chuan sensed her body was taut, clearly struggling to mask her nervousness. My dear, would you call me husband just once? He gently coaxed. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, husband. Very well, let us rest now, my lady, Yun Chuan said with a smile. To her astonishment, Mu Qingyan was indeed willing to address him as her husband. The bond between them could gradually be refined, and there was no need for haste. Yun Chuan refrained from touching her, instead resting his arms across his chest, his intention being to instill in Mu Qingyan a sense of protection. As she listened to the steady rhythm of his breathing, Mu Qingyan quietly turned to gaze at him. At that moment, Yun Chuan had already closed his eyes. His prominent nose, rosy lips, arched brows, and long lashes revealed a striking handsomeness that Mu Qingyan had not anticipated. Lost in this sight, she too gradually succumbed to sleep, finding an unexpected comfort in lying beside him, and thus drifted off without any guard. As night passed, Mu Qingyan awoke to discover that Yun Chuan had already departed. Observing her intact attire and the unchanged position, she realized that he had not touched her at all throughout the night. Had he done so, her heightened senses would have alerted her immediately. However, recalling that she had called him husband the previous night, a wave of shyness washed over her once more. Rising from her slumber, she suddenly noticed a note left on the bedside. Upon picking it up, she confirmed it was from Yun Chuan. Wife, I must step out for a while to assist a friend with a matter. I shall return shortly. Yun Chuan. Reading the note, Mu Qingyan murmured with a hint of displeasure. Off again? What could possibly require so much of your attention? Exiting the sanctuary, she gazed into the distance, as if searching for traces of Yun Chuan's passage. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was already far beyond the confines of Shenyuan Palace, hastening towards the southernmost reaches. Given that Shenyuan Palace was located in the southern part of the Penglai region, he could reach his destination within half a day, given his imperial strength. By midday, Yun Chuan beheld the reincarnation sect, the most formidable power in this southern expanse, with its leader possessing soul realm strength. The fabled abyss of fallen gods lay approximately 10 kilometers away from the reincarnation sect. Yet, considering the ominous reputation of the abyss, it was indeed remarkable that the reincarnation sect could thrive in its vicinity. They had even established an entire city, named Reincarnation City, which Yun Chuan decided to explore. Upon entering the bustling city, reminiscent of a lively marketplace from a past life, he stepped into a tavern. Waiter, bring me a jug of wine and some food, he called, choosing a random spot to sit. Shortly, the wine and dishes arrived, prompting Yun Chuan to casually inquire, Waiter, where is the abyss of fallen gods? Sir, do you intend to visit the abyss? The waiter appeared taken aback. No, I merely heard it was quite renowned, Yun Chuan replied with a nonchalant smile. The waiter relaxed and continued, You've come to the right person. The abyss of fallen gods is merely 5 kilometers from our reincarnation city, just to the east. Many have ventured there, drawn by its fame, yet none have returned. The waiter then glanced around cautiously before leaning closer to Yun Chuan and whispering, It is said that a terrifying malevolent spirit resides within. Anyone who enters the abyss will have their flesh and blood drained by it. Yun Chuan nodded, dismissing the waiter with a wave of his hand. Upon reflection, if there truly exists an evil entity within the land of fallen gods, why does it not reveal itself? It is possible that it remains sealed away, or perhaps such an entity never existed. After all, None who have ventured into the land of fallen gods have returned, leaving the veracity of these matters shrouded in mystery. System, initiate the sign-in. Yun Chuan called out within his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the Reincarnation City. You have received a void-breaking talisman. Oh, a void-breaking talisman? It allows for instantaneous travel over 100 kilometers. This is indeed a valuable item for preserving one's life. After finishing a flask of wine, he tidied himself up in preparation for his journey to the land of fallen gods. At this moment, within the Xian Yuan Palace, as Mu Qingyan was immersed in her cultivation, she suddenly felt a tightening sensation in her heart. What is happening? Why do I feel this way?
Mu Qingyan pondered,
Bewildered by the sudden constriction of her heart. Chapter 27. The Empress's heartache. Fierce battle with the evil demon. The land of fallen gods lies a mere 5 kilometers away, a trivial distance for him. The shadowy doppelganger manifested, appearing beside Yun Chuan, and slowly spoke. The aura within is profoundly sinister. Do you sense it too? Let us venture inside, Yun Chuan replied. He was indeed aware of the malevolent energy that permeated the air. No wonder the rumors spoke of a terrifying demon residing within. This aura surpassed even that of the dark emperors of the demon sect, akin to the stark contrast between an adult and a child. The land of fallen gods was not extensive. It was merely a narrow valley, appearing rather unremarkable from the outside. With a leap, Yun Chuan and his shadowy doppelganger descended onto a flat expanse within the valley. The ground was littered with skulls and countless remnants of both beasts and humans. Curiously, there was no flow of spiritual energy in the air, only the pungent scent of blood and malevolence lingered. Yet, if there was no spiritual energy here, how could a demon cultivate? As they ventured deeper, the stench of blood and malevolence intensified, while the surrounding sounds diminished until Yun Chuan could hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heartbeat. However, this path seemed to reach a dead end. A mountain peak stood in their way, and the sinister aura dissipated entirely at this point, leaving Yun Chuan perplexed. Moreover, throughout their journey, they had encountered countless remnants of humans and beasts, yet here, the ground was inexplicably pristine, devoid of even a trace of blood. It was as if a boundary line existed, transforming this area into a sanctuary. Surprisingly, they encountered no danger thus far. The silence felt almost unnaturally tranquil. Someone is here, the doppelganger suddenly declared. Huh? Yun Chuan was taken aback. He did not sense any living presence. The same aura as mine, the doppelganger continued. Those who shared such an aura were either elite assassins or dark demons. Generally, only assassins would master shadow techniques and alter their own essence. The valley of the land of fallen gods was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, 2 sounds echoed, resembling heartbeat rhythms. The mountain peak that had previously obstructed their path vanished, transforming into a black tombstone. Thump, thump. The sound emerged again, and this time, Yun Chuan discerned that it originated from within the tombstone. Bang! A slender, emaciated hand emerged from the ground before the tombstone. This hand was pitch black, elongated and gaunt, with nails extending several centimeters, exuding an unsettling aura. Ah! A piercing, mournful wail resonated, reminiscent of a lament. Yun Chuan instinctively covered his ears, for this sound was nauseating. Meanwhile, the doppelganger remained intently focused on the tombstone. Bang! A shadowy figure leaped from the ground. The owner of that emaciated hand fully materialized before Yun Chuan. The creature before me bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, yet it was distinctly otherworldly. Its elongated limbs and slender body were complemented by enormous, pointed ears, a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, and blood-red, colossal pupils. Most striking of all were the pair of massive wings that adorned its back, reminiscent of a bat. Yet its physical attributes were undeniably humanoid. Suddenly, the monster emitted a piercing scream, one that resonated with palpable malice, sending Yun Chuan and his shadow clone hurtling several meters away. Despite its formidable presence, he sensed no trace of cultivation or mastery emanating from the beast. Unrelenting, the creature flapped its wings and charged toward him and the shadow clone. In that moment, Yun Chuan recalled the importance of signing in. He realized that within the Godfall land, he had effectively completed his task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully signing in at the Godfall land. Reward: the divine artifact, the Dragon Lock Coffin, and 100 years of cultivation. The melding of a century's worth of cultivation surged through him. Ding! Fusion successful. Boom! Yun Chuan's aura erupted forth, propelling him into the 4th stage of the Emperor Realm. The shadow clone followed suit, breaking through to the same level. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Dark Oblivion. Both Yun Chuan and his shadow clone shouted in unison, simultaneously launching an attack to intercept the creature's claw. However, the impact caused Yun Chuan to spit out a mouthful of blood. This time it was no mere act. How powerful it is. Meanwhile, far away in the Xian Yuan Palace, Mu Qingyan unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. What is happening to me? Can cultivation go awry? She had been plagued by an unsettling premonition, a fleeting pang of anguish that disrupted her practice and nearly led her astray. She ceased her training and hastened toward the holy temple. Upon arriving at the temple, she found the note left behind by Yun Chuan once again. A sudden realization struck her. Yun Chuan had inquired about the Godfall land, claiming it was for a friend's sake, and this note mentioned assisting a friend with a task. Oh no! Yun Chuan, you scoundrel! If anything has happened to you, I will not let this go, she exclaimed in a fit of rage, before vanishing from her spot. At this very moment, Yun Chuan found himself in dire straits within the Godfall land. The creature's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful, each strike imbued with shadowy energy. While the shadow clone could absorb a substantial portion of the assault, he was left to endure every blow in its entirety. He contemplated fleeing, yet the oppressive force of the land rendered such an escape impossible, explaining why none who entered had ever managed to escape. Wait, the void-breaking talisman. An idea sparked in Yun Chuan's mind as he recalled the talisman received upon signing in, which could bypass all conditions and teleport him 100 kilometers away. Just as he prepared to activate the talisman, however, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Special mission issued. Defeat the extraterrestrial evil and suppress it within the Dragon Lock Coffin. Damn it! Yun Chuan could not help but curse at the sudden imposition of this task. Curse you, heavenly explosion pill. I fear you not. He swallowed the pill, feeling his power surge exponentially, every movement stirring the very heavens themselves. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. This strike exceeded the might of the Emperor Realm. The otherworldly fiend let out a piercing shriek as it was struck by the sword. Ah! Ah! The sound remained shrill and jarring. Yet there was no time to dwell on it. Yun Chuan advanced once more, delivering another decisive blow. With this strike, the fiend's arm was severed, and from the wound, a stream of black blood poured forth. The shadowy doppelganger was not idle either. It instantaneously materialized behind the fiend, transforming its hand into a blade that pierced directly through the fiend's chest. Opportunity. The dragon sealing coffin. Arise. At Yun Chuan's command, a massive coffin, exuding an ancient aura and an overwhelming malevolence, materialized before the otherworldly fiend. Upon sighting the dragon sealing coffin, the fiend began to thrash about in a frenzy. Ah! Ah! The shadowy doppelganger was swiftly sent flying by a single slap, and although Yun Chuan was enhanced by the heavenly explosion pill, that augmentation could not transfer to the doppelganger. With that slap, it was inevitably cast aside. Meanwhile, the dragon-sealing coffin slowly began to open. Chapter 28. The Empress's True Feelings. The loss of power, the dark clone was violently hurled 100 meters away, while Yun Chuan began to endure the adverse effects brought on by the heavenly explosion pill. The dragon lock coffin slowly creaked open, revealing the blood-red eyes of the outer demon, which were filled with fear. Yes, fear. The demon, who had intended to flee, suddenly found itself suspended in mid-air, and snared by a colossal chain that bound its feet. This was a chain that emerged from the depths of the dragon lock coffin. In an instant, 4 additional chains shot forth, capturing the demon's limbs and neck. The outer demon thrashed wildly, but it was all in vain. The chains began to retract, dragging the demon back until it was entirely engulfed by the coffin, at which point its howls ceased, and the heavy lid of the coffin closed with a thud. The dragon lock coffin ascended, returning to Yun Chuan's presence, now reduced to the size of a palm-sized box. Everything reverted to its original state. The desolation of the fallen god realm was palpable, with only the heartbeats of Yun Chuan and the dark clone breaking the silence. In anguish, Yun Chuan cried out. This was the consequence of the heavenly explosion pill. His skin began to tear apart, his body unable to bear the burden. Venturing outside, one should always be prepared with healing elixirs. Alas, without them, he found himself in this dire predicament. A dull thud echoed throughout the valley. Yun Chuan's sea had shattered. Warning. Host is in life-threatening danger. System automatic maintenance initiated. This was the last sound Yun Chuan heard before he suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, gazing at the void before him with confusion. Am I dead? He extended his hand but could not see his palm, surrounded by an impenetrable blackness. Damn it, if only I hadn't accepted the system's tasks. Yun Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Though his time in this world had been brief, he had ascended to the Imperial Realm in record time, propelled by the system's support. What should have been the tale of a chosen one had been distorted beyond recognition by his own actions. At home, a wife as beautiful as a celestial goddess awaited him, embodying the life of a true victor, yet he had turned it all into chaos. System, what will become of you if I perish? Yun Chuan inquired once more. Warning. Host's death will lead to system destruction. Yun Chuan chuckled ruefully. I apologize for dragging you into this. If not for my arrogance, such calamity would not have occurred. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared before him, and a flawless silhouette emerged. My wife, it seems my only connection in this world is you. Yun Chuan, wake up. You promised not to deceive me again. Why do you continue to lie? Mu Qingyan cried, rushing toward him in tears. Yun Chuan fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. He had deceived her once more. Would she forgive him this time? Nevertheless, as he had already met his end, he resolved to weave one last lie. As Mu Qingyan's figure drew ever closer, it finally stood before Yun Chuan. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes swollen and red from weeping, her voice trembling into a hoarse sob. Yun Chuan, please wake up, Mu Qingyan cried, her tears cascading down as she clung tightly to him. My dear wife, this feels so real, Yun Chuan thought, savoring the sensation of her embrace, reminiscent of the last time she had held him. I'm sorry, my love. I've deceived you once more. Though you initially held no interest in me, hasn't our bond blossomed into something beautiful? Yet I can no longer be by your side. Forgive me, my beloved. Seeing the tears streaming down Mu Qingyan's face pierced Yun Chuan's heart with unbearable anguish. He loathed himself for his weakness, for his arrogance. Would things have turned out differently had he been stronger? Mu Qingyan's tears soaked his shoulder, a sensation so vivid and real. Yun Chuan, wake up, she screamed, her voice echoing with desperation. In that moment, the darkness enveloping Yun Chuan transformed into light, as if countless lamps ignited one by one. Wife! When Yun Chuan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a stone cave, with Mu Qingyan sobbing against his chest. Yun Chuan, you're awake, she exclaimed, lifting her head in disbelief. She had thought she was imagining his voice, but the sight of his slowly opening eyes confirmed the truth. Confusion washed over Yun Chuan. Wasn't he in the abyss of the fallen gods? Hadn't he perished? Was he merely caught in a dream of the afterlife? Am I dead, my love? He murmured, though his throat burned with pain. Thank goodness, you've finally awakened, Mu Qingyan replied, embracing him tightly. Yun Chuan was bewildered by the turn of events. Had he truly survived? Beep! The system protected the host's vital essence at the last moment, allowing for survival. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Realization dawned upon Yun Chuan. This was no dream. He had been saved by the system. Regardless of the circumstances, he was grateful to be alive. Looking at the tear-streaked face of Mu Qingyan, he smiled. My dear, how long have I been unconscious? He asked, his heart aching at the sight of her distressed expression. It has been 5 days, she replied through her sobs. 5 days prior, upon arriving at the abyss of the fallen gods, she had been horrified to find Yun Chuan lying motionless on the ground, his body battered and bruised. At that moment, when his heart had ceased to beat, she had been paralyzed with fear. After bestowing upon him the Emperor's essence, he had remained unresponsive, and only then did she truly grasp the depth of heartache. Yun Chuan had etched an indelible mark upon her life, teaching her the essence of love and familial bonds, making her feel cherished for the first time. It has already been 5 days, and I never imagined that I had been in a state of unconsciousness for so long. As I assessed my body, I felt my meridians severed and my dantian shattered. Were it not for the system and the super-divine body, I would likely be beyond saving. My dear, where are we? Did we not return to the Shenyuan Palace? Yun Chuan inquired. Mu Qingyan rose and replied, we have returned. This is where I usually practice. Let us go back to the holy temple, Yun Chuan said, struggling to sit up. Mu Qingyan hurried to support him, nodding as she said, very well, let us return. Thus, Mu Qingyan assisted Yun Chuan as they soared towards the holy temple. Indeed, my cultivation has vanished. Yun Chuan contemplated in silence. The shattering of my dantian had led to the loss of my powers. Now, I was but an ordinary person. As he glanced at Mu Qingyan beside him, Yun Chuan could not help but shake his head. Chapter 29. The Nine Heavens Dan Si. Rejuvenation of cultivation, the shattering of the Dan Si and severing of meridians. Yet surviving this calamity is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, for a cultivator, the inability to cultivate is a fate worse than death. Fortunately, the divine body remains intact, and there must be a way to restore the Dan Si. System. Sign in. Yun Chuan silently implored. He could only hope that the system still allowed for sign-ins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Imperial Realm of the Shenyuan Palace. Reward. Supreme Dan Si of the 9 heavens and 50 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Yun Chuan could not help but burst into laughter. This was truly a fortuitous gift in his time of need, restoring his Dan Si and granting him 50 years of cultivation despite his current state of being an ordinary person. My dear, I currently lack any cultivation. You won't disdain me, will you? Yun Chuan chuckled. What does it matter that you have no cultivation? I am at the Imperial Realm, and I can bestow upon you the essence of life. Do not act foolishly, Mu Qingyan swiftly replied, fearing that Yun Chuan might do something reckless due to his lost powers. She was acutely aware that with a shattered Dan Si, he could no longer absorb spiritual energy and thus could not cultivate. Yun Chuan remained silent, resolutely making a decision within himself. Upon returning to the sacred hall, he discovered that without cultivation, even the basic elixir for rejuvenation was beyond his reach. It was truly a frustrating predicament, his alchemical skills rendered utterly useless. I will gather some healing elixirs and medicinal herbs for you. Please rest well, Mu Qingyan said, gazing at Yun Chuan with concern. Dear, could you perhaps call me husband from now on? Referring to me as Yun Chuan feels so distant, Yun Chuan remarked, smiling at her. Instantly, Mu Qingyan's face flushed a deep crimson as she shyly whispered, all right, husband, before hastily exiting the room. My wife is truly adorable, Yun Chuan mused, savoring the lingering fragrance left by Mu Qingyan. System. Merge the 9 heavens Dan Si. Ding. Merging the 9 heavens Dan Si. In the next moment, a fierce blaze erupted from his Dan Si, wildly ravaging through the remnants of its shattered state. He trembled all over, beads of sweat forming like pearls and cascading down. Pain. Exquisite agony. Stripped of all cultivation, he possessed no power to resist this infernal force, relying solely on his willpower to combat the terrifying energy. Gradually, the burning torment of his Dan Si subsided, giving way to the formation of a Dan Si several times larger than before. Then, the Dan Si split into 2, 2 into 4 and 4 into 8. 8 Dan Sis began to quietly swirl. Yet Yun Chuan was puzzled. It was supposed to be the 9 heavens Dan Si. How could there only be 8? Was it possible that they were derivatives? Although it appeared there were only 8 Dan Sis, each was a product of a singular Dan Si. The 9th must be the amalgamation of the 8 into 1. Activating the Shenyuan canon for just a second, he was astonished to find himself breaking through to the first level of the bone transformation realm. The realization dawned upon him. These 9 Dan Sis could absorb spiritual energy simultaneously. This meant that his current cultivation speed was 9 times faster than before. This truly is a blessing in disguise. Given the current pace of my cultivation, Returning to the Imperial Realm seems no longer a formidable task. Once again, I activate the Xian Yuan Codex, allowing the 9 Dan Seas to operate simultaneously, as torrents of spiritual energy surge into them. In just a few breaths, I ascend to the second layer of the Bone Refinement Realm. Continuing my practice, after 2 hours, I reach the 9th layer of the Muscle Forging Realm. Halting my cultivation, I revel in the overwhelming strength coursing through my body, affirming the efficacy of my training. Yet, I find myself lacking, unable to compare to my own disciple. With her innate talent, Exiner should be nearing the pinnacle of the Qi Refinement Realm by now. System, integrate 50 years of cultivation. No sooner had the words left my lips than a formidable aura surged within me. First layer of Qi Refinement. Second layer. 8th layer of Divine Origin. The 50 years of cultivation propelled me directly to the 8th layer of Divine Origin. Indeed, at lower realms, 50 years can yield such considerable advancement, whereas at the Imperial Realm one might struggle to break through even a single layer. My lord, a melodious voice interrupted my thoughts. My wife has returned. Here, take this pill. It is for repairing your meridians. Mu Qingyan offered a medicinal pill at my lips. My dear, it's unnecessary. My Dan Si has already recovered. I replied with a smile. What? Your Dan Si has recovered? Mu Qingyan's disbelief was palpable. It is well known that restoring a Dan Si is nearly impossible, unless one finds a suitable and special Dan Si relocation. Otherwise, recovery is simply unattainable. Well, I had 2 Dan Sis before. One has shattered, but I still possess the other. I could only fabricate a casual excuse. I cannot reveal the existence of the system to her. It is my greatest secret, one that must remain concealed until I attain invincibility. That's wonderful, my lord, Mu Qingyan exclaimed, leaping into my embrace. After a couple of moments, she seemed to realize her exuberance may have been excessive. Would this display of enthusiasm come off as overly forward? Would my affection for her diminish? Her thoughts fluttered anxiously. I too was taken aback by this youthful side of Mu Qingyan. It appears my wife is quietly undergoing some transformations. You are truly remarkable, I said, gazing at her with deep affection. Upon hearing my words, a wave of sweetness washed over Mu Qingyan, causing her to shyly bury her face in my embrace. Who could have imagined that the formidable Empress of heavenly fire possessed such a tender side? Reflecting on our first encounter, her icy demeanor was worlds apart from the warmth she now exudes. My dear, I can resume my cultivation now. I shall visit the Xian Yuan secret realm once more, I gently declared. Go ahead. No one dares to obstruct you now, for you are the esteemed emperor. Mu Qingyan playfully chided. The two of us then engaged in playful banter within our chamber, with Mu Qingyan's laughter ringing throughout. It was not until nightfall that I departed the sacred hall, yet my energy remained vibrant, for we had not indulged in any of those activities. Upon reaching the entrance of the Xian Yuan secret realm, the guards, upon seeing me, immediately bowed their heads and reverently proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the esteemed emperor." Without further ado, I wish to enter and cultivate, Yun Chuan said, scratching his head. You are the esteemed emperor, so naturally you may, the guard replied, subsequently opening the secret realm to allow Yun Chuan entry. Once inside, Yun Chuan found a suitable spot, unleashed his extraordinary physique, and simultaneously activated the 9 Heavens Dan Si, directly commencing his practice of the Xian Yuan Sutra. The spiritual energy surged towards him with unparalleled intensity, a pace 10-fold faster than before. The entire Xian Yuan palace began to tremble as Yun Chuan cultivated, and Mu Qingyan's eyes widened in unprecedented astonishment. This rate of cultivation surpassed even that of the most gifted individuals in that realm. The spiritual energy within the Xian Yuan palace grew increasingly sparse due to Yun Chuan's fervent training. After a night had passed, he astonishingly broke through to the 8th layer of the Unity Realm, achieving a remarkable advancement of 10 minor realms. Chapter 30. To conquer a man. One must first win his stomach in just a few days. I have returned to the 8th level of the Unity Realm. It seems that since fate has decreed me as the protagonist in this realm, I shall be bestowed with countless opportunities. However, my shadow clone is currently grievously wounded and is still recuperating. Previously, the shadow clone had discreetly departed before the Empress found Yun Chuan, and now it is healing within the Xianyuan Palace. As I stepped out of the Shenyuan secret realm, the sky remained clear and bright. Upon returning to the holy hall, I was greeted within 2 minutes by a familiar voice. Big brother, are you in the holy hall?
Xiner?
I was taken aback that Xiner had come to seek me.
Come in, Xiner.
I conveyed telepathically. Big brother, I have reached the divine origin realm. I was astonished by Xiner's joyful news. I did not expect her to break through to the divine origin realm so swiftly. Xiner, here, this is for you. I presented her with the swift movement pill I had received as a reward from the system. This pill was a reward from my time in the Emperor realm, yet it is suitable for those in the divine origin and unity realms. However, with my system and various powerful attributes, this pill holds little benefit for me. Thank you, big brother, Xiner replied with a sweet smile. There's no need for thanks. I have yet to give you anything since bringing you up from the mundane world. I paused, recalling, by the way, I haven't seen your mother for quite some time. Xiner, where is she? Xiner answered, my mother spends her days cleaning and occasionally practicing her cultivation. She leads a fulfilling life. I nodded, then encouraged Xiner to return to her training, gifting her a sword before she departed, as her martial skills were primarily sword-related. After Xiner left, Mu Qingyan arrived shortly after. Husband, I have brought you some nourishing soup. I observed Mu Qingyan at the door, holding a large bowl of soup. Husband, this is the Min Tiger Tail soup. You must drink it while it's hot. Gazing at the bowl of soup and then at Mu Qingyan's exquisite face, which bore a hint of dust, I inquired, did you make this yourself, my dear? Of course. Not only do I possess strength, but my culinary skills are also commendable.
Mu Qingyan replied proudly.
As I took a sip, I nearly choked. It was exceedingly salty. My dear, it's truly delicious. I encouraged her, despite the overpowering flavor. It appeared to be her first attempt at cooking. Her smile widened at my words. Then you must finish it. Husband, once you do, I will prepare another bowl for you. No need, my dear. This bowl is more than sufficient to nourish me splendidly. I promise not to disappoint you tonight, I assured her, patting my chest. I truly wished to avoid another bowl of her soup. It was akin to poison. Initially, Mu Qingyan did not grasp my words, but then she recalled the events of our first meeting, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. You are so annoying, husband, she said shyly. I shared a few playful remarks, which left Mu Qingyan blushing even more. Late at night, Mu Qingyan sat before the vanity, lost in thought, delaying her bedtime. My dear, are you not going to sleep yet? I reminded her. I am prepared to cultivate today. Mu Qingyan was awakened by Yun Chuan's voice, and she responded with a hint of nervousness. Yun Chuan leaped off the bed and swiftly lifted Mu Qingyan into his arms. What are you doing, Yun Chuan? Put me down, she protested verbally. However, Yun Chuan was not inclined to let her escape so easily. Nonsense. Address me as your lord husband. He gently set Mu Qingyan back on the bed, leaving her flushed with embarrassment. Wife, you are truly beautiful. Gazing closely at Mu Qingyan, he admired her flawless cheeks and the alluring figure beneath her imperial robe. By the way, this is for you, my dear wife. It's a spirit phoenix jade pendant, which can prevent you from going astray in your cultivation. It will be quite beneficial for you. Yun Chuan placed a jade pendant in her hand. You should keep it for yourself. Why give it to me? Mu Qingyan quickly replied. You are my wife. If I do not treat you well, then whom shall I treat kindly? Under the onslaught of his sweet words, Mu Qingyan found herself somewhat overwhelmed. It was Yun Chuan who made her feel cherished, and it was also he who made her realize that there were indeed things in this world worth protecting. Contemplating this, tears began to well in her eyes once more. She had become emotional, a transformation that had begun since Yun Chuan entered her life. Before this, she could not comprehend why people wept, nor did she know that tears could be salty. Yun Chuan noticed the tears in Mu Qingyan's eyes and immediately panicked. No, my wife, what is wrong? I will stop. He withdrew his hand, which had been mischievously exploring. He assumed his actions had startled Mu Qingyan. Although she was at the imperial realm and would not harm him emotionally, she resembled a little girl who knew nothing. No, I am happy, husband. It is you who have allowed me to experience love for the first time, and it is you who have shown me that there are still things worth guarding in this world. Mu Qingyan spoke softly through her sobs. Upon hearing her explanation, Yun Chuan understood that these were tears of joy. He never expected his dear wife to express such sentiments. He recognized that Mu Qingyan had journeyed from a weak girl to a formidable empress, traversing her path alone without ever experiencing love. My wife, you will never be alone again. I will always be by your side, Yun Chuan said tenderly. Mu Qingyan nodded in agreement. After a moment, Yun Chuan felt something shift. Mu Qingyan had taken the initiative to remove her imperial robe. Wife, what is this? Yun Chuan exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Husband, be gentle. Mu Qingyan, her celestial beauty blushing, buried her head in Yun Chuan's embrace. In an instant he turned over, asserting himself with a strength that could not be subdued. The room was soon filled with the melodious sounds of joy, unbeknownst to outsiders. 9 whole hours passed. One can only imagine the intensity of their encounter. The following day it was already midday. The soft rustling sounds stirred Yun Chuan awake. Mu Qingyan had donned a light blue gown and adorned her head with the imperial crown meant for the empress. Turning to gaze at Yun Chuan, her eyes brimmed with affection. My dear husband, you are awake? She inquired. Qingyan, why are you up so early? Yun Chuan responded. I am going to prepare some soup for you. Mu Qingyan replied with a sweet smile, before promptly dashing to the kitchen. Although she was not well versed in worldly matters, she had heard that to win a man's heart, one must first conquer his stomach. At that moment, Yun Chuan felt like a mute person consuming bitter lotus. He had grievances he could not voice. He could neither admit that the soup was unpalatable nor express his reluctance to drink it. As he rose from the bed, he suddenly felt a weakness in his legs and promptly supported himself with his right hand on the bed and his left hand on his waist. Throughout the night, he had not anticipated that Mu Qingyan would become increasingly assertive, ultimately taking control of the situation, employing a scissor kick technique that rendered Yun Chuan entirely submissive. Had it not been for his newfound strength, he might have found it impossible to rise from the bed. Chapter 31. Taming the Azure Phoenix, a divine couple. The maid, Nianzhu, also appeared within the sacred hall. Observing Yun Chuan's peculiar gait, she could not refrain from inquiring, My lord, what has happened to you? Yun Chuan, his face tinged with embarrassment, replied candidly, It is a matter for my lord. Children ought not to concern themselves with it. With that, he strolled out of the sacred hall with an air of calmness, albeit lowering his right hand that had been supporting his waist. The moment he released it, he nearly lost his footing, almost stumbling. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in.
Revoir, invulnérable physique.
Yun Chuan this. Ding. Does the host not desire this physique? Cough. Let us merge. Yun Chuan declared without a hint of embarrassment. It wasn't that he was unwilling. This physique was precisely what he required. After all, it was merely one night, and countless nights awaited him in the future. Who could predict if he might suddenly perish in his sleep one day? However, upon merging with this invulnerable physique, his body instantly rejuvenated, and he was brimming with boundless energy once more. My lord, why have you come out? At that moment, Mu Qingyan flew towards him, her hands devoid of a bowl, which relieved Yun Chuan. I came out to bask in the sun. By the way, my dear, are there any mounts in the palace? I wish to venture out. Yun Chuan replied awkwardly. Going out again? There is indeed an unclaimed azure phoenix in the palace, but it possesses a tempestuous temperament. Even I could not make it recognize me as its master. Take me to see it. Very well, but you must tell me what you plan to do outside. Mu Qingyan said playfully. All right, let us proceed. I shall ascertain what superiority this azure phoenix possesses. Yun Chuan remarked as he produced an ancient herb and began to chew on it. The two soared into the air, arriving at a runic domain at the back mountain of Shenyuan Palace, where demonic beasts were confined. From a distance, Yun Chuan spotted a magnificent bird cloaked in pale blue feathers. Surely, this was the azure phoenix. Within the runic domain, numerous demonic beasts roamed, yet none dared approach the azure phoenix, indicating it was indeed formidable, even among its kin. How could a mere human hope to tame it? As Mu Qingyan approached the entrance of the runic domain, the azure phoenix seemed to sense her presence and emitted a piercing cry towards the heavens. Chirp, To his astonishment, this azure phoenix was of the sacred realm, or rather, the soul realm. No wonder it possessed such pride. It had strength to back it up. The azure phoenix was a hybrid descended from the phoenix lineage, coursing with impure divine beast blood, yet still potent enough to disdain over 90% of demonic beasts. My lord, be careful. Seeing Yun Chuan prepare to approach the azure phoenix, Mu Qingyan could not suppress her concern. Fear not, it cannot harm me, Yun Chuan waved dismissively. As he drew near, the azure phoenix remained unmoved, seemingly indifferent to Yun Chuan's presence. He, however, was undeterred and spoke to it. Though your divine beast bloodline is impure, being a hybrid, it should not hinder your understanding of my words. Chirp. Upon hearing this, the azure phoenix erupted in fury, unleashing a furious cry directed at Yun Chuan. At this moment, the last thing it wished to hear was the term hybrid, a persistent source of anguish for it, which unexpectedly was brought to light by Yun Chuan today. You need not roar at me. I speak the truth. If you wish to shed this title, you must follow me. If you truly desire to transform into a divine beast, your only path lies with me, Yun Chuan stated, gazing directly at Qingwan with an expression as tranquil as an ancient well. Qingwan chose to ignore him, closing its eyes in slumber. Yun Chuan smiled calmly, and then Awu appeared in his hand. Awu, Awu, Awu. It cried out in a high-pitched voice, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction over Yun Chuan's recent neglect. At that moment, Qingwan opened its eyes, astonished, unable to conceal its surprise. The divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. This was a suppression of its very bloodline. Before a true divine beast, it dared not raise its head, especially in the presence of a top-tier bloodline beast like the nine-tailed fox. It is well known that the nine-tailed fox is a being of greater strength than the phoenix, possessing a bloodline power that surpasses that of the Phoenix clan. Even if Qingwan were to metamorphose into a true divine beast, it would still be overshadowed by the nine-tailed fox. It is said that only the true dragon can stand on equal footing with the nine-tailed fox, a saying that holds true. The war god fox and the unrivaled dragon aptly describe the two clans of divine beasts, which in ancient times held dominion over the entire realm of demon beasts. Alright, Awu, I intend to take it as my mount. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Awu finally noticed Qingwan's presence, regarding it merely as a lowly beast of inferior bloodline, unworthy of its attention. Awu, 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 called out to Qingwan, its meaning lost in translation. Meanwhile, Qingwan felt an overwhelming sense of tension, even lowering its body. Although Awu was but a small creature, with a realm at only the muscle refining stage, the significance of bloodline among demon beasts is paramount. A pure-blooded nine-tailed fox could easily dominate a hybrid emperor-level Qingwan. This was the root of Qingwan's fear. Chirp, chirp. Qingwan responded timidly, its voice barely above a whisper, as if it had already submitted to Awu. Awu, displaying a hint of human-like understanding, nodded in satisfaction. It then turned its gaze back to Yun Chuan, who tossed it a sacred herb. Awu, Awu. At this moment, Qingwan still dared not lift its head, maintaining a posture of submission. What do you say? By following me, you may have the chance to metamorphose into a divine beast. Otherwise, you shall remain confined in this place for eternity. Are you content with that? Yun Chuan spoke again, his tone as calm as before. For him, subduing Qingwan was optional. Yet at this moment it held significance, presenting an opportunity that would not come again. Yun Chuan's words echoed in Qingwan's mind like an incantation, refusing to fade. Yun Chuan remained silent, simply observing Qingwan, as if awaiting its decision. 2 breaths passed. Finally, Qingwan bowed its head, which it had deemed noble, and Yun Chuan wasted no time. He stepped forward and mounted Qingwan. Do not feel embarrassed. You shall ultimately find solace in this decision of yours. Yun Chuan sensed a hint of reluctance in Qingwan. At that moment, Mu Qingyan was also utterly astonished. Unable to believe that the Qingwan she had failed to tame for over a century was so effortlessly subdued by Yun Chuan in just 1 short hour. Truly, he is my esteemed husband. Upon realizing this was her husband, a wave of admiration surged within her. Who would have thought that the lofty and immensely powerful Empress of heavenly fire would reveal such a seemingly trivial demeanor? Darling, come up. I will take you for a ride. Yun Chuan extended his hand towards Mu Qingyan. She grasped his hand eagerly, and together they mounted Qing Luan, sitting closely together, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. In that moment, sitting in front of Yun Chuan, their actions were undeniably intimate. Qing Luan soared into the sky, ascending to magnificent heights. The two of them, like celestial lovers, gazed down upon the entire Shenyuan palace. Chapter 32. Do you truly believe I am molded from dough? After successfully subduing the Azure Luan, Yun Chuan began to contemplate a journey to Starry City, the sole place in the Penglai region devoid of factional strife. It is a sanctuary for rogue cultivators, where no one is permitted to engage in violence. Otherwise, they would face annihilation at the hands of formidable cultivators residing within the city. Should the powerful denizens prove insufficient, the city lord, Lin Wuqing, who stands at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm, merely a step away from opening the immortal gate to ascend to the celestial realm, would intervene. Known as the most powerful figure in the Penglai region, the merciless Emperor Wuqing instills a profound respect that dissuades any challenges to Starry City's authority. However, this journey was necessitated by a newly issued task from the system. Otherwise, he would not have ventured so far. Upon hearing of Yun Chuan's intent to travel to Starry City, Mu Qingyan felt a sense of relief. At least Starry City was reputed to be exceedingly secure. The claim of it being the safest locale in the Penglai region was not mere rhetoric. Yet, as the Empress, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to at Shenyuan Palace. Otherwise, she might have considered accompanying Yun Chuan. After a night of passionate entanglement, as dawn's light began to filter through, the two finally ceased their fervor. Following their previous encounter, Yun Chuan discerned that Mu Qingyan had developed a certain addiction, an unsettling revelation. A man possesses but 2 kidneys, and it is hardly feasible to indulge excessively. My husband, do take care on your journey. Mu Qingyan gazed at Yun Chuan, her eyes brimming with affection. In stark contrast, Yun Chuan appeared weary, his countenance a testament to fatigue, while Mu Qingyan radiated vitality. Very well, I shall take my leave, Qingyan. With a single call, the Azure Luan descended before him. After taming the creature, he named her Qinger. As he slowly faded into the horizon, Mu Qingyan's reluctant gaze followed him until she turned, her expression transforming back into that of the cold Empress. She too had duties to fulfill. Her husband had lost his cultivation, and he had the courage to start anew. How could she afford to be a hindrance? This journey was undertaken solely by Yun Chuan, while his shadowy doppelganger remained within Shenyuan Palace, monitoring for any potential intrusions. At this moment, he had already regained his cultivation to the 8th tier of the Unity Realm, with 3 days' journey remaining to Starry City. In this time, breaking through to the Divine Fire Realm should not pose a challenge. A bird and a man soared through the skies. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. What abundant spiritual energy! It seems they are nearing Starry City. Yun Chuan sensed the rich aura of this region, indicating their approach to the city. During these 3 days, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd tier of the Divine Fire Realm, accumulating 30 years of pure cultivation and a formidable martial technique that shook the very earth, alongside a sacred weapon, the Netherworld Spear. It appeared he must also seek out some techniques for spear mastery. Soon, Qinger landed outside Starry City, only to be halted by 2 guards of the Soul Realm. Flight within the city was prohibited, and entry required a fee of 100 spirit stones. Before his departure, Mu Qingyan had bestowed upon him 100,000 spirit stones. Truly, she was a woman of considerable wealth. To comprehend the wealth of a practitioner at the Soul Realm, one must realize that possessing a few thousand spirit stones is considered quite affluent. Indeed, merely 10 spirit stones could sustain an ordinary individual for a lifetime. Thus, the staggering quantity of 100,000 spirit stones is truly formidable. In the realm of Penglai, spirit stones are indispensable. Whether for cultivation or auctions, they are essential, and even entry into Xingyao City necessitates the payment of spirit stones. When I presented 100 spirit stones to the guard, he accepted them but still barred my passage. What is the matter? I inquired, my brow furrowing. Beasts are not permitted within, the guard replied. A spirit beast incurs a fee of 500 spirit stones. I smiled, recalling that a person before me had entered Xingyao City with a fierce tiger spirit beast, paying only 100 spirit stones. Why then was I being charged 500? The guard remained impassive, steadfast in his stance. The beast you possess is classified as a ferocious creature. To ensure the safety of others within Xingyao City, a fee of 500 spirit stones is required. And if I refuse to pay, what then? I retorted with derision. Refuse? Then entrance into the city is beyond your reach. The guard stood resolute, evidently emboldened by his superior cultivation. I wonder if your city lord has sanctioned such a regulation. I scoffed. The guard remained silent, continuing to obstruct my path. Step aside, I exclaimed, unleashing my aura. Despite being merely at the 3rd tier of the Divine Fire Realm, I had once broken through to the Imperial Realm, and my overwhelming presence swiftly subdued both guards. I was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of this technique. The sheer force of my aura could achieve such an effect, rendering me a formidable adversary in battle. The 2 guards were taken aback. A mere practitioner of the Divine Fire Realm was able to suppress them solely with his aura, indicating they had encountered a formidable opponent. Do you take me for a mere plaything? They stammered, finding themselves unable to move. They managed to utter, if you dare proceed, you shall face the Lord's retribution. I paid them no heed and departed with nonchalance. Retribution? I shall see for myself if there are consequences. I mused inwardly. Upon entering the city, I immediately attracted a multitude of gazes, primarily due to the striking presence of the Canglan. As a rare hybrid divine beast, a Canglan of the Soul Realm was particularly extraordinary, drawing the attention of many practitioners. With my cultivation at the Divine Fire Realm accompanied by a Soul Realm Canglan, speculation arose regarding the identity of this prodigious disciple from a major power. Please, wait, a voice called from behind me. A burly, middle-aged man approached, towering over me by nearly a head. Is this your first visit to Xingyao City? He inquired warmly. What brings you here? I asked. While traveling, one must remain vigilant. Today we are hosting a grand competition in Xingyao City, and we would like to extend an invitation for you to participate. What competition? I questioned, perplexed. Today, in the illustrious Starry City, all young talents under the age of 20 are cordially invited to partake in a contest of supremacy. The victor shall have the opportunity to spend a night of splendor with the city's most enchanting beauty, Gu Fenghua, as confidently proclaimed by the bearded gentleman. A young prodigy like Yun Chuan would undoubtedly not refuse such an enticing opportunity. Oh, what does it have to do with me? I shall take my leave now, Yun Chuan remarked nonchalantly, harboring no interest in this so-called contest. He held no fascination for the renowned beauty of Starry City. After all, could anyone truly surpass his beloved wife, Mu Qingyan? Thus, he felt no inclination to engage in such trivial pursuits, which might only lead to unnecessary trouble. Why partake in an endeavor that promises no reward? Perhaps if the prize were different, he might consider it, but to share a night of splendor, he would rather avoid the wrath of Mu Qingyan upon returning home. Chapter 33. Who will claim victory? As soon as these words were uttered, the bearded man grew anxious and hurriedly obstructed Yun Chuan's path. My lord, please wait. You truly must participate in this contest for supremacy, he implored. Why are you so insistent on my participation? Yun Chuan replied, his patience waning. I have already stated my refusal to partake. Are your ears not functioning properly? Ah, my lord. It is actually the divine maiden Gu who has specifically requested your presence at this event. The bearded man, witnessing Yun Chuan's imminent departure, reluctantly divulged the truth. Gu, the divine maiden? She knows me? Yun Chuan inquired, perplexed. Well, I am unaware of that. Now, please do not disturb me any further. I need to find accommodation. Excellent news, my lord. There is no need for you to seek lodging. It has already been arranged. The bearded man sighed in relief. Yun Chuan was taken aback by the thoroughness of the preparations, which even included accommodation. Shortly thereafter, the bearded man escorted him to a quaint and charming courtyard. My lord, please rest here. The event will commence at noon today, and I shall return to summon you then. Very well, Yun Chuan replied, and the bearded man departed, leaving him solitary in the expansive courtyard. Yet, he pondered who this divine maiden Gu was and why she had specifically called for him to participate in the contest for supremacy. System. Task sign-in. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Starry City. Reward. 5 drops of ancient emperor's blood. 5 drops of blood, exuding an ancient and fierce aura, materialized before him. Yun Chuan's breath quickened. He had not anticipated receiving the blood of an ancient emperor. It is known that the ancient emperors were far more formidable than the emperors of the present day. The spiritual energy of that era was beyond comparison to the current times, and those who could be deemed ancient emperors were unparalleled powerhouses capable of dominating an entire era. Even the current lord of Starry City, the merciless emperor, at the 9th level of the imperial realm, could not hope to attain the level of an ancient emperor. With a wave of his hand, 4 drops of ancient emperor's blood vanished, leaving only 1. At this moment, absorbing 5 drops would certainly overwhelm him. 1 drop was just right. As this drop of blood merged into his third eye, a surge of vitality coursed through his body. His skin flushed red, and his muscles began to swell at a visible rate. Yun Chuan's expression reflected immense agony, for all his strength was engaged in resisting the burden imposed by this drop of blood. Moments later, the expression of pain vanished, replaced by one of exhilaration. This single drop of blood had utterly transformed his physique. He now appeared even more robust than before, possessing the strength to contend with cultivators of the divine fire realm. System: fuse 30 years of cultivation. The previously awarded cultivation could now be integrated. Divine fire 4th level. Divine fire 5th level. Divine fire 6th level. He advanced until he reached the 8th level of divine fire, at which point the signs of a breakthrough finally came to a halt. Now, with a series of hidden trump cards, even those at the 9th level of the soul realm would not stand a chance against him. Thud. Thud. Your Excellency, the competition for supremacy is about to commence. We shall set forth. Without a doubt, it must be that bearded man approaching. Very well. It is a perfect opportunity to meet the illustrious Gu Shenen, who has specifically requested his participation. Who could she possibly be? As I stepped out of the courtyard, I beheld the bearded man of Yun Chuan, momentarily questioning the veracity of my own vision. How could such a transformation occur in merely a couple of hours? His cultivation level remained at the 5th tier of the divine fire realm, rendering him oblivious to the fact that Yun Chuan had ascended to the 8th tier. Had he known, his astonishment would have been even greater. What's the matter? Let us go. Ah yes, let us proceed. The bearded man snapped back to reality. Soon, the two arrived at the base of a grand pavilion, where a colossal arena stood prominently. Surrounding the arena were numerous young talents, all presumably participants in the competition for supremacy. Yun Chuan gazed at the arena, murmuring, "A martial contest for supremacy, perhaps?" At that moment, Yun Chuan sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Lifting his eyes, he spotted a slender woman adorned with a veil at the pinnacle of the pavilion. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Gu Shenen?" he whispered. The veiled woman did not shy away. Instead, she locked eyes with Yun Chuan, murmuring, "Yun Chuan." At this juncture, the bearded man ascended the arena, addressing the assembly of youthful talents below with a booming voice. "Welcome, esteemed young talents, to the supremacy competition hosted by Xingyao City. The sole rule of this contest is the arena battle. The ultimate victor shall be granted the privilege of spending a night of splendor with our city's divine maiden, Gu Shenen." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Clearly, each participant sought to win the favor of the divine maiden, with the exception of Yun Chuan. This competition was exclusively for those under 20 years of age. Those who could achieve the unity realm at such a tender age were already figures akin to the holy sons of various sacred lands or the young masters of prominent sections. Upon a cursory glance, Yun Chuan noted only 2 individuals at the unity realm. For reasons unknown, he harbored the suspicion that this Gu Shenen had orchestrated the event specifically for him. Why must he be compelled to participate? Did she truly believe he could seize victory? If he were to falter, what purpose would his participation serve? Humph, if that is the case, I shall grant you the outcome you desire, Yun Chuan murmured to himself. Then, with a single leap, he ascended the arena. This time, Qing Luan had remained behind in the courtyard, thus garnering little attention from the onlookers. Here I stand, issuing a challenge to all. Will it be a collective onslaught against me, or shall each of you take turns in single combat? Yun Chuan proclaimed with audacity. Since Gu Shenen desired such an outcome, he would embrace his arrogance to the fullest. Who do you think you are to act so brazenly? Witness this. A young nobleman, seething with indignation, launched a kick toward him. Yun Chuan brandished his spear, the sacred artifact, the netherworld spear, with a single thrust. He planted it at the center of the arena, sending the nobleman hurtling away. A sacred artifact. The bearded man was equally astounded. No wonder the divine maiden had specifically summoned him to participate. An individual capable of wielding a sacred artifact must possess an extraordinarily formidable background or strength. As the saying goes, men die for wealth and birds perish for food. The disciples, seemingly entranced, rushed onto the stage in a frenzy. Yun Chuan, without hesitation, dispatched each challenger with effortless precision. For every individual who approached, another soared out of the ring. In a mere span of moments, all had been sent flying, leaving only Yun Chuan standing triumphantly. The bearded man remained rooted in place, utterly bewildered. Yun Chuan had thoroughly shattered the established norms, yet he was beckoned forth. At this moment, from the upper loft, a veiled lady spoke. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, the bearded man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yun Chuan ascended to the loft, leaving a crowd of talented youths behind, their faces twisted in indignation. With an air of calmness, Yun Chuan climbed the stairs, eager to uncover the true identity of the mysterious figure. Chapter 34. The Mystery of the Celestial Path. Journey to the snowy domain atop the highest tower. A veiled woman sat at a jade table, flanked by 2 maidservants and 3 guards, creating quite a formidable scene. You may leave, she commanded upon seeing Yun Chuan. Yes, Your Highness. The maidservants and guards responded in unison, exiting the room and leaving the divine woman alone. You must be the esteemed Gu Shenen, Yun Chuan remarked, taking a seat without ceremony. Indeed, I am Gu Fanghua, Your Majesty, she replied, her tone purposeful. Yun Chuan's gaze sharpened, his aura surging as he instantly appeared before Gu Fanghua. His palm transformed into a blade poised at her throat. Who are you? Why do you address me as Your Majesty? Gu Fanghua appeared unfazed, her demeanor calm as she replied, Your Majesty, I assure you, we are not adversaries. Lowering his hand, Yun Chuan returned to his previous seat, sensing no malice from her. What is your purpose in summoning me today? He inquired directly, skeptical of her intentions. You are a discerning individual, Your Majesty. Today, I wish to discuss the celestial path with you, Gu Fanghua stated, taking a sip of tea, her tone nonchalant. The celestial path? What is that? Gu Fanghua was taken aback, surprised that Yun Chuan was unaware of such a concept. My wife, Yun Chuan replied cautiously, realizing that her familiarity with his spouse indicated her considerable strength and status. In that case, allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Gu Fanghua, known as Gu Shenen in Xingyao City, but I also bear another title, the Empress of Wind and Snow. Yun Chuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this woman was the Empress of Wind and Snow, a figure of equal renown to Mu Qingyan in the Penglai region, possessing power and beauty to rival hers. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why the Empress sought him out, wondering if it was merely due to his identity. Since you are unaware of the celestial path, allow me to enlighten you. The celestial path is the road to immortality. The road to immortality? Indeed, it is the essential route to ascend to the celestial domain. Yun Chuan understood. The celestial domain sounded far more formidable than the Penglai region. In his past life, he had read numerous tales of protagonists gradually stepping into higher realms of power, and the celestial domain was often a part of that journey. What does this have to do with me? Do you not aspire to venture into the celestial domain in pursuit of greater power and enlightenment? The Empress of Wind and Snow was taken aback by Yun Chuan's response. After a moment's contemplation, he admitted to himself that it would be disingenuous to claim he had no desire for such ambitions. After all, with the aid of his system, he had ascended to the imperial realm in mere months, and was on the verge of breaking into the soul realm through his renewed cultivation. If his powers were to surpass the confines of this world, ascension would undoubtedly follow. However, what of Mu Qingyan? He could not bear to leave her behind in the Penglai region. Let us speak of this later. Since there are no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave. With that, Yun Chuan intended to depart. Wait, take this. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me. The snowstorm empress handed Yun Chuan an object resembling a snowflake. Yun Chuan clasped his hands in gratitude and then vanished from the loft. Once he had left, Gu Fanghua rose and murmured softly, "Is it truly only he who can achieve this?" In truth, her search for Yun Chuan was not a mere whim. She was the mistress of the snowstorm sacred land. The former master of the snowstorm sacred land had prophesied, just before his demise, that the opening of the immortal path required Mu Qingyan and her closest companion. This assertion was not without foundation. The former master was immensely revered and had only prophesied 3 events in his lifetime, the first 2 of which had indeed come to pass. The third prophecy pertains to the immortal path. Although the former master's prophecies had never faltered, she had initially been skeptical. First, Mu Qingyan had no close companions. Her sole friend was merely the master of the Yaoqi, and even that bond could hardly be termed intimate. However, with Yun Chuan's arrival, she found herself compelled to reconsider the former master's prophecy. Now, both she and her closest companion had materialized. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan had returned to the courtyard, feeling somewhat bewildered. The words spoken by the snowstorm empress that day remained unclear to him. The concept of the immortal path had never occupied his thoughts before. Nevertheless, Gu Fanghua's remarks had awakened a realization within him. Armed with his system, transcending the highest realms of this world was merely a matter of time. By then, even if he wished to avoid ascension, it would likely be impossible. Moreover, his signing-in system was extraordinarily formidable. Had he not suffered severe injuries resulting in a loss of cultivation, he would have nearly reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm by now. What then? Was the distance to ascension? System? Ding. Does the host have any inquiries? Can the rewards I receive from signing in be transferred to others? Ding. Naturally, the system is all-powerful. With this assurance from the system, Yun Chuan felt a sense of confidence. At worst, he could preserve several hundred years of cultivation to bestow upon Mu Qingyan when the time came. After all, his own cultivation speed was akin to a rocket. Within a few hundred years, he would easily attain such a level. It was time to depart from Xingyao City. He had originally come merely to sign in and had no need for prolonged stay. 3 days passed. Upon returning to the Shenyuan Palace, within the sanctum, a small note appeared before Yun Chuan's eyes. "Husband, I am on the verge of a breakthrough and am currently in seclusion. Do not worry. Signed, your most adorable wife." Ever since the two had crossed that threshold, Mu Qingyan had undergone a transformation, now displaying a hint of playfulness. Ding. Task issued. Proceed to the snowstorm sacred land and obtain the Snow Empress's inheritance. Warning. This task is not a signing-in task. It must be completed to consider the task fulfilled. Rewards will be distributed at random. Yun Chuan was taken aback. This was the first time the system had issued a task unrelated to signing in, and it concerned the snowstorm sacred land. Isn't this the sacred ground of the Frost Snow Empress? I still possess her token in my hand. However, since this task has been assigned by the system, it must be completed. If I fail to fulfill this task, there will be no further assignments for me. My strength has increased, and the number of tasks has risen, along with their difficulty. What relevance does this have to the celestial path spoken of by the Frost Snow Empress? A wave of reluctance washes over me. I have returned, yet I have not even seen my beloved before I must depart again. Nonetheless, it is quite normal for the Emperor's realm to be closed for several months or even years. In a short while, Mu Qingyan will not easily emerge from her seclusion. With Mu Qingyan on the brink of a breakthrough, soon to reach the 8th level of the Emperor's realm, it is indeed a fortunate development for me. However, the snow domain is exceedingly distant. The journey will likely take about 10 days to half a month. Should I inquire with Gu Fanghua? Yun Chuan pondered silently. Might Gu Fanghua have a means to expedite my arrival at the snow domain? With that thought, he took out the snowflake-like token. Chapter 35. The Inheritance of the Snow Emperor. A journey together, a breath of energy wafted through the falling snowflakes, causing them to melt away, revealing the figure of the snowstorm empress, Gu Fanghua, before him. "Oh," Gu Fanghua expressed her surprise. "I did not come to inquire about the path to immortality. I wish to know how to reach the snow domain more swiftly." Yun Chuan candidly stated his intention. Gu Fanghua was momentarily bewildered. Why had Yun Chuan suddenly chosen to come to the snow domain? "What brings you to the snow domain?" Gu Fanghua questioned. Naturally, I have my reasons. I shall disclose them once I arrive, replied Yun Chuan. The matter of the Snow Emperor's inheritance was not something Yun Chuan would divulge lightly. Even though he had reached the realm of an emperor, the allure of the Snow Emperor's legacy remained immense. He did not believe that Gu Fanghua would be impervious to its temptation. After all, she was the most formidable emperor since the emergence of the Snow Domain. Naturally, there is. Gu Fanghua thought. Since Yun Chuan was unwilling to share, she did not press further. After all, she had no desire to become adversaries. Fostering goodwill was the most prudent course. Subsequently, Gu Fanghua imparted to him the method. This token of snowflakes could facilitate the journey, as the wormhole activated by the snowflake token would lead directly to the sacred land of wind and snow. Upon understanding, Yun Chuan employed the method taught by Gu Fanghua, and indeed, the snowflakes transformed into a wormhole. He leaped inside. The wormhole vanished. Within its depths, it would take but half a day's time to reach the sacred land of wind and snow. Yun Chuan was astonished that Gu Fanghua possessed such a means. During his previous existence in the Emperor realm, he had not wielded such power. As time flowed, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Yun Chuan emerged from the wormhole, arriving at the sacred land of wind and snow, where Gu Fanghua stood before him. Upon seeing Gu Fanghua, Yun Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This time, Gu Fanghua did not wear a veil. She stood before him fully unveiled. No wonder she was renowned alongside Mu Qinyan. Her visage was equally captivating. Moreover, her stature surpassed that of Mu Qinyan, exuding an even more ethereal grace. However, there was a reason why Gu Fanghua had half as many suitors as Mu Qinyan. Her demeanor was far colder, more frigid than Mu Qinyan's, and as one who practiced the art of wind and snow, she naturally intimidated others. It has been a while, Gu. Empress, Yun Chuan greeted with a smile. It has been a while? We have only been apart for a few days, have we not? Gu Fanghua replied, slightly bemused. Did he not understand the pleasantries? Was he so unwilling to extend a modicum of courtesy? Let us set aside such trivialities. What brings you to the Snow Domain? Gu Fanghua inquired. Inheritance. Yun Chuan answered truthfully. Now that he had arrived in the Snow Domain, Gu Fanghua was undoubtedly aware of the Snow Emperor's inheritance. It was something that could not be concealed. Inheritance? What inheritance? The inheritance of the Snow Emperor. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Fanghua appeared somewhat astonished. How did Yun Chuan come to know that the Snow Emperor's inheritance was soon to manifest? This matter had not been widely disseminated. Even within the Snow Domain, few were privy to such knowledge. Gu Fanghua herself was preparing to vie for the Snow Emperor's inheritance, and she was taken aback to discover that Yun Chuan had also come for this very purpose. How did you learn of the impending emergence of the Snow Emperor's inheritance? Someone revealed it to me in a memory. Yun Chuan replied evasively, hoping the Snowstorm Empress would find his words credible. One cannot merely claim to possess a system. Gu Fanghua remained silent. Logically, she would not be swayed by such reasoning, yet she had indeed experienced similar occurrences herself. In her childhood, it was during sleep that she received revelations in dreams, which led her to awaken the extreme cold divine body, ultimately ascending to become the exalted Empress of Frost and Snow. Given your awareness of the Snow Emperor's legacy, I see no reason to conceal my intentions. I too shall strive to seize this legacy. Indeed, the Empress of Frost and Snow is also vying for the Snow Emperor's inheritance. After all, the legacy materialized within the Snow Domain, and as the foremost figure of this realm, she would undoubtedly be the first to learn of its emergence. In light of this, should we not enter the site of the Snow Emperor's legacy together? Yun Chuan extended the invitation. Once inside the realm of inheritance, the attainment of the legacy would depend solely on their individual capabilities. Nevertheless, Yun Chuan must acquire the inheritance. He is bound by a mission, and failing to obtain the Snow Emperor's legacy would render his task incomplete. Even if they were to enter the legacy's domain separately, ultimately only one could claim the inheritance, thus the difference would be minimal. If Gu Fanghua agreed, it would be welcome. If she declined, there would be no loss. Very well, you may stay at the sacred land of Frost and Snow for the next 2 days until the site of inheritance opens. Yun Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, relieved that he had not yet determined a lodging, thus sparing himself considerable trouble. Although Gu Fanghua perceived Yun Chuan merely as an 8th-tier cultivator in the divine fire realm, she regarded him as an equal. After all, he was the husband of Mu Qingyan, and could he truly be lacking in prowess? On the contrary, he must possess formidable strengths that she had yet to discern. Returning to her palace, constructed entirely of ice, Gu Fanghua found her abode to be as resplendent as it was frigid. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan settled into a residence adjacent to her palace. One cannot help but remark upon the snow domain. It is perpetually winter, with temperatures far colder than in other locales. Typically, newcomers to the snow domain find the chill unbearable. However, Yun Chuan, bolstered by his cultivation in the divine fire realm and the ancient imperial blood he had previously consumed, found his vitality far exceeding that of his peers, rendering him impervious to the harsh conditions. Ancient imperial blood, arise! In his chamber, a drop of blood materialized before Yun Chuan. He prepared to consume another drop, as the previous one had nearly been fully absorbed. In an instant, the blood merged with his brow, causing his vitality to surge wildly, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The oppressive force of the ancient imperial blood was formidable, yet the benefits it imparted were countless. This time, the absorption of the blood consumed an entire night. The following day, Yun Chuan exhaled deeply. The drop of blood had been entirely assimilated, resulting in a geometric increase in his internal vitality. With but a day remaining, he aimed to break through to the soul realm. Closing his eyes once more, he commenced his cultivation, the Shen Yuan Codex activating as spiritual energy surged into his 9 heavens Danci. One cannot overlook the tremendous commotion produced by Yun Chuan's cultivation. Gu Fanghua took note of the frenzied influx of spiritual energy into his vicinity, the speed of which left her feeling a sense of trepidation. The 9 heavens Danci, one might say, comparing the absorption capabilities of a single Danci to that of 9 is tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, with the blessing of the super-divine body, one's physical constitution has transcended that of all others. However, this has only deepened Gu Fanghua's belief in the prophecy. The more outstanding Yun Chuan's performance, the more likely the prophecy is to come to fruition. A day has passed. The Snow Emperor's inheritance is about to commence, and Yun Chuan has ascended to the 9th level of the divine fire realm. After 2 days of sign-ins, the reward of 50 years of cultivation can serve as a contingency in the realm of inheritance. Yun Chuan, the realm of inheritance is on the verge of opening. Understood. Let us proceed. Stepping out of the room, Gu Fanghua was already waiting outside. Chapter 36. The Land of Heritage. The Poison of Harmony. The two of them prepared to embark on their journey to the Land of Heritage. In truth, Yun Chuan had his own motives for inviting Gu Fanghua to enter this realm with him. He was unaware of its location, yet Gu Fanghua was well informed. Should she decline his invitation, he would be left to search for it alone. A daunting task with no guarantee of success and uncertainty about when the Land of Heritage would open. Thus, accompanying Gu Fanghua would alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. Let us go, Gu Fanghua declared, her hands slicing through the air to unveil a rift in the void, through which they both stepped. In mere moments, they emerged from the fissure, greeted by the sight of an imposing snow-capped mountain. In the entire Penglai region, apart from Gu Fanghua, scarcely anyone was aware of the Snow Empress's heritage, rendering the Land of Heritage a secret shared solely between the two of them. As they ventured into the snow-laden mountain, a glacial pool materialized before their eyes. While Yun Chuan found himself perplexed, Gu Fanghua boldly leaped into the icy waters. Upon realizing her intent, he quickly followed suit. To his astonishment, the frozen pool was devoid of any tumultuous waves. It was an illusion. However, instead of water, they found themselves in an utterly frigid realm of ice and snow. The moment they landed, a fierce gust of icy wind whipped across Yun Chuan's face, leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. The intensity of the cold wind was unexpected, overwhelming his vitality and physique. Yet, Gu Fanghua appeared to have anticipated this. A thick layer of spiritual energy enveloped her, shielding her from the vicious wind blades. Yet, with each step forward, the chilling gusts grew more formidable, slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades, tormenting their bodies. With a sudden whoosh, a wind blade struck, piercing through Gu Fenghua's protective barrier and tearing the fabric of her upper garment. The sound echoed as her snow-white shoulder was laid bare to the frigid air. At that moment, Gu Fenghua's expression turned serious, astonished by the ferocity of the wind blade. Fortunately, having absorbed the blood essence of an ancient emperor, her vitality provided her with substantial resilience against the assault. Yun Chuan smirked slightly and murmured, "This wind blade is but a trifling threat. What harm can it truly inflict upon me?" The wind blades, which even posed a challenge to Gu Fenghua, were relatively manageable for him, due to his formidable vitality. As they delved deeper, the sharpness of the wind blades became increasingly terrifying, prompting Gu Fenghua to expend more of her spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught. Despite her possessing the extraordinary cold god physique, a trait ideally suited for this wintry domain, even she struggled against the biting chill of the heritage site. "Are you holding up?" Gu Fenghua inquired, casting a glance back at Yun Chuan. Her complexion had paled somewhat, a clear indication of the toll her exertion was taking. Yet, in such proximity, she appeared strikingly beautiful. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, and her pale visage added a touch of melancholic grace. "I am untroubled. These mere wind blades cannot daunt me," Yun Chuan replied with a calm smile. For him, resisting the wind blades was significantly less taxing. His robust vitality, coupled with the protective spiritual energy, rendered him largely impervious to their approach. Gu Fenghua noticed this, astonished that Yun Chuan, a mere spirit fire realm cultivator, could withstand these wind blades so effortlessly. "Be careful," she cautioned. The blade of wind grew increasingly terrifying as time progressed, driving the two individuals further onward. Amongst the swirling blades, a penetrating chill surged forth, wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. This frigid aura infiltrated Gu Fenghua's spiritual barrier, relentlessly encroaching upon her very bones. Even the ice-cold Empress, Gu Fenghua, found herself shivering involuntarily at the relentless cold, a testament to its severity. "Here, take this elixir." Yun Chuan discerned Gu Fenghua's predicament. "Thank you." As an empress of the imperial realm, Gu Fenghua could easily recognize the extraordinary nature of the elixir. In contrast, Yun Chuan navigated the onslaught with ease, the frigid blades entirely thwarted by his vigorous essence, unable to touch him at all. Upon consuming the elixir, Gu Fenghua's complexion visibly improved, yet she remained bewildered as to why the icy blades posed no threat to Yun Chuan. Each step she took was laborious, while Yun Chuan, though following closely, moved with an effortless grace. Suddenly, Gu Fenghua lost her balance and tumbled into Yun Chuan's embrace. In such proximity, she was met with the sight of his resolute visage, hair dancing in the wind, eyes resembling stars. A striking presence indeed. One could not deny that Yun Chuan was truly handsome. Instantly, Gu Fenghua's heart raced, a faint blush adorning her pale cheeks. Thank you," she stammered nervously. "No need for thanks." The close proximity of Gu Fenghua's face momentarily caught Yun Chuan off guard. In this enchanting atmosphere, the scene was undeniably beautiful. "We should be nearing our destination. Let us expedite our pace." Gu Fenghua's blush deepened, undiminished. Yun Chuan nodded, promptly producing 5 or 6 elixirs. "Here, since we're quickening our pace, take more." He handed them all to Gu Fenghua. Yun Chuan had made ample preparations, having crafted over 20 of these rejuvenating elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. However, Gu Fenghua's current state was precarious. She struggled even to lift her hand. "This?" Yun Chuan noticed her distress. Do you need to rest for a moment?" he inquired. "No, let us press on." Gu Fenghua gritted her teeth, responding with difficulty. With no other choice, Yun Chuan took 2 elixirs and directly fed them to Gu Fenghua. The unexpected gesture left her momentarily stunned, her heart racing in an instant, her shyness evident. The potency of the elixirs was swiftly absorbed, revitalizing her spiritual energy, allowing her to regain her composure. Let us go." Gu Fenghua turned and hastened forward. Soon, the two accelerated their pace, arriving at a cavern of ice and cold. The chilling blades vanished, and Gu Fenghua felt a profound sense of relief, as the pressure from the icy wind had been overwhelming. "Are you all right?" Yun Chuan asked.
Iemme fine, Gu Fenghua replied, somewhat perplexed.
Whenever she saw Yun Chuan now, her heart would inexplicably race. At this moment, her robe had been tattered by the wind blades, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. As Yun Chuan felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, having absorbed 2 drops of the ancient emperor's blood, the aura around him grew increasingly potent. Is this truly the sacred ground of the Snow Emperor's legacy? Yun Chuan's hand reached out to touch a glistening ice orb before him. Suddenly, the orb shattered, releasing a cloud of pure white gas. What is this? Yun Chuan hastily retreated a few steps, yet he still inhaled a significant amount of this mysterious vapor. Gu Fanghua, too, was unable to evade it. It's over. If this gas is toxic, neither of them would escape. He had no antidote concocted. Oh no, this is the He Huan poison, Gu Fanghua exclaimed in alarm. This? Yun Chuan was taken aback. The He Huan poison. At this moment, the toxin began to spread, and Yun Chuan's eyes turned a deep crimson. Yun Chuan, please. Do not act recklessly. Gu Fanghua, too, was gradually losing her clarity. Yun Chuan had succumbed to madness, his vitality threatening to rupture his very being. He approached her, while Gu Fanghua found her body utterly weakened, unable to muster any strength. All she could do was watch helplessly as Yun Chuan drew nearer. Chapter 37. Domain of Absolute Zero. Gu Fanghua's remaining robe lay in tatters. Her skin, an immaculate shade of white, was exquisitely flawless, her figure perfectly proportioned without an ounce of excess flesh, leaving Yun Chuan utterly entranced. This fierce confrontation, fueled by a surge of vital energy, persisted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was only after this duration that Yun Chuan began to regain consciousness. I'm sorry, Yun Chuan murmured, gazing at the crimson petals scattered on the snow and the half-covered Gu Fanghua, guilt gnawing at him. There was little he could do. He had been too close and inhaled several times the amount of the He Huan poison compared to Gu Fanghua, leaving him utterly defenseless against its effects. Gu Fanghua regarded him coldly, her voice barely above a whisper. Turn around. Yun Chuan promptly complied. Behind him, a rustling sound ensued as Gu Fanghua donned a new ice-blue gown. He was keenly aware that inciting her wrath was the last thing he desired. Though she was clothed, Gu Fanghua's thoughts were tumultuous. She did not harbor a strong aversion to Yun Chuan, yet under these circumstances, she was left with no recourse, having initially found herself in a similar predicament. However, after 3 relentless days, she found herself too weak to even stand, let alone walk. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Gu Fanghua slowly propped herself up, one hand resting against the icy wall behind her. Yun Chuan rushed to her side, supporting her. Are you all right? He inquired, uncertain of what to do, yet feeling compelled to act. Moreover, it was their first time. Even if he were to assume responsibility, he had a family member, Mu Qingyan, to consider. Even if Mu Qingyan were not opposed, Gu Fanghua's consent was paramount. Let us take a moment to rest, Yun Chuan suggested compassionately. Presently, Gu Fanghua was incapable of walking, much less accepting any inheritance. Yet, at that moment the cave began to collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Chuan swept Gu Fanghua into his arms, cradling her like a princess, and fled the crumbling cavern. Once outside, a spectral figure of a young man materialized before them. Young ones, you have come to accept my legacy? The apparition, resembling the Snow Emperor, addressed them. In an instant, Yun Chuan understood. This was indeed the Snow Emperor. At that moment, he felt an urge to berate him for choosing to infuse the cave with He Huan poison. Under the duress of the system's demands, Yun Chuan refrained from voicing his frustrations. Yes, we are here to accept your legacy, he affirmed. Very well, but my legacy can only be inherited by one. Which of you shall it be? The Snow Emperor replied leisurely. Let him. Gu Fanghua unexpectedly interjected, breaking her silence after a prolonged period. Yun Chuan was taken aback, astonished that Gu Fanghua was willing to cede the inheritance to him. Oh, the girl with the extreme cold divine body? Why should he inherit it? Wouldn't it be more fitting for you? A faint blush crept across Gu Fanghua's cheeks. He is my husband. Thus, I wish for him to accept the legacy. Yun Chuan could hardly believe his ears. Gu Fanghua had proclaimed him her husband. To his astonishment, Gu Fanghua exhibited such audacity. He had presumed that after this encounter, Gu Fanghua would sever all ties with him, leaving no further connection. However, given the circumstances, if he were to shirk responsibility now, could he still consider himself a man? This world is not like Blue Star, where polygamy is permissible and not deemed unlawful. Yun Chuan acknowledged his propensity for affection, yet he would never indulge in frivolous emotions. Thus, Snow Emperor, please allow him to accept the inheritance. In Yun Chuan's embrace, Gu Fanghua continued, "Very well, relax your mind, for I shall now bestow upon you my legacy." A radiant beam of multicolored light penetrated Yun Chuan's brow, instantly flooding his consciousness with a multitude of revelations. Divine arts, frost armor, divine arts, extreme cold storm. To his surprise, these were divine techniques. This transcended mere martial skills, as divine arts operate on an entirely superior echelon. Mastery of divine arts requires personal comprehension, tailored to one's essence, unlike martial techniques. Clear your mind and cease your astonishment. I shall now guide you to comprehend the power of the law's domain. Upon hearing these words, Yun Chuan felt his focus sharpen. Under the guidance of the Snow Emperor, he began to grasp the essence of the law's domain. At that moment, Yun Chuan found himself enveloped in a tempest of frigid winds, as countless icy gales battered against him. Suddenly, the environment shifted, revealing a vibrant spring scene, with an abundance of life in the blooming flora and trees. Yet, at that instant, a single flower began to transform into an ice sculpture, followed by another, until all around him became encased in ice. In an instant, they shattered, scattering countless icy fragments across the sky. "This is my domain, Absolute Zero," the Snow Emperor intoned calmly. Yun Chuan then closed his eyes, envisioning the Snow Emperor's Absolute Zero. In that moment, the snow surrounding him morphed into ice sculptures, which subsequently fragmented. The Snow Emperor was taken aback, astonished that Yun Chuan had comprehended this power in mere seconds. It is understood that grasping the law's domain requires not only talent but also an appropriate physique and time. Setting aside time and talent, this young man bore no trace of icy power, yet radiated a significant warmth. Little did the Snow Emperor know Yun Chuan, endowed with godlike comprehension, could effortlessly master martial skills, divine arts, and domain powers alike. Gu Fanghua was equally astonished. Was this the true extent of Yun Chuan's talent? To reach the divine fire realm at such a young age was already a mark of unparalleled genius. Yet today it seemed that the term unparalleled genius scarcely sufficed to describe him. "My boy, you are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. Do not let my legacy go to waste. Here, I bestow upon you another gift. Digest it well. Thank you, Snow Emperor." Once the Snow Emperor had spoken, he dissipated into the ether, the legacy complete, and the mission of his spectral form fulfilled. Yun Chuan gazed at the remnants left in the snow, a luminous orb imbued with an aura of extreme cold. However, this time he hesitated to reach out, wary of the possibility that it might be the infamous Hahuan poison once again. Gu Fanghua has yet to regain her former state. The past 3 days have indeed taken a considerable toll on her. Coupled with her lack of experience, the reckless actions of Yun Chuan have rendered her so incapacitated that even walking has become a challenge. Yun Chuan, let us step outside," Gu Fanghua stammered. "Just a moment longer. Allow me to examine this luminous orb," he replied. With a mere gesture, Yun Chuan, having comprehended the essence of Absolute Zero, effortlessly conjured an ice dwelling, enveloping Gu Fanghua within. He then commenced his investigation into the nature of the orb. As his aura penetrated its depths, an overwhelming chill assailed him. So this is what it is. Within this orb lies nothing but pure cultivation energy. Placing his right hand upon it, he began to absorb its essence with fervor. This act of absorption persisted for an entire week. Chapter 38. Is that it? 7 days have passed. Yun Chuan remained motionless in the same spot for an entire week, while Gu Fanghua vigilantly watched over him. To her astonishment, she discovered that, after their last battle, her own cultivation had become somewhat unstable, nearing the critical point of the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. This phenomenon was due to the vital essence of ancient emperors that had begun to flow into her body during that time. Consequently, this influx shattered the barrier within her, manifesting as signs of an imminent breakthrough to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. Boom! A powerful aura erupted around Yun Chuan, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. To his surprise, he found this essence quite challenging to absorb. I never expected this substance to be so difficult to assimilate, he remarked. However, it was not that the essence was inherently hard to absorb. Rather, the process of purifying it was somewhat cumbersome. The luminous sphere contained ancient spiritual energy that could enhance one's cultivation, yet too many impurities would render any breakthrough unstable. This was not his desired outcome, which is why he dedicated 6 days to purging the impurities, followed by an entire day to fully absorb the ancient spiritual energy. Upon completion, his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the soul realm. It was undeniable that this ancient spiritual energy was incomparable to the modern spiritual energy. Just a small amount equated to countless contemporary energies. Gu Fengxue, Fenghua, thank you. Yun Chuan acknowledged Gu Fenghua, recognizing her unwavering support over the past week. However, after their previous intimate encounter, he was uncertain how to appropriately address her. And no worries. Have you absorbed it all completely? Gu Fenghua inquired, her voice slightly hesitant. Yes, I fully absorbed it. Yet, you came to this place of inheritance and gained nothing, Yun Chuan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gu Fenghua's cheeks flushed as she pondered her predicament, feeling as though she had lost more than she had gained. Shall we head out? Gu Fenghua stammered. Are you feeling better now? Yun Chuan asked, recalling how she had been unable to walk earlier. Why yes, after resting for so long, the pain has subsided, she shyly responded. You knew that already. Why mention it? Yun Chuan said, waving his hand to dispel the blizzard around them. Having mastered the domain of absolute zero, he could control such elements effortlessly. Let us go, he urged. Gu Fenghua felt a pang of melancholy at the sight before her. Despite possessing an extremely cold physique and being at the Imperial Realm, she found herself unable to accomplish what Yun Chuan achieved with ease. By the way, Fenghua, I intend to stay in the sacred land of wind and snow for a while, Yun Chuan stated unexpectedly. Ah! You plan to remain in the sacred land of wind and snow, Gu Fenghua exclaimed, looking up at Yun Chuan with concern. In the sacred realm of snow and wind, the two individuals found themselves in each other's company daily, a situation that could easily be misconstrued. It is not as you imagine, Yun Chuan hastened to clarify, aware of how his words might be interpreted. The legacy of the Snow Emperor encompasses 2 divine abilities, and I believe the environment here will facilitate swifter cultivation. Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Fenghua felt an unexpected twinge of disappointment, though she also experienced a peculiar sense of happiness at the change in Yun Chuan's address toward her. With the hindrance of the Frostwind blade no longer in place, they swiftly exited the designated area of inheritance set by the Snow Emperor. I must also strive to break through upon my return. I cannot allow that woman, Mu Qingyan, to surpass me. Gu Fenghua clenched her snowy white fists, lost in thought. At this moment, her earlier competitive spirit resurfaced. As Gu Fenghua and Yun Chuan returned to the sacred realm of snow and wind, they inevitably attracted the attention of numerous disciples. After all, Yun Chuan's striking handsomeness, coupled with Gu Fenghua's presence, made them a couple seemingly destined to be together. Yun Chuan remained indifferent to the gazes, while Gu Fenghua, confronted with the scrutiny of her peers, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, lowering her head shyly. Follow me, Gu Fenghua exclaimed, pulling Yun Chuan into her palace. Yun Chuan, who was about to return to his previous quarters, found himself bewildered by her sudden action. Do not think too much of it. The chill contained within my sanctum is far greater. Your cultivation will progress more rapidly here. This way you can leave sooner, she stammered, covering her chest in nervousness. Yun Chuan was taken aback by her flustered demeanor, as though he could impose upon her in some manner. Sister, you are an emperor-level powerhouse, and I am merely at the soul realm. How could I possibly coerce you? He replied with a wry smile. Well then, could you at least find me a room? Come with me, it's right next door, Gu Fenghua instructed. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed Yun Chuan's realization that each of Gu Fenghua's seemingly simple actions was gradually leading him into a precarious situation. Do not enter my room or else I shall. Gu Fenghua faltered, struggling to articulate a threat. Or else what? What will you do? Yun Chuan teased, seeking to provoke her. I will cut your hair, Gu Fanghua declared. Her face flushed as she retreated into her room and shut the door. Yun Chuan felt a sudden chill at the thought. Women can indeed be most formidable, he mused, recalling how he had once conquered her, yet she could so easily issue a threat. Having seen similar news while in Blue Star, he shook his head and entered the room beside Gu Fenghua's. Meanwhile, Gu Fenghua stood behind her door, her face aglow with shyness as she quietly listened to Yun Chuan's movements. Only when she heard the sound of his door closing did she sigh in relief. After a moment of calm, she began her cultivation, having felt her realm beginning to stir days prior. This time, she was certain she would break through to the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Simultaneously, Yun Chuan busied himself with the study of the 2 divine abilities. The first, a defensive technique, Ice Frost Armor. This remarkable technique boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, enveloping the user in a formidable armor of solid ice upon activation. Yet, do not be deceived by the icy exterior. Its protective qualities rival those of sacred artifacts. In fact, when mastered to perfection, its defense can be comparable to that of imperial weapons. The frigid tempest is even more terrifying, reminiscent of the lethal wind blades encountered by Yun Chuan upon his initial foray into the realm of inheritance. Even formidable beings of the imperial realm are rendered helpless against it. He himself narrowly escaped injury from those cutting winds. Nevertheless, the most significant gain from this journey remains the domain of laws, absolute zero. Though he is not yet proficient, mastering it to its zenith will allow him to freeze time and space with ease. System, I have completed the task. Why do you remain silent? Ding. This system refrains from interrupting the host's delightful reverie. Congratulations, host. On the completion of the task, you have obtained the legacy of the Snow Emperor and the reward of the stellar technique. Is that all? Just this? Chapter 39. Gu Fenghua's dilemma at this moment. Yun Chuan's mind was filled with questions. Just a single reward? The starry technique. Merely one technique. Yet this task seemed far from simple. Why was the reward so lackluster? The starry technique, once mastered to perfection, grants the wielder the power of the stars, with the myriad celestial bodies serving as energy. To grasp the power of the stars is to wield their formidable might. However, it appears that the starry technique indeed possesses great strength, enabling one to harness the stars as a means of attack. One could only imagine the magnitude of a single star, let alone countless stars in the sky. Typically, such techniques are exceedingly difficult to master, yet the starry technique is particularly challenging. Nevertheless, Yun Chuan, endowed with a system and possessing a godly level of comprehension, grasped the foundational principles of the starry technique with just a glance. The first chapter of the starry technique, Star Plucking. The second chapter, Star Extinction. The third chapter, Star Burial. Currently, Yun Chuan had already comprehended the basics of the first chapter, albeit not with complete proficiency. The intricacies of the starry technique are indeed profound, surpassing even the Shenyuan canon. Its classification undoubtedly does not fall below that of an imperial technique, and it may even exceed such a level. Though the system did not specify, a singular task reward could not possibly be trivial. Star Plucking, Yun Chuan murmured. A wave of mysterious energy began to manifest, and a star gradually appeared in the palm of his hand. Is this the act of star plucking? Observing the star nestled in his palm, one must admit that it could serve as quite an enchanting charm. It is indeed visually captivating. However, he was unable to harness the power of the star, relegating it to mere ornamentation on his hand. Nonetheless, the destructive force contained within the star was enough to send a shiver down his spine. For some reason, Yun Chuan felt that the explosive power of this star could annihilate an entire mundane realm. With a single squeeze, the star vanished from sight. For now, he would focus on mastering the other 2 techniques to perfection. In the frigid environment of the wind and snow sacred land, achieving mastery should not require an extensive amount of time. 3 days passed. A domineering aura erupted from within the ice and snow palace, suffocating the inhabitants of the wind and snow sacred land, making it difficult for them to breathe. This overwhelming presence emanated from Gu Fenghua, She now resembled a sovereign reigning over all, having successfully ascended to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. With a mere wave of her hand, she isolated the entire wind and snow sacred land with her imperial aura, dissipating the oppressive weight entirely. Is he still cultivating? Gu Fanghua could sense the energy emanating from Yun Chuan's room. It was the same wind blade energy from the place of inheritance. At this moment, Yun Chuan was engrossed in mastering the second technique, the extreme cold storm. As for the frost armor, he had perfected it in just one day, and its defensive capabilities had already surpassed those of a typical sacred artifact. Upon reaching its limit, it could rival the defenses of an imperial weapon, but for now, having achieved mastery was sufficient. Meanwhile, the extreme cold storm was progressing steadily toward the mid-level realm, on the verge of reaching perfection. If Gu Fanghua were to discover that Yun Chuan had mastered the frost armor, her eyes would surely widen in astonishment. It is important to note that techniques, much like martial skills, are categorized into stages: entry-level, minor success, mid-level, mastery, and pinnacle. However, the difficulty of cultivating divine powers is several times greater than that of martial skills, and these martial skills are not ordinary. Even imperial-level martial arts are not as challenging to master as divine powers. Sigh, let us take a moment to rest. It seems that Fanghua has already ascended to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. Yun Chuan rose, having sensed the aura that Gu Fanghua had just emanated, which was entirely incomparable to her previous state. It was evident that she had indeed broken through to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. Upon exiting the room, he discovered Gu Fanghua waiting at the door. "Are you waiting for me, Fanghua?" Yun Chuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Ah, no, I just came out myself," Gu Fanghua replied, caught off guard by Yun Chuan's timely appearance. It must be said that the relationship between the two had grown somewhat awkward, especially for Gu Fanghua, who was at a loss on how to face Yun Chuan, feeling flustered at the mere sight of him. "How is your cultivation of divine powers progressing?" Gu Fanghua hastily inquired. "About the same, I've comprehended it," he replied. "That's good." Gu Fanghua nodded, though she assumed that Yun Chuan had only just grasped the basics of divine powers. She could hardly fathom that he had already achieved mastery in two of them. "Are you planning to leave?" Gu Fanghua stammered. "What? Are you so eager for my departure?" Yun Chuan teased, observing her flustered demeanor. "No, it's just that you mentioned you would leave after your training." Gu Fanghua stuttered, her voice dwindling to a near whisper by the end. What was that?" "I didn't catch that," Yun Chuan playfully retorted. "Humph. If you didn't hear me, then never mind. I won't repeat good words." Gu Fanghua, unable to withstand Yun Chuan's playful teasing, decided to retreat back into her room. Yun Chuan found himself in a quandary. Though their encounter in the sacred place had led to an intimate moment, it was born of unforeseen circumstances, and he prided himself on being a responsible man. Yet, Gu Fanghua's demeanor was ambiguous. It was unclear whether she felt repulsion or affection towards him, leaving him uncertain. To him, her fluster seemed merely a result of her inexperience. "Knock, knock. Fanghua, I have something to tell you." After much contemplation, Yun Chuan knocked on Gu Fanghua's door. Upon hearing the knock, Gu Fanghua appeared noticeably flustered. "Come in," she stammered. As Yun Chuan entered, he was taken aback by the sight before him. "This is overwhelmingly pink." The room was awash in shades of pink. From the bed linens to the furniture, everything was enveloped in this hue. "Is it so wrong for me to like pink?" Gu Fanghua retorted. This was the first time anyone had entered her room. Even her maid had never crossed this threshold, and yet here was someone laughing at her. "No, I just didn't expect it. The esteemed Snow Empress, known as the coldest woman in the Penlai region, has such a girlish side," Yun Chuan explained. In his past life, he had also held a fondness for pink, as it had always been his lucky color. "Humph. Fanghua, we previously shared an intimate connection. Can you truly act as if nothing occurred?" Yun Chuan cut straight to the chase. "What? You wish for me to behave as if nothing transpired? How do you perceive me?" Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, Gu Fanghua assumed he intended for her to forget the incident. "No, Fanghua, that is not my intent. What I mean to ask is, would you consider being with me?" Yun Chuan spoke earnestly. To be frank, Gu Fanghua's first man was him, and the thought of being with another man in the future stirred a sense of discomfort within her. However, upon uttering these words, it was Gu Fanghua who fell silent. She had never anticipated Yun Chuan would pose such a question. Prior to this moment, she had contemplated numerous scenarios, including this one, yet she remained uncertain of how to respond. Yun Chuan, too, awaited in quiet anticipation, unhurried, observing how Gu Fanghua would ultimately decide. Chapter 40. Astonished, is he truly an alchemist? Silence is golden, yet Gu Fanghua's silence lingered for quite some time. I do not know, she managed to utter with difficulty. After such a prolonged wait, only these words emerged. And what of Mu Qingyan? The entire Penglai region is aware that my relationship with her is far from harmonious. Gu Fanghua continued. Indeed, how should one address Mu Qingyan? Concealment could only last so long. Given her temperament, she would undoubtedly confront him fiercely. If you are willing to be with me, I shall take full responsibility. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Chuan resolved to express this sentiment. On one side stood his wife, and on the other, an empress with whom he had inadvertently crossed paths. Furthermore, Gu Fanghua was still a maiden. He could never bring himself to act like a scoundrel. Good. Yun Chuan, I hope you will honor your words. Gu Fanghua, emboldened, revealed her thoughts. So, are you leaving today? She inquired once more. Do you truly wish for me to depart? Yun Chuan teased, gradually closing the distance between them. Having received Gu Fanghua's response, he became bolder. Why, you mustn't act recklessly. Gu Fanghua retreated step by step as Yun Chuan advanced. A slight smile graced Yun Chuan's lips as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Though Gu Fanghua did not resist, she kept her head lowered, tinged with apprehension. Gu Fanghua. Hush. This time will be different. I shall be gentle, Fanghua. Yun Chuan's hand tenderly caressed her slightly trembling back, offering words of comfort. At last, Gu Fanghua summoned her courage, lifting her gaze to meet Yun Chuan's warm, charming smile, still irresistibly handsome. Wait. With a wave of her hand, an imperial aura enveloped the room, silencing all sound from within and preventing any from escaping. The maid is still in the palace, Gu Fanghua said shyly. Yun Chuan smiled softly and leaned down to kiss her. 2 days elapsed. A full 2 days passed without a moment's respite. Gu Fanghua lay on the bed, curled up peacefully like a languid cat, sleeping deeply and serenely. Yun Chuan rose, tenderly covering her with a blanket, moving with utmost care to avoid waking her, well aware of her weariness. What a mess! Observing the chaotic room, Yun Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He set about tidying up, only to stumble upon a tattered blue dress on the floor. His own handiwork. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Frost and Snow Empress's boudoir. Rewards. 50 years of cultivation, a sacred item, ice jade pendant, and the Frost and Snow Empress's intimate apparel. Yun Chuan. Intimate apparel? Do I truly require such a reward? Moreover, I could acquire it myself. Do I need your assistance? Yun Chuan found himself at a loss for words, wondering when the system had become so frivolous. A simple tidying up ensued, and Yun Chuan began to set things in order. Several hours later, a soft murmur escaped as Gu Fanghua awakened. To her astonishment, she had actually fallen asleep. Ever since her breakthrough to the soul realm, she had not experienced true slumber, only brief moments of drowsiness. Never had she slept so soundly as she did now. However, upon turning, a sharp pain coursed through her, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Sitting up gently, the absence of covers revealed her flawless form, devoid of any attire. Realizing her state, she hastily lay back down, a blush creeping across her cheeks. At that moment, Yun Chuan was toying with his ethereal gun. What a magnificent weapon this nether gun is, yet to be wielded. Oh, you are awake, Fanghua? With that, he set aside the gun and approached the bedside, tenderly caressing Gu Fanghua's forehead. A small sound escaped her lips, akin to that of a mosquito. Yun Chuan planted a gentle kiss upon her brow, filling her heart with joy. By the way, Fanghua, this is for you. Yun Chuan presented her with the ice crystal jade pendant he had just received from the system. Though a sacred artifact, it held little significance for him. making it a fitting gift for Gu Fanghua. As she held the pendant, shaped like an ice phoenix, a wave of tranquility washed over her, clearing her mind and nurturing her soul. Such a sacred object was beyond her previous encounters, and Yun Chuan had bestowed it upon her. This, Yun Chuan, perhaps you should keep this pendant. It's far too precious. Yun Chuan momentarily lost himself in reverie, as the gesture mirrored that of Mu Qingyan from long ago. Take it or I shall be displeased. You are my woman, and I would never permit you to endure hardship. Besides, it is of no use to me, so accept it, he implored earnestly. Gu Fanghua felt a rush of sweetness in her heart and accepted the jade pendant. Now have another elixir. Yun Chuan produced a resurrection pill and offered it to Gu Fanghua. Yun Chuan, where do you acquire such rare sacred pills? She inquired as she chewed. I crafted them myself, he replied, wearing a nonchalant expression. You crafted them? Do not tell me you are also an alchemist. Indeed, I made them, though I am not an alchemist, Yun Chuan replied with a smile. Then how do you refine pills? While I may not be an alchemist, I am a master of alchemy. Would it not be beneath my dignity to be merely a common alchemist? He stated with an air of confidence. Gu Fanghua retorted, You may boast, but a master of alchemy? With your already astonishing talent, who would believe such a claim? Alas, in this day and age, truth finds no belief. Yun Chuan wore a comically distressed expression, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Open wide. He presented another pill to Gu Fanghua, who quickly shut her mouth, refusing to let him feed her. Chuan, stop feeding me, each pill consumed is one less, and taking it now would be wasteful. Yun Chuan spoke with an air of resignation. Fanghua, I assure you, this is genuinely crafted by me. Feel free to consume it. He then promptly produced the alchemical furnace he had borrowed from the blood demon sect. Are you truly an alchemist? Gu Fanghua expressed her astonishment, wondering if Yun Chuan was indeed jesting. Let me clarify. I am a grandmaster of alchemy. As he spoke, he began to toss rare materials into the furnace. However, his actions appeared rather rudimentary. With each ingredient he added followed by a vigorous flame, he resembled more of a second-rate alchemist than a true master. Yet, at the moment the fragrant essence of the elixir wafted into the air, Gu Fanghua could not help but exclaim in awe, What a national treasure. Chapter 41 Departure. Who thinks of me? Gu Fanghua was taken aback, unable to restrain herself as she exclaimed, Chuan, are you truly a master alchemist? It is essential to understand that an alchemist is not on the same echelon as a master alchemist. While there may be many alchemists throughout the Penglai region, only 2 master alchemists exist, each a paramount figure within this territory. Of course, as I mentioned, it is your disbelief, she continued. Come, have another one. It's still warm. As Yun Chuan spoke, he once again fed her a pill. Gu Fanghua obediently swallowed the concoction. Since Yun Chuan was capable of crafting elixirs, could not be deemed a rare item. Yun Chuan lifted the blanket, startling Gu Fanghua considerably. Yun Chuan, what are you doing? I'm still in pain. She thought he was about to initiate something again. No, I merely wish to lie down, is that not permissible? Yun Chuan reclined, and as Gu Fanghua had yet to recover, he naturally did not proceed further. These past few days had been exceedingly taxing for her, leaving no time for rest. She had not anticipated Yun Chuan's vigor. However, Yun Chuan himself was surprised. Ever since he refined the blood of the ancient emperor, his physical prowess had intensified, enhancing his capabilities in that regard as well. Now, with 3 drops remaining, he planned to absorb one, allow Gu Fanghua one, and give Mu Qingyan the last, perfectly balanced. Fanghua, you shall refine this drop of blood, and I shall protect you, Yun Chuan declared, a drop of blood floating in his palm. What is this? Gu Fanghua could acutely sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the drop. Blood of the ancient emperor. The blood of the ancient emperor? Gu Fanghua was somewhat taken aback. Such blood had nearly vanished from the Penglai region. Where did you acquire it? Did you unearth the tomb of the ancient emperor?
Yun Chuan chuckled awkwardly. No.
I had some fortuitous encounters and stumbled upon this blood. Then you should absorb it promptly. It will enhance your constitution, Gu Fanghua urged. Enhance? Is it not strong enough already? Yun Chuan replied with a smile. How annoying. You're joking around. I'm being serious. Gu Fenghua blushed deeply due to Yun Chuan's teasing. I shan't jest any longer. I have 2 drops left. One for Qingyan and one for myself. Thus, this one is for you, hurry and absorb it, Yun Chuan stated. As his beloved, he would ensure they were all treated equally, a drop for each. In the future, if the opportunity arose, they would each consume numerous drops simultaneously, completely satiating themselves. Very well. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, Gu Fenghua accepted the drop of blood. Quickly refine it. I will stand by to protect you. Gu Fenghua nodded and began to refine the drop of ancient emperor blood. Instantly, an ancient aura emanated forth as the drop gradually merged into her third eye. Thump, thump, thump. A violent heartbeat resonated from Gu Fenghua's chest. Her snow-white arms began to swell with veins, progressively turning crimson. Yun Chuan swiftly infused a trace of spiritual energy behind Gu Fenghua, which alleviated her discomfort considerably. Having already undergone the refinement of blood essence twice, he assisted Gu Fenghua in gradually regaining her composure. The aura of her 8th-level Emperor realm had intensified compared to before, signifying her enhanced strength over the past 2 days. After several hours, Gu Fenghua was completely stabilized, and the drop of blood essence had been entirely refined. The lingering pain had vanished, leaving her invigorated and brimming with vitality. Chuan, I have fully refined it, Gu Fenghua exclaimed with excitement. All right, I shall refine a drop as well, Yun Chuan declared, producing the remaining blood essence, leaving a drop for Mu Qingyan. The essence merged instantaneously into his body, igniting a sensation akin to being enveloped in a furnace. Ice frost armor, Yun Chuan bellowed. Instantly, armor forged of frost enveloped him entirely, significantly diminishing his discomfort. Gu Fenghua, observing from the side, felt anxious, lacking experience and unsure how to assist Yun Chuan. Fenghua, do not worry. I have refined it before. This level is nothing to me, Yun Chuan reassured her with a smile. As 3 hours passed, Yun Chuan had completely refined the blood essence, and now his physical strength had surpassed the 6th level of the soul realm, reaching the level of an emperor. This meant that his physical prowess was now comparable to that of a great emperor. Fenghua, I must return soon. I shall visit you at the Holy Land again in due time, Yun Chuan said softly, gazing at her. Yes, come back to me again, Gu Fenghua replied. Her cheeks flushed as she kissed him. This time, she was quite proactive. 3 days later. However, in the end, it was Gu Fenghua who pleaded for mercy, unexpectedly finding herself unable to best Yun Chuan even after directly refining the blood essence of the ancient great emperor. It seemed she would need to place greater emphasis on enhancing her physical strength in the future. She vowed to triumph at least once. Hiss! Gu Fenghua gasped sharply, letting out a pained sound. All right, rest well. I can walk on my own. Yun Chuan tenderly caressed her face. Gu Fenghua nodded, closing the door behind her as she turned to leave. Yet, a headache loomed ahead. While she had been able to reach the snowstorm Holy Land swiftly due to Gu Fenghua's token, returning proved to be a different matter altogether. Compounding the issue was the absence of Shaoqing, leaving him to rely solely on his own feet for the journey back. System. Sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Reward. 50 years of cultivation. Reminder. The host's cultivation reward has now reached 120 years. System, merge 80 years of cultivation. Yun Chuan contemplated. 7th level of the soul realm. 8th level of the soul realm. 9th level of the soul realm. Pinnacle of the 9th level of the soul realm. The rewards for breakthrough cultivation were increasingly scarce. It took a full 80 years of cultivation to advance just 3 realms. Let us hasten our journey. He decided against merging the remaining 40 years for now, opting to wait until he had more to fuse later. Moreover, could also be entrusted to Mu Qingyan and Gu Fenghua. Although Gu Fenghua has already reached the 8th level of the Emperor realm, Mu Qingyan is likely to break through to the same level after her recent seclusion. However, the pace of their breakthroughs may still lag behind that of Yun Chuan. Thus, it is essential to retain some contingency. At this moment, within the Xian Yuan Palace, a formidable aura, overwhelming all realms, resonated throughout every corner of the palace. A stunning figure appeared at the entrance of the sacred hall. Has my husband not returned yet? This figure was none other than Mu Qingyan, who had successfully advanced to the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Upon entering the sacred hall, she noticed that the note she had left previously seemed to have been moved. Could it be that her husband has returned? Picking up the note, she discerned his presence lingering upon it. My dear husband, where have you gone again? Mu Qingyan gazed into the distance, her longing profound and intense. Achoo! Yun Chuan twitched his nose. Who is thinking of me? Chapter 42. My dearest husband, why would I scold you? 2 fleeting days have passed. At last, the moment has arrived. From now on, I must take Shaoqing with me whenever I go out. Yun Chuan sighed. After flying continuously for 2 days, he had scarcely any time for cultivation. If Qingwan Shaoqing were here, he could have practiced while on the move. With a swift motion, Yun Chuan pierced through the void, and in a matter of hours he would reach Shenyuan Palace. During these 2 days, his cultivation had increased by 40 years, bringing him to a total of 80 years of pure cultivation. If he were to merge his powers now, he would surely break through to the Imperial Realm. However, Yun Chuan had no intention of merging just yet. He planned to cultivate within the Shenyuan secret realm. Given his innate talent, he anticipated a breakthrough to the Imperial Realm within 2 or 3 days. Presently, he felt no urgency to advance, as he had yet to make any enemies, aside from being cautious around the demonic sect. Ha ha ha! My beloved wife, I have returned, he shouted as he spotted Shenyuan Palace from afar. Within the sacred hall, Mu Qingyan felt a slight tremor in her left brow, and in an instant, she vanished from her room, reappearing at the entrance of the sacred hall. Husband, are you back? She gazed into the distance, sensing Yun Chuan's return. My most adorable wife, I have come back. His loud exclamation echoed throughout Shenyuan Palace. Hearing his voice, Mu Qingyan's heart filled with sweetness, quickly followed by a wave of shyness. Her husband had many admirable qualities, yet he could be rather indiscreet. With so many disciples in Shenyuan Palace, his boldness left her feeling a bit diminished in authority. All right, my dear husband, let us go inside, Mu Qingyan said bashfully. Yun Chuan approached her, and together they entered the sacred hall. Little did they know, the revered emperor and empress were so deeply in love. Was this not the kind of romance I have always yearned for? I could weep. When will it be my turn? A group of male and female disciples whispered among themselves. Watching Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan's retreating figures, they could not help but display expressions of envy. I have missed you dearly, my wife, Yun Chuan exclaimed. At that moment, Mu Qingyan blushed from her toes to the tips of her hair. Wait a moment, she suddenly interjected. What's wrong? Yun Chuan felt a sudden apprehension. Why have you grown so much taller and more muscular?
Mu Qingyan inquired.
Her round eyes wide with curiosity. So that is it. Oh, my dear wife, behold the reason. Yun Chuan presented the last drop of ancient emperor's blood. A drop of blood? This is no ordinary blood. It is the blood of an ancient emperor. Yun Chuan chuckled. Mu Qingyan immediately covered her mouth in astonishment. It is indeed the blood of an ancient emperor. One must admit, ancient emperor's blood is exceedingly rare and immensely beneficial for cultivators. Otherwise, Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua would not have exhibited such expressions simultaneously. For you, my beloved. For me? Mu Qingyan was somewhat confused. Absorb it yourself. I have already broken through to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. The benefits you would gain from it would far exceed what I would receive. To have a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? If it were not for genuine love, why would Mu Qingyan utter such words? My dear wife, I have absorbed this. This drop is exclusively reserved for you. Really? Indeed, Yun Chuan affirmed. If it were otherwise, why would I undergo such transformations? Yun Chuan said with a bittersweet smile. Mu Qingyan smiled brightly and, with a hint of pride, retorted, Humph! I doubt you would dare to deceive me. However, upon saying this, a chill ran down Yun Chuan's spine. What if he were to reveal the matter regarding Gu Fanghua? If he remained silent now, it might lead to more complications later on. My dear wife, please refine this drop of essence. I shall protect you. Very well. Mu Qingyan sat cross-legged and immediately began the refinement of the drop of essence. With Yun Chuan's assistance, in just 2 short hours, Mu Qingyan successfully refined the essence, her speed surpassing even that of Gu Fanghua. One must admit, Mu Qingyan's talent is truly remarkable. Within a mere century, she has broken through to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm, truly deserving of the title of the youngest Empress in history. After refining the essence, Mu Qingyan appeared even more radiant, her aura significantly enhanced. "My dear wife, do you know the Snowstorm Empress?" Yun Chuan softly inquired. "The Snowstorm Empress? Gu Fanghua? I know her, though we have had little interaction," Mu Qingyan instinctively replied, though she seemed to sense something. "Husband, why do you ask about her? Is there something amiss?" Yun Chuan felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning it. One must concede, a woman's intuition is truly accurate. With just a single query, Mu Qingyan discerned the underlying issue. If there were no reason for concern, why would Yun Chuan bring up the Snowstorm Empress out of the blue? I visited the Snowstorm Sacred Land," Yun Chuan stated, somewhat awkwardly. Just like a man caught in an affair, unable to refute the accusations. "The Snowstorm Sacred Land? Did you not go to Starry City?" "Indeed, I did go to Starry City, but upon returning, I made another trip to the Snowstorm Sacred Land." Yun Chuan resolved to cease hiding the truth. The sooner he revealed it, the better. "What was the purpose of your visit to the Snowstorm Sacred Land?" At this moment, Mu Qingyan appeared to have realized something. The place of inheritance, the legacy of the Snow Emperor. Is this not a good thing? Have you obtained the Snow Emperor's legacy?
Mu Qingyan inquired.
I have indeed obtained it, but an unexpected incident occurred. What kind of incident?
Mu Qingyan pressed.
I entered the place of inheritance alongside Gu Fanghua, and we both fell victim to a poison. Yun Chuan spoke, increasingly anxious. What poison? The Hahuan poison. The Hahuan poison.
Mu Qingyan exclaimed.
So you both. Yun Chuan remained silent, and Mu Qingyan had already surmised the outcome. At that moment, silence ensued. Yun Chuan genuinely feared that Mu Qingyan would storm to the Snowstorm Sacred Land to confront Gu Fanghua. Several moments passed. Mu Qingyan took a deep breath. Is this what you wish to discuss, my husband? Mu Qingyan turned to look at Yun Chuan, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet a solitary tear glistened at the corner of her eye. To Yun Chuan, this smile appeared profoundly desolate. My dear wife, I am truly sorry. Yun Chuan felt a pang of guilt. Having never encountered matters of the heart before, Mu Qingyan found herself ensnared in such a predicament, akin to a naive little girl, utterly clueless about how to resolve it. She could only suppress her feelings deep within, with no outlet for release. Yet, under the circumstances, having been afflicted by the poison of Hahuan, failure to find relief would surely lead to her demise. In such a state, self-control was impossible. The only means to suppress it would be to forfeit one's own cultivation. Moreover, in this world, what powerful man did not possess multiple wives or concubines? Especially for someone as extraordinary as Yun Chuan, it was inevitable that more seductresses would seek to allure him. Wife, you may scold me. Observing Mu Qingyan's countenance, Yun Chuan felt a deep reluctance to see her in distress. Why would I scold you, my husband, since it has already occurred? I have simply gained another sister. It is not a matter of great consequence. Let us find a time to visit the snowy sacred land together, and meet this sister of mine. Mu Qingyan gazed at Yun Chuan, her expression sincere. What? Yun Chuan was at a loss, uncertain whether Mu Qingyan was truly angry or not. Chapter 43. Words manifesting reality. A collective breakthrough, however. To claim that one is not angry would be an utter falsehood. After Yun Chuan spoke, Mu Qingyan felt a sharp pang in her heart. Yet, considering her husband's inherent excellence, it was understandable that no one could maintain composure in such circumstances. Wasn't it through a similar situation that she first came to know him? Wife, I must be mistaken. You truly are not upset? Yun Chuan expressed disbelief at his own ears. Of course not. It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Although I wish to keep you all to myself, there are many situations beyond one's control. Yun Chuan was taken aback. It was astonishing that Mu Qingyan would utter such words. He understood her nature well. She would never willingly share him with another woman. Oh, and let it be known, if you dare to take a new sister without my consent, I will not forgive you, Mu Qingyan warned, tugging at Yun Chuan's ear with a fierce expression, though her feigned ferocity was undeniably endearing. All right, my dear, I shall always seek your approval henceforth. Yun Chuan replied with a smile. Of course, I shall always remain the primary one, Mu Qingyan added with a playful tone. With their misunderstandings resolved, Yun Chuan felt a wave of relief. My dear, were you born into the Xian Yuan Palace? As they lay together, Yun Chuan inquired. I am unsure, but I have been in the Xian Yuan Palace for as long as my memory serves, Mu Qingyan responded. What of your parents? I do not know. I have always been with my master and have never met my parents. Alas, my master has also departed from me now. A hint of sorrow clouded Mu Qingyan's expression as painful memories surfaced. My dear, from now on, please call me husband. Yun Chuan gently played with her hair. Husband? What does that mean? Mu Qingyan asked, perplexed. Yun Chuan clarified, in my homeland, husband and lord are synonymous, though husband conveys a more affectionate tone. Mu Qingyan nodded in understanding. Then I shall call you husband from now on. Husband. Her smile blossomed like the most radiant flower amidst a field of blossoms. In my homeland, the journey from love to marriage is a protracted affair, encompassing dating, passionate romance, proposals, marriage, and children. Yun Chuan continued. Reflecting on the customs of Blue Star, he mused, they are undeniably romantic. Dating? Proposals?
Mu Qingyan queried, intrigued.
Yes. By the way, my dear, let us go on a date in a few days. Very well. I will follow your lead, husband. Mu Qingyan nestled closer to Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan had resolved to propose to Mu Qingyan once more, intending to compensate her with the grandest wedding the world had ever seen. He yearned to make her the happiest woman on earth. No, every woman belonging to him would become the happiest in the world. As their love deepened, they naturally grew closer, isolating themselves from the outside world. For days later, they shattered previous records. A gentle breeze swept through the air. Mu Qingyan stirred, though each movement seemed laborious. My dear, you are awake, Yun Chuan exclaimed, seated at the edge of the bed. As she stirred from her slumber, Mu Qingyan winced in discomfort. How could it be that, as an emperor, she found herself aching all over? The culprit behind her distress was none other than Yun Chuan. It is all your fault. Did Fanghua endure the same trials? Mu Qingyan resolved to remain reclining. However, dear wife, your constitution is far more robust. Yun Chuan laughed heartily. Flushed with embarrassment, Mu Qingyan lamented that, thanks to Yun Chuan, she would likely be unable to walk for the entirety of the day. It was astonishing that Yun Chuan, at the Soul Realm, possessed a physique even stronger than hers, an 8th-level emperor. Looking around at the disarray of the room and recalling the events of the past few days, her cheeks deepened in hue. Dear, take good care of yourself. I shall visit the Xian Yuan secret realm. After soothing Mu Qingyan, Yun Chuan departed the holy hall and made his way to the Xian Yuan Holy Land. He was now on the brink of the Soul Realm, just a moment away from rejoining the ranks of the emperors. Greetings, Your Excellency. When had the guards of the Xian Yuan secret realm transformed into female disciples? No need for such formalities. Yun Chuan waved his hand and entered the secret realm. Your Excellency is so handsome. One of the female guards gazed dreamily at Yun Chuan's retreating figure. At that moment, Yun Chuan turned back and gently patted the disciple. By the noon hour, gather the disciples of Xian Yuan Palace. I have important matters to discuss. With that, he stepped into the Xian Yuan secret realm without looking back. Did Your Excellency just pat me? Surely, I am not dreaming. The female disciple appeared incredulous. I must fulfill the task entrusted to me by Your Excellency. With that, she departed. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was fervently absorbing spiritual energy. Just a little more. Starry decision, star plucking. Xian Yuan canon. Break for me. His aura suddenly contracted, then erupted instantaneously. 3 hours passed. Yun Chuan reopened his eyes, now glimmering with starlight. The first chapter of the starry decision, star plucking, had reached completion. Emperor Realm. I have returned. His aura was now leagues beyond his previous self in the Emperor Realm. With the potent starry decision, his foundation was more profound than ever. A shadow flickered behind Yun Chuan. The dark avatar, long unseen, had made its appearance. Help me assess Xioner's current cultivation status. Without a word, the dark avatar vanished. Yun Chuan exited the Shen Yuan secret realm and headed to the Shen Yuan Palace Square. Today, he intended to provide guidance to all the disciples of Shen Yuan Palace. With his emperor-level cultivation, instructing the multitude of disciples would be well within his capabilities. Upon entering the square, he found it filled to capacity with disciples. Why have we been summoned to the square? I wonder if something significant is about to unfold? Could it be that the demon sect is launching another attack? The disciples began to speculate. At that moment, Yun Chuan spoke up. Surely, you all know who I am? His figure materialized before the gathered disciples. Your Excellency, they exclaimed in unison, reverently acknowledging his presence. The disciples began to bow. Today, I have summoned you to guide your cultivation. Since you have been selected by the Shenyuan Palace, it is evident that none of you are to be underestimated. You undoubtedly possess innate talents. However, do you truly comprehend the profound significance of the Shenyuan Codex? Yun Chuan's voice resonated with imperial authority, echoing throughout the plaza. What is he up to? Within the sacred hall, Mu Qingyan also heard Yun Chuan's voice, yet she did not dwell upon it. How much do you truly understand about the two characters of Shenyuan? Yun Chuan continued, stating that as long as one is in the Shenyuan Palace, the cultivation methods adhered to are those of the Shenyuan Codex, which forms the very foundation of the palace. Shenyuan ineffably wondrous. Yuan, returning to simplicity. What, then, is the essence of their union? Yun Chuan's voice, akin to an enchanting incantation, profoundly struck the hearts of the disciples. To genuinely grasp the Shenyuan Codex, one must begin as an ordinary person, ascend to become a formidable being, and then return to a state of simplicity. Yun Chuan spoke slowly. I am about to break through, exclaimed one disciple in astonishment. In the next moment, he surged from the 9th level of muscle refinement to the Qi cultivation realm. So am I, cried a disciple of the divine origin realm. I too shall break through, echoed others. Count me in. An elder of the 2nd level of divine fire realm voiced his disbelief. With words manifesting as law, a collective breakthrough ensued. Chapter 44. What's wrong with your mind? In truth, Yun Chuan's intention in guiding these disciples was to experiment with the miraculous ability known as word manifestation. 2 days prior, he had received this incredible reward, the divine power of word manifestation. To his astonishment, this ability proved to be extraordinarily potent, as mere utterances could lead these disciples to breakthroughs. Meanwhile, within the sacred hall, Mu Qingyan lay upon her bed, murmuring, "Return to simplicity, ordinary and unremarkable." Little did she expect that those 2 sentences from Yun Chuan would evoke a profound sensation within her. Enlightenment. With her eyes closed, she unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. It was remarkable that Yun Chuan's brief utterance could induce such a state in her. It is worth noting that throughout her cultivation journey, she had only experienced enlightenment twice before. Once while mastering the divine technique Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens, and another during her breakthrough to the imperial realm. Now, due to Yun Chuan's words, she found herself in a state of enlightenment once more. This state is elusive and rare. Many dedicate their entire lives without ever entering it. The duration of enlightenment varies from person to person. Some may only sustain it for a few hours, while others might experience it for several months. The benefits of enlightenment are self-evident. During this period, one's cultivation speed can be tenfold or even several times greater than usual, with rapid comprehension of martial skills and divine powers. Additionally, certain divine physiques or other unique attributes may awaken during this time. However, the extent to which one can harness enlightenment is not uniform. Not everyone can maximize its potential. In the center of the square, Yun Chuan observed numerous disciples achieving breakthroughs, and a smile of satisfaction graced his face. In a moment, he vanished, returning to the sacred hall. At this point, there was no need to disrupt the disciples during their breakthroughs. His objectives had been fulfilled. The word manifestation was indeed remarkably effective. He pondered whether there were additional benefits to this ability. System, are you there? Host, please refrain from posing such intellectually deficient questions. Even if the world were to perish, this system would remain intact. Yun Chuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly impressive. Does this word manifestation have any other functions? As your realm advances, the limitations of word manifestation will diminish. Upon reaching a certain level in this realm of Penglai, you can command it to rain or shine at your will. At this revelation, Yun Chuan's mouth fell agape with astonishment. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of this ability. Did that mean he could eliminate foes without ever stepping outside? Just imagine, if he wished, the demon emperor could drown in water, succumbing to the very element they sought to control. At that moment, outside the battlefield, within the blood demon sect, the 5 great demon emperors convened to discuss their plans. Cough, cough. The demon emperor Emotua took a sip of water and choked slightly. What troubles you, Emotua? Inquired the demon sword emperor. Nothing, just choked on some water. How could one choke while drinking water? The demon sword emperor expressed confusion, questioning how beings of their caliber could still experience such mundane misfortunes. Little did they know that it was Yun Chuan's influence from afar at the Xian Yuan Palace. Had he been at a sufficient realm, the demon emperor Emotua might have truly choked to death. Unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, his seemingly casual remark nearly endangered the life of the demon emperor Motua. Upon entering the room, he naturally observed Mu Qingyan in the midst of her cultivation. But her demeanor was markedly different from her usual self. Had she achieved enlightenment? After a meticulous observation, Yun Chuan discerned that his wife had indeed entered a state of epiphany. He was astounded by her prodigious talent. Despite the toll of their recent battle and her body still in recovery, she had managed to attain such a profound state. It was imperative that he did not disturb her, for interruption during enlightenment is most detrimental, often yielding contrary results. Quietly, Yun Chuan exited the room and cast protective wards around it, ensuring that none could enter without his permission and that all external disturbances were nullified. The duration of enlightenment can vary, but given Mu Qingyan's innate abilities, this bout would surely extend beyond mere hours. Thus, Yun Chuan resolved to grant her the solitude she required, using the time to engage in his own cultivation. Once Mu Qingyan emerged from her state of enlightenment, they would embark on a date together as previously discussed, an experience she yearned for and one he nostalgically cherished. How delightful it would be if this world possessed cinemas or CFS. But alas, it was limited to the apricot blossom courtyard, devoid of such establishments. System. How much pure cultivation energy do I possess? Ding. The host currently holds 120 years of pure cultivation energy that has yet to be assimilated. Through days of diligent sign-ins, his pure cultivation energy had accumulated to 120 years. At a critical moment, he could either break through himself or transfer it to Mu Qingyan or Gu Fanghua. You consume so much daily, yet why do you not break through? Yun Chuan mused as he cuddled his adorable companion, Awu, who had consumed numerous sacred herbs, yet still bore but a single tail, with no sign of a second tail emerging. Father, Awu gazed at Yun Chuan with an endearing, naive expression. Yes, I am your father. Wait, Awu, can you speak? Yun Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, having just witnessed Awu articulate human words. Father, I was born with intelligence and could always speak. I simply did not know how before, Awu replied with a hint of pride. Then how is it that you can now? I'm not sure. I have fragments of memories suggesting I could, but they are incomplete. This revelation prompted Yun Chuan to ponder deeply, harboring suspicions that Awu might be the reincarnation of an invincible divine beast. Indeed, in many novels he had read, such beings often possessed memories of past lives. Ding! Reminder to the host. The divine beast nine-tailed fox Awu possesses ancestral bloodline. Once 9 tails are fully developed, a complete return to ancestry will be achieved. Return to ancestry. Yun Chuan comprehended the significance of this phrase, implying that Awu could very well transform into the progenitor of the 9-tailed fox clan. Should the return to ancestry be successful, there was even the possibility of surpassing the original ancestor. One must admit, the system's rewards were exceptionally formidable. What he initially perceived as a simple divine beast had revealed itself to possess an ancestral bloodline. System, I adore you. Everything is understood without further elaboration. Yun Chuan silently exclaimed in his heart. The system remained silent, yet Yun Chuan could vividly imagine its haughty demeanor. Father, has your mind wandered? Awu questioned, observing Yun Chuan's somewhat foolish smile. Father is lost in thought, Yun Chuan clarified. However, Awu's little head was filled with immense curiosity. What could possibly provoke such an unsettling grin? System. Sign in. Ding. The host has successfully signed in at the outskirts of the Imperial Tomb, receiving 3 primordial fruits as a reward. Yunchuan? The Imperial Tomb? How did I find myself in the Imperial Tomb? Isn't this the back mountain of the Shen Yuan Palace? How has it transformed into the Imperial Tomb? Ding. Task issued. Proceed to the tomb of the Shen Yuan Emperor and obtain his acknowledgement. A task? The Shen Yuan Emperor? I must earn his recognition. Ow! Come into my space. Chapter 45. Trials and Illusions. This task emerged unexpectedly. I found myself inadvertently signing in at the Imperial Tomb. According to the system's mission, this is the burial site of the illustrious first-generation master of Shen Yuan Palace, the Shen Yuan Emperor. The task assigned by the system is to excavate another's grave, and it happens to be the tomb of the Shen Yuan Emperor. How could this not be seen as an act of treachery against one's own ancestors? Without parents, Yunchuan grew up within the confines of Shen Yuan Palace, which was akin to his home. Wasn't this akin to disturbing his own ancestral grave? Such an act of betrayal against his own lineage was something he could never bring himself to do. Even if he were to proceed, Mu Qingyan would undoubtedly be furious. System. Where is the tomb of the Shen Yuan Emperor? How does one gain entry? However, pondering it further, could it be that the Shen Yuan Emperor intends for his descendants to earn his approval through trials? The circumstances remain uncertain, and Yunchuan resolved to take the lead. The tomb of the Shen Yuan Emperor lies directly beneath your feet. Beneath my feet, all I see is a patch of grass. Where is the tomb? With a determined step, he stomped down. Bang! To his astonishment, he merely broke through a hole, plummeting downward but managing to grasp the stone wall in time. Goodness, I'm fortunate to have reacted quickly. That was quite the scare. Pushing off the wall, Yunchuan landed firmly on his feet. However, the sight that greeted him was startling. Before him lay a vast stone forest. He had not anticipated such expanse beneath. Where could the tomb of the Shen Yuan Emperor possibly be? Yet, Yunchuan dared not recklessly touch anything in this place. The memory of the deadly Hahuan poison from the Snow Emperor's legacy was still etched in his mind and had yet to fade. Moreover, he was alone, necessitating even greater caution. What is this? A colossal sword stood firmly embedded in the stone forest, exuding an overwhelming presence. System. What manner of sword is this? Beep! This is the imperial weapon of the Shen Yuan Emperor, the Dragon Sword. The Dragon Sword. Yunchuan, who frequently tidied the library, had read extensively about the Shen Yuan Emperor's exploits. Among them, this dragon sword had always been the object of his admiration. He never imagined it would manifest before him now. It is said that the Shen Yuan Emperor once wielded this sword to confront 5 formidable emperors of the 9th level, standing his ground and ultimately slaying one while severing the arms of 2 others, compelling all 5 to flee in disgrace. This heavy sword, the Dragon Sword, was the source of that legendary prowess. Legends varied. Some claimed it was forged from dragon tendons, while others believed it gained its might from slaying a true dragon. Yet, Yunchuan was indifferent to these tales. No matter how powerful a weapon, it is of little use if the wielder lacks skill. In an instant, he teleported before the dragon sword, which was firmly embedded in a massive stone. The aura of imperial might subtly radiated from it. As expected of a heavy sword, its width approached 1/2 meter, and its length was nearly equal to his own height. Gently gripping the hilt, he was taken aback to find it immovable. His vitality was now extraordinarily robust, his physical strength comparable to a 7th or 8th level emperor. Channeling his superhuman vitality into his right hand, he commanded, "Rise!" Boom! The colossal boulder shattered with a thunderous crash, and the dragon's sword once again radiated a brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding stone forest vanished, replaced by a picturesque grove of peach blossoms. Beside a babbling brook stood a quaint wooden cottage. Is this an illusion? Yunchuan could scarcely believe his eyes, fearing he had succumbed to a mirage. Yet, the dragon sword in his grasp was undeniable. Moreover, the system had affirmed that this was indeed the dragon sword. Yunchuan had faith that nothing could obscure the system's scrutiny. Since he had arrived, he might as well step inside. At that moment, a voice, neither young nor old, emanated from within the cottage. Holding the dragon sword, Yun Chuan cautiously approached the wooden door. Again, the voice rang out, "What? Do you intend to use my old companion against me? Old companion?" Yun Chuan glanced at the dragon's sword in his hand, astounded that this person referred to it as such. "Senior, are you the esteemed Shen Yuan Emperor?" Yun Chuan inquired uncertainly. "Ha ha ha. It has been ages since someone called me the Shen Yuan Emperor." "Come." Yun Chuan sheathed the dragon sword and pushed open the door, revealing an elderly man seated at a table, meticulously preparing tea. "Oh, come. Take a sip of my tea." He poured a cup and gently slid it toward Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan lifted the cup and took a delicate sip, instantly feeling a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body. Upon finishing the cup, the energy surged wildly, and in the next moment, he experienced a breakthrough. This scene unfolded before the Shen Yuan Emperor, who observed with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Yun Chuan had not anticipated that this single cup of tea would elevate him to the second tier of the Emperor realm. "How peculiar, truly peculiar. You are the first individual I have encountered who can so effortlessly break through the Emperor realm," the Shen Yuan Emperor remarked with a gentle smile, his admiration barely contained. "Thank you, senior." Yun Chuan bowed respectfully. "Are you a disciple of my Shen Yuan palace?" the Shen Yuan Emperor inquired, sipping his tea. One might say so. Even a janitor counts, right?" Yun Chuan pondered, realizing that although he was an emperor, he could not exactly be deemed a disciple. "A janitor?" The Shen Yuan Emperor sputtered tea from his mouth. "You, at the second tier of the Emperor realm, are merely a janitor? The Shen Yuan palace is thriving so well?" The Shen Yuan Emperor expressed disbelief. "By the standards of disciples, I suppose I was just a janitor. However, I am now the Emperor of Shen Yuan Palace, the consort of the palace master, so I cannot truly be considered a disciple. It was merely my status prior to this." Upon hearing the explanation, the Shen Yuan Emperor finally comprehended. Nodding, he said, "In that case, that is well said. You shall not be overlooked in inheriting my legacy. Next, I shall present you with a trial. Should you succeed, you will inherit my legacy." With that, the Shen Yuan Emperor waved his hand, and a luminous curtain descended, instantly transporting Yun Chuan into a grand palace. "What is this? An illusion?" Yun Chuan mused inwardly. Possessing a transcendent body, he was impervious to any illusion. This trial was virtually inconsequential to him. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards him. It was Mu Qingyan. "Darling, what are you doing?" Mu Qingyan nestled in Yun Chuan's embrace and inquired. Although aware that this Mu Qingyan was merely an illusion, her appearance was strikingly identical. "I am doing nothing at all," Yun Chuan replied. "Then, my dear, shall we?" Mu Qingyan slowly lifted her gaze to Yun Chuan, her eyes filled with affection. Her hand gradually reached behind long Yun Chuan. "Wife, do not play tricks, all right?" Yun Chuan firmly seized her hand, which held a dagger. "Now, rest well, my love. Be good." At that moment, the illusory Mu Qingyan displayed a look of fear, and Yun Chuan's hand slowly rose. Bang! With a swift motion, he struck down, shattering her crown. Subsequently, the false Mu Qingyan dissipated into nothingness. "Now, take a good rest, my love." Yun Chuan's expression remained impassive. While this illusion might appear genuine to others, to Yun Chuan, it was merely a figment of the imagination, entirely fabricated. Thus, his heart remained undisturbed. Chapter 46. The Primordial True Qi and the Conclusion of Enlightenment, Debut Day. 4 updates. The Shen Yuan Emperor observed Yun Chuan's decisive actions with a sense of bewilderment. Was this young man unaffected by the illusion? Nevertheless, it would never have occurred to the Shen Yuan Emperor that Yun Chuan possessed a divine physique, let alone a system. The divine physique is reputed to be the strongest constitution across all realms, a concept that perhaps the Shen Yuan Emperor had never even heard of. In a fleeting moment, everything before Yun Chuan vanished, and he found himself back in the small room. "Is that all there is?" Yun Chuan murmured to himself. The Shen Yuan Emperor felt somewhat embarrassed. "What do you mean? Is that all? This illusion is quite terrifying, you know?" Cough, cough. "Young man, congratulations on enduring my trial. You have successfully drawn forth my dragon sword, and it now belongs to you," the Shen Yuan Emperor said slowly. "Thank you, senior." Yun Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Young man, Since you have successfully passed my trial, you are now qualified to inherit my legacy," proclaimed the Xian Yuan Emperor. A radiant circle enveloped Yun Chuan. "This is an imperial-level martial technique I created after departing from the Penglai region. The 8 trigrams divine palm. Watch closely, young man." An apparition appeared in Yun Chuan's mind, clearly the Xian Yuan Emperor himself, who executed a palm strike, invoking the 8 trigrams and extinguishing yin and yang. Yun Chuan closed his eyes, gently raised his hand, and unleashed the 8 trigrams divine palm. The Xian Yuan Emperor was left in a state of confusion. "Did you learn it just like that?" "Thank you, senior. However, you mentioned leaving the Penglai region. Are you not buried here?" Yun Chuan inquired, puzzled. "Who said I am dead? I am very much alive," the Xian Yuan Emperor retorted, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. "Alive? Still living?" Yun Chuan was taken aback. If the Xian Yuan Emperor were indeed alive, where was he now? Moreover, how powerful must the Xian Yuan Emperor have become? It is known that he was a figure from the ancient era, having lived for over 1,000,000 years. Generally, those at the imperial realm have lifespans of around several tens of thousands of years. If the Xian Yuan Emperor were alive, he would be a being of over 1,000,000 years. "Are you truly still alive, senior?" Yun Chuan posed the question. "Of course. Before I left the Penglai region, I prepared a burial site for myself, located on the back mountain of the Xian Yuan Palace. I initially intended to leave some legacies, hoping that one day a disciple of my Xian Yuan Palace would pass my trial and inherit my teachings. But that waiting period extended to a century," the Xian Yuan Emperor expressed with a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he had now encountered Yun Chuan, who, from all appearances, possessed extraordinary talent, at least superior to his contemporaries. Considering Yun Chuan's age, he estimated him to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Although the ancient era was filled with prodigies, very few could reach the imperial realm at such a tender age. "Then where are you currently, senior?" Yun Chuan asked. "In the immortal realm," the Xian Yuan Emperor responded. "The immortal realm? Does one need to traverse the immortal path to reach it?" Yun Chuan inquired. He recalled Gu Fanghua mentioning that the immortal path seemed to be a necessary route for ascending to the immortal domain. Indeed, to enter the celestial realm, one must break through the myriad trials of the path to immortality to reach the heavenly domain. The path is fraught with peril, and this region of Penglai is merely one terrestrial world among countless others that exist along that path. The great Emperor Xian Yuan took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "Thus, the path to immortality is indeed a treacherous place. Even those at the 9th tier of the imperial realm may not be the strongest therein." Yun Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. Could there be beings surpassing the imperial realm amidst the trials of the path? If that were the case, one must indeed tread carefully, he murmured softly. Furthermore, the celestial realm is not as one might imagine. That world is far more brutal. Without sufficient strength, even the most ordinary individual could trample you. As the great emperor spoke, it seemed he was lost in a distant memory. Yun Chuan nodded, aware that he possessed a system and numerous hidden cards. Upon entering the celestial realm, his only concern was whether he could protect Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua. "Thank you for your wise counsel, esteemed elder." "I understand," Yun Chuan declared. The great Emperor Xian Yuan nodded slightly. "Should you reach the celestial realm, seek out the Yin-Yang Palace, for I dwell therein. Having passed your trial, my task as this avatar is complete. Now, allow me to bestow upon you a stroke of fortune." With a wave of his right hand, a flicker of flame shot forth, landing in Yun Chuan's palm. "This flame is a piece of heavenly fire I discovered long ago, yet due to my constitution, I could not tame it. I hope it proves useful to you." Upon finishing, the great emperor's figure dissipated before his eyes. Heavenly fire, such a treasure. Not only can it be used for alchemy, but it also serves as a means of attack. In the blink of an eye, Yun Chuan vanished from that spot, reappearing atop the back mountain. He had been transported, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Beep! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning the recognition of the great Emperor Xian Yuan. Reward: a strand of Tai Chi True Chi.
Tai Chi Chu Ki.
It is known that this essence was born alongside the universe itself, surpassing even Chaos True Chi in potency. The benefits of Tai Chi True Chi are innumerable. Beep! Reminder to the host. Tai Chi True Chi can be fused with the super divine body. Fusion? What will happen after the fusion? I did not anticipate that Tai Chi True Chi could merge with the super divine body. I wonder what it will transform into. After fusion, the super divine body will evolve into the Tai Chi super divine body, even more formidable than its predecessor. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan felt that the system was increasingly adept at deceiving him. When he acquired the super divine body, it was proclaimed the most powerful constitution across all realms. Yet now it can merge and exceed even that. Might it be that next, upon obtaining Chaos True Chi, the super divine body will become the Tai Chi Chaos super divine body? Yun Chuan held serious doubts about this. Beep. Please refrain from questioning the system. All statements made are accurate. Damn it, you still have a temper? Fuse the Tai Chi True Chi. Yun Chuan cursed. Fusion of Tai Chi True Chi successful. Current progress of the Tai Chi Super Divine Body is at 20%. 20%? To fully merge into the Primal Super Divine Body. 5 strands of Primal True Chi are required for a successful integration. Yun Chuan stood frozen in place. System, come forth. I promise I won't harm you. Just show yourself. Yun Chuan cursed vehemently. Yet, the system remained silent, disregarding Yun Chuan's words entirely. What could he do? He was powerless against this system. Sighing, he decided to return after 2 days to check on his wife. With that, Yun Chuan departed from the back mountain and made his way back to the sanctuary. Unlocking the barrier, he entered the room. At that moment, Mu Qingyan was still in deep comprehension, but the surrounding spiritual energy continued to gather in increasing abundance. It seemed this moment of enlightenment was profoundly beneficial to her. A day passed. Yun Chuan vigilantly kept watch in the room for the entire duration.
Gradually, Mu Qingyan awakened.
Her moment of comprehension coming to an end. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yun Chuan sitting beside her. "Darling, you're back," she exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. "So, my dear, what insights did you gain from this enlightenment?" Chapter 47. A date, Mu Qingyan inebriated. Although my cultivation has not yet reached a breakthrough, my martial arts and divine abilities have significantly improved, particularly the divine ability Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens, which has now attained a consummate stage. By the way, where have you been these past couple of days?
Mu Qingyan inquired earnestly.
My dear, I ventured to the rear mountain and inadvertently stumbled upon the imperial tomb of the Shenyuan Emperor. Yun Chuan recounted his recent experiences. The Shenyuan Emperor. Indeed, however, the Shenyuan Emperor has not fallen. He now resides in the celestial domain. Yun Chuan remarked. The celestial domain, the Shenyuan Emperor, the ancestor of the Shenyuan Palace, has existed for over 1,000,000 years and is still alive.
Mu Qingyan pondered thoughtfully.
Yun Chuan embraced her and said, I too was taken aback. He mentioned that upon our arrival in the celestial domain, we could seek him at the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. Presumably, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace is also a significant power within the celestial domain.
Mu Qingyan nodded absently.
However, such matters are still distant from us. There is no need to rush. Yun Chuan chuckled. Indeed, the prerequisite for entering the celestial domain is traversing the celestial path, which may harbor unforeseen dangers. Mu Qingyan gazed at Yun Chuan, expressing her concerns. According to the Shenyuan Emperor, the celestial path is akin to numerous realms resembling the Panglai region, so they will also pose a considerable obstacle. Yun Chuan conveyed the Emperor's words. So that is the case. No wonder many predecessors have claimed that the celestial path is exceedingly difficult to traverse. It is due to this very layer of complexity. Mu Qingyan nodded in understanding. By the way, my dear, shall we go on a date today? Yun Chuan proposed.
Mu Qingyan replied bashfully.
However, despite the notion of a date, Yun Chuan had yet to determine a destination, and there were hardly any places of interest near the Shenyuan Palace, save for a small nation. The Shenyuan Palace's vassal state, the Kingdom of Falling Leaves. This was a place Mu Qingyan had never visited, making it an excellent choice. My dear, let us venture to the Kingdom of Falling Leaves. The Kingdom of Falling Leaves? Isn't that a vassal force of our Shenyuan Palace? I have never been there. But must we absolutely go to the Kingdom of Falling Leaves for our date? Mu Qingyan pondered before speaking. It is not a necessity. It is merely that, at present, there is no superior destination than the kingdom of falling leaves. Come with me, my dear, Yun Chuan urged, taking Mu Qingyan's hand and leading her toward the kingdom of falling leaves. At that moment, in the heart of the kingdom of falling leaves, within the bustling city of falling leaves, the throngs of people, mostly ordinary folk without cultivation, filled the streets. Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan had now arrived in the kingdom of falling leaves. My dear, from this moment forth, we shall not utilize our cultivation. I will guide you to relish the joys of our date, Yun Chuan declared as he held Mu Qingyan's hand. Mu Qingyan nodded in agreement. The two concealed their auras entirely. Unless an emperor-level expert were to descend, their presence would remain undetectable, rendering them akin to ordinary citizens. Darling, why must we conceal our auras? Mu Qingyan inquired as she followed Yun Chuan into the city. In my homeland, there is no war, only ordinary people. Dating is the most romantic affair between lovers, Yun Chuan elucidated. No war? And what is a couple? Mu Qingyan continued her inquiries. A couple consists of two individuals in love. However, we are no longer merely a couple, Yun Chuan smiled. Why is that? Are we not in love? Mu Qingyan asked, somewhat perplexed. Of course, we are in love, but our bond transcends that of mere lovers. We are husband and wife. Yun Chuan affectionately tapped her nose. Upon entering the city, their presence attracted the attention of many onlookers. It was inevitable. Mu Qingyan was dazzling, a breathtaking sight wherever she went, and coupled with the strikingly handsome Yun Chuan, their allure was undeniable. Approaching a small vendor, Mu Qingyan's eyes sparkled. Husband, what is this? It looks so beautiful. She pointed to two heart-shaped, pristine stones. Before Yun Chuan could respond, the vendor chimed in. My dear lady, these are the 3 live stones, symbols of love. They are truly remarkable. 3 live stones?
Mu Qingyan inquired, puzzled.
Indeed, a pair of lovers who possess the 3 live stones symbolize unyielding love, destined to remain together through 3 lifetimes. The vendor extolled the stones with fervor. Owner, wrap up these 3 live stones, Yun Chuan declared. Certainly, esteemed customer, that will be 10 copper coins. The vendor beamed. The stones had languished unsold due to their perceived lack of utility, so his joy was palpable. Mu Qingyan glanced at her storage ring, realizing it contained only spirit stones, devoid of any currency. Allow me, Yun Chuan said, producing a silver coin, a remnant from his previous exchanges in Xingyao City. No need for change, let us go, my wife. After acquiring the wrapped 3 live stones, they departed. Wife, these stones require your essence to be imbued within them, Yun Chuan explained, placing one of the stones in Mu Qingyan's hand. Obediently, she infused her essence into the stone, which immediately radiated a spectrum of colors. This, Mu Qingyan gasped in astonishment. Yun Chuan then infused the other stone with his essence and handed it to her. The brilliance of these stones represents our lives. Only when life reaches its end will the glow fade, signifying our love across 3 lifetimes, Yun Chuan elucidated. Although Mu Qingyan did not fully comprehend, she understood that the 3 live stones were a wondrous rarity, without grade yet exceedingly scarce. This silver coin was indeed a fortunate find. She carefully stored it away. Soon thereafter, they made their way to a tavern, a necessary step in their date to share a meal. However, this world lacked upscale dining establishments, and thus the ambience was considerably less refined. Husband, shall we eat more?
Mu Qingyan whispered to Yun Chuan.
Mindful of their formidable prowess as cultivators of the imperial realm, rendering food unnecessary. Shoo, wife, did I not mention that today we are but ordinary people? Yun Chuan replied with a gentle smile. They ordered 2 pots of wine and some light dishes, all typical fare for commoners. Wife, do you drink wine? Yun Chuan inquired. I have never tried it, but I am willing to give it a go, said Mu Qingyan. Observing the 2 jugs of strong liquor, Yun Chuan could not help but smile bitterly. If only it were red wine. Alas, this world offers none. Mu Qingyan took a tentative sip, only to let a bit slip from her tongue, clearly overwhelmed by the spice. Yun Chuan resolved not to employ any of his cultivation today. He wished to experience life as an ordinary person, and Mu Qingyan, in turn, refrained from using her powers. That small sip proved to be quite fiery for her. An hour later, Yun Chuan had devoured the feast, and the liquor was nearly finished. Mu Qingyan's cheeks were flushed, her gaze slightly dazed, rendering her quite adorable. Her rosy complexion seemed as if it could yield droplets of water. Yun Chuan restrained himself from playfully nibbling at her, mindful of the presence of others. "Husband, this wine is truly delightful. Let us have another jug," Mu Qingyan said, her words slightly slurred. "Oh no, my wife is intoxicated." Chapter 48. The rescue of Yao Yu. He never anticipated that a mere flask of wine could intoxicate Mu Qingyan. He had urged her to refrain from utilizing her powers, to experience a day as an ordinary person, yet she was utterly unable to expel the alcohol from her system. "All right, dear wife, let us return," Yun Chuan said, cradling Mu Qingyan in his arms. "No, I want to drink another flask," Mu Qingyan replied, her eyes half closed, her cheeks flushed with color. Yun Chuan was taken aback by how adorably intoxicated she appeared and decided to tease her a bit. "Darling, no more drinking. We must go back." He feigned indifference. "No, I refuse to return. I want more wine," she protested. "Be obedient, or I shall spank you," Yun Chuan declared dramatically. "Please, husband, don't spank me,"
Mu Qingyan whimpered.
covering her backside with her hands. Smack! Yun Chuan playfully slapped her rear. "Ah, husband, you are so mean,"
Mu Qingyan exclaimed shyly.
Yun Chuan lifted her effortlessly and carried her back to Shenyuan Palace. Gently placing her on the bed, he intended to reprimand her, but was surprised to find she had already fallen asleep. He tenderly stroked her forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. In the future, he must ensure his wife does not imbibe again. Yet, his gaze brimmed with affection. How wonderful it would be if such a life could persist. In his previous life, his dream had been to secure a stable job, own a cat, and share a lifetime of love with someone special, living a tranquil existence. However, under the current circumstances, it was evident that such aspirations were unlikely to materialize in this world. Gently covering Mu Qingyan with a blanket, Yun Chuan descended to the foot of a mountain and began to study the stellar technique. He had mastered the first chapter, star plucking, but the second chapter, star extinguishing, eluded him. Despite possessing extraordinary comprehension, this technique seemed to require a unique circumstance for understanding. The intricacies of the stellar technique were profound, and the world around him had little exposure to celestial concepts, making comprehension quite challenging. Yun Chuan murmured to himself, imperial-level martial arts, the 8 trigrams divine palm. This was currently his most powerful move, surpassing even the 10,000 swords returned to one. Although the latter was formidable in its own right, it was merely a sacred-level technique, and the disparity between sacred and imperial levels was considerable. Yin and Yang manifest, the 8 trigrams emerge. Qian's 3 connections, Kuin's 6 severances. Zhan's uplifting bowl, Zhen's covering bowl. Li's emptiness, Can's fullness. Dui's upper deficiency, Sun's lower severance. Yun Chuan chanted softly, encapsulating the essence of the 8 trigrams divine palm. The 8 trigrams encompass all directions, capable of annihilating the physical body and imprisoning the soul. This is the terrifying aspect of the 8 trigrams divine palm, as it can inflict immense damage to the spirit. With his eyes closed, Yun Chuan's mind replayed the moment when the Shenyuan Emperor unleashed that powerful strike. Yin and Yang manifest, the 8 trigrams emerge. A magnificent diagram of the 8 trigrams materialized beneath Yun Chuan's feet, gradually converging. 8 trigrams divine palm. With a resounding clap, he unleashed the move, accompanied by the 8 trigrams array, an invisible shockwave obliterating the rocks ahead. This strike of the 8 trigrams divine palm had evidently reached an intermediate level. Indeed, it is a martial art of imperial caliber, yet its cultivation presents numerous challenges. As I gaze at the gently rising sun, I am taken aback to realize that an entire night has passed. By now, Mu Qingyan should have awakened. However, upon returning to the holy temple, I am met with the anxious visage of Mu Qingyan. "My dear, what troubles you?" Yun Chuan inquires. "Where have you been, husband?" "I was just about to search for you," Mu Qingyan replies, her brow furrowed in concern. "Please, take your time and explain what is amiss," Yun Chuan urges, seeking to calm her distress. Yao Yu and the Holy Land have been attacked by the demon sect.
Mu Qingyan exclaims.
Yao Yu? The Empress of the Jade Pool? Yes, Mu Qingyan affirms with a nod. Why would the demon sect assault the Jade Pool Holy Land? They have never provoked any factions. Yun Chuan queries, bewildered. I am uncertain. Yao Yu is only at the 6th level of the Imperial Realm, and she cannot withstand the demon sect's assault on her own. I must hurry there.
Mu Qingyan insists.
Very well, I shall accompany you, Yun Chuan responds. While he has only engaged in a single exchange with Yao Yu, he is aware of the cordial relationship his wife shares with her. Together, they hasten towards the Jade Pool Holy Land, a journey they can complete within a day. At this moment, within the Jade Pool Holy Land, cursed be it, 5 demon emperors have arrived. Yao Yu and the elders of the Jade Pool Holy Land have united to maintain their protective array for a full day. Yet, the 5 demon emperors, the weakest at the 5th level of the Imperial Realm and the strongest at the 7th, threaten to breach their defenses. Black Demon Emperor. This array can withstand our assault for no more than half a day. Outside the Jade Pool Holy Land, Demon 2, a formidable figure, respectfully addresses a strikingly sinister man before him. The man, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, is the mastermind behind the assault on the Jade Pool Holy Land. The Black Demon Emperor, a top-tier expert at the 7th level of the Imperial Realm and the brother of the soul-devouring Demon Emperor. Brother, why do you persist in your obsession with the Jade Pool Empress when Mu Qingyan surpasses her? The soul-devouring Demon Emperor inquires. What do you understand? The Jade Pool Empress possesses a heart of seduction. She is the finest cauldron in existence. Should I obtain her, I could undoubtedly break through to the 8th level of the Imperial Realm. The Black Demon Emperor declares vehemently. Having meticulously planned this attack on the Jade Pool Holy Land, he had remained sequestered in meditation until recently. His suspicions regarding the Jade Pool Empress's heart of seduction were confirmed only after dispatching scouts. The allure of such a heart is immense, compelling him to risk everything to invade the Jade Pool Holy Land. Once he ascends to the 8th level of the Demon Emperor, his unique physique would enable him to contend with even the 9th level of the Imperial Realm, which is one of the reasons for his audacious gamble. Increase the pace of the assault. The Black Demon Emperor bellows. He is determined to extinguish the Jade Pool Holy Land swiftly and decisively, wishing to avoid prolonged complications. At this moment, Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan are nearing the Jade Pool Holy Land. My dear, we shall arrive shortly. Indeed, Mu Qingyan retrieved the communication stone, inquiring about Yao Yu's condition. However, she received no response for an extended period. The two hastened their pace once more. Sister Qingyan? Yao Yu sensed Mu Qingyan's presence and, with a single leap, soared outside the sacred ground. Oh, finally emerged. Have you? What no futile resistance. The Dark Demon Emperor gazed upon the stunning Empress of the Jade Pool, his desires unmistakably evident in his eyes. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Yao Yu, Sister Qingyan, and Yun Chuan. Yao Yu beheld Mu Qingyan and the figure of Yun Chuan beside her, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickering in her eyes, though it was quickly masked. Yet, this moment did not escape Yun Chuan's notice. Damn it! Empress of Heavenly Fire! The Dark Demon Emperor roared, his eyes wide with fury. So close! This Empress of Heavenly Fire has managed to arrive. Yet, he completely overlooked Yun Chuan, but beside him, the soul-devouring Demon Emperor erupted with rage. You little brat, today, I shall ensure your demise. The soul-devouring Demon Emperor seethed with wrath, intent on tearing Yun Chuan to shreds. Chapter 49. The Annihilation of Stars. The two great Demon Emperors Yun Chuan gazed at the soul-devouring Demon Emperor, displaying not the slightest hint of concern. With an array of hidden cards at his disposal and at the 2nd tier of the Emperor realm, his true power, when unleashed, was likely comparable to that of a 6th-tier Emperor. Inwardly, Yun Chuan pondered, system, how much pure cultivation do I possess? Ding! The host currently possesses 180 years of pure cultivation. 180 years, if he were to find himself outmatched. Merging with his essence could potentially elevate him to the 4th or even 5th tier of the Emperor realm, rendering him unafraid of this band of demon emperors. Is that all you've got? Was the last lesson not sufficient? Yun Chuan scoffed at the soul-devouring Demon Emperor. You, calm down. I'll leave him to you shortly, the Black Demon Emperor intoned gravely. Yes, brother. though the soul-devouring demon emperor refrained from attacking for the moment. His fury simmered beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyan hurried to Yao Yu's side, expressing her concern. Yao Yu, are you alright? I'm fine, sister. They haven't breached our defenses yet. Yao Yu replied, but her gaze gradually shifted toward Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan noticed that Yao Yu's stare was somewhat unsettling. The three faced off against the 5 great demon emperors, their aura undiminished.
Mu Qingyan,
Now at the 8th tier of the Emperor Realm, could single-handedly contend with any of the 5 demon emperors. Attack! The Black Demon Emperor commanded. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Mu Qingyan. Watch out! My love! Yun Chuan warned. Mu Qingyan struck out with a palm, her attack matching the Black Demon Emperor's might. 8th tier Emperor. The Black Demon Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated Mu Qingyan's ascension to the 8th tier, complicating matters considerably. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 demon emperors, Demon Tread and Soul Devouring, charged toward Yun Chuan, while Demon Sword and Evil Dragon confronted Yao Yu. Yao Yu was clearly at a disadvantage, gradually succumbing to their overwhelming force. After all, at the 6th tier of the Emperor Realm, facing 2 6th-tier demon emperors was undeniably daunting. Yet she still found the resolve to caution Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan, be careful. The soul-devouring demon emperor, in a frenzy, wielded a massive hammer, relentlessly striking toward Yun Chuan, while Demon Tread unleashed a demonic blade, its malevolent energy soaring. Divine Art, Frost Armor. Boom! The combined force of the hammer and the blade struck Yun Chuan directly. As the dust settled, he emerged unscathed. Damn, that stung a bit. Bagua Divine Palm. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a palm strike. Emperor.
Empereur martial technique.
The soul-devouring demon emperor sensed the terrifying power of this palm and hastily evaded, but Demon Tread was too slow, getting sent flying by the strike. He crashed into a small mountain, which subsequently collapsed. The soul-devouring demon emperor felt a chill run down his spine, grateful he had dodged. Otherwise, that palm strike would have surely claimed half his life. The Black Demon Emperor also recognized the potency of Yun Chuan's palm. At the 2nd tier of the Emperor Realm, he could unleash power rivaling that of a 6th-tier emperor. On the other hand, Yao Yu was still struggling valiantly. Ah! Yao Yu let out a cry of agony as the evil dragon demon emperor pierced through her shoulder blade with a spear. Yun Chuan suddenly appeared before Yao Yue, blocking the onslaught of the demonic sword and the demon emperor. With a commanding presence, he bellowed, "Retreat!" Both the demon sword emperor and the evil dragon emperor were thrust back several meters. Are you alright, Yao Yue? Yun Chuan quickly supported her, feeding her a revitalizing pill. The injury on her shoulder blade began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. At that moment, the demon emperor returned, gravely wounded and clearly affected by Yun Chuan's powerful strike. The Black Demon Emperor was locked in a fierce battle with Mu Qingyan, who was puzzled by the increasing strength of her foe. What of the 8th layer of the Emperor Realm? Today, I shall take your life, Heavenly Fire Empress. The War Demon Bone. Manifest. A radiant golden light enveloped him as a translucent bone emerged from his back. Mu Qingyan's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated the presence of the War Demon Bone. The Black Demon Emperor's escalating prowess was attributed to this artifact. The War Demon Bone, a sacred relic of the demon race, was left behind by the legendary War Demon. It was known that only 11 of these bones existed, and to her astonishment, the Black Demon Emperor possessed one. The War Demon had single-handedly opposed all races aside from the demon tribe, yet the circumstances of his demise remained shrouded in mystery.
War Demon Inkantation.
Chaos Fist. He unleashed a punch, which Mu Qingyan valiantly countered. Divine Art. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. A phantom of a phoenix materialized behind her, absorbing the impact of the Black Demon Emperor's strike. At this moment, Yao Yue had nearly fully recovered. I come to aid you, my beloved. Yun Chuan swiftly soared to Mu Qingyan's side. Damn it! Touch my wife and perish, he thought. System, fuse 180 years of cultivation. In an instant, he ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the Emperor Realm. Bagua Divine Palm.
Yin-Yang Duality.
He struck forth, unleashing an overwhelming force comparable to that of an 8th layer emperor. This is bad. The Black Demon Emperor cursed under his breath. He retaliated with a punch, and the two attacks collided. The Black Demon Emperor was sent flying, clearly overpowered by Yunchuan's strike. Boo! Blood surged into his throat, spilling uncontrollably. Cursed be it. Demon Sword, Evil Dragon, Soul Devourer, Demon Emperor, aid me. The four great demon emperors materialized behind him, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Demon God descends. Annihilate all life. Destroy the myriad realms. A colossal demon phantom loomed over the Black Demon Emperor, its aura far surpassing that of the other four. Annihilate. The giant demon's gaze pierced through, and Yunchuan and the others were suddenly struck with grievous wounds. This was the forbidden technique of their demon race, the descent of the demon god. However, its use would bring severe backlash, diminishing their lifespan, a truly terrifying consequence. At that moment, a voice resonated within Yunchuan's mind. All things in the world are but countless stars. An infinite cycle, the stars are also the beginning. Yunchuan closed his eyes tightly, murmuring, "Star decision. Pluck the stars." Instantly, a multitude of stars materialized in his grasp, pulsating with fervent energy. Immediately, Yunchuan opened his eyes, their orbs shimmering like the stars, glimmering as they moved. So this is how it is. Star decimation. Extinguish the stars. He spoke softly, and everything around him seemed to come to a standstill. In that moment, only Yunchuan existed. With a gentle wave of his hand, the five great demon emperors were instantly enveloped within countless stars. What is this? The Black Demon Emperor felt a sense of confusion. Yet this phenomenon instilled within him a profound fear. This is bad. Flee. The Black Demon Emperor sensed the formidable power of these stars, which could undoubtedly annihilate him. The Demon Sword and the Evil Dragon also reacted swiftly, employing their dark arts to escape. However, the Demon Lord and the soul-devouring Demon Emperor were caught unawares. Extinguish the stars. Yunchuan uttered softly. There was not a whisper in the air. Everything reverted to its initial state. The Demon Lord and the soul-devouring Demon Emperor vanished amidst the cosmos. The Black Demon Emperor had long since fled, while the Demon Sword and the Evil Dragon employed forbidden techniques to evade capture. It is over, Yunchuan remarked calmly. Chapter 50. The object of suspicion Mu Qingyan stood in shock, unable to fathom that Yunchuan could unleash such formidable power. Reflecting on a few months prior, when he was merely an inconspicuous janitor, she realized he had now become her equal. Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed intently at Yunchuan, a man who had irrevocably etched himself into her heart. "Darling, are you all right?" Yunchuan hurriedly inquired, scanning for any signs of injury on Mu Qingyan. Observing his deep concern, Yao Yu felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. "I'm fine, my dear. I'll check on Yao Yu," Mu Qingyan reassured him, moving closer to examine the wound on Yao Yu's shoulder blade. Though she had consumed the elixir Yunchuan had provided, she had not fully recovered. Yunchuan approached once more, producing another rejuvenating pill. "You should take another one," he suggested. However, Yao Yu hesitated, gently replying, "No thank you, Yunchuan. This pill is remarkably potent and clearly not an ordinary item. It would be a waste." Before Yunchuan could offer an explanation, Mu Qingyan interjected, "It's all right, Yao Yu. Yunchuan is a master alchemist, and this pill is of his own making." Yunchuan couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "Ah, my dear wife, you're revealing all my secrets." Upon hearing Mu Qingyan's words, Yao Yu accepted the pill. "Sister, let us discuss this in the sacred land," she proposed. "Very well. I shall join you," Mu Qingyan agreed. The three then entered the Yaoqi sacred land, arriving at Yao Yu's palace, a place Yunchuan was quite familiar with, as it was where he had first encountered Yao Yu. "Yao Yu, why did the Black Demon Emperor attack your Yaoqi sacred land?" Mu Qingyan asked, breaking the silence. Yao Yu sighed deeply. "It is due to my heart of seduction. As you know, a warrior possessing such a heart is an exceptional furnace, and the Black Demon Emperor has set his sights upon it," she explained. "But your heart of seduction has not been disclosed. How could the Black Demon Emperor be aware?"
Mu Qingyan questioned, perplexed.
Yao Yu was aware of her own heart of seduction, and aside from the most powerful figures, none from the demon race knew of it, as she had never revealed it. "Indeed, that is also a point I do not comprehend," Yao Yu lamented. Of course, Yun Chuan was privy to her secret, yet he had never disclosed it. Yao Yu, aside from Qing Yan, who else knows of your heart of seduction? He inquired. Yao Yu fell into contemplation. Aside from Mu Qing Yan, very few knew of her heart of seduction, primarily a few emperors from the Sword Pavilion, the Qin Emperor, and the Lord of Xingyao City. This was due to an earlier visit to Xingyao City to celebrate the birthday of the unfeeling emperor, where her heart of seduction had unexpectedly manifested, only to be suppressed by the unfeeling emperor. Nevertheless, who could have possibly leaked her secret? The heartless emperor, by nature, is devoid of compassion and harbors an unyielding disdain for the demon race. Thus revealing any secrets is utterly inconceivable. The Qin Emperor and his beloved share a love that knows no bounds, free from ulterior motives, and their relationship with her is devoid of any animosity, making such an occurrence highly improbable. Thus, the only candidates left are the several emperors from the Sword Pavilion. Those in the know are limited to the heartless emperor, the Qin Emperor, and a few from the Sword Pavilion. Yao Yu spoke softly. The Sword Pavilion? Yun Chuan murmured. It is worth noting that the pure Heart Sword Emperor has a history of grievances with him. However, their conflicts should not implicate Yao Yu. Is there truly no one else privy to this information? Yun Chuan inquired further. Oh right, there is also the Snowstorm Empress, Gu Fanghua. Yao Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. It's unlikely she could be the informant, Yun Chuan replied somewhat awkwardly. Why is that? Yao Yu questioned, puzzled. Do you know? Qing Yan. Yao Yu asked again. You might as well ask him. He is well informed, Mu Qing Yan responded. Enough of your inquiries, Yao Yu. Let us discuss your matter instead, Yun Chuan said, his expression betraying discomfort. If indeed no one outside these individuals is aware, then the most significant suspect must be the pure Heart Sword Emperor. Yun Chuan furrowed his brow. The pure Heart Sword Emperor?
Li Qingxin.
Precisely. After all, on the day of my grand wedding with Qing Yan, I humiliated the entire Sword Pavilion. Moreover, given your close relationship with Qing Yan, he might target you instead, as he could not approach her. Yun Chuan elaborated on his reasoning. This. If it truly is him, then does that not link him to the demon race? The other emperors of the Sword Pavilion would not let him off easily, Yao Yu remarked. Engaging in clandestine dealings with the demon race is an unforgivable act. If the pure Heart Sword Emperor truly did so, no one in the Penglai region would pardon him, especially the heartless emperor, who would undoubtedly seek his annihilation. Anyone who associates with the demon race faces the dire consequence of extermination. Thus, he might have subtly leaked information and secretly conspired with the demon race. Yun Chuan continued. Indeed, the vengeful nature of the pure Heart Sword Emperor makes such a betrayal quite plausible.
Mu Qing Yan interjected.
Unable to confront him directly, he resorts to targeting those around her. However, we must not make this matter public. We must investigate discreetly and only make decisions once we have gathered sufficient evidence against him, Yun Chuan advised. The two women nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yao Yu invited them to linger a few more days in the sacred land of Yao Pond, to which Mu Qing Yan gladly consented. The two empresses had often spent time together and trained as companions before their ascension to the Emperor realm. However, after one became a holy master and the other a palace master, their personal time together diminished, leading to fewer opportunities for their meetings. Yet, unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, Yao Yu persistently probed Mu Qing Yan regarding Gu Fanghua and why she bore no suspicion. Mu Qing Yan expressed her exasperation in revealing the truth. Nevertheless, Mu Qing Yan remained curious as to why Yao Yu was so invested in Yun Chuan's affairs. If Gu Fanghua were to be replaced by Yao Yu, it is conceivable that Mu Qing Yan would not necessarily feel anger. After all, one is a close friend, while the other shares a less amicable relationship, even having experienced conflicts in the past. Upon learning of this situation, Yao Yu felt a flicker of relief within her heart. Could it be that an opportunity has arisen for her as well? A man of such exceptional caliber as Yun Chuan, flawless in every regard, naturally possesses the ability to captivate the hearts of women, and Yao Yu is no exception. However, Mu Qingyan soon noticed that Yao Yu's gaze towards Yun Chuan was rather peculiar. On the first day it seemed inconspicuous, yet by the second day, it was impossible to conceal. Could it be that Yao Yu has also developed feelings for Yun Chuan?
Mu Qingyan mused silently to herself.
This gaze was all too familiar to her. Was it not the very same look she had directed towards Yun Chuan, transitioning from indifference to one akin to Yao Yu's? Chapter 51. Why does my back feel chilled? In recent days, they have been thoroughly enjoying themselves, with Yun Chuan regaling them with tales to amuse the two. Yun Chuan, please continue what happened to Sun Wukong afterwards. Yao Yu gazed at him with eager anticipation. Yes, yes, dear, do tell us. Mu Qingyan chimed in. Their curiosity about the unfolding stories was palpable. The narratives Yun Chuan shared over the past couple of days had been increasingly captivating, particularly the saga of Sun Wukong. All right. In the end, Sun Wukong was subdued by the Buddha of the West and imprisoned beneath Wuzishan, which is, in fact, the 5 fingers of the Buddha. Yun Chuan chuckled. Is the Buddha truly that formidable? Yao Yu exclaimed, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, Yun Chuan affirmed. The prowess of Sun Wukong alone was impressive, yet to discover an even mightier figure like the Buddha was beyond their expectations. They began to yearn for Yun Chuan's homeland, although he had previously described it as a place inhabited by ordinary folk. How could such a powerful Sun Wukong arise from such simplicity?
Mu Qingyan pondered.
Tales of Sun Wukong's rebellion in heaven and Nez's defiance against the Dragon King's third son were beyond their comprehension. The mere thought of one individual confronting an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers illustrated the extraordinary prowess required to achieve such renown. And Neza, bold enough to extract the dragon tendons, was unfathomable to them. They had never even encountered a dragon, the king of divine beasts, a race revered as the strongest among all mythical creatures. Thus, their intrigue only grew, as Yun Chuan spun stories for 2 whole days. However, throughout this time, poor Yun Chuan remained solitary in an empty room, and today was no exception. It was unavoidable. Yao Yu and Mu Qingyan shared a bed, and he certainly could not intrude upon their intimacy. Late at night, within Yao Yu and Mu Qingyan's chamber, Mu Qingyan cautiously inquired, Yu, what do you think of Yun Chuan? Yun Chuan? He is quite remarkable, strong and handsome. Yao Yu replied candidly. Do you have feelings for him? Mu Qingyan's gaze fixed intently on Yao Yu. Yao Yu hesitated, her body tense. She did not wish to betray her conscience by denying her affections, yet she feared confirmation before Mu Qingyan. Do you like him? Mu Qingyan pressed further. This time Yao Yu nodded slightly. Actually, I have noticed. Yu, from the way you look at him. Mu Qingyan responded, not in anger but with understanding. My gaze? Yes. Your eyes mirror my own when I first fell for Yun Chuan. But when did you come to like him? You've only met him twice, haven't you?
Mu Qingyan inquired.
Not quite. I actually encountered him once before your wedding. At that moment, he captured my heart, yet he showed little interest in me then. Nor does he now, Yao Yu elucidated. You met him long ago? Mu Qingyan expressed her surprise. Yes. He came to the sacred land of Yaoqi and we struck a deal, trading the pure lotus divine body for entry into Yaoqi. The divine body? One can exchange such a thing? Mu Qingyan found it hard to believe. Could the pure lotus divine body still be used for exchange? Initially, I too was skeptical, yet it turned out to be true. Subsequently, Yao Yue recounted the events that transpired. Yun Chuan directly transferred the pure lotus divine body to her, employing it to suppress the heart of allure. He entered her heart sea and then passed the pure lotus divine body to her. The more Mu Qingyan listened, the more astonished she became. She had not anticipated that Yun Chuan possessed such capabilities. But from where did Yun Chuan acquire the pure lotus divine body? Soon after, Yao Yue lifted her bangs, and as the pure lotus divine body activated, a pattern of a pristine white lotus appeared on her forehead. This was the pure lotus divine body, the only entity capable of restraining the heart of allure. Yao Yue divulged the entire sequence of events. At that moment, Mu Qingyan comprehended why Yao Yue had developed feelings for Yun Chuan. Perhaps it was an unintentional sentiment. After all, the pure lotus divine body was no ordinary constitution. How could one so divine be casually attained? This was entirely incomparable to entering the jade pool. The unintentional affection mirrored her own feelings for Yun Chuan. You are aware of the matters between Gu Fanghua and Yun Chuan. Soon, Yun Chuan and I will visit the snowstorm sacred land. Mu Qingyan spoke softly. To the snowstorm sacred land? Indeed, I intend to reacquaint myself with the snowstorm Empress. After all, my relationship with her will inevitably become that of sisters. Mu Qingyan continued. Yao Yue remained silent, lost in her thoughts. A person as exceptional as Yunchuan will surely attract many admirers. Yet, I believe he is not one to indulge in frivolous affections. However, the incident with Gu Fanghua illustrates that he could have easily walked away. But for a woman, especially one of our stature and strength, reputation holds immense significance. Mu Qingyan gazed at Yao Yue and remarked, therefore it depends on whether you can keep him. Yao Yue appeared bewildered, then said, Qingyan, I fear hurting you, which is why I have hesitated to express my feelings. In hindsight, I realize my perspective was rather narrow. Yao Yue shook her head inwardly. As sisters, there should be no formality in our conversations. If you continue this way, I shall be truly upset. Mu Qingyan feigned annoyance and laughed. All right. Should I start calling you eldest sister from now on? Yao Yue chuckled while playfully rubbing Mu Qingyan's belly. Of course, regardless of how many beauties Yunchuan may ultimately have, I shall always be the most significant one. Mu Qingyan declared with a hint of pride. At this moment, she had been completely transformed in her thoughts by Yunchuan. Perhaps this was love. In this world, having multiple wives is entirely normal even among common folk, let alone among powerful cultivators like them. Meanwhile, Yunchuan lay on a bed in another room, suddenly feeling a chill on his back. What's going on? Why have I been feeling this chill lately? Yunchuan pondered, somewhat perplexed. A night passed. Early the next morning, Yao Yue and Mu Qingyan came to summon him. What's the matter? Yunchuan questioned, bewildered as to why both had come to wake him. Husband, let us embark on a journey to the sacred land of wind and snow tomorrow, murmured Mu Qingyan affectionately. Tomorrow, you say? Yunchuan pondered softly. Indeed. Yao Yue shall accompany us as well, Mu Qingyan continued. Oh, Yao Yue is coming too? Yunchuan exclaimed in surprise, questioning why she would join them. Wait, my dear, you haven't disclosed this to Yao Yue, have you? Yunchuan quickly inquired. Yes, I have. Mu Qingyan nodded. A wave of despair washed over Yunchuan, for his wife seemed to divulge every matter without restraint. It was no wonder he felt a chill creeping down his spine, as all his secrets were laid bare by her. In truth, the previous night, Mu Qingyan and Yao Yue had conspired together, with Mu Qingyan gladly agreeing to create an opportunity for her friend. Chapter 52. Journey to the sacred land of wind and snow. At this moment, Yunchuan remained oblivious to the fact that his beloved wife had effectively sold him out. In truth, Mu Qingyan harbored her own selfish motives. She realized she was no match for Yunchuan alone, and the prospect of teaming up with a few sisters to confront him seemed rather appealing. Ever since their last encounter, Mu Qingyan had been somewhat intimidated, spending the entire day in bed, too pained to move. Darling, let us visit the Yaoqi today, Mu Qingyan suggested with a smile. The Yaoqi? You can go, but why should I? Yunchuan replied cautiously. Together, of course. It's the perfect opportunity for cultivation. She insisted. All right, fine. Yunchuan acquiesced. Thus, the trio made their way to the Yaoqi. Since the last time Yunchuan had absorbed its essence, the pond had long since dried up, only recently beginning to recover, albeit with significantly less water than before. Mu Qingyan began to remove her pale pink gown. Wife, there is no need to undress to enter the Yaoqi. Yunchuan quickly intervened. How do you know? Mu Qingyan teased with a smile that struck Yunchuan as somewhat ominous. I. Yunchuan stammered, unsure how to respond. Have you been here before?
Mu Qingyan probed playfully.
Yunchuan felt a twinge of confusion. How could she possibly guess? Glancing at the side, he noticed Yao Yu's stifling laughter. Though her expression remained unchanged, it was unmistakably insincere. Yao Yu, you didn't tell her, did you? Yunchuan asked with a wry smile. Humph. If it weren't for you, would you have intended to keep this from me forever? Mu Qingyan pouted in accusation. My dear, it wasn't anything of great significance. Hence I hadn't mentioned it. Yunchuan replied with a forced smile. I'm sorry, Yunchuan, Yao Yu said. Her head bowed. Seeing Yao Yu's pitiful demeanor, Yunchuan felt reluctant to say much. It's nothing, really? Ha ha ha. He laughed. Actually, I was deceiving you last time. To absorb the essence of the Yaoqi, one needs to undress for purer absorption, Yao Yu confessed apologetically. I think I'll step outside for a moment. You two can absorb it first. It doesn't matter to me, Yun Chuan decided, attempting to turn away. However, Mu Qingyan seized his arm. Honey, let us do it together, she said bashfully, her cheeks gradually reddening. After all, uttering such words made her shy, especially regarding the notion of bathing together. Wait, Yao Yu, are you still here? Yun Chuan asked, bewildered. We're going together, Mu Qingyan quickly reiterated. What? Together? Yun Chuan was taken aback by her statement. He had never heard of such a thing. Come on, hurry, Mu Qingyan exclaimed, pulling Yun Chuan as they leapt into the Yaoqi. She promptly shed her garments and submerged herself, her body hidden beneath the waters. Come into, Yu.
Mu Qingyan urged.
At that moment, Yao Yu felt an overwhelming shyness, leaving Yun Chuan utterly perplexed. What kind of performance was his wife putting on now? In the astonished gaze of Yun Chuan, Yao Yu shed her light yellow dress and entered the Yao pool. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan, who found himself in the pool, was rendered immobile, forgetting even to absorb the ethereal energy surrounding him, merely soaking in silence. Eventually, he could no longer endure this torment, leaping out and hastily departing from the Yao pool, leaving behind Mu Qingyan and Yao Yu. What is my wife doing? This sight is tantalizing yet unattainable. Is this not a form of torture? Yun Chuan muttered to himself as he made his way back to his room. Silence. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. An hour later, Mu Qingyan arrived at Yun Chuan's chamber, though this time Yao Yu did not accompany her. My dear, what were you just doing? Yun Chuan inquired, gazing at Mu Qingyan. Mu Qingyan appeared like a child who had misbehaved, unsure of how to explain herself. Should she confess that she wished to assist Yao Yu in achieving a deeper connection with him? Surely, no wife would act in such a manner. She might be the first. Darling, please tell me truthfully, did Yao Yu say anything to you? Yun Chuan asked with solemnity. What did she say? He pressed further. She has developed feelings for you, Mu Qingyan revealed candidly. Yun Chuan stood frozen. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. Was this not his wife facilitating the acquisition of a concubine? However, to say he was unaffected would be a lie. Yao Yu was undeniably enchanting, rivaling Mu Qingyan in beauty, and the allure of her charm rendered her even more captivating. Yet, in his eyes, this was merely admiration, devoid of romantic inclination. My dear, do not concern yourself with such matters. If an opportunity arises, it shall unfold naturally. If not, then it is simply a matter of fate not aligning, understood? Yun Chuan gently reassured her. I understand, husband. Does Yao Yu have your permission to accompany us to the holy land of wind and snow? Mu Qingyan gazed at Yun Chuan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why is my wife so teary-eyed now? Very well, I agree. Yun Chuan replied with a hint of resignation. You are truly wonderful, husband, Mu Qingyan smiled. As Yun Chuan embraced her, captivated by her beauty, he found himself irresistibly drawn in. A night passed. Yun Chuan awoke refreshed, though a trace of regret lingered in his brow, as if he felt somewhat unfulfilled. Yet, it was but a single night, hardly reflective of his true capabilities. Yao Yu had also arrived. Sensing Mu Qingyan's absence, she understood what had transpired the previous night. Seeing Yun Chuan's face, her heart raced uncontrollably. Yao Yu, you've arrived. Once Qingyan is ready, we shall set off, Yun Chuan said with a calm smile. Mu Qingyan followed closely behind, though her expression was somewhat strained, limping slightly. Last night had exhausted her, especially recalling the actions Yun Chuan had suggested, which now filled her with immense shyness. How could she have engaged in such peculiar movements? It's all your fault. Mu Qingyan shot Yun Chuan a glare upon seeing Yao Yu. Then let us depart, Yao Yu declared. Then, a colossal eagle appeared, a soul realm eagle, Yao Yu's battle companion. The three ascended onto the eagle's back. Xiao Bai, let us embark for the frost and snow sanctuary, Yao Yu commanded the eagle. The majestic creature soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the frost and snow sanctuary. System. Sign in. Beep. Sign in successful. Reward. 50 years of cultivation. The host currently possesses 230 years of pure cultivation. During this period of sign-ins, the rewards have solely been cultivation points, without any other benefits. It seems that fulfilling the system's tasks is still the only way to acquire valuable items. The distance between the Yao Pool Sanctuary and the Frost and Snow Sanctuary is relatively short, merely a 2-day journey. The three, atop the eagle, engaged in their respective cultivation practices. 2 days passed. The temperature around them plummeted dramatically as they approached the snowy realm. The Frost and Snow Sanctuary was now within sight. Chapter 53. Overly concerned for me as they approached the sacred land of wind and snow. A biting chill enveloped them, causing Yao Yu to feel somewhat uncomfortable. With a subtle shift in his aura, Yun Chuan used his domain power to dispel the cold. Yun Chuan, how are you able to control this frigid air? Yao Yu inquired, her disbelief evident. The man before her seemed to possess an array of abilities beyond comprehension. It is due to the inheritance I received from the Snow Emperor that I can manage it, Yun Chuan briefly explained. Now, let us descend, he added promptly. Before them unfolded a magnificent and grand sacred land, broader than the Yao Pool sacred land. The vast expanse of the extreme cold sacred land shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. The palaces within, forged from extreme cold ice, emanated a pervasive chill. Ancient and enigmatic, a thick mist swirled, and spiritual energy hung in the air like fog. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sacred land of wind and snow, 2 attendants of the divine fire realm appeared, kneeling before Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan with bent knees. Please lead us inside, Yun Chuan gestured, indicating for them to rise. He had informed Gu Fanghua of their arrival beforehand. These attendants were arranged by her. At that moment, Gu Fanghua was within the palace, preparing herself. Although she had resolved to become sisters with Mu Qingyan, deep down, she still harbored a desire not to be overshadowed by her. The three followed the attendants to an even grander ice palace. This was the residence of the Wind and Snow Empress, Gu Fanghua. Gu Fanghua emerged and, glancing at her attendants, began the introductions. This is my husband. This is the Empress of Divine Fire, and this is the Empress of Yao Pool. From now on, encountering them is akin to meeting me. The attendants were clearly taken aback. The Empress had only instructed them to welcome esteemed guests, yet they never anticipated the presence of 2 eminent empresses. And, husband, greetings. To the Empress of Divine Fire, the Empress of Yao Pool, and Master. Immediately, the 2 women performed a kneeling salute before Yun Chuan, leaving him bemused by the title of Master. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities, Yun Chuan quickly urged, signaling for the attendants to stand. However, they remained kneeling. The Wind and Snow Empress frowned and declared, My husband has spoken. You shall rise. Yes. Empress. The 2 women trembled as they rose. Go prepare some delicacies to welcome my husband and the others, she instructed as they retreated. Come in. Gu Fanghua smiled, having resolved to be with Yun Chuan. Thus, she could not afford to treat Mu Qingyan coldly. As the 4 entered the palace, Yao Yu was astonished to see how lavishly the Wind and Snow Empress had adorned her residence. The walls, crafted from extreme cold ice, were intricately inscribed with numerous high-level formations, indicating considerable effort had been devoted to the decor. Yao Yu contemplated when she might renovate her own palace with such grandeur. With a wave of her hand, the Empress cast an imperial barrier that enveloped the entire palace. The 3 women exchanged glances and sat down. Yet the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as none dared to speak first. Standing in the middle, Yun Chuan felt uncertain of how to proceed and could only muster the courage to begin the introductions. Ah, my dear wife, this is Fanghua. I know.
Mu Qingyan replied softly.
Ahem, well, Fanghua, this is my wife, Qingyan. I am aware, Gu Fanghua responded, her expression unchanging. This left Yun Chuan at a loss. Both women, as supreme empresses, were exceptionally proud, and in this situation, neither was inclined to speak first. Why don't you 2 chat for a while? Yun Chuan tentatively suggested. All right. Both women replied simultaneously. Yun Chuan was taken aback, not expecting their agreement, yet he still feared a potential altercation. By the way, Yun Chuan, could you check on my Kanjing? It must be struggling in this frigid land. Yao Yu offered, providing him an escape. Yun Chuan cast a grateful glance at Yao Yu. Right, I'll take a look and return shortly, he said, hastily exiting the palace. Once outside, Yun Chuan gazed at the icy palace and sighed in resignation. What a tense atmosphere, but will they really not fight? If a conflict were to arise, this palace would likely not withstand the chaos. System. Sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 fire lotus fruits and an imperial elixir. Fire lotus fruits? Imperial elixir? Yun Chuan had never heard of the former, though he was familiar with the latter. Ever since he had inwardly cursed the system last time, it seemed his rewards had been improving. Perhaps he should continue to express his grievances. It appeared that such complaints were beneficial. Host, are you a dog? The 10 fire lotus fruits could be distributed to Mu Qingyan and the others, 2 each. Half an hour later, Yun Chuan re-entered the palace, finding no signs of disturbance, indicating that a confrontation had not occurred. As long as there was peace, all would be well. However, upon entering, the scene before him was almost unbelievable. Am I seeing things? Yun Chuan rubbed his eyes. The 3 women were engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter and joy. What on earth is happening? Are women this fickle? Dear, you're here.
Mu Qingyan exclaimed, joyfully pulling Yeu Fangua closer.
So, what were you all talking about? Yun Chuan inquired. Sister Fanghua plans for us to visit Xian Yuan Palace together. Mu Qingyan said, unable to hide her delight. Sister, let us go together in a few days. Gu Fanghua smiled at Mu Qingyan. Sister? Younger sister? Yun Chuan was bewildered. How had they suddenly become like sisters? Oh, and Sister Yeye will join us as well. Gu Fanghua reminded him. A sense of foreboding crept into Yun Chuan's heart. Why did they all seem like close sisters now? Was this truly the drama of 3 women? As night fell, Yun Chuan lay in bed while Mu Qingyan gently waved her hand, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the room. In the next moment, Gu Fanghua stepped inside. Subsequently, Yun Chuan could no longer contain himself. The bed seemed custom-made, vastly larger than an ordinary one. A full 16 days had passed. Throughout this duration, he had not set foot outside. Upon stepping out of his room after those 16 days, Yun Chuan felt invigorated. He had not anticipated that after absorbing the essence of blood, his vitality would be so robust, especially after consuming 3 fire lotus fruits, which had effectively replenished his lost energy. Yet, even when several of them joined forces, they were no match for Yun Chuan. In his previous life, one of his favorite tales was that of the 3 heroes battling Elbu. Such was the might of Elbu. A faint smile of irony crossed Yun Chuan's face as he thought about how his wife genuinely cared for him. However, Yao Yu indeed lacked experience. Chapter 54. Yun Chuan, I have yet to fully rest. However, to speak earnestly, the enchanting Yao Yu is indeed quite captivating. Despite her lack of experience, she possesses more allure than the seasoned Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua. Perhaps it is her innate talent. Nevertheless, it seems Yao Yu will require a few more days of rest. System, are there any tasks available? Ding, searching. Ding, task issued. Eliminate the Demon Clan Scout, the Purity Sword Emperor. Please complete the task within 6 months. Indeed, Yun Chuan's suspicions were correct. The Purity Sword Emperor is indeed problematic. With the system's confirmation, it is now unequivocal. However, this task comes with a time constraint, requiring completion within half a year. System, how much pure cultivation do I possess? Ding, the host has 430 years of pure cultivation remaining. He has now reached the 5th level of the Emperor Realm, breaking through the bottleneck after over 10 days of relentless effort. Coupled with the 430 years of cultivation acquired during this period, ascending to the 8th level of the Emperor Realm should pose no difficulty. It is astonishing that in merely a few months in this world, he is on the verge of becoming its most formidable being, a prospect Yun Chuan had not anticipated. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels, where protagonists faced arduous trials. Even those with golden fingers who traversed to another world did not accomplish breakthroughs as swiftly as he has. Moreover, he has undergone recultivation. Had he not, he might have already embarked on the path to ascend to the celestial domain. Though he dreams of a blissful life here with his beloved for eternity, the presence of the system compels him to ultimately conquer this realm and become the sole protagonist of this universe. As night descends, the dark sky appears to be cloaked in an inky shroud, and within this snowy domain, the snowflakes swirl, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of starlight. After his cultivation session, Yun Chuan entered the palace, where Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua had already vacated their chambers and were seated within. Having just completed his cultivation of the star decision, he emanated an ethereal and mysterious aura. Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua immediately noticed Yun Chuan's entrance. For reasons unknown, both women felt that Yun Chuan was becoming increasingly handsome. Is it not said that after, well, women tend to radiate beauty? Why does Yun Chuan exhibit such changes as well? Yet, they were unaware that Yun Chuan's transformation was a result of his cultivation of the star decision. Is Yao Yu still not awake? Yun Chuan inquired with a slight smile. You say that, but it's all your fault. Knowing that my sister Yu's realm is low and her constitution weak, you still insisted on being so domineering, Mu Qingyan retorted, her cheeks flushed. Yun Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it not the two of them who invited her into the room? Why was he being blamed again? With no recourse, he could only offer a wry smile at his wife's words. I will check on her and assist her in refining the ancient emperor's blood. The two women nodded, and Yun Chuan proceeded to the room. He still possessed 2 drops of ancient emperor's blood, which was fortuitously just enough to offer one for Yao Yu to absorb. Inside the chamber, Yao Yu lay curled up on the golden silk bed, indulging in a deep slumber. The room was in utter disarray, with tattered garments strewn about and perspiration staining the floor, a peculiar odor lingering in the air. Yeah, Yun Chuan called softly. A delicate yawn escaped Yao Yu as she turned her head, slightly opening her eyes to behold Yun Chuan's visage. His bright eyes sparkled like a constellation, framed by a flawless complexion and alluring lips, embodying an ethereal charm. Yun Chuan, I haven't rested enough yet. Please, allow me a little more time to recuperate. Yao Yu hastily clutched the covers, fear evident on her face, apprehensive that he might pull them away. Observing her expression, Yun Chuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Am I truly that frightening? Yeah, I merely came to check on you and to bring you something. It must be said, Yao Yu possessed an exceptional grace and beauty, being notably younger than the other 2 empresses, the youngest among them. Her skin was smooth and taut, her countenance fresh and youthful, and her bashful demeanor at that moment was utterly endearing. Here, have a fruit, Yun Chuan said, presenting a fiery lotus fruit to her lips. Yun Chuan, thank you, Yao Yu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and beaming sweetly. All right, eat up, and then I shall assist you in refining a drop of ancient emperor's blood. As Yao Yu savored a couple of bites of the fiery lotus fruit, her strength gradually returned. Ancient emperor's blood? She inquired, astonished, unable to fathom that Yun Chuan possessed such a rare essence. While the fiery lotus fruit was indeed precious, it was not impossible to find. However, the blood of an ancient emperor was an entirely different matter. Perhaps you should absorb it, Yun Chuan. The benefits you would gain would undoubtedly surpass mine, Yao Yu suggested, shaking her head. I have already absorbed it, as have Qingyan and Fanghua. Both of them have undergone the process as well. Yun Chuan replied with a slight smile, surprised to find that all 3 women instinctively thought of him first, prioritizing his needs over their own. Upon hearing his explanation, Yao Yu consented to refining the drop of blood. Taking a slight breath, Yao Yu's lips twitched as she inhaled sharply, evidently feeling a twinge of pain from the movement. Nevertheless, she summoned her strength to sit upright, and Yun Chuan quickly supported her. He then produced a drop of ancient emperor's blood, from which an aura of ancient and formidable power emanated. This ancient emperor's blood is a rare treasure. Indeed, Yun Chuan mused inwardly, marveling at its potency. It was this very essence that had forged his body into one of steel. As the blood entered Yao Yu's body, it began to fervently cleanse every meridian within her. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain of the marrow washing, Yao Yu persevered. Yeah. Withdraw your spiritual energy and follow my guidance, Yun Chuan instructed softly. Yao Yu retracted her spiritual energy, allowing Yun Chuan to take complete control. The power of the emperor's blood coursed through her veins. An hour passed. Yun Chuan had become adept at guiding the absorption of the ancient emperor's blood, and his pace quickened. Initially, assisting Gu Fanghua in refining it took nearly 5 or 6 hours, then it reduced to 2 hours for Mu Qingyan, and now it required merely 1 hour. After the refining process, Yao Yu's body was fully restored. The pain dissipated, and she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yun Chuan, I feel I am about to break through, Yao Yu exclaimed with immense joy, addressing Yun Chuan. She had lingered at the 6th level of the Emperor realm for nearly a century, and the prospect of a breakthrough filled her with unparalleled excitement. Very well, I shall guard you, Yun Chuan replied, standing beside her, forming a seal with one hand to cast a barrier enveloping Yao Yu. Yao Yu then entered a meditative state, preparing for her breakthrough. Chapter 55. Your sword pavilion seems quite affluent. It must be said that those surrounding Yun Chuan have successively experienced breakthroughs, a development that perhaps even they did not anticipate. However, it appears that these breakthroughs manifested only after. Yes, after certain events which may leave them perplexed. Even Yun Chuan himself is uncertain of the reasons behind it. Once the barrier was established, Yun Chuan conveyed the news of Yao Yu's impending breakthrough to Mu Qingyan and her companion, prompting them to reinforce the barrier with 2 additional Imperial-level shields. The following day, a formidable surge of power ascended to the heavens. Yao Yu had successfully broken through, now attaining a higher level of Imperial realm, reaching the 7th tier. As the barrier dissipated, Yao Yu emerged from her chamber, her aura ethereal, resembling a pristine white lotus in full bloom. The mark of the pure lotus on her brow became even more pronounced. This breakthrough not only elevated her realm but also allowed her to master the pure lotus divine body with greater finesse. Sister Qingyan, Sister Fang Hua, I have broken through, Yao Yu exclaimed, rushing towards Mu Qingyan and her companion, her face aglow with joy. Congratulations, Sister Yu Yu, Gu Fanghua replied, her smile genuine and heartfelt. Yun Chuan, thank you. It was indeed fortunate to have your drop of ancient emperor's blood. Otherwise, I would not have achieved this breakthrough so effortlessly. Yao Yu's smile sparkled like a blooming firework. Who could have imagined that such an innocent and beautiful girl harbored a heart of allure? You are now mine, so expressing gratitude feels a bit distant. Does it not? Yun Chuan feigned annoyance as he spoke. All right, Yun Chuan. Do not tease Sister Yu Yu any longer, Gu Fanghua chimed in playfully, while Mu Qingyan merely smiled in agreement. Now you two have grown so close that you seem to have forgotten your husband. Yun Chuan narrowed his eyes playfully, pulling the 3 women into his embrace. I shall teach you a lesson tonight, he whispered into their ears, causing their faces to flush crimson in an instant. Upon returning to the palace, Yun Chuan decided to set aside the jesting and address serious matters. Now, to the crux of the matter. I have discovered who leaked the news regarding Yu's alluring heart. Yun Chuan's demeanor shifted from playful to solemn. The 3 women ceased their playful antics, attentively awaiting Yun Chuan's next words.
King Sin Swak Emperor, Li King Sin.
He is a spy from the demon clan, undoubtedly seeking to align himself with them in order to confront us. Yun Chuan articulated his thoughts clearly. Given his assertion, the 3 women unconditionally believed him. However, lacking evidence, it was likely that no one else would lend credence to his claims. If evidence could not be procured within 6 months, the only recourse would be to personally eliminate Li Qingxian. Naturally, it would be best if the sword pavilion remained unaware. If discovered, they would be compelled to eradicate the sword pavilion alongside him. Li Qingxian, why provoke me of all people? Enjoy the final moments of your life while you can. Yun Chuan mused inwardly, unable to conceal the murderous intent brewing within him. Qingyan, Fanghua, you 3 return to Shen Yuan Palace first. I shall pay a visit to the sword pavilion. Yun Chuan addressed the 3 women, stating that the only way to uncover the clandestine dealings of Li Qingxian with the demon clan was to infiltrate the sword pavilion. He emphasized the urgency of the investigation, warning that if Li Qingxian sensed any irregularities, gathering evidence would become exceedingly difficult. Are you certain you can go alone? Mu Qingyan inquired, her tone laced with concern, for the sword pavilion had never been cordial towards him. Fear not. The elders of the sword pavilion pose no threat to me, Yun Chuan asserted confidently. The 3 women nodded, aware that Yun Chuan would not embark on a venture without assurance. In a flash, Yun Chuan transformed into a streak of light, departing from the snowstorm sacred land towards the sword pavilion. Meanwhile, the 3 women prepared to head to the Shen Yuan Palace. Although they claimed their purpose was leisure, their true intent was to provide Yun Chuan with a safety net. They exchanged glances, and with a swish, 3 beams of light materialized outside the ice hall. Xiao Bai. Upon hearing Yao Yu's call, the soaring eagle appeared before the 3 women, allowing them to mount swiftly. Once they settled, the eagle ascended vertically, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, accelerating towards the Xian Yuan Palace. A day passed, and Yun Chuan arrived at the desolate expanse known as the Wild Domain, where the Sword Pavilion was situated. The name was fitting, for the landscape was indeed barren, reminiscent of the deserts on Blue Star, devoid of trees and life. In the distance, a magnificent and colossal pavilion stood proudly. Undoubtedly, this was the Sword Pavilion. With a surge of speed, he reached the pavilion in mere moments. 2 disciples blocked his path. "Who are you to dare fly over our Sword Pavilion?" One disciple exclaimed, lunging at Yun Chuan with his sword. "How audacious!" Yun Chuan thought, anger bubbling within him. It was clear they had learned their arrogance from Li Qingxin. With a powerful surge of energy, he sent the 2 disciples, both at the Unity Realm, crashing backward. Why should the Emperor of Xian Yuan lower himself to engage with mere disciples? A resonant voice boomed. A middle-aged man wielding a heavy sword confronted him. "I, the Heavy Sword Emperor, am here to discipline your disciples, and you ought to be grateful rather than question me." Yun Chuan replied with a nonchalant smile, dripping with disdain. "Oh, what qualifications does the Emperor possess to reprimand my disciples?" The Heavy Sword Emperor retorted, unwilling to back down, demanding an explanation from Yun Chuan. "Humph, you jest, Heavy Sword Emperor. A mere Unity Realm disciple dares to challenge an emperor? I have spared their lives as a courtesy to your pavilion." Yun Chuan's aura erupted, revealing his imperial presence. The Heavy Sword Emperor paused, clearly taken aback. He had come prepared. "Ha ha ha, indeed, the Emperor has the right to teach a lesson," he said, his expression shifting to one of cordiality. "What a cunning old fox." Yun Chuan mused inwardly, noting the man's swift change in demeanor, displaying a certain cunningness. "Since the esteemed Emperor graces our Sword Pavilion, please, do come inside." The Grand Emperor of the Heavy Sword smiled faintly and spoke. Yun Chuan, unreserved, followed the Grand Emperor into the Sword Pavilion. True to its name, the Sword Pavilion was adorned with numerous swords embedded in the ground and walls, including several sacred weapons. The foundation of the Sword Pavilion was indeed remarkable, a legacy from ancient times, brimming with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was no wonder that it had produced 3 emperors. Among them, the most formidable, the Rain Sword Emperor, had reached the 8th level of the Emperor realm, and 5 centuries had passed, leaving one to wonder if he had already transcended to the 9th level. The 2 entered a quaint courtyard filled with antiquity. Unexpectedly, Yu Sword Pavilion possessed considerable wealth, leaving sacred weapons merely thrust into the ground. How wasteful! Yun Chuan sipped his tea and remarked with a nonchalant smile. The Grand Emperor of the Heavy Sword did not respond directly but instead shifted the topic, inquiring. Chapter 56. The innate primordial Tao embryo. Yun Chuan gazed at the Heavy Sword Emperor, perceiving the cunning nature of this old fox. It's merely a sojourn in this desolate realm for some experience. The Sword Pavilion has long been an ally of our Shenyuan Palace. Is it not permissible for me to pay a visit? He remarked with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, your majesty jest. Naturally, our Shenyuan Palace and the Sword Pavilion are of one mind. A visit is indeed welcome, the Heavy Sword Emperor replied, sipping his tea with a grin. The 2 men engaged in a dance of subtlety, each harboring countless schemes. Where is the Clear Heart Sword Emperor? I must apologize for the previous misunderstandings. Yun Chuan chuckled lightly. Perhaps Clear Heart is occupied with matters beyond the Sword Pavilion, the Heavy Sword Emperor responded. A thought flickered in Yun Chuan's mind. Perhaps Clear Heart was clandestinely consorting with the demon clan. I shall not impose further. Then, I take my leave, he said, rising from his seat. With Clear Heart absent, there seemed little reason to linger. Then I shan't see you off, the Heavy Sword Emperor said, standing and offering a respectful gesture. Yun Chuan waved his hand, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from the Sword Pavilion. The Heavy Sword Emperor remained, his brow slightly furrowed. Yun Chuan, what are your true intentions? Evidently, the Heavy Sword Emperor was unaware that Clear Heart was a spy for the demon clan. Otherwise, his demeanor would have been quite different. System, do you know Clear Heart's whereabouts? Yun Chuan casually inquired. Ding. Clear Heart is currently within the Demon King sect. Please eliminate him promptly. The Demon King sect? It was unexpected that Clear Heart had swiftly made his way there. The system truly is omniscient. The Demon King sect is the domain of the Black Demon Emperor, who should have returned to his stronghold by now. However, where should I intercept Clear Heart? In the absence of evidence, it would be more straightforward to eliminate him outright. After all, no one would attribute the act to me. Meanwhile, at the border of the extraterritorial battlefield, within the Demon King sect, the Black Demon Emperor was recovering from injuries. Before him, a figure was half-crouched. Clear Heart. Your Majesty, that Yun Chuan is utterly despicable. Clear Heart seethed, filled with animosity towards Yun Chuan. Had it not been for him, I would have long since subdued that Yao Yu. The Black Demon Emperor shared a deep loathing for Yun Chuan as well, wishing nothing more than to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Then I shall not delay you, lest it arouse suspicion. Clear Heart murmured. Go. When I unify the Penglai region, there shall be a place for you, the Black Demon Emperor declared. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Clear Heart vanished into the shadows, departing the Demon King sect. At this moment, Yun Chuan had arrived at the extraterritorial battlefield, donning the cloak of invisibility. In the absence of evidence, it was best to strike directly. Clear Heart, at the 5th level of the Imperial Realm, would be no match for the now formidable Yun Chuan. To return to the Sword Pavilion, traversing the extraterritorial battlefield was essential. There he was. Yun Chuan spotted a graceful figure soaring on his sword, Clear Heart himself. With a swift motion, he drew his sword. Li Qingxin reacted swiftly, evading the strike. Who are you, and why do you attack me? She demanded, fixing her gaze upon the figure cloaked in black. The figure was none other than Yun Chuan, concealed entirely by the divine cloak, rendering his presence and visage unrecognizable to her. Humanity, after all, harbors an innate fear of the unknown, and even a formidable being like Li Qingxin was no exception. Moreover, Yun Chuan's earlier strike had evidently transcended into the realm of imperial might. I am the one destined to end your life. The 8 trigrams divine palm, Yun Chuan intoned solemnly. With a swift motion, he unleashed his palm strike, catching Li Qingxin off guard. In an instant, he materialized before her. The impact resounded as his palm struck her chest, causing her to spew forth blood and be hurled backward. Just as she attempted to rise, Yun Chuan appeared before her once more, delivering a lethal thrust aimed at her throat. Imperial Realm, 5th level. An effortless conclusion. "'Tis so weak," Yun Chuan remarked, his true voice revealing itself. Li Qingxin's eyes widened in shock.
Y Yun Chuan.
It's you. You are of the Imperial Realm. She struggled to comprehend the revelation. Indeed, you guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. Prepare to descend into the abyss. Yun Chuan replied with a nonchalant smile, delivering a final, merciless blow. Beep! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Eliminating the demonic spy, Qingxin Sword Emperor. Reward: innate primordial Tao embryo. 50 years of pure cultivation. The innate primordial Tao embryo. Yun Chuan was taken aback. Once again, it was primordial, which implied that this Tao embryo was not inferior to the innate Tao embryo. System: what is the distinction between the innate primordial Tao embryo and the innate Tao embryo? Beep! This is the first Tao embryo to emerge in the universe, with innumerable benefits. Such vague information is hardly informative. Yu Haven T elucidated its functions. Commence the fusion system. Beep! Initiating fusion with the innate primordial Tao embryo. Yun Chuan felt his entire being transform, exuding an ethereal yet ancient aura. Fusion complete. A breakthrough? Yun Chuan had not anticipated that merging with the innate primordial Tao embryo would grant him an elevation in strength. Moreover, his constitution had significantly enhanced, surpassing even the vitality derived from the blood of ancient emperors. The innate primordial Tao embryo was far from ordinary. It felt as though a true dragon lay coiled within him. The enhancement was astonishing. After assessing the newfound power within him, although his realm was merely the 6th level of the imperial domain, his physical strength rivaled that of the 8th level. With a myriad of hidden advantages, even the 9th level might not stand a chance against him. System, how much pure cultivation remains? Beep. Replying to the host. 530 years of pure cultivation remains. Sign in. Beep. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the extraterritorial battlefield. Rewarded with an extraterrestrial meteorite and 50 years of pure cultivation. An extraterrestrial meteorite? What is this? I have never even heard of such a thing. What purpose does it serve? Beep. The extraterrestrial meteorite is a low-grade celestial domain forging stone, useful for crafting celestial artifacts. Low-grade celestial domain forging stone? Why is it classified as low-grade? Yunchuan found himself in a state of perplexity, yet the system offered no response. He shrugged it off, deciding it was time to return, as he suspected his wife and the others had likely arrived at Shenyuan Palace. I suppose I should get back, Yunchuan murmured to himself. He then transformed into a streak of starlight, vanishing amidst the battlefield beyond the realms. As he contemplated his return, he resolved to devote some time to cultivation, for he had squandered an extensive period. Although he possessed over 500 years of pure cultivation, it would be more advantageous to leave this for Mu Qingyan and the others, as his own pace of advancement was sufficiently swift, particularly concerning Yao Yue, whose realm was the lowest among the three women. Her innate talent had previously paled in comparison to that of Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua. However, with the acquisition of the pure lotus divine body, she would likely be able to rectify this shortcoming. Yet, he pondered how to impart his cultivation to them. Was it possible to do so in the intimacy of the bedroom? Chapter 57. The useless purity of cultivation. A day had elapsed, and Yunchuan had returned to the Shenyuan Palace. Oh, is that Yunchuan back? The three women, Mu Qingyan and her companions, were presently in the sacred hall, and Mu Qingyan immediately sensed Yunchuan's presence. In a flash of light, Yunchuan appeared within the sacred hall. My husband, Chao Thief, Chuan, the three women exclaimed in unison. I'm back. When did you all arrive? Yunchuan replied with a faint smile. We arrived a couple of days ago. Husband, why do I feel like you've become even more handsome? Mu Qingyan said, somewhat astonished. Compared to a few days prior, Yunchuan seemed to possess an even greater charm, particularly in terms of his aura. Yunchuan remarked, Ah, this charm of mine has nowhere to rest. Is that the aura of the primal Tao embryo? Chuan, why do you possess the scent of a primal Tao embryo? Gu Fanghua exclaimed in surprise. She was the first to notice that Yunchuan's newfound handsomeness and aura stemmed largely from this primal Tao embryo. You caught that, Fanghua? Indeed.
I possess a primal Tao embryo, Yunchuan chuckled.
However, he was somewhat taken aback by Gu Fanghua's swift realization, not knowing she was referring to the primal Taichu Tao embryo. Yunchuan, have you uncovered any evidence? Yao Yu approached, inquiring about Yunchuan's purpose for venturing out. Yunchuan raised his brow and replied, no need for evidence. Li Qingxin is a spy of the demon clan, and I have eliminated him on the battlefield beyond. The three women gasped in astonishment. Yunchuan had actually ventured to the outer battlefield. He has already, Yao Yu murmured, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, I have dispatched him. I believe the Sword Pavilion will receive news of this in the coming days, Yunchuan stated nonchalantly, as if this matter bore no weight upon him. Rest assured, they should not discover that I was behind it. If they do, we can simply annihilate the Sword Pavilion, Yunchuan added, showing no concern that this might pose a problem. Dear, the Sword Pavilion is not an ordinary force. Now, with the demise of an emperor of the Clear Heart Sword, they still have two powerful emperors. The mightiest, the Rain Sword Emperor, was at the 8th level of the Emperor realm 500 years ago, and now he has likely broken through to the 9th level. Mu Qingyan expressed, her expression unusually serious. I understand, but what of the 9th level of the Emperor realm? Should he come, he shall be dealt with, Yunchuan declared fiercely, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. The three women fell silent. Since Yunchuan had spoken, they unconditionally trusted him. By the way, Chuan, the immortal path may soon be opening, Gu Fanghua suddenly remarked. The immortal path? Yunchuan inquired, puzzled. Can it truly open ahead of schedule? Indeed, according to the latest information I have gathered, the immortal path may open sooner than expected, within a year at the shortest, and at most within 3 years. Gu Fanghua continued. Yunchuan was bewildered. Previously, The Xian Yuan Emperor had not mentioned that the immortal path could open autonomously.
Fanghua.
Doesn't the immortal path require human effort to unlock? Yun Chuan asked. Indeed, the path to immortality requires human effort to unlock. Yet it is only thereafter that the true challenge arises. If one does not possess the strength to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Emperor realm, even if the path is opened, it remains inaccessible. Gu Fanghua elucidated. Yun Chuan nodded in understanding. It became clear to him that, without exaggeration, should the path to immortality open at this moment with his current strength, he would indeed be capable of traversing it. Fortunately, this alleviated considerable trouble. The pure essence of cultivation could be utilized for himself, and once the path was opened, he would only need to accompany the three of them. Suddenly, a diminutive figure dashed out from the garden behind the sanctuary. Awu! The creature leaped onto Yun Chuan. Awu! 3 tails. Yun Chuan was taken aback to discover that Awu had grown 3 tails. Its strength had also progressed, now reaching the muscle-forging realm. How adorable! Yao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. A mythical 9-tailed fox. Gu Fanghua's mouth slightly parted, caught off guard. Indeed, this little one has been with me since birth. Possessing a bloodline of ancestral heritage, Yun Chuan explained. Awu! Daddy, what is this? Awu shook its head, momentarily bewildered. These 3 are all mama, all part of our family. You see? Yun Chuan reiterated. The 3 women lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed. Mama, isn't Daddy incredibly powerful? The little Awu then leaped onto Gu Fanghua. Ah! Yes, in every regard, Gu Fanghua replied, flustered. Truly worthy of being my daddy. The little Awu nodded with human-like understanding. Yun Chuan playfully swatted its head, causing it to momentarily lose its bearings. You little rascal, always asking questions and not focusing on your training. Back to your cultivation. The little Awu shook its head, regained its composure, and jumped to a spot 10 meters away from Yun Chuan. Daddy, you are truly insufferable. You are not a good thing. With that, it dashed back to the garden. Ha ha ha. Dear, you have been disdained. The 3 women chuckled, their laughter blooming like flowers. Yun Chuan sneered. They mock me? 10 days passed. After melting the innate primordial Tao, Yun Chuan felt invincible. However, after a mere 10 days, the 3 women could no longer endure. They had not anticipated that such efforts would be insufficient to contend with Yun Chuan. It seemed they would need to devise alternative strategies next time. This time, Yun Chuan imparted 50 years of cultivation to each of them. Although they did not break through, their growth was substantial. The crucial point was that only under these circumstances could he effectively share his cultivation. In other situations, it would be too difficult to convince them. The 3 women fell into a deep slumber, while Yun Chuan became increasingly invigorated. He ventured alone into the sanctuary to commence his own cultivation, realizing he had not practiced the star technique for quite some time, hoping to achieve some advancement. The Shenyuan Codex and the star technique operated simultaneously. 9 dances absorbed spiritual energy concurrently, augmented by the super-divine body and the innate primordial Tao, leading to an unprecedented rate of cultivation. An hour passed. In that single hour, Yun Chuan discovered that his cultivation had remarkably advanced. 1 hour equated to 10 years of pure cultivation. No wonder the system constantly rewards pure cultivation. It seems that as time progresses, this cultivation becomes increasingly futile for oneself. However, upon reflection, if any single aspect of his endowment were to manifest in another, it would surely denote an unparalleled powerhouse. The fact that all these attributes are now concentrated within him suggests that his path to weakness will be far more arduous than the journey to strength. He persevered in his cultivation until the late hours of the night. Among the 3 women, Gu Fanghua awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, she was astonished to discover that both her physique and cultivation had significantly strengthened. She couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of the innate Tao fetus. As a sovereign in her own right, she was aware of its power. Yet, what she remained oblivious to was that all of this was merely a reward of pure cultivation granted to them by Yun Chuan. For the innate Tao fetus could hardly account for such a remarkable enhancement. Chapter 58. A beautiful little world. Upon awakening, Gu Fanghua sought out Yun Chuan. Chuan, why aren't you resting for a while? She gently inquired. Indeed, women are prone to transformation. The once imperious Snow Empress now appeared as a delicate woman in Yun Chuan's presence. Although she was considerably older than him, practitioners of the arts often enjoyed lifespans exceeding 10,000 years, rendering such matters trivial. I'm not that weary. It's you I'm concerned about. What caused you to wake? Yun Chuan tenderly caressed her cheek. My innate Tao embryo has elevated my realm and enhanced my constitution. Thus I awakened swiftly, Gu Fanghua explained. Yun Chuan smiled enigmatically as he gazed at her. Fanghua, allow me to take you to a place. He grasped her delicate hand, his smile laced with mystery. What place? Gu Fanghua asked, her curiosity piqued, though she sensed something amiss in Yun Chuan's playful demeanor. Just follow me. With a flicker of starlight from his hand, they vanished in an instant. In the next moment, they found themselves atop a serene mountain peak. The tranquility enveloped them, the night sky adorned with countless stars, the Milky Way appearing almost within reach. Silence reigned, devoid of any living beings. The surrounding cherry blossom grove was breathtaking, petals cascading like a masterpiece of nature before them. Isn't it daytime? Why has it turned to night? Gu Fanghua exclaimed, taking in her surroundings in awe. Indeed, but this is my world, my little realm. Yun Chuan replied with a calm smile. This truly was his small world, a marvel he discovered after obtaining the innate primordial Tao embryo, realizing it could conjure a realm from nothingness. Within this domain, he was the sole deity of creation, crafting the stars and cherry blossom grove with his imagination. How beautiful! In an instant, Gu Fanghua was entranced. This world was utterly enchanting. Though she was unaware of the flower's name, its delicate pink hue captivated her heart. A lover of pink, she found herself enamored by the cherry blossoms. Chuan, what kind of flower is this? A petal fluttered into her palm. These are cherry blossoms. Yun Chuan gently embraced her, explaining. Cherry blossoms? How exquisite! As she admired the petal in her hand and gazed at Yun Chuan, her heart fluttered. Fanghua, in this enchanting moment, do you not wish to engage in something meaningful? Yun Chuan smiled slightly, pulling her closer. What meaningful thing? Gu Fanghua was momentarily puzzled by his intent, but upon seeing Yun Chuan's mischievous grin, she understood his desires. You are truly wicked. A rush of crimson graced Gu Fanghua's cheeks. Despite having experienced such moments before, a flicker of anxiety stirred within her. After all, Yun Chuan had not yet displayed his full strength, and just days prior, the three of them had been no match for him alone. Now, facing him by herself, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Though a tinge of fear lingered in her heart, a flicker of anticipation also blossomed. After all, being with Yun Chuan would not only enhance her cultivation but also fortify her physique. The enchanting scene conjured by Yun Chuan was nothing short of picturesque, with cherry blossoms drifting beneath the stars. Chuan, could you perhaps take it a bit slower this time? I fear I may not manage on my own, Gu Fanghua murmured, nestled in his embrace, her voice sweet and soft, each word laced with a hint of coaxing. I shall proceed slowly. Yun Chuan nodded in agreement. Gu Fanghua closed her eyes, surrendering herself to his nurturing presence. As time passed, for days swiftly slipped by. Gu Fanghua could have endured a day or two more, but midway through, Yun Chuan's realm surged once again, overwhelming her defenses, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. In her heart, she couldn't help but marvel at Yun Chuan's extraordinary talent, breaking through even under such circumstances. Yun Chuan, too, was taken aback. While he was transferring his cultivation to Gu Fanghua, he unexpectedly found himself breaking through instead. When did it become so effortless to ascend in cultivation? The day after Gu Fanghua awakened, Mu Qingyan and Yao Yu also gradually emerged from their slumbers, quickly noticing the changes in their bodies. However, upon waking, they found no sign of Yun Chuan or Gu Fanghua within the entire Shenyuan Palace, prompting them to focus on consolidating their own cultivation. It wasn't until today that Mu Qingyan completed her consolidation, while Yao Yu remained engrossed in her practice. Yun Chuan had vacated the small world, leaving Gu Fanghua to rest within its confines. She would likely awaken by tomorrow. Naturally, Mu Qingyan soon spotted Yun Chuan. Darling, where have you been these past few days? And what of Fanghua? She inquired. Fanghua is sleeping, Yun Chuan replied, scratching his head with a smile. Sleeping? Have you been with Fanghua sister these past days? Mu Qingyan exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, Fanghua is currently in my small world, Yunchuan stated candidly. Then why did you not awaken me? Wouldn't it be more comfortable with two rather than one? You've experienced it before, Mu Qingyan said, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she spoke softly. She understood that one alone could not subdue Yunchuan. It would be wiser to seek assistance. After all, Yunchuan was undoubtedly the brightest light in this world, and rather than confining him, it was better to embrace a more generous perspective. She wondered how Yunchuan would react to her thoughts.
Ha ha, Mu.
My dear wife, you truly understand me. I adore you, Yunchuan exclaimed, pulling Mu Qingyan into a tight embrace and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Come, my love, let me show you my small world. He took her hand, intending to unveil the wonders of his realm to her. As for Yao Yu, she was still immersed in her training. He would wait until she completed her session before introducing her to the small world. In a fleeting moment, the two vanished from sight. Upon opening her eyes once more, they returned to the familiar small world. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and cherry blossoms cascaded around them. But this time, the enchanting sight was solely for Mu Qingyan. Her expression mirrored that of Gu Fanghua when she first beheld this breathtaking scene. My dear, this is so beautiful. Is this your little world? Mu Qingyan exclaimed, her cherry lips slightly parted in disbelief. Indeed, this is my small realm. I intend to transform it into our sweet haven in the future. Yunchuan replied with a gentle smile. One cannot deny that this scene is irresistible to any woman. Setting aside the sparkling rivers of light and the myriad stars overhead, the cherry blossom grove alone is enough to captivate any girl. My darling, you are truly wonderful, Mu Qingyan murmured, tenderly leaning into Yunchuan's embrace, wrapping her arms around him. Her voice was soft and melodious, brimming with unmasked joy. Yunchuan felt a warmth in his heart. Everything he did was for her happiness. After all, striving to cultivate his strength was ultimately to protect those who mattered most to him. Chapter 59. Unfazed Mu Qingyan's heart brimmed with joy as she admired the splendid scenery, and it was at this moment that Gu Fanghua awakened. The three of them emerged from Yunchuan's little world, just as Yao Yu also regained consciousness. To everyone's astonishment, the one who had experienced the most significant enhancement was none other than Yao Yu. Under the interplay of the pure lotus divine body and the heart of enchantment, her physical constitution had ascended remarkably. Upon returning to the sacred hall, Yao Yu was already present within its confines. Sister, I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level of the Emperor realm, she exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Mu Qingyan and the others. Although Yao Yu initially lacked a divine body, her heart of enchantment was comparable to one, and the pure lotus divine body was indeed formidable, surpassing even Mu Qingyan's heavenly fire divine body and Gu Fanghua's extreme cold divine body. Coupled with the heart of enchantment, her innate talents had eclipsed those of Mu Qingyan and Gu Fanghua. Excellent. With this, our chances of success on the path to immortality have greatly increased, Yunchuan remarked. The enhancement of the three women's powers was immensely beneficial to him, providing at least some degree of self-preservation. Yunchuan. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from outside the Shenyuan palace. Yunchuan, perplexed, recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, yet he pondered who bore such animosity towards him. Let us welcome our visitor, he said nonchalantly. With his current status at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish even those at the 9th level. To his surprise, it was none other than the Heavy Sword Emperor. It appeared that the news of Li Qingxin's demise had spread, and the Sword Pavilion had taken note of the incident. What brings the Heavy Sword Emperor to my Shenyuan palace? Yunchuan inquired with a faint smile. The Heavy Sword Emperor immediately spotted the three women beside Yunchuan. Heavenly Fire Empress, Frost and Snow Empress, Yao Pool Empress. Humph, Yunchuan. I never imagined you to be so fortunate, having ties with all three empresses, he scoffed, ridiculing Yunchuan. Your concern is unnecessary, Heavy Sword Emperor. Surely, you did not come to my Shenyuan palace merely because of a few empresses? Yunchuan stood his ground, unperturbed by the Heavy Sword Emperor's presence. Do not feign ignorance, Yunchuan. My junior brother, the Qingxin Sword Emperor, was murdered at your hands, wasn't he? The heavy sword emperor seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. Oh, the Qingxin sword emperor has met with misfortune? My condolences, after all. I have been residing in Shenyuan Palace and am unaware of his whereabouts. How could you cast suspicion upon me? Yun Chuan replied with a smile, maintaining his composure. Yun Chuan, the heavy sword emperor bellowed, drawing forth a heavy sword, barely able to contain his fury. Pray tell, heavy sword emperor, is it your intent to act against me without any evidence? Yun Chuan feigned innocence, while the three women struggled to suppress their laughter, nearly bursting forth. They were well aware that Li Qingxin's death was indeed orchestrated by Yun Chuan, yet his current demeanor was utterly infuriating. Humph, you claim there is no evidence? Think again. The heavy sword emperor coldly snorted, summoning a robust young man. Master, the youth named Xianger knelt slightly and inquired, what did you witness that day? The great sword emperor scoffed. It was Master. Just 5 days ago I saw my uncle battling another, and that individual was none other than the emperor of Shenyuan Palace. The young man spoke with reverence. Yun Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. 5 days ago? He had been indulging in the pleasures of the celestial realm. Did he truly have the inclination to slay Li Qingxin? Was he so oblivious as to fabricate such claims? You heard him, Yun Chuan. Who else could it be but you? The great sword emperor seized his heavy sword, preparing to strike. Ah, what a marvelous tactic! Yun Chuan could not resist applauding. This self-directed performance was indeed riddled with flaws. Mu Qingyan, did you three also hear this? Are you considering intervening? If you dare to obstruct, do not blame me for lacking mercy, the great sword emperor declared sternly. It seems you are intent on laying this blame at my feet today. Yun Chuan replied calmly, unperturbed. Wife, you may simply observe from the sidelines. He turned to the three women, offering a slight smile. Arrogant fool, meet your demise. The great sword emperor drew his sword and charged at Yun Chuan, the aura of the 8th level of the emperor realm surging towards him. Unexpectedly, the great sword emperor had also advanced. Not long ago, he had been at the 7th level of the emperor realm. No wonder he appeared so confident. All swords returned to their source. With a simple swing of his sword, Yun Chuan, harmonizing with the essence of the blade, unleashed an attack that seemed silent yet was capable of annihilating the heavens. The great sword emperor sensed impending doom. This is bad. 7th level of the emperor realm. In that instant, the great sword emperor detected Yun Chuan's aura, which indeed revealed him to be at the 7th level of the emperor realm. Though of a lower rank, that single strike emanated a chilling aura of death. Thinking of fleeing?
Halt!
Yun Chuan spoke coolly, an irresistible force surging towards the great sword emperor. The latter found himself frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Why can't I move? A wave of incredulity washed over him. What was this situation? Despite being at a lower realm, the difference was merely 1 level. His divine power could certainly bind the great sword emperor for a brief moment. 2 breaths passed. The great sword emperor regained his mobility, yet there was no escaping that strike. Ah! A furious roar was swallowed by the brilliance of the sword light. In a mere stroke, the great sword emperor at the 8th level was slain. The three women looked on in disbelief. Although they frequently accompanied Yun Chuan, they had no true understanding of his formidable strength. They were astonished that he could slay an 8th level emperor with a single strike. Meanwhile, the disciples accompanying the great sword emperor stood frozen in place, clearly terrified. They had not anticipated that the deity they revered, the great sword emperor, could be so easily vanquished. Since enmity has been established, there is no need for mercy, Yun Chuan stated flatly, his expression impassive. Annihilate, he whispered. The disciples of the sword pavilion began to self-destruct one after another. From the shadows, a figure draped in a black cloak, obscuring its visage, appeared beside Yun Chuan. It was having recovered from injuries. Clean up the battlefield. Yun Chuan spoke softly, his heart undisturbed, as if the countless lives at stake bore no consequence to him. However, since they were his adversaries, why show mercy? He firmly believed that had he been the one to falter, the outcome would have been no different. Mercy towards one's foes is but cruelty towards oneself. He had slain the great sword emperor and numerous disciples of the sword pavilion. Surely, The formidable Rain Sword Emperor could no longer remain passive. It was said that the Rain Sword Emperor had transcended to the 9th level of the Emperor realm, yet had refrained from making an appearance. Yun Chuan was eager to witness the true prowess of such strength. My love, you have slain everyone from the sword pavilion. Mu Qingyan's expression was tinged with alarm. What? Have I frightened you, my dear? Yun Chuan felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had not considered her feelings. No, it's not that. Your actions will surely provoke the Rain Sword Emperor. He is likely at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Mu Qingyan expressed her concerns. Yun Chuan felt reassured, recognizing that his wife's foremost worry was for his safety. Fear not. If he dares to come, then let him remain here forever. Yun Chuan replied with a calm demeanor, undaunted by the prospect. Chapter 60. The path to immortality approaches at present. Yun Chuan has reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm, capable of easily slaying those at the 8th level, and what more could the 9th level possess? At worst, it would take merely 2 strikes. After a thorough cleansing of the battlefield, the 3 women accompanied Yun Chuan back to the sacred hall. Yun, the path to immortality is drawing near, and it has arrived ahead of schedule, Gu Fanghua remarked, gazing at Yun Chuan. How much earlier? Yun Chuan inquired. Only about 2 months, it seems, she estimated. That swiftly, Yun Chuan expressed his surprise, not anticipating such haste. He pondered the nature of the path to immortality and its potential dangers. Since it has come early, we shall simply enter the path ahead of time, he stated calmly. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall build dikes. Since the path is arriving sooner, we shall embrace it. It is feasible, but our strength as 3. Mu Qingyan hesitated to voice her concerns, knowing that their abilities would undoubtedly hinder Yun Chuan if they ventured forth together. Fear not, my dear, I am here, Yun Chuan replied with a gentle smile, confident that he would make significant breakthroughs in this period. Furthermore, he still possessed a considerable amount of unrefined cultivation energy. Husband, we plan to enter seclusion for cultivation over the next 2 months, Mu Qingyan announced. Very well, Yun Chuan responded. What about Fanghua? Is the cultivation environment in the Shen Yuan Palace suitable for you? Yun Chuan asked. Considering that Gu Fanghua possessed an extremely cold divine body and practiced ice-based techniques, while the Shen Yuan Palace enjoyed a perpetual spring. Compared to the wind and snow sacred land, it certainly falls short, so I intend to return to the wind and snow sacred land, Gu Fanghua replied with a smile. Although they had not spent much time together, the prospect of parting weighed heavily on their hearts. Yet, to avoid becoming a burden to Yun Chuan, she felt compelled to make this decision. Yao Yu, too, needed to return to the Yao Qi sacred land for her own cultivation. The 4 were soon to part ways, but there was no alternative. Shall we depart today? Yun Chuan asked. Yes, my sister Yu and I will leave today. She must also return to the Yao Qi sacred land, Gu Fanghua affirmed. After all, once we enter the path to immortality, someone must step forth to lead in our absence. This return is not merely for cultivation. It may well be the last. The sacred land must select a new sacred master, or else it shall become a leaderless domain. I have toiled hard to cultivate a thriving sacred land, and I cannot allow it to fall into ruin. Indeed, Yun Chuan replied solemnly. Half an hour later, Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan watched as Gu Fanghua and Yao Yu departed. My dear, what of the Shen Yuan Palace? What are your thoughts? Yun Chuan turned to Mu Qingyan. I am uncertain, she admitted, shaking her head, troubled. If there are no candidates, I happen to have a promising individual in mind, Yun Chuan said with a faint smile, considering allowing his shadow self to take on the responsibility. Oh, you have a recommendation? She asked. Indeed, Yun Chuan smiled before departing the sacred hall and making his way to the back mountain of the Shen Yuan Palace. Dark, from now on you shall be called Yun and command this Shen Yuan Palace, Yun Chuan instructed as he turned to his shadow. And what of you? Dark inquired. I am destined to embark on the path of immortality, and naturally, my wife shall accompany me. The Shen Yuan Palace is devoid of leadership, hence I wish to entrust this task to you, Yun Chuan remarked, glancing at the shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Very well, the shadow replied solemnly. By the way, alter your appearance slightly. Make yourself a tad less attractive. A mere hint of similarity will suffice, Yun Chuan advised. The shadow nodded, and in an instant, his visage began to transform. Though his eyes retained some semblance of Yun Chuan, his nose and mouth underwent noticeable changes. Goodness! Such a significant alteration, yet still remarkably handsome. Yun Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "There's no helping it. I am indeed too handsome, no matter how much I try to disguise myself." The shadow mused, clearly unimpressed by Yun Chuan's vanity. "By the way, how fares my dear disciple in her cultivation?" Yun Chuan suddenly remembered that he had taken on an apprentice. "Quite well. She has already reached the Unity Realm," the shadow affirmed. Yun Chuan was taken aback, astonished that Canglan possessed such exceptional talent, achieving the Unity Realm in such a brief span. Once he had secured his footing in the Celestial Realm, he would bring her to join him there. After that, he would provide her with guidance. "Let us proceed to the Sacred Hall," he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two vanished from the mountainside. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Sacred Hall, where Mu Qingyan was staring at Yun Chuan and the shadow in disbelief. "What is this?" she inquired. "Allow me to explain, dear wife. This is my distant relative named Yun En, at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. I wish for him to oversee Shenyuan Palace in my absence," Yun Chuan elucidated, having already prepared his reasoning before their arrival. Distant relative? Observing the figure before her, she noted the striking similarities. Their features were almost identical. 7th level of the Emperor Realm. The revelation of such a powerful relative astonished her. How should I address him? Husband, is it? Cousin?
Mu Qingyan pondered, somewhat uncertain.
However, the man did appear older than Yun Chuan, so referring to him as cousin seemed appropriate. "Yes, indeed, cousin. Cousin. This is my sister-in-law," Yun Chuan promptly interjected, motioning to Yun En to continue. "Greetings, sister-in-law," Yun En responded, somewhat unfamiliar with the terms. "Greetings, cousin,"
Mu Qingyan replied, surprised.
She had assumed Yun Chuan was without family, but it seemed he had a cousin after all. It appeared that he had someone who cared for him in his childhood. "My dear wife, you should retreat to cultivate. I will discuss the matters of Shenyuan Palace with cousin, and once you emerge, we shall announce his succession to your position," Yun Chuan suggested. "Very well. I shall retreat to cultivate," Mu Qingyan replied, recognizing that her realm was of utmost importance. If she could break through, it would be most beneficial. With that, Mu Qingyan vanished from the Sacred Hall. After Mu Qingyan departed, Yun Chuan finally exhaled in relief. "And henceforth, the Shenyuan Palace shall be entrusted to you," Yun Chuan declared. And responded with a tone as unyielding as ever. Although An's demeanor remained consistently detached, he possessed his own thoughts and would never betray him, not even in the face of life and death. Subsequently, Yun Chuan departed from the Sacred Hall, leaving An alone within its confines. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have gained 30 years of pure cultivation. The host currently possesses 450 years of pure cultivation. With over 400 years of pure cultivation at his disposal, it was ample. In the blink of an eye, Yun Chuan arrived at Canglan's residence.
Canglan.
From a distance, he spotted her engaged in her training. "Big brother, you have come,"
Canglan exclaimed.
"You haven't visited Canglan in such a long time," she added playfully. "Greetings, young master." Lin Wanru was also present today. However, Yun Chuan was somewhat astonished to discover that Lin Wanru had indeed been cultivating and had already reached the 5th level of the muscle refinement realm. Chapter 61. The assault on the sword pavilion. It must be said that this mother-daughter duo possesses remarkable talent. Sheener needs no introduction. She is endowed with the Phoenix divine body, a fortunate child favored by the heavens. However, Lin Wanru's ability to cultivate was unexpected. For someone who had never encountered practitioners before and was merely an ordinary person just a few months ago, to have advanced to the 5th level of the muscle refining realm without guidance is indeed astonishing to Yun Chuan. "Sheener, come with me," Yun Chuan encouraged Lin Wanru. "You are quite impressive. Keep up the good work." He took Sheener by the hand and left, leaving Lin Wanru alone. After Yun Chuan departed, Lin Wanru's face flushed crimson as she processed his words of concern. How could someone of his stature ever find her worthy? Perhaps, in the future. Her gaze dimmed, and she murmured to herself before vanishing into the shadows. That Lin Wanru could cultivate and give birth to a daughter carrying the phoenix divine body left Yun Chuan in disbelief that she had once been an ordinary person. Yun Chuan brought Shiner to the Xian Yuan secret realm, where cultivation yields far greater results. Shiner, you will cultivate here for the next month, he instructed as they entered the secret realm. Instantly, Shiner felt the stark difference between this place and the outside world. The spiritual energy here was several times denser and purer than that found outside. The speed of absorption was significantly quicker, which explained why disciples must achieve a major breakthrough to enter this realm, and yet they only had a day or two to do so. Given the value of this secret realm, such a requirement hardly seemed excessive. However, after settling everything, Yun Chuan realized he was seemingly alone. Those who needed to cultivate were doing so, while others were preparing to take over the Xian Yuan Palace, learning vital matters that the palace master must heed. He, on the other hand, felt idle. With his current pure cultivation base, breaking through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm was not a challenge. Yet, he pondered whether he could reserve some energy for Mu Qingyan and the other two women. Never mind, I shall practice the starry decision. Resolving to dismiss other thoughts, he seated himself and devoted his entire focus to the starry decision. He had mastered the first 2 volumes, yet the 3rd volume remained elusive. It was not due to a lack of talent. On the contrary, his extraordinary comprehension ability was unmatched. The 3rd volume, Burial of Stars, perplexed him. He could not quite grasp why it felt obstructed. Every time he neared the threshold of understanding, an invisible force seemed to impede his progress. The sensation was indescribable. Damn it, why does it vanish whenever I feel it coming? After half an hour, a fleeting image of Burial of Stars took form in his mind, only to dissipate instantly, as if someone were intentionally blocking him. Could it be that this world disallows it? A sudden thought sprang to my mind. This celestial body is clearly not of ordinary origin, as evidenced by the 1st and 2nd installments. Particularly in the 2nd piece, the obliteration of stars signifies a force that fundamentally does not belong to this world, a power that ought not to manifest in this realm. Nevertheless, I shall let things unfold naturally. Having exerted myself without fruition, I will relinquish my efforts. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewarding host with 3 drops of dragon blood. Dragon blood. I had not anticipated that this time the reward would be dragon blood instead of cultivation. Dragons, creatures never before seen in the realm of Penglai. One can only imagine the immense value of this dragon blood. Ding. System task issued. Eliminate the Rain Sword Emperor and annihilate the Sword Pavilion. At this moment, the system unexpectedly presented a task. Eliminate the Rain Sword Emperor and destroy the Sword Pavilion. However, the issuance of such a task by the system indicates that the Sword Pavilion has already become aware of the death of the Great Sword Emperor at Xian Yuan Palace. In that case, I shall strike first. System, assimilate 100 years of cultivation. Yun Chuan declared. Bang! Spiritual energy flooded his body, and his aura soared to the heavens. He has reached the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Yun Chuan remarked indifferently. In the next instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing several dozen miles away from Xian Yuan Palace. The Sword Pavilion would not let this matter rest easily. Thus, I shall advance toward the Sword Pavilion and catch them off guard. After another breakthrough, Yun Chuan's speed increased significantly. In merely 2 hours, he arrived at the desolate domain. Meanwhile, within the Sword Pavilion, an elderly man, devoid of any aura fluctuations, was gently polishing a slender sword. Beside him sat a figure cloaked in black, an aura of demonic energy permeating the air. This elder is none other than the Rain Sword Emperor, accompanied by a being of the demon race. Rain, the demon sovereign has said he can grant you whatever you desire. The cloaked figure spoke in a husky voice that sent chills down the spine. The Rain Sword Emperor lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, in that case, I shall first eliminate that Yun Chuan from Xian Yuan Palace, before joining you at the Demon Hall. Ha ha ha! Splendid! The Rain Sword Emperor indeed possesses foresight. I shall await your good news. The figure in black laughed heartily. his voice remaining as grating as before.
Bang!
A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The very structure they occupied trembled slightly. Who goes there? The cloaked figure bellowed in anger. Wait, Demon Sword Sovereign. Let us proceed to the Demon Hall in advance. The Rain Sword Emperor urged in a low tone. The Demon Sword Sovereign appeared perplexed. This is the one who killed my disciple, Yun Chuan. With that, the Rain Sword Emperor vanished from sight. The Demon Sword Sovereign followed closely behind. This series of explosive sounds was, of course, caused by Yun Chuan. With a single sword strike, he obliterated the entrance of the sword pavilion. Yun Chuan, you seek death. A beam of sword light surged forth, accompanied by a furious roar. Yun Chuan met it with his own sword, 9th level of the Emperor Realm. Indeed, Yun Chuan mused inwardly. The Rain Sword Emperor has indeed ascended to the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, discreetly concealing his advancement. However, suddenly, Yun Chuan's gaze fell upon a figure clad in black robes beside the Rain Sword Emperor, a member of the Demon Clan. It is truly unexpected that the Rain Sword Emperor has colluded with the demon race. Old Rain, even at such an advanced age, you shamelessly consort with demons. Yun Chuan scoffed derisively.
Then,
let us strike him down together, leaving no future threats. Before the Rain Sword Emperor could utter a word, the Demon Sword Sovereign spoke with a grave tone. Demon Sword, arise. With that, the Demon Sword Sovereign unleashed a strike imbued with overwhelming demonic energy. Rain nourishes all, the Rain Sword Emperor softly intoned, effortlessly executing a seemingly mundane sword strike. Unmoved King, Yun Chuan bellowed with fury, radiating golden light and exuding unparalleled might. Bagua Divine Palm. He followed with a powerful palm strike, leaving both the Rain Sword Emperor and the Demon Sword Sovereign momentarily taken aback. They could not help but exclaim in unison. 8th level of the Emperor Realm. Chapter 62. The ancient reincarnation of the dual pupils, neither the Demon Sword Emperor nor the Drizzling Sword Emperor anticipated that Yun Chuan would possess the formidable strength of the 8th layer of the Emperor Realm. Even more astonishing was the fact that an individual at this level could withstand the combined assault of both of them. It is worth noting that the Drizzling Sword Emperor currently stands at the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm, while the Demon Sword Emperor, a peak powerhouse of the 8th layer, is no trivial adversary. Under such a concerted attack, even the unfeeling Emperor might find it challenging to defend himself. After all, the unfeeling Emperor is heralded as the most powerful being in the Penglai region. Is this all there is? Yun Chuan's voice dripped with derision. All swords return to the source. The dragon sword emerges. With a sharp command, Yun Chuan unsheathed the dragon sword and unleashed a devastating strike. The dragon sword, an imperial weapon wielded by the Shen Yuan Emperor in his conquests, exudes unparalleled might. The Drizzling Sword Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor both felt the terror of this strike. Demon sealing heaven, drizzling rain of death, they shouted in unison, each executing a sword strike to counter Yun Chuan's attack. However, they appeared somewhat strained, as Yun Chuan's strike was delivered with nearly full force, leaving them struggling to withstand it. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated through the air. The three combatants were forced to retreat simultaneously, the clash resulting in a standoff. How can this boy be so powerful? The Demon Sword Emperor was left incredulous. Although they were both at the 8th layer of the Emperor Realm, the disparity between them was astonishing. Yun Chuan pressed on with his assault, launching 2 or 3 successive Bagua Divine Palms. He grew more valiant with each confrontation, radiating a golden light as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. In stark contrast, the Drizzling Sword Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor were beginning to appear somewhat disheveled. Damn it, Demon Sword, cease your hesitance. Unleash your full power. The Drizzling Sword Emperor admonished with a fierce tone. If we do not fight with all our might, we shall both perish here today.
Sword Sheat, Drizzling Annihilation Technique.
With a commanding shout, the Drizzling Sword Emperor vanished in an instant. The Demon Sword Emperor took this seriously, realizing that the Drizzling Sword Emperor's words were no jest. If they did not unleash their full strength, they might truly meet their demise here. Great annihilation! The Demon Sword Emperor let out a cold grunt. The demonic aura enveloping him began to fade, and his body gradually started to swell, muscles expanding, his form instantly more than doubling in size. Dark Sword Qi. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before Yun Chuan in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the drizzling Sword Emperor materialized behind Yun Chuan. They intended to execute a surprise attack from both flanks, catching him off guard. Immovable King Seal. Frost Armor. Block. Yun Chuan roared in fury, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped in layers of ice. Frigid Storm. The temperature around him plummeted sharply, snowflakes swirling like lethal blades, darting toward the drizzling Sword Emperor and the Demon Sword Emperor. The three forces collided once more.
Boom!
2 heartbeats later, as the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of the three reemerged. Hiss! A mist emanated from the drizzling Sword Emperor, and his sword-holding hand trembled slightly. The state of the Demon Sword Sovereign was hardly improved. An aura of coldness enveloped him, clearly struck by the frigid storm, which had penetrated his body, causing frost to accumulate around his brows and lashes. In stark contrast, Yun Chuan radiated an unparalleled majesty, his entire being aglow with golden light, while the immutable King Seal remained intact, albeit his frost armor had been shattered. The 9th tier of the Imperial Realm alongside the 8th tier? Is that all? If it were merely this, then it would be best to descend into hell and repent. A chill of disdain crossed Yun Chuan's face. He would show no mercy to such individuals. With a mere utterance, he invoked his power. Freeze! Yun Chuan vanished from his original position. Both the drizzling Sword Emperor and the Demon Sword Sovereign tensed, instantly on guard. Yet, in the next moment, Yun Chuan's voice echoed around them. Field of absolute zero. However, Yun Chuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. This is bad. We can't move. The two were utterly astonished. What kind of power is this, capable of simultaneously restraining both their movements? In an instant, the field of absolute zero erupted, and within moments, they transformed into 2 icy sculptures. Yun Chuan reappeared before them, but they remained immobilized within their frozen forms, their eyes darting, fixated on him. Annihilate the stars. Yun Chuan spoke softly. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the icy sculptures were encased in a surge of spiritual energy. Annihilate, Yun Chuan uttered calmly, compressing the energy, and the sculptures shattered into countless fragments. Thus, the 9th tier Imperial Realm powerhouse, the drizzling Sword Emperor, was obliterated. The 8th tier Demon Clan powerhouse, the Demon Sword Sovereign, met the same fate. After completing this, Yun Chuan gazed down at the Sword Pavilion. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing within its confines. The Sword Pavilion housed many treasures. Yun Chuan observed the sacred sword embedded in the ground and spoke nonchalantly before commencing his plundering spree. After half an hour, all disciples within the Sword Pavilion were expelled by Yun Chuan, and everything of even slight value was tucked away into his pockets. He did not deal harshly with the disciples. Driving them away sufficed, for he was not a bloodthirsty individual. He only eliminated those deserving of death. Soaring into the sky once more, he drew the dragon's sword and swung down. Annihilate! The entire Sword Pavilion was reduced to ashes under Yun Chuan's strike. An invincible force that had dominated the wilderness for countless years was utterly annihilated in a single blow. Yet Yun Chuan felt no remorse. This was a consequence of their own actions. If he spared them today, he would face countless troubles in the future. The Slayer shall inevitably be slain. Nevertheless, the destruction of the Sword Pavilion would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. However, Yun Chuan, in his current state, was unperturbed by such challenges. He would eliminate one if they came, and eradicate a multitude if they appeared. The 9th tier of the Imperial Realm posed no threat to him. Even the unfeeling Emperor did not instill fear. How strong could the 9th tier of the Imperial Realm truly be? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: Ancient Reincarnation Eyes. Ancient Reincarnation Eyes. Yun Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated receiving the Ancient Reincarnation Eyes, a unique constitution unlike any other, surpassing all other divine bodies. Much like Mu Qingyan's divine fire physique, although it is indeed a divine body, it pales in comparison to the ancient dual pupil. His super divine body stands as the preeminent physique across the myriad realms, while the ancient dual pupil ranks among the top 10 physiques of the cosmos. Being in the top 10 is no small feat, considering this is the vast universe, not merely a ranking within the Penglai region. These insights were gleaned from the numerous ancient texts he perused during his past endeavors. The ancient dual pupil is an exceptionally formidable physique, possessing the ability to suppress souls. System. Fuse with the ancient dual pupil. In an instant, Yun Chuan's eyes began to emit a radiant golden light, an aura both ancient and mysterious emanating from his gaze. In that fleeting moment, a kilometer around him was shrouded in dark clouds. The terrifying essence of the ancient dual pupil began to permeate the air. Yun Chuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils sparkling like stars, radiating golden brilliance. The most powerful eye color of the ancient dual pupil. The Golden Eye. Chapter 63. The arrival of the celestial path and the reactions of the crowd. Yun Chuan was taken aback, for he had unexpectedly merged to form the most potent ancient dual eye, the Golden Eye. It is known that the ancient dual eyes are ranked in varying levels: green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The green eye is the weakest, while the golden eye stands at the pinnacle of power. To his astonishment, he had awakened the golden eye. However, after prolonged use, he began to feel fatigued, as the golden eye consumed an excessive amount of energy. It seemed that this formidable eye could not be employed for extended periods. Otherwise, his internal spiritual energy, given his current realm, would be insufficient to sustain it for long. Henceforth, he would have to wield the ancient dual eye with caution. Depleting all his spiritual energy would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. As his eyes transformed once more, the golden eye reverted to its original black pupils. In a flash, Yun Chuan became a streak of light, vanishing above the ruins of the Sword Pavilion. The most formidable force in the wilderness, the Sword Pavilion, was eradicated this day. Yun Chuan resolved to retreat to the Xian Yuan Palace for a period of seclusion. The celestial path was imminent, and attaining a higher realm was of utmost importance. After all, there would be numerous individuals from other worlds within the celestial path, many of whom would likely possess exceptional talents. Currently, Yao Yu was in the Yaopool sacred land, Gu Fanghua had returned to cultivate, and Mu Qingyan was also in seclusion, all making their final preparations for the celestial path. Comparatively, he considered himself the laziest among them. As midnight approached, Yun Chuan finally returned to the Xian Yuan Palace and visited the Xian Yuan's secret realm, where Xian Air was still immersed in her cultivation. He decided not to disturb her and proceeded to the sacred hall, wherein was present. Yun Chuan called, patting An's shoulder. "How have you been?" "Not bad. If strong enemies come, I shall deal with them. These matters are inconsequential," and replied slowly, tossing aside a couple of tomes he held. "Just ensure the safety of the Xian Yuan Palace. Your strength has already reached the 8th stage of the Emperor realm. I wonder how I will fare after my breakthrough." Yun Chuan furrowed his brow, uncertain whether An would accompany him in ascending to a higher realm. "No. My limit is the 9th stage of the Emperor realm. This world simply does not allow my existence." And gazed at Yun Chuan, fully aware of his thoughts as a manifestation of him. Yun Chuan nodded and then made his way to the back garden. Upon entering, Ao Wu leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, Awu, Awu." The creature appeared quite excited. "Have you caused any trouble?" Yun Chuan inquired with a smile. "Of course not, Daddy." Ao Wu patted his chest, affirming its innocence. However, as Yun Chuan surveyed the back garden, he noticed the sacred fruits planted by Mu Qingyan were either damaged or strewn about. He gave Ao Wu a light rap on the head. "You still claim to have caused no destruction? What happened to these sacred fruits?" Yun Chuan admonished. Ao Wu looked slightly aggrieved, eyes brimming with tears. "I was just hungry," it murmured softly. With a gentle sigh, Yun Chuan tossed a fire lotus fruit to it. "Here, take this. Do not pilfer the sacred fruits from the back garden again." He spoke with resignation, hoping fervently that Mu Qingyan would not be angered. "Thank you, Daddy." "Wooden horse," Ao Wu exclaimed joyfully, embracing the fire lotus fruit and giving Yun Chuan a kiss. As a divine beast, it instinctively recognized the extraordinary nature of the fire lotus fruit, whose latent power far surpassed that of the sacred fruits found within the rear garden. Swiftly it darted away. Presently, Ao Wu had sprouted 3 tails. Upon attaining 9, it would fully revert to its ancestral form, earning reverence even within the territory of the 9-tailed fox clan. However, it was time for him to enter seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Yun Chuan possessed unwavering confidence. Once he reached this pinnacle, none would stand against him, save for those from the celestial realm. Within the Emperor realm, he would be invincible. Yet, he could not cultivate within the Shen Yuan secret realm, as his absorption rate was fearfully high. Currently, he possessed the 9 heavens danci, equivalent to absorbing from 9 dancis simultaneously, which was not much different from what he would achieve in the Shen Yuan secret realm. Upon arriving at the sacred hall, he seated himself cross-legged and commenced his cultivation, channeling the Shen Yuan classic. As for the star technique, there was no need for further practice. He found no clues regarding the 3rd volume, and for now, the first 2 volumes sufficed. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days had elapsed. However, during this span, there had been no whispers from the sword pavilion, which struck Yun Chuan as peculiar. In such a vast establishment, he had not annihilated all the disciples. Surely, some whispers would have emerged. Yet the current silence was unnaturally profound. Had they been suppressed? Yun Chuan pondered. Furthermore, the Demon Sword Sovereign, being the leader of the Demon Sword sect, had also remained quiet, which added to the oddity. The demon race was notorious for its vengeful nature. This matter would undoubtedly not conclude easily. Shaking his head, Yun Chuan dismissed such thoughts. Strength was paramount. With formidable power, one's words would become truth. A month passed, and Yun Chuan had successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Indeed, under the enhancement of his transcendent physique and the 9 heavens danci, he found no need for the System S rewards to attain pure cultivation. With a sigh, he realized he had reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm. The path to immortality was soon to descend. He gazed skyward, where it seemed a pair of eyes were watching over the entire Penglai region. At that moment, at the sky's end above the Penglai region, a tall youth clad in golden armor furrowed his brow. Is someone watching me? He was unsure if his senses had betrayed him, yet he felt a gaze upon him. This was the effect of Yun Chuan's golden eyes, capable of piercing any illusion in the world. Closing his eyes, he reverted to normal vision. The ancient heavy pupil was indeed formidable, he mused. Just now, he had glimpsed a colossal figure, emanating a terrifying aura that made it difficult for him to breathe, even from such a distance. In an instant, a rich spiritual energy began to permeate the air. Rather than mere spiritual energy, this presence was even more ethereal and potent. Dark, Yun Chuan called out. Dark promptly appeared by his side. Did you sense that? Yes, this aura suggests that the path to immortality is about to descend. Dark replied with a nod. And in that moment, far away in the snow-laden sanctuary, Gu Fenghua and in the Yaoqi sacred land, Yaoyue sensed an unusual aura emanating from a hidden ice cavern. Gu Fenghua slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Has the path to immortality been unveiled?" With those words, she vanished from her location, for she had already taken care of matters concerning the snow-laden sanctuary. Now, she soared directly towards Shenyuan Palace. Meanwhile, within the Yaoqi sacred land, Yaoyue also rose and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared, transforming into a streak of luminescence heading towards Shenyuan Palace. Mu Qingyan, too, awakened and made her way to the sacred hall. In the next moment, she materialized within the temple. "Darling, wife, you have arrived." Mu Qingyan's graceful figure appeared, prompting Yun Chuan to smile. Indeed, has the path to immortality opened?
Mu Qingyan inquired.
It seems so. It has opened earlier than anticipated. Yun Chuan replied with a wry smile. With the path now unveiled, they could only await the arrival of Gu Fenghua and Yaoyue. They would then assess the condition of the immortal path. The premature opening surely indicated some unforeseen circumstances. Let us hope no further mishaps ensue. Chapter 64. The opening of the immortal path and the emergence of the heavenly ladder at this moment. Not only did Yun Chuan and his companions sense the awakening of the immortal path, but various powerful factions also began to take action. In the resplendent hall of Starry City, a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes sat upon a golden throne at the apex of the chamber. This throne was, in fact, an imperial artifact. This man was none other than the most formidable figure of the Penglai region, the unfeeling Emperor Luo Wuqing. Luo Wuqing slowly lifted his gaze, his expression unchanging, yet his eyes seemed to possess a bewitching allure as they gazed into the distance. The immortal path? Has it opened once more? He murmured to himself. In truth, he had already ascended to the 9th level of the Emperor Realm during the last opening of the immortal path, and now, after a millennium, it was unfathomable to consider the extent of his current power. Having refrained from venturing into the immortal path previously, he resolved to seize this opportunity. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the hall, taking the imperial throne with him. Not only was Luo Wuqing in motion, the demonic forces were also stirring significantly. At this moment, outside the battlefield of the Outer Realms, within the domain of the Demon Clan, a vast mountainous expanse housed a colossal dark palace, grander even than Starry City. This was the palace of the Demon Clan's most potent leader, the Heavenly Demon Emperor, Mo Outyen. The Heavenly Demon Hall. He was another formidable figure at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm, born in the same era as Luo Wuqing. A millennium ago, he was not to be underestimated, having been an 8th level emperor. He had broken through to the 9th level 8 centuries ago, yet no one had witnessed his prowess since, leaving the true extent of his strength a mystery. He was both powerful and astute. At this moment, Mo Outyen sat upon the throne of the Heavenly Demon Hall, holding a goblet filled with a crimson liquid, the nature of which was unknown but appeared delectable. He took a delicate sip of the crimson liquid. The immortal path has finally arrived. This time, I shall see what you can use against me, Luo Wuqing. Mo Outyen hissed, his voice laced with venomous hatred. Hatred directed at Luo Wuqing. It was because of Luo Wuqing that he had been suppressed for an entire millennium, refraining from stepping onto the battlefield of the Outer Realms. Now, with the immortal path opening, he no longer needed to endure in silence. Summon the Demon Dragon Hall, the Demon Sword Sect, the Shadow Demon Sect, the Demon King Valley, and the Blood Demon Gates Demon Emperors. Mo Outyen commanded his soul realm servant, his tone grave. Yes, Lord Heavenly Demon. The servant responded respectfully before retreating. Luo Wuqing, enjoy your final moments well. Mo Outyen's laughter echoed through the skies, wild and unrestrained. Not only the strongest among the human race and the demon race, but all those at the Emperor Realm felt a resonance with the immortal path. The Qin clan was no exception. Lord Qin Emperor. A young servant addressed the middle-aged man seated in the hall of the Qin clan with utmost respect. You may leave, the Qin Emperor replied. The servant departed. The path to immortality, it seems, is beyond my reach. Qin Di shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. As a being at the 7th level of the Imperial Realm, what right did he have to contend for the opportunity to tread the path of immortals? With the arrival of this celestial road, he feared he would once again be relegated to mere observation. His thoughts were not unfounded. With his current capabilities, he could not hope to unlock the gateway to the path of immortality. Even those at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm, if lacking in strength, would find themselves unable to breach that threshold. The reactions of the powerful factions varied significantly. They understood that although they possessed Imperial Realm prowess, there existed a hierarchy within it. Only the unparalleled beings at the 9th level had a genuine chance to vie for the coveted qualification to the celestial path, while they, even if they could reach the gateway, would at best serve as mere cannon fodder. At that moment, 2 streaks of light appeared in the northern and southern skies above Shenyuan Palace. From the north came Gu Fanghua, while from the south naturally was Yaoyue. Within the sacred hall of Shenyuan Palace, the 2 luminous figures materialized. Fanghua, yeah, you have arrived. Yun Chuan greeted them with a smile. Chuan, Yun Chuan. Both women responded, stepping forward. Now that the path to immortality is opening, have your respective holy lands been settled? Yun Chuan inquired as he approached them. Yes, the Yaoqi sacred land has been arranged, with a 2nd-level imperial elder taking over my position. Yaoyue replied with a sweet smile. At the sight of her smile, Yun Chuan felt his heart swell with sweetness, almost to the point of overwhelming. The Fengshui sacred land has also been set up. Rest assured. Chuan, Gu Fanghua added. In contrast to Yaoyue's youthful charm, Gu Fanghua exuded a mature sophistication. Yet in Yun Chuan's eyes, she remained irresistibly captivating. Perhaps this was the allure of the mature woman, with Yaoyue embodying a youthful innocence and Gu Fanghua exuding a refined elegance. It was a delightful combination. However, his fiancée Mu Qingyan, had also been skillfully nurtured by Yun Chuan to embody both sweetness and assertiveness, a delightful blend often referred to as the dual cultivation of the charming and the mature. Very well, let us remain in the sacred hall and await the arrival of the path to immortality. Yun Chuan nodded affirmatively. Mu Qingyan emerged from the back garden, cradling a small creature in her arms. Daddy, Mommy says we are leaving, is that true? The adorable creature, Awu, shook its tiny head, its 3 tails wagging playfully. Yes, just don't cause any trouble, you little rascal. Yun Chuan gently patted Awu's head. Soon, the 3 women were engrossed in playful antics with Awu. It must be said, women are utterly unable to resist the charm of adorable creatures. No wonder in his previous life, many would carry cute kittens to attract the opposite sex, and astonishingly, it often worked. In his past life, Yun Chuan had been unable to partake in such joys. He could barely sustain himself, let alone care for a kitten or puppy. After winning the affection of a girl, he would have to support another person. A daunting task indeed. Though he had only recently traversed to this world, he found himself reminiscing about that blue planet, that powerful nation, of which he had been a part. After all, it was the place where he had lived for over 20 years, and the memories inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy within him. In the next moment, still immersed in sorrow, Yun Chuan was suddenly roused. A violent tremor shook the entire sanctuary. A golden staircase descended from the heavens, culminating in a magnificent golden gate. At that very moment, a similar staircase appeared on the battlefield beyond the realms. A matching staircase also manifested in the heart of Starry City. Remarkably, the Penlai region bore witness to the simultaneous emergence of 3 such staircases. Luo Wuqing and Mo Outyen stood beneath one staircase each, one beneath the staircase of Starry City and the other beneath that of the outer battlefield. Yun Chuan gazed at the staircase, while the 3 women drew near. With a slight smile, he turned to the trio. Are you prepared? The path to immortality has been unveiled. The 3 women nodded in agreement. In an instant, the 4 transformed into shimmering lights, vanishing within the sanctuary. Chapter 65. Entering the celestial path, city in the sky simultaneously, in 2 other locations where the celestial ladder descended, individuals began their ascent. Yun Chuan and his companions reached the pinnacle of the ladder, only to be confronted by a formidable golden gate that barred their passage. Resolute, Yun Chuan prepared to unleash his full strength to shatter the obstruction. Ancient heavy eyes. All swords returned to origin. With these incantations, Yun Chuan raised the dragon sword aloft. Empowered by the formidable ancient heavy eyes and the sword heart, he struck downwards. The innate force of the primordial Tao embryo erupted instantly, delivering a blow of power far beyond that which a mere 9th-level emperor could muster. Beside him, Mu Qingyan and the others stood in stunned silence, astonished by Yun Chuan's newfound strength, and even more alarmed by the revelation that he possessed the ancient heavy eyes. In an instant, fractures began to appear on the gate, extending from top to bottom, before it erupted into a cacophony of shattered pieces. Husband, the gate is broken,
Mu Qingyan exclaimed.
The group fixed their gaze upon the splintered entrance, the passageway now ajar. Let us go, Yun Chuan murmured softly. The 4 swiftly traversed through the luminous veil, their eyes enveloped in brightness upon entry. After a brief moment, the radiance dissipated, and they gradually opened their eyes, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before them. Before them loomed an enormous palace, suspended in the air, its grandeur comparable to the vastness of the entire snow domain. With a population of hundreds of billions, the magnificence of this palace was beyond imagination. In the next heartbeat, 2 middle-aged men clad in battle armor approached them. To their astonishment, both were 9th-level emperors. Are you from the lower realms? One of the men inquired nonchalantly. Yun Chuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we hail from the lower realms. This is the city in the sky of the celestial path. To enter the celestial realm, one must pass through here. So, the man continued, his gaze lecherously wandering over Mu Qingyan and her companions. Yun Chuan, discerning the man's predatory intent, resolved that this individual had forfeited his life. Understood, Yun Chuan replied with a benign smile. Gradually, he approached the middle-aged man, fixing him with a steady gaze. Thus you may die. With that, Yun Chuan thrust his sword through the man's heart, employing hidden energy to seal his soul with the ancient heavy eyes. A lethal strike. The man barely had time to utter a word before he succumbed to death. The other man, witnessing this scene, was utterly taken aback. You seek death," he exclaimed, suddenly regaining his composure as he lunged toward Yun Chuan with a spear aimed at his head. Yun Chuan remained unfazed, calmly uttering, "Freeze!" The man halted mid-attack, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom why he could no longer move. Was it merely because Yun Chuan had commanded it? In the blink of an eye, Yun Chuan appeared before him, delivering a powerful palm strike to his crown. Annihilate the stars. The entirety of this man's being, including his soul, was utterly shattered beneath the force of the annihilating strike. How dare they harbor thoughts towards my wives? After resolving the matter, Yun Chuan couldn't help but mutter to himself in exasperation. "Yun Chuan, are you all right?" The three women immediately gathered around, astonished by how swiftly he had dealt with those two adversaries. They were acutely aware of the strength of the two, which surpassed their own. Yet they were no match for Yun Chuan. "I'm fine, what could possibly be wrong? Those two were merely courting death. Let us go." Yun Chuan smiled faintly, raising his hand to envelop the three in an aura of imperial might, and then they soared towards the Sky City. Upon arriving, all four were awestruck by the grandeur of the city. Such vastness and splendor. Was this merely the path to immortality? They had not even yet reached the celestial realm. Compared to this place, the region of Penglai seemed almost like a rural backwater. One could only imagine the opulence of the legendary celestial realm. Inside, no one obstructed their passage, as if it were a realm of complete freedom. The inhabitants moved about, and even the weakest among them possessed imperial strength. Suddenly, three resounding chimes echoed through the air. "What is this?" Yun Chuan looked up to see a massive bronze bell suspended in the sky. An apparition materialized before the bell, and Yun Chuan immediately sensed its overwhelming power, exceeding that of the imperial realm. "People, heed my words," the figure proclaimed, its voice reverberating throughout every corner of the Sky City. "I am the Lord of Sky City, and I, Hu Wunrin, declare that to enter the celestial realm, you must pass the trial of this bronze bell, which tests one's innate talent and physique. Strike it 3 times to succeed." 3 strikes? Yun Chuan mused inwardly, surprised by the simplicity of the task. Or perhaps the bell possessed extraordinary qualities. "Now, prepare yourselves." Hu Wunrin waved his hand, and a small bell appeared in the hands of everyone present, each marked with a number. Yun Chuan examined his bell, which bore the number 867, 000. A slight twitch crossed his lips. How far down the rankings he was. Meanwhile, Mu Qingyan was ranked 866, 997. Gu Fenghua followed her, and Yao Yu fell right behind Gu Fenghua. Yun Chuan was the last among the 4 to take the test. "Let us find a place to rest. It may take a while before it's our turn," Yun Chuan suggested casually, looking to the 3 women for their approval. "MHM." They nodded in unison, fully compliant with Yun Chuan's wishes. It must be said that a man like Yun Chuan, having achieved such heights, could be considered a true winner in life. "System, sign in." Yun Chuan silently called out to the system. "Ding. The host is currently in the Sky City of the Immortal Path. Sign in successful. Reward: 1 piece of Xuanqing meteorite." A Xuanqing meteorite? What on earth is that? Yun Chuan pondered quietly. However, it might be best to delve into that matter later. One cannot ascertain how long it will take for their turn to come, but when the time arrives, the bell will chime, and it will not be too late to proceed then. The 4 individuals arrived at an inn. The first floor was designated for dining, while the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors served as accommodations. "Shall we have something to eat first?" Yun Chuan inquired. "As you wish," Mu Qingyan replied with a smile. Upon entering the inn, however, Yun Chuan and his companions were met with the unwavering gaze of the other patrons. This attention was not merely casual. It stemmed primarily from the fact that Yun Chuan was accompanied by 3 extraordinarily stunning women. It is worth noting that encountering even one such woman is a rarity. Thus, the appearance of 3, all with the same man, was nothing short of astonishing. Had their stares possessed lethal intent, Yun Chuan would have likely been reduced to mere ashes by now. Chapter 66. the spirit wave's immortal domain, sacred land of extreme fire. However, Yun Chuan paid no heed to the gazes around him, for there was no need to. Mu Qingyan and the other two were, after all, his women, and their worth did not require validation from others. The four found a spot to sit, and a petite girl approached with a menu in hand. "Dear customer, here is the menu," she announced. Yet, upon raising her gaze to meet Yun Chuan's eyes, she momentarily lost her composure. While she had noticed the three stunning women beside him upon their entry, it was only now, at such proximity, that she realized the existence of such striking handsomeness in the world. Yun Chuan glanced at the menu, oblivious to the flustered girl, merely sensing that she was also a formidable presence at the Soul Realm. It was surprising to find a Soul Realm expert serving in such an establishment. This, and this. Yun Chuan casually pointed at various items on the menu. "Dearest, what else would you like?" "Feel free to order," he said, handing the menu to Mu Qingyan. "Anything is fine. What you have chosen is sufficient." "The three of us can't eat much," Mu Qingyan smiled, returning the menu to the girl. "Very well, then. It shall be these." Yun Chuan addressed the young waitress. "Ah, certainly, please hold on." The waitress, regaining her composure, hurried to the kitchen with the menu. However, her mind began to whirl with thoughts. Could it be that he already had a wife? So young, and three at that? The young waitress felt a wave of astonishment, seemingly struggling to accept this revelation. Soon, the dishes Yun Chuan ordered arrived, 5 in total. The first was white phoenix jade skin, which sounded delightful, though it was a vegetarian dish that Mu Qingyan and her companions might not wish to indulge in too often. It would serve well to cleanse the palate. The second and third dishes followed in succession: black tiger phoenix claws and hurricane venison. The last two comprised a soup and a staple: jade dew soup and golden corn. However, Yun Chuan was somewhat perplexed by the corn. It was golden-hued but resembled fried rice. If that were the case, it shouldn't be so pricey. In such a vast establishment, would they truly resort to deceiving patrons with such names? Yet, the three women gazed at Yun Chuan and hesitated to lift their chopsticks. "Aren't you going to eat?" he queried, observing their inaction. "Husband, you go ahead. We are not hungry," Mu Qingyan whispered. Yun Chuan couldn't help but chuckle at his Na'vi wife. "These meats and other dishes are of celestial quality. Consuming them will enhance your physical constitution," he leaned in to whisper. Upon hearing that eating would bolster their strength, Gu Fenghua was the first to seize her chopsticks. Yao Yu, not to be outdone, grabbed a spoon. Only Mu Qingyan remained momentarily dazed, but soon she too joined her companions. All three women shared the same thought. If they did not strengthen themselves, they would truly find it difficult to keep up with Yun Chuan. His physical prowess was continually growing, while theirs stagnated. They feared they would eventually be unable to satisfy him. An hour passed. The table was completely cleared, and the three women soon noticed a change within their own energy centers. Indeed, Yun Chuan spoke the truth. This dish could enhance one's physical constitution, albeit to a modest extent, yet any improvement was better than none. However, nearly all the food was consumed by Yun Chuan alone, while the three women merely sampled a few bites. After their meal, they established a small inn in the room. With a wave of his hand, Yun Chuan isolated the entire space. Their number had already climbed to over 800,000, and it was estimated that only 1,000 had completed their tests after a couple of hours had passed. From inquiries made with other attendants, it was revealed that each round of testing took a month to complete, and their position in the queue was nearing the end. Approximately a month's time loomed ahead. The four of them found themselves in a familiar room, surrounded by those they knew well. Thus there was no sense of awkwardness. Simultaneously, the three women unleashed an imperial aura to seal the room. "What are you planning to do?" Yun Chuan feigned fear. "What? Of course, it's..." 7 days swiftly passed. Yao Yu lay languidly on the bed, drifting into slumber. Just then, Mu Qingyan's bell chimed. "It's time. Your turn. My dear, let us depart." With that, Yun Chuan rose, and the imperial energy lifted the three women, vanishing from the room in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the testing grounds. Mu Qingyan wasted no time, stepping forward to commence her test. Bang! 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 7 resounding echoes reverberated, The onlookers gasped in disbelief. 7 sounds. An unparalleled genius. 2 figures materialized in an instant. 2 women, veiled, approached Mu Qingyan. We hail from the extreme fire sacred land of the Ling Lan immortal domain. Do you wish to join our sacred land? One of the women spoke softly to Mu Qingyan. Before Mu Qingyan could respond, the surrounding crowd erupted in chatter. It was indeed the extreme fire sacred land of the Ling Lan immortal domain. This domain belonged to the upper 9 heavens, and the extreme fire sacred land was one of its 3 great sanctuaries. Such extraordinary talent being chosen by the sacred land was utterly reasonable. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yet, Mu Qingyan stood momentarily dazed, regaining her composure as she approached Yun Chuan. Husband, should I go? She hesitated to voice. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was even more astonished. Such a remarkable woman had a husband. The 2 representatives from the extreme fire sacred land were equally taken aback, surprised that such a rare gem was already committed. Did Mu Qingyan wish to join? Undoubtedly, she did, but doing so meant parting ways with Yun Chuan, something she dreaded. After all, she had just begun to grasp that the immortal realms were stratified, with the Ling Lan immortal domain belonging to a notably potent echelon. If she were to depart, meeting Yun Chuan again would likely prove challenging, as vast distances could render their encounters impossible. Nevertheless, Yun Chuan remained unfazed, gently patting Mu Qingyan on the shoulder. Go ahead, my dear wife, I shall seek you out, Yun Chuan spoke softly. Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals from the extreme fire sacred land exhaled with relief. They understood that had Yun Chuan declined, Mu Qingyan would undoubtedly refuse to accompany them. Next, it was Gu Fenghua's turn. Proceed. Yun Chuan addressed Gu Fenghua. Nodding in acknowledgement, she approached the immense bronze bell, ready to commence her test. Chapter 67. The celestial hall. The crowd was once again taken aback. This woman, with her elegance, beauty, and strength, was in no way inferior to the previous one. Could it be that this lady was also his wife? Oh heavens! How unjust! The onlookers had come to a conclusion in their hearts. This woman was undoubtedly connected to Yun Chuan. However, Gu Fenghua remained unfazed by the gazes around her and began her assessment. Thud, 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 thud. 7 resounding strikes. Another unparalleled genius with a chilling affinity. The previous one had just been chosen by the sacred land of extreme fire. One could only wonder which power would select this one. A middle-aged man stood atop a tall building, surveying the scene. He was the lord of the city of the sky. Little girl, are you willing to follow me? A formidable woman in a blue robe descended from above, exuding an overwhelming presence. The aura of one who looked down upon the world. The master of the extreme cold palace. Could it truly be the master of the extreme cold palace herself? She had come in person? No, this must be a projection of her essence. The crowd began to murmur once more. Seeing Gu Fenghua silent, the blue-robed woman continued, My extreme cold palace is the most powerful force in the vast cold immortal domain of the 9 heavens, and I intend to take you as my disciple. Before Gu Fenghua could respond, Yun Chuan interjected, Go ahead, my wife. His instinctive proclamation of ownership was evident. Although they had not yet wed, their bond allowed for such intimate terms of address. Yes, Gu Fenghua, I pay my respects to my master. Gu Fenghua nodded and then turned to bow to the blue-robed woman. Rise. I am the master of the extreme cold palace. Lung Qingqiu, she smiled warmly. Emperor Qingqiu. Lung Qingqiu. Upon encountering an emperor, one must kneel in reverence, though a projection need not adhere to this custom. Lung Qingqiu was indeed a striking beauty, her allure rivaling that of Gu Fenghua, perhaps even surpassing her in grace. I shall go to Yun Chuan. Yao Yu gracefully glided past Yun Chuan. Go ahead, my wife, Yun Chuan said once more. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Was there any justice left in the world? 3 wives, each a vision of breathtaking beauty. Setting aside appearances, their talents were a rarity to behold. Who was he in his past life? Was he truly fated? Whispers of admiration and envy circulated among the spectators. Yao Yu stepped forward, her enchanting heart and pure lotus divine body activating simultaneously, striking the bronze bell. Boom! 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 Save for the resounding echoes of the bell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd held their breath, fearful of mishearing. 8 strikes. Another unparalleled genius. 8 strikes. It had been a century since such a phenomenon had occurred. From his vantage point atop the tower, the lord of the city of the sky exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, he held no ambitions. Such a prodigy was beyond the reach of a mere city lord. Whoosh! A streak of starlight cut through the air. A delicate figure materialized before the crowd. It is. I pay my respects to Emperor Linglong. I pay my respects to Emperor Linglong. At this moment, the lord of the city of the sky also revealed himself, kneeling before the enchanting figure. The lord of the sky city was suddenly alerted by the presence of a visitor, who bowed before the ethereal Emperor Linglong, feeling immensely honored by the emperor's descent. The visitor dared not lift their head. Emperor Linglong, however, paid no heed to them and turned her attention to Yaoyue, a heart of enchantment, a pure lotus divine body. How remarkable! It is truly a blessing from the heavens to find such attributes in one individual. Observing Yaoyue, Emperor Linglong mused to herself, "What is your name?" "I am called Yaoyue," she replied softly. "Yaoyue? Yaoyu? Yuyue? Such a coincidence. Is this fate?" Emperor Linglong murmured. "Do you wish to accompany me? I hail from the Jade Yaoyue realm within the upper celestial domain, and I am the sovereign of the sacred land of Linglong." With a gentle smile directed at Yaoyue, the emperor continued, "You may also refer to me as the ethereal Emperor Linglong." "Go ahead, my dear. Cultivate diligently," Yun Chuan interjected, aware that it was his moment to speak. Emperor Linglong's gaze shifted to Yun Chuan, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. "Who is he?" she inquired of Yaoyue, not addressing Yun Chuan directly. "He is Yun Chuan, my husband," Yaoyue responded, her face flushed crimson.
No wonder.
The moment Emperor Linglong laid eyes on Yun Chuan, she was momentarily taken aback. His striking handsomeness was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, she had observed that this man possessed ancient dual pupils. Though she couldn't ascertain their ranking, they must be formidable. Otherwise, how could he dare to meet her gaze? Yun Chuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The emperor indeed was insightful. Yaoyue felt a sense of calmness settle within her. Since Yun Chuan had spoken, she would follow Emperor Linglong. At last, it was Yun Chuan's turn to take the stage. It must be said, he was unaware of the multitude of animosities he had inadvertently attracted. Others wished for him to merely strike the bell once or twice. With 3 extraordinarily beautiful wives, each possessing exceptional talents, he remained unfazed by the gazes of those around him as he observed the bronze bell. With the ancient dual pupils and the 9 heavens dancy, surely he could ring it 9 times, he pondered. Although he suspected that using the ancient dual pupils would suffice, he still felt the need for assurance and decided to activate the 9 heavens dancy. Stand firm, fist raised, golden pupils revealed. The 9 heavens dancy erupted. Indeed, it was the golden pupil. Emperor Linglong recognized it at once. The master of the extreme cold palace, Lung Qingqiu, also discerned that Yun Chuan possessed the ancient dual pupils of the golden pupil. No wonder his talent likely rivaled that of the others. Lung Qingqiu thought to herself as she regarded Gu Fenghua. Gu Fenghua was filled with excitement. The stronger Yun Chuan became, the happier she felt. This sentiment was shared by Mu Qingyan and Yaoyue as well. A fist struck the bronze bell.
Yong, 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 yong.
As anticipated, 9 chimes, the most extraordinary talent in the world. The 9 resounding bell tones heralded the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy. No one dared to underestimate Yun Chuan any longer, nor did anyone harbor animosity towards him.
Yong.
At that moment, the bronze bell unexpectedly rang again. 10 chimes. How could this be? 10 chimes. The visitor exclaimed in astonishment. Others may not comprehend, yet he understands fully. The 10th bell toll, the creation of which was sealed by the one who crafted it, signifies this very sound. For he proclaimed, with 10 tolls, the heavens and earth shall perish. The beings shall engage in fierce battle, and a great war shall ensue. Has the grand era arrived? A voice murmurs. He cannot prevent such events from unfolding, but he can only hope that Yun Chuan will bear this heavy burden. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures materialized before Yun Chuan. A man and a woman, both exuding an aura of formidable strength. What is your name? The woman inquires, gazing at Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan. Come with us. She seizes Yun Chuan, preparing to depart. Wait, wait, wait. Yun Chuan hastily interjects. The woman furrows her brow. Could you first clarify who you are? Yun Chuan, somewhat speechless, notes how indiscriminately she drags him away. I am one of the 5 immortal emperors of the celestial palace of the Ziwei immortal domain. Lioli immortal emperor, declares the Lioli immortal emperor. Yun Chuan, is it? You are quite handsome. I am also one of the 5 immortal emperors of the celestial palace. Long Jian immortal emperor, the handsome man beside her adds. The 2 immortal emperors have arrived. Chapter 68. The master of the hall salutations to the dragon sword immortal emperor. Salutations to the glazed immortal emperor. The crowd began to kneel in reverence. To their astonishment, it was indeed the 2 illustrious immortal emperors, and both hailed from the celestial hall of the firmament. The celestial hall is one of the most formidable forces in the upper 9 heavens of the immortal domain. Sister, you have arrived as well? The glazed immortal emperor addressed the Linglong immortal emperor. However, the Linglong immortal emperor did not respond, indicating a strained relationship between the two. Observing this scene, the glazed immortal emperor merely offered a wry smile. The Linglong and glazed immortal emperors are biological sisters, both possessing the glazed Linglong divine body, hence one is named glazed, and the other Linglong. Very well, Sister Xiener. As for Mo Xiener, the dragon sword immortal emperor attempted to divert the conversation, only to be countered by the glazed immortal emperor. Dragon sword immortal emperor, I have asked you not to address me in that manner. Refer to me as glazed immortal emperor or simply glazed. She replied sternly. Yun Chuan, do you wish to join the celestial hall? The glazed immortal emperor inquired, turning her gaze towards Yun Chuan. Absolutely. Yun Chuan responded without hesitation. Regardless of what the future held, finding a powerful force to secure his footing was paramount. Qing Yan. Fang Hua, you may proceed. He directed towards the 3 women, who nodded in understanding, knowing that only by enhancing their strength could they reunite with Yun Chuan sooner. In the next moment, the Linglong immortal emperor vanished with Yao Yu, followed closely by Gu Fanghua and Leng Qingqiu. Finally, Mu Qingyan also departed alongside the 2 from the extreme fire sacred land, leaving only the 2 immortal emperors of the celestial hall behind. Yun Chuan found himself bewildered. Were there truly so many divisions within the immortal domain? Where, then, was the Yin-Yang Palace mentioned by the Shen Yuan Emperor? Where should he seek? At that moment a notification chimed. Ding, task released. Join the celestial hall. It seemed joining was now unavoidable. Alright, I will join the celestial hall. Yun Chuan affirmed. Ding, task completed. Reward. A strand of primordial true qi. Primordial true qi. Yun Chuan's heart leapt with excitement. The primordial true qi he had longed for had finally returned to him. Merging. Yun Chuan silently commanded as the primordial true qi gradually fused within him. He had now merged 2 strands of primordial true qi, completing 40% of the primordial super divine body. Only 3 more strands were needed for complete fusion, allowing the super divine body to evolve into the primordial super divine body. Shall we depart? The glazed immortal emperor suggested with a nod. Wait, where is the Ziwei immortal domain? And do you know what kind of force the Yin-Yang Palace is? Yun Chuan inquired. The Yin-Yang Palace? A celestial level force? The dragon sword immortal emperor pondered. I am unsure. An old friend simply mentioned that he was in the Yin-Yang Palace. Yun Chuan replied candidly. We have not heard of the Yin-Yang Palace, but it likely belongs to an insignificant force. The strongest among celestial-level forces are merely celestial immortals, and such forces typically emerge in the lower 9 heavens. Our Ziwei immortal domain is part of the upper 9 heavens and thus does not concern itself with the lower 9 heavens, which is why we are unaware of the location of the Yin-Yang Palace. The Dragon Sword Immortal Emperor patiently elucidated. Yun Chuan also came to realize that locating the Shenyuan Great Emperor would require a more prolonged contemplation. Yet, where were the promised trials and tribulations? Where was the arduous journey that would grant ascension to the immortal domain? Why, then, was it so effortlessly accessible to him? Not only him, But Mu Qingyan and the others had also easily entered the upper nine heavens immortal domain. Let us depart. Yun Chuan nodded in agreement. The Linglong Immortal Emperor and the Dragon Sword Immortal Emperor raised their hands, unleashing two powerful auras, and the three vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Yun Chuan opened his eyes to find himself in a realm of void. Do not worry, we are traversing through a space wormhole. We shall arrive shortly, spoke the Lioli Immortal Emperor. Half an hour passed. We have arrived, declared the Dragon Sword Immortal Emperor solemnly. With a single strike, he cleaved through the void, and the three appeared in the external world. Upon arrival, Yun Chuan was taken aback. Indeed, the Penglai region bore no comparison to the immortal domain, let alone the upper nine heavens immortal domain such as the Ziwei immortal domain. Suddenly, a small figure leapt from Yun Chuan's embrace. Daddy, where is this place? Awu peered curiously. This is the immortal domain, Yun Chuan replied, gently patting its head. Awu's eyes widened as it surveyed the surroundings, seemingly quite pleased with this new environment. Soon after, Awu spotted the Lioli Immortal Emperor. Daddy, is this my new mommy? Awu anthropomorphically raised its tiny paw, pointing at the Lioli Immortal Emperor. Panic surged within Yun Chuan. This was an immortal emperor. Could this little rascal not comprehend the gravity of the situation? The Lioli Immortal Emperor approached with an impassive expression. Ah, Awu, it is not that your father does not wish to rescue you. It is merely that I lack the strength. Yun Chuan lamented inwardly, already mourning for Awu. As the Lioli Immortal Emperor reached Yun Chuan, she extended her hand. Yun Chuan shut his eyes tightly, afraid to witness the impending fate of Awu. However, after a brief interval, nothing of the sort he feared transpired. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find the Lioli Immortal Emperor smiling, joyfully ruffling Awu's head. Yun Chuan, I did not anticipate that you possess a divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. What is its name? Inquired the Lioli Immortal Emperor with a hint of intrigue. His name is Awu, Yun Chuan replied, nodding. Fortunately, the Lioli Immortal Emperor seemed unperturbed, or else it would have been troublesome. Awu, a delightful name. We have arrived. The Lioli Immortal Emperor withdrew her hand from Awu and turned to speak. Yun Chuan gazed ahead, where a palace imbued with a purple essence emerged before him. The entire structure exuded an ethereal aura, with jade platforms and silver towers, celestial mountains and exquisite pavilions. As they approached the palace, a potent energy surged, almost overwhelming his body, flooding within him and nearly propelling him to a breakthrough. Golden rays danced like a myriad of rainbows, and auspicious mists billowed in violet hues. This was his first impression of the palace. Undoubtedly, this place was truly exceptional, worthy of being one of the most formidable forces within the upper nine heavens immortal domain. Dozens of immortal pillars stood proudly at the entrance, and Yun Chuan immediately sensed their extraordinary nature, far surpassing that of his imperial artifact, the Dragon Sword. Let us proceed. I shall take you to meet our lord of the palace. The glazed immortal emperor gazed at Yun Chuan and spoke. Yun Chuan, somewhat dazed, nodded slightly. He felt a peculiar numbness. These embellishments were all rare celestial artifacts, yet they were merely employed as decorations. Was this what they referred to as a dimensional strike? Long Jian, you may depart. I shall escort him to meet the palace master. The glazed immortal emperor continued. Long Jian, the immortal emperor, remained silent, nodding as he left the premises. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan followed the glazed immortal emperor deeper into the celestial palace. Array upon array of formations adorned the entirety of the celestial palace, and everything surrounding them was far from mundane. Soon they entered a grand hall where, upon the golden dragon throne at the apex, sat a commanding middle-aged man. I pay my respects to the palace master, the glazed immortal emperor proclaimed, clasping his hands in reverence. At that moment, the expression of the palace master shifted dramatically. His countenance broke into a broad smile, revealing deep creases, which made Yun Chuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 69. The subtlety of the celestial scriptures. Instant enlightenment. The master of the celestial hall vanished from the dragon throne, only to reappear moments later before the immortal emperor of Lioli and Yun Chuan. He seized the hands of the Lioli immortal emperor, his face radiating sheer delight. A wave of revulsion washed over Yun Chuan as he realized the nature of the relationship between the master of the Celestial Hall and the Liuli Immortal Emperor. Unable to contain himself, Yun Chuan spoke up. Should I perhaps step aside for a moment? The Liuli Immortal Emperor fixed her gaze upon Yun Chuan, then turned to the master of the Celestial Hall with an expression of exasperation. Father, could you not be so frivolous? Father, 1,000 thoughts of disbelief surged through Yun Chuan's mind, mortified by the revelation. What a disgrace! Indeed, immortal, did I not say that, in the absence of outsiders, you may simply call me father? The master of the Celestial Hall finally resumed his usual demeanor and then turned to Yun Chuan. Is this the person you brought back? Yes, his name is Yun Chuan. Hailing from the Penglai region, the Liuli Immortal Emperor replied. An ancient dual sight? Or perhaps golden eyes? The master of the Celestial Hall expressed astonishment, taken aback by the emergence of such a prodigy from those remote lands. Yun Chuan was equally surprised that his golden eyes had been discerned without him even displaying their power. It seemed the master of the Celestial Hall was indeed extraordinary. Father, he will be training alongside me, the Liuli Immortal Emperor stated with a hint of resignation. Despite her father's many virtues and his overwhelming affection for her and her sister, his immaturity often left her exasperated. Now, as she was the sole one at his side, she refrained from reprimanding him. Very well. Since Immortal has made her decision, proceed as you wish. The master of the Celestial Hall waved his hand grandly and returned to his dragon throne. The Liuli Immortal Emperor and Yun Chuan departed from that place. As they left, the master of the Celestial Hall resumed his imposing demeanor.
Montag Xuan.
Master, a figure in black robes materialized behind him. Investigate this Yun Chuan. Understood. The figure vanished promptly. Subsequently, Yun Chuan followed the Liuli Immortal Emperor into a celestial palace. This is my residence. You shall reside here as well. From now on, you will train under my guidance, the Liuli Immortal Emperor announced. Beautiful sister, what is your name? Yun Chuan inquired, still unaware of her name, feeling somewhat awkward.
I am Montag Xian.
Find yourself a place to settle in. I am the only one living in this palace. With that, Empress took her leave. Yun Chuan did not press further, but he noted that this place was vastly superior to the Penglai region. System. Sign in. Beep. Sign in failed. What on earth? Sign in failed? Yun Chuan was bewildered. Could it truly be possible to fail a sign-in? Beep. Due to the host entering a higher celestial domain, the system is currently upgrading. Only then did Yun Chuan feel at ease, realizing it was merely an upgrade. He had feared there was a malfunction with the system, which would have left him in dire straits. His entire existence hinged upon the system. Without it, he feared his fate would be sealed swiftly. Experiencing the ethereal energy of the immortal realm, it is indeed different from that of the Penglai region. The spiritual essence has transformed into celestial energy. This marks the initial step from the mortal to the immortal. At this moment, Empress returns once more, observing Yun Chuan as he absorbs the celestial energy. Her expression one of surprise. You are capable of cultivating? Empress inquires. Sister Sienna, you have returned. Yun Chuan acknowledges her presence. Do you know how to convert the spiritual essence within your body? She asks. Not quite sure, but I am attempting it. It shouldn't be too difficult. Yun Chuan responds candidly. He is indeed endeavoring to merge the celestial energy and transform the spiritual essence within himself. Celestial energy differs from spiritual essence. Your current realm can only be deemed as a mortal emperor. Once you integrate the celestial energy and convert the spiritual essence within, you will officially step into the immortal domain.
Montag Xian begins to elucidate.
Now, try to expel the spiritual essence and merge it with the celestial energy. Yun Chuan comprehends this principle. This illustrates the reason for the slow cultivation of mortals. Those from the immortal realm absorb celestial energy from a young age, requiring no conversion, allowing them to directly enter the immortal state. The nine heavens Dansi begins to absorb the celestial energy, successfully merging with the essence from 8 other Dansis. This celestial energy is indeed remarkable, vastly more substantial than spiritual essence. All of the spiritual essence within him is forced into one Dansi, while the celestial energy is integrated into the other 8. This is a strategy Yun Chuan conceived. Since he possesses 9 dances, he must utilize them wisely. Release. The spiritual essence begins to escape, while the celestial energy fills Yun Chuan's dances. Half an hour passes. All 9 dances are completely filled with celestial energy. Suddenly, a transformation occurs. Yun Chuan's aura shifts, no longer resembling the past, now infused with a refined celestial quality, exuding greater charm. An ethereal grace envelopes his entire being. Have I broken through? Yun Chuan muses, feeling an overwhelming power within him, far exceeding the 9th layer of the Emperor realm.
Montag Xian stands in astonishment.
Unable to believe that Yun Chuan has advanced so swiftly, she merely described the process verbally, yet he converted the spiritual essence within himself and ascended to the immortal realm in just half an hour. You have indeed broken through, but only to the minor stage of transformation into immortality. You have just entered the realm and must not grow arrogant, Empress advises with a nod. However, she is filled with amazement, and in an effort to keep Yun Chuan humble, she refrains from praising him. The immortal realm is divided into 9 major stages: transformation into immortality, mortal immortal, immortal being, earth immortal, heaven immortal, immortal emperor, immortal sovereign, immortal saint, and immortal emperor. You are currently merely at the minor stage of transformation into immortality, which hardly warrants pride.
Montag Xian startes flatly.
I understand, Sister Siener, Yun Chuan replies. As long as you comprehend, she continues, I possess an emperor-level cultivation technique, yet you may not be able to practice it. I shall find a technique of a slightly lower level to offer you.
Montag Xian expresses her dilemma.
Sister Siener, please let me try. What if I can cultivate it? Yun Chuan hastily implores. The techniques of the celestial emperor level are undoubtedly superior. If one is to practice, it is best to master the most formidable. Empress displayed a hint of hesitation, not due to reluctance, but rather concern over potential complications. Ultimately, she resolved to allow Yun Chuan to give it a try, positioning herself beside him to promptly address any issues that might arise. This particular technique is known as the Dao Wei Xian Dian, a pinnacle of celestial emperor-level mastery. Do give it a try. Empress gently tapped her fingertip against Yun Chuan's forehead. Instantly, the essence of this technique manifested within his mind. In that fleeting moment, Yun Chuan comprehended its intricacies. Truly, with an understanding of divine caliber, he grasped the celestial emperor-level technique in an instant. He mused inwardly, the system indeed lives up to its name. Is there anything in this world that the system cannot produce? In the next heartbeat, the aura surrounding Yun Chuan underwent a remarkable transformation, aligning closely with that of Empress. He had comprehended it.
Montag Xian exclaimed in astonishment.
To think that mere moments after imparting the celestial emperor-level technique to Yun Chuan, he would begin to cultivate it. Chapter 70. Destiny. Accidentally entering the room as he immersed himself in the profound mysteries of the Dao Wei Immortal Classic, a surge of celestial energy rushed into his being, flooding his danci. Boom! A resonant sound emanated from the danci. At last, he had broken through again. Yun Chuan slowly opened his eyes, whispering to himself. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon Empress, he found her staring at him in astonishment. In that instant, Empress's eyes reflected sheer shock, though the tumult within her heart was no less intense than that which her eyes conveyed. She had never encountered anyone capable of comprehending the Dao Wei Immortal Classic with such rapidity. Even more astonishing was his consecutive breakthrough of 2 realms.
Sister Xian?
What troubles you? Yun Chuan inquired, noticing her momentary daze, unable to suppress his urge to remind her. Ah, it's nothing. Congratulations on breaking through to the 2nd level of the transformation realm.
Montag Xian responded, Her mein Sohn wat nump, silently pondering. Truly.
He is a peerless prodigy capable of resonating with the 9 chimes of the bell. Oh no, it's 10 chimes. Although Empress did not fully grasp the significance of 10 chimes, nor had she ever heard of them, she was certain that 10 sounded superior to 9. By the way, our Tsangcheong Palace has numerous disciples, though many are currently honing their skills in other celestial domains. Since you have just joined the Tsangcheong Palace, I shall arrange for you to be an outer hall disciple, Empress continued. Alright, Yun Chuan nodded. To him, the designation of disciple held little significance. He did not require such titles to manifest his worth, True strength was the ultimate authority, and without it, one had no qualifications. Choose a suitable room for yourself. I must attend to matters in the Ziwei celestial domain, Emosiener stated. Understood. With that, Yun Chuan turned to select a room. However, he could not help but marvel at the opulence of the great hall. The flooring alone surpassed that of imperial artifacts. Such was the distinction of a top-tier force. Ding! The system has been successfully updated. At that moment, a notification resounded in his mind. New feature. Possession of luck value. Host can now view luck. A new feature had indeed been added? Yun Chuan was well aware of the concept of luck, a mystery beyond words. He had not anticipated the system's evolution. Initially a mundane sign-in system, it had gradually begun to issue tasks, and now it had even introduced luck. Yet, in his recollection, was this not a feature typically associated with antagonists? In his previous life, Yun Chuan had encountered numerous novels featuring such systems. Antagonists wielded systems that allowed them to seize luck, forging ahead with relentless strength. However, the prerequisite was usually an illustrious lineage, born into an invincible family or as the progeny of a supreme sect. Yet, his system did not seem to indicate any form of luck plundering. Perhaps it was merely a straightforward upgrade. Let us proceed with the sign-in system. Yun Chuan instructed. Ding! Sign-in successful. You are currently in the Supreme Force, Songqiong Palace. Rewards. A strand of primordial true qi and 10 immortal fruits. Here it comes. The fusion of primordial true qi. Yun Chuan felt a surge of joy within. His primordial super divine body was on the verge of achieving a significant upgrade. Ding! Fusion successful. Current progress of the primordial super divine body, 60%. However, what exactly are these immortal fruits? Yun Chuan pondered, holding one in his hand before deciding to consume it. He swallowed it whole and within moments, his internal energy began to swell uncontrollably. Damn it, yet another fruit that increases vitality. Yun Chuan exclaimed. His vitality was already nearing its breaking point, and with Mu Qingyan and the other two women absent from his side, this increase was far from welcome. Fortunately, he had only consumed one. With a bit of refinement, he could stabilize it. Suddenly recalling his ability to check his fortune, a panel materialized before him. Name, Yun Chuan. Age, 17 Realm. Second layer of transformation to immortality vitality. Fifth layer of mortal immortality fortune. 3,500 points. Yellow fortune. Fortune level. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple fortune title. Blessed by heaven 3,500 points of fortune? Not too shabby, it seems. Blessed by heaven. Yun Chuan surveyed his fortune points. Aside from the slightly low yellow fortune, he was generally content. Ding. A task has been issued. Eliminate the child of fortune from the 9 heavens immortal domain, MOZ. Successful elimination grants 2,000 fortune points. Limited time. 3 months. So soon. He hadn't anticipated such a task arriving right after the system update, and 2,000 fortune points were indeed substantial. It appeared he would need to venture to the Yu Hung immortal domain. How would he traverse to the lower 9 heavens immortal domain? 3 months was ample time. He could wait for Emosiener to return and inquire about how to reach the lower 9 heavens immortal domain. Casually selecting a room, Yun Chuan entered. The space was elegantly simple, imbued with a faint, refreshing fragrance. He decided to cultivate while waiting for Emosiener to return. Sitting cross-legged, he began to channel the Dao Wei immortal canon. Speaking of the system, can I utilize my pure cultivation from before? Yun Chuan suddenly remembered he had several hundred years of unused cultivation. Ding, yes, the host currently has 430 years of pure cultivation available. Pure cultivation will automatically transform into immortal domain cultivation, merging all his cultivation. A surge of energy flooded into his body, and he smoothly broke through without encountering any obstacles. After merely a few breaths, Yun Chuan's realm had ascended to the 8th layer of transformation to immortality. It appeared that cultivation within the immortal domain was indeed far more challenging. Over 400 years of cultivation had propelled him 6 realms higher. Sensing the changes within himself, Yun Chuan pouted and murmured. If anyone overheard him, they would likely be unable to restrain themselves from giving him a beating. In the transformation to immortality stage, some people might take a century to break through a single realm, yet he had accomplished 6 in a day and still found room for complaint. Even the system couldn't help but feel exasperated. I wonder if I can cultivate the 3rd chapter of the Starry Sky art? Yun Chuan thought of his Starry Sky art, which was his strongest trump card, but he still hadn't grasped the 3rd chapter, the Burial of Stars. Before long, 10 days had swiftly passed. Yun Chuan had remained in this place for a full 10 days, yet his realm had not advanced further. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by a figure that made him question his vision.
Sister Xian?
Have I been closed-eyed for so long that I'm seeing things? Yun Chuan rubbed his eyes. You're not seeing things. It's me. Empress spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold.
Sister Xian?
How did you come into my room? It was at that moment that Yun Chuan confirmed it was indeed the real Empress. What do you mean I barged into your room? This is my room. Empress's face flushed with a hint of shyness. How had she not considered that Yun Chuan might have chosen her room? It was the first time a man had entered her chamber. Yet, had Yun Chuan not noticed the presence of feminine items within? Of course, he had noticed, but he assumed such items were commonplace in every room, given that this was Empress's palace. Surely, she could place her belongings wherever she pleased. Yun Chuan, feeling somewhat awkward, softly suggested,
Sister Xian?
Should I leave? No. Haven't you noticed my things here? Empress pointed at a pair of earrings on the table. Yun Chuan was taken aback. How could he possibly know that? He hesitated again, murmuring, Then should I leave? Empress covered her head in exasperation. Let it be. Chapter 71. The Son of Fate, Empress. Acting at this moment, Empress found herself at a loss for words regarding Yun Chuan, as she had not clearly articulated her thoughts beforehand. Feel free to choose any room, she finally managed to say. With no other option, she settled on this response. Yun Chuan nodded, relieved that Empress had not lost her temper. Otherwise, he feared he might not even leave behind ashes. He rose and approached a nearby room. I will take the one next door. By the way, Sister Xian, do you know how to reach the lower 9 heavens immortal domain? Yun Chuan inquired, recognizing the importance of the matter at hand. The lower 9 heavens immortal domain? What do you need to go there for?
Montag Xian questioned, puzzled.
What could possibly be so appealing about that realm? I have an old acquaintance there. The domain is called the Jade Harmony Immortal Domain. Yun Chuan replied nonchalantly. The Jade Harmony Immortal Domain? Empress thought to herself, realizing that it was one of the realms under the jurisdiction of the Ziwei Immortal Domain. You can easily reach it using the teleportation array located within the Celestial Palace, she explained. Thank you, Sister Xian. I'll treat you to a meal when I return. Yun Chuan said casually. Wait a moment. But before Empress could finish her sentence, he had vanished from her sight. He'll treat me to a meal. At this level, does he even need to eat? Empress pondered, unaware that Yun Chuan had employed the conversational customs of Blue Star, where offering to treat someone to a meal is a common way of soliciting favors. Did Sister Xian have something more to say? Yun Chuan murmured softly, though he had already left the palace. Never mind, I shall address it upon my return. He swiftly disappeared from sight. In the next moment, he found himself beside the teleportation array. Expanding his mental energy, he easily located the array. Who are you? A guard inquired, eyeing Yun Chuan. Greetings. I wish to teleport to the Jade Harmony Immortal Domain, Yun Chuan replied, realizing that this individual was the guardian of the teleportation array, and he clasped his hands in respect. Are you a disciple of the Celestial Palace? The guard continued to question. Yes, I am a disciple of the Liuli Immortal Emperor. Yun Chuan answered. Very well, you may proceed with the teleportation. The guard, upon hearing this, no longer harbored any doubts. He would not question Yun Chuan's words, for the Liuli Immortal Emperor was a figure of great esteem. Who would dare to deceive under such a name without courting disaster? Entering the teleportation array, Yun Chuan felt no sensation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a different location. Is this the Jade Harmony Immortal Domain? As he sensed the surrounding immortal energy, he noted that it was indeed much thinner than within the Celestial Palace. It appeared he had truly arrived at the Jade Harmony Immortal Domain. Greetings, my lord. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Yun Chuan. And you are? Yun Chuan asked, perplexed. I am Ross, the sect master of the Lingyuan sect in the Jade Harmony Immortal Domain, the man replied, bowing his head. The teleportation array was established by the Celestial Palace, and those who arrived here were naturally its disciples, which explained his humble demeanor. Yun Chuan activated his ancient. Looking at Ross, it was evident that he had reached the realm of Earth Immortals, and he was not without strength. Ross also noticed Yun Chuan showcasing the ancient heavy pupil, a golden pupil no less, indicating he was indeed a significant figure from the Celestial Palace. After all, it was impossible for such prodigies with ancient heavy pupils to emerge in their lower realm of the 9 heavens. Even if they did, they would be whisked away by powerful figures from the upper 9 heavens for cultivation. System, where is Mose at this moment? Yun Chuan inquired. Ding. The fated child, Mose, is currently training in the Sunset Valley. Do you know where the Sunset Valley is? Yun Chuan turned to Ross. Yes, my lord. The Sunset Valley is situated to the south of our Lingyuan sect, approximately 3 hours' journey away. Ross replied respectfully. Very well, please arrange for me a place to stay. Yun Chuan nodded. As night had already fallen, Yun Chuan decided to seek Mose first thing in the morning. Yes, my lord. Quickly arrange accommodations for the lord. Ross commanded the maid behind him sternly. Yun Chuan was pleasantly surprised by Ross's compliance. He certainly resembled a loyal subordinate rather than a mere villainous lackey. Here. Yun Chuan smiled slightly and tossed a celestial fruit. Ross, quick-witted, caught it just in time. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. As a cultivator of the Earth Immortal Realm, Ross was not weak in the Yuheng Immortal Domain, where the Lingyuan sect was considered one of the top-tier powers. He immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the celestial fruit. Soon, a room was prepared, and Yun Chuan entered to commence his serene cultivation. Meanwhile, Ross, holding the celestial fruit, was overwhelmed with excitement. This celestial fruit was an emperor-level divine fruit. The enhancement it could provide him was beyond imagination. His hands trembled with anticipation. Fortunately, his keen insight allowed him to discern Yun Chuan's remarkable status instantly. With the offering of an emperor-level divine fruit, it was evident how formidable the young man's background was. Unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, the celestial fruit was of emperor-level quality. Otherwise, he would not have casually bestowed one upon Ross. As night passed, Yun Chuan resolved to head directly to the Sunset Valley. System, how do I seize Mose's fortune? Ding. Mose is merely the fated child of the Yuheng Immortal Domain. Slaying him directly will yield fortune points without backlash. Upon hearing the system's assurance, Yun Chuan felt at ease. Killing him was straightforward, and he preferred such simple and direct methods. Before long, Yun Chuan arrived at the Sunset Valley. Check Mose's location, Yun Chuan commanded. At that moment, a wave-like diagram appeared in his mind, with himself represented as a green dot and Mose as a red dot. So close. Observing that they were merely a few kilometers apart, Yun Chuan's heart soared with joy. He swiftly reached Mose's location, where Mose was engaged in a battle with an ironback bear. Although the bear was only at the 5th level of the Emperor realm, its strength matched that of an 8th level Emperor, making it a formidable opponent. Mose, at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, appeared to be struggling against the bear. Yun Chuan smiled slightly and charged forth. Brother, I am here to assist you. Yun Chuan leapt forth, his sword slicing down upon the back of the ironback bear. This strike utilized merely 1% of his strength, approximately equivalent to the prowess of someone at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Emperor realm. The ironback bear, however, sustained no damage whatsoever. Mose's heart raced with astonishment at encountering another person in this place. Be cautious, my friend. This ironback bear possesses unimaginable strength, and its back is as resilient as iron, making it a formidable target, Mose kindly advised. We shall collaborate. One shall draw its attention while the other strikes at its vulnerable chest. Yun Chuan declared solemnly, his face etched with seriousness. It must be said, Yun Chuan's performance was nothing short of impeccable. Even I, the author, found myself deceived by his ruse. Very well.
Molybdense responded.
Then delivered a powerful punch to the bear's back. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Chuan thrust his sword toward the creature's chest. With a slight exertion, the blade pierced through effortlessly. Before long, the ironback bear collapsed. "Thank you, my friend," Mose said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Yun Chuan wore a broad smile as he regarded Mose. "This, my friend, you cannot possibly be. I am not inclined towards such matters. Please do not approach,"
Molybdense exclaimed.
a hint of anxiety evident as he bit down hard on his lip. Chapter 72. The Celestial Decision, Part 3. As Yun Chuan approached slowly, Mose felt a chill creep into his heart. Good sir, you wouldn't happen to have a fondness for dragon boys, would you?" Mose stammered, feeling somewhat hesitant to resort to force against the man who had just assisted him in vanquishing the ironback bear. Yun Chuan was momentarily speechless. How could someone as dashing as I possibly have such inclinations? That would deprive every woman in the world of a potential partner. He chuckled, inwardly cursing Mose's entire lineage. "That's a relief, but your gaze truly startled me," Mose said, patting his chest and chuckling nervously, having escaped a perilous situation. "Did I frighten you? My apologies, but rest assured, you shall never be alarmed again," Yun Chuan replied with a faint smile. Mose's laughter abruptly ceased as he looked down to see Yun Chuan's sword piercing through his heart. What? Damn it. You just accused me of having such inclinations," Yun Chuan retorted, extracting the dragon's sword with force. In that instant, his aura erupted, shattering Mose's soul, a mere emperor-level being unable to withstand such power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, plundering the fortune of the Son of Destiny. Mose. Reward: 2,000 fortune points. A strand of primordial true chi. Merging with the primordial true chi. Ding! Fusion successful. Current progress of the primordial super divine body, 80%. Only a strand of primordial true chi remained to fully evolve the super divine body into the primordial super divine body. At that moment, Yun Chuan was eager to discover the true magnificence of this body. Once again, he surveyed his status panel. Name: Yun Chuan. Age: 17. Realm: 8th layer of the transformation into immortality fortune. 5,500 points. Yellow fortune. Fortune title. Exceptionally fortunate, his fortune points had indeed increased by 2,000, yet he remained at yellow fortune, indicating that he was not the protagonist of this realm. To truly become the main character in this celestial domain, he would need to ascend to purple fortune. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. His journey was still long.
Observing Montag C's lifeless form.
Yun Chuan snapped his fingers, causing the corpse to vanish completely. It's time to leave, he mused, gazing towards the horizon. He needed to train diligently and aspire to join Mu Qingyan and the others in their celestial domain. In an instant, Yun Chuan transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from Sunset Valley. Upon returning to Lingyuan sect, the sect master, Ross, showered him with compliments before activating the teleportation array, allowing Yun Chuan to return. Ross intended to invite Yun Chuan to dinner, hosting a banquet in his honor. However, Yun Chuan had numerous matters to attend to and could not afford to linger for a meal. Back in the Ziwei celestial domain, within the celestial sky palace, Emosienner was lost in thought in her chamber. Her hands rested on the table, supporting her head as her reflection revealed her extraordinary beauty. Even Mu Qingyan and her companions could not compare to her appearance. At that moment, Emosienner's long hair cascaded down her shoulders, markedly different from her usual attire. On ordinary days, Emosienner would tie her hair up and don a hat to conceal her beauty, clad in golden and silver armor that completely obscured her allure. However, today she adorned herself in a flowing green gown, her hair cascading down to her shoulders, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. Indeed, no one could possibly turn away from such a captivating visage. At this moment, Yun Chuan returned to the grand hall that belonged to Emosienner, intent on hastily apologizing to her. Having left in a rush earlier, he could only hope that she would overlook his impetuousness.
Sister Xian.
Yun Chuan darted into Emosienner's chamber, but upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him, Emosienner appeared more beautiful than ever. After all, she had never worn feminine attire in his presence until this very moment. Sister Sienner, I apologize for leaving so abruptly last time. There was a pressing matter. Yun Chuan finally regained his composure and spoke first. Emosiener's face flushed a deep crimson. I'm not angry. Just please step outside, she stammered, her embarrassment palpable. Yun Chuan, realizing the impropriety of his sudden intrusion, quickly closed the door and retreated to his own quarters. However, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. She was not upset, which was a comfort. Time to cultivate and see if I can comprehend the star technique. Yun Chuan mused, resolutely deciding to delve into the third chapter of the star technique. He sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Emosiener stepped out of her room, prepared to offer Yun Chuan some guidance, as he was currently training under her tutelage. Yet, she was astonished upon her arrival. Enlightenment, she gasped softly. Such a state of understanding was not only rare in the Penglai region, but even among the denizens of the celestial realm, achieving enlightenment was exceedingly difficult. Even consuming the enlightenment tea merely enhanced the chances of entering such a state, but it did not guarantee it. Nevertheless, enlightenment tea was a rare commodity, often unattainable. In her lifetime, Emosiener had only experienced enlightenment 3 times, when she broke through the mortal emperor realm, during her ascension to the celestial sovereign, and again when she achieved the celestial emperor status. Since then, she had not attained enlightenment again. She longed for that state once more, but to achieve it, one needed the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. The speed at which Yun Chuan entered this state was astonishing. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Yun Chuan possessed an extraordinary level of comprehension. Once he commenced his training, he could directly enter a state of enlightenment. Oh, isn't it infuriating? Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening, Emosiener thought, choosing not to disturb him and quietly departed. Yun Chuan, engrossed in his pursuit of the star technique, remained oblivious to her presence. Given Emosiener's prowess, it was effortless for her to conceal her aura and presence. At this moment, Yun Chuan fervently endeavored to grasp the essence of the star technique, a feeling so ethereal and elusive that it seemed intangible. How he wished for a star to rest in his hand. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed sparkling starlight beginning to manifest in his palm. Indeed, how splendid it would be to have the stars within one's grasp. In that instant, Yun Chuan experienced a profound epiphany. To seize the stars. Thus, he invoked the third chapter of the starry decree, the burial of stars. The starlight in his palm began to erupt in a dazzling display. Though it appeared harmless to the onlookers, within his hand lay a formidable technique capable of annihilating all. How had he not conceived of this earlier? If one were to liken his palm to a world, then by employing the technique of star seizing, he could conjure an entire universe within it, subsequently igniting the starlight in a cataclysmic explosion, thereby enacting the burial of stars. Essentially, it is a more powerful variant of the annihilation of stars, yet with an even greater magnitude of devastation. Chapter 73. The innocent Yun Chuan. An hour had passed. Yun Chuan had truly mastered the art of burial star, and remarkably, this technique consumed little celestial energy. Upon exiting his chamber, Yun Chuan caught sight of Emosiener.
Sister Xian?
What brings you here? Yun Chuan inquired with a hint of perplexity. Have you completed your training? I thought you were in a state of enlightenment. How is it that you finished so soon? Emosiener responded, equally bewildered. Typically, the state of enlightenment persisted for several days, and for those with exceptional talent, it was not uncommon to remain in that state for weeks. Yet, Yun Chuan had only been in a state of enlightenment for 1 or 2 hours, which seemed rather brief. Enlightenment? I was practicing a technique, and once I succeeded, my training naturally concluded. Yun Chuan replied with an air of nonchalance. For him, entering a state of enlightenment was as simple as engaging in training, thanks to his extraordinary comprehension. There was no need for him to linger in that state for an extended period. The opportunity for enlightenment is exceedingly rare. Many individuals go their entire lives without experiencing it. How could you have ended it so prematurely?
Emosiener restrained her impulse to reprimand Yun Chuan.
Though she felt a tinge of frustration, lamenting that he had squandered a precious opportunity. Sister Siener, I may be somewhat different from others. I can enter a state of enlightenment at any time, which is why I exited it early, Yun Chuan stated candidly. You can enter enlightenment at any time? Anyone can boast. Why don't you claim to be an immortal emperor while you're at it?
Montag Xian retortet, exasperatet.
She never anticipated that Yun Chuan would not only reject her counsel but would also brag about his abilities. If she agreed with him, he might elevate himself even further in his own estimations. Shaking her head, Sienna retreated to her own room, needing a moment of tranquility, hoping that Yun Chuan would come to realize his mistakes on his own. Left standing in place, Yun Chuan blinked in confusion, unsure of what to say. He was taken aback, thinking he had merely spoken the truth, yet he found himself labeled a braggart.
Observing Montag Xian rs elir demianor.
He sensed that she was on the verge of striking him. His slight frame could hardly withstand the fist of an immortal emperor. For now, it was best to avoid provoking her further. Exiting the main hall, Yun Chuan made his way to the teleportation array, as it was a place where he might encounter others. Within the Celestial Dome Hall, he had not encountered many individuals, despite Sienna mentioning the numerous disciples there. Surely, she was not deceiving him. The guard at the teleportation array found it curious that Yun Chuan sought him out for trivial matters concerning the Celestial Dome Hall. However, upon learning that he was training alongside Sienna, the guard understood. Sienna was renowned for her icy demeanor, rarely bestowing kindness upon anyone, regardless of gender. The guard began to enlighten Yun Chuan about the Celestial Dome Hall. There were a total of 6 immortal emperors, which included the 5 esteemed immortal emperors of the Celestial Dome Hall and the Hall Master. The 5 immortal emperors were the Glazed Immortal Emperor Sienna, the Dragon Sword Immortal Emperor Qin Jian, the Spirit Treasure Immortal Emperor Shen Wanwan, the Supreme Heaven Immortal Emperor Shen Yuanju, and the Thunder Immortal Emperor Nyerimo. Among them, Sienna stood as the sole female immortal emperor. Only the Master of the Celestial Dome, known as the Supreme Celestial Emperor, Feng, holds the title of the most formidable celestial sovereign. However, each celestial emperor has a disciple, commonly referred to as a celestial apprentice by the world. Prior to this, apart from Sienna, every celestial emperor had a celestial apprentice, all of whom were at least of the heavenly immortal realm. Of course, now Yun Chuan has also become a celestial apprentice, yet his current cultivation at the 8th level of the transformation realm is indeed unimpressive. Yun Chuan then came to realize that every celestial emperor possesses a disciple who is distinctly different from other apprentices. Yun Chuan inquired, "My dear friend, apart from the celestial apprentices under the celestial emperors, what other disciples are there?" The man pondered briefly and responded, "There are hardly any other disciples. The Celestial Dome itself is an independent force that does not recruit disciples broadly. Even those who come are merely tasked with menial duties." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Yun Chuan's mouth. It turned out that Sienna had deceived him, claiming that there were numerous disciples in the Celestial Dome and that his strength was insufficient, thus arranging for him to serve as an outer hall disciple. After all this, it seemed he was likely the only one in that role. Nevertheless, Yun Chuan found himself pondering why Sienna would deceive him. Their conversation lasted nearly 2 hours, and Yun Chuan was taken aback by how long they could discuss the Celestial Dome. Upon returning to his room, he resolved to question Sienna. Knock, knock.
Yun Chuan gently tapped on Molybdane Xian rs door.
Sister Xian
Are you there? I am still alive.
Montag Xian replied coldly.
As Yun Chuan entered the room, he observed Sienna, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet he took the initiative to speak first.
Sister Xian
Am I merely an outer hall disciple of the Celestial Dome now? He asked, eager to see how Sienna would navigate this situation. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Sienna's expression noticeably shifted, though she quickly concealed it. Then I suppose I can no longer stay here, Yun Chuan said, lifting his gaze to the sky at a melancholic 45-degree angle, feeling particularly desolate. Why? Isn't staying here quite good?
Montag Xian indet somevat agitatet, replied.
Such a situation will invite gossip from the other disciples. My heart is too fragile to withstand such storms. In that moment, a tear almost fell from the corner of Yun Chuan's right eye, but he managed to hold it back just in time. One must admit, his acting skills were commendable. Why hadn't the Yun Chuan of his past thought to pursue acting instead of sweeping floors in a musty stairwell? Observing Yun Chuan's expression and hearing his emotionally charged words, Emosienner felt a twinge of compassion, realizing he was still but a child. Yun Chuan, in truth, you need not think this way. You are not merely an outer hall disciple. You are my disciple, and no one will speak ill of you. Yet, Emosienner could not resist the urge to deceive Yun Chuan further. Internally, Yun Chuan chuckled. It was indeed as he suspected, but he wondered why she felt the need to mislead him. Then, Sister Sienner, why did you say I am an outer hall disciple? Yun Chuan asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Emosienner appeared conflicted, unsure of how to respond. Initially, my apprehension was not about your reluctance to join our celestial hall. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the hall lacks any external disciples, possessing only celestial apprentices. Each celestial sovereign has a singular apprentice, which renders the celestial hall rather sparse in numbers. Yet, Emosienner resolved to unveil the truth. She could not bear to deceive Yun Chuan, such an innocent child. Yun Chuan's expression morphed into one of enlightenment. Sister Sienner, how could I possibly refrain from joining the celestial hall? Even if it meant merely becoming an external disciple, I would still join, he declared earnestly. Emosienner felt a surge of emotion. She had not anticipated that Yun Chuan would be such a righteous child, utterly unconcerned about her fabrications. By the way, Sister Sienner, here, this is for you. Yun Chuan presented a celestial fruit, placing it into Emosienner's hand. What is this? Emosienner was taken aback with astonishment. This is the celestial fruit my friend gifted me when I traveled to the Jade Harmony celestial domain, Yun Chuan said, his demeanor unwavering. Emosienner was profoundly shocked. The celestial fruit was a divine fruit she had never tasted herself. Chapter 74. The Celestial Level Alchemy Codex. At this moment, Emosienner found herself overwhelmed with emotion, predominantly touched, not merely due to Yun Chuan's gift of a vision fruit, but also because he bore no resentment towards her for the misunderstanding. Instead, he reflected upon his own shortcomings. Had she truly misjudged him all along? She believed that someone like Yun Chuan would not lie. Could it be that he genuinely possessed the ability to enter a state of enlightenment at any given moment? It must be said that Emosienner was indeed astute, yet she had been somewhat deceived by Yun Chuan. Had Mu Qingyan been present, she would have swiftly unveiled Yun Chuan's ruse, for she too had once fallen prey to his remarkable acting skills. Thank you, Yun Chuan.
Montag Xian expresset sincerely.
Her prideful nature having never compelled her to solicit assistance from others, nor had she ever uttered the words thank you in her life. This was her first, yet not her last. She would surely say it often in the future. It's nothing, Sister Sienner. As you embark on your cultivation journey, consider me your master. A master does not express gratitude to their disciple. Accept it, the vision fruit has quite remarkable effects, Yun Chuan replied with a pure smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Indeed, you consumed a vision fruit as well. Emosienner nodded, but then suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Yun Chuan was taken aback. Her shout was quite loud. What is it, Sister Sienner? He stammered, bewildered. The power contained within the vision fruit is immense. Those below the Celestial Emperor realm risk losing control and facing fatal consequences when refining it. Emosienner said with a furrowed brow, gravely serious. This is no trivial matter. While the vision fruit is indeed valuable, its usage must be discerning. If one is at the Celestial Emperor level, it may be manageable. However, for those below this realm, consuming it greatly increases the risk of being unable to fully refine the energy within, leading to catastrophic outcomes. Yun Chuan was somewhat dazed. He recalled feeling quite uncomfortable when he refined the fruit, nearly unable to contain its energy. It took him quite some time to suppress it. Could this be due to his unique constitution? Yet, as he pondered this, he hoped fervently that the leader of Lingyuan's sect was unscathed. The leader, being merely at the Earth Immortal realm, lacked a constitution like Yun Chuan's and likely would struggle to endure.
Sister Xian.
Does that mean the Earth Immortal realm also faces a significant risk of fatality when refining the vision fruit? Yun Chuan inquired hesitantly. Of course, did I not mention it? Anyone below the Celestial Emperor realm cannot fully refine the vision fruit and faces a high likelihood of demise. Emosienner stated with an expressionless demeanor. Alas, Ross, oh Ross, may you find favor with fate. Yun Chuan thought of the leader of Lingyuan sect, who had shown him utmost respect during his visit to the Yuhing celestial domain. If he were to perish, Yun Chuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. What troubles you? Emotionner observed the change in his expression, concern etched on her face. Nothing, Sister Siener, merely lost in thought, Yun Chuan replied with a smile. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that everything would ultimately hinge upon fate. System, sign in. Recalling that he had yet to sign in today, Yun Chuan felt a flicker of inspiration. Ding! Successfully signed in at Emotionner's chamber. Reward: Celestial Grade Alchemy Manual. Celestial Grade Alchemy Manual? Yun Chuan nearly forgot that he possessed the ability to concoct elixirs. It had been so long since he last practiced that he was uncertain if his skills had become rusty. Learning celestial grade alchemy upon arriving in the celestial realm was indeed fitting for his character. However, he still needed to procure a superior alchemy furnace. The one he had borrowed from the Blood Demon sect was of too low a grade to produce any worthwhile elixirs. A high-quality alchemy furnace was essential.
Sister Xian.
Do you have any good alchemy furnaces? Yun Chuan inquired. The Emotionner beside him was indeed affluent. The Celestial Emperor must possess excellent items. An alchemy furnace? What do you need it for? Emotionner asked, somewhat perplexed, as Yun Chuan's conversation seemed to divert in unexpected directions. Of course, it's for alchemy. Yun Chuan replied with a playful grin. You can also concoct elixirs?
Montag Xian expresset disbelief.
Yun Chuan already exhibited remarkable cultivation talent, and now he claimed to have alchemical skills as well. Who could be so perfect, mastering every art? Why? Do you not believe me? Yun Chuan retorted. Is there truly any difficulty in alchemy? If I were to claim I could produce celestial elixirs, would that frighten you? Emotionner indeed found it hard to believe Yun Chuan's assertion. Yet how could such an innocent child deceive anyone? Perhaps he truly could concoct elixirs.
No,
I believe you. What grade of alchemy furnace do you require?
Montag Xian nodded, albeit hesitantly.
The higher, the better, Sister Siener. The first batch of elixirs I produce shall be for you to sample. Yun Chuan declared with unwavering confidence. Emotionner, at a loss for words, thought, shall I let him test the poison? She managed a wry smile before vanishing from the room to seek a high-grade alchemy furnace for Yun Chuan. For some reason, she held a firm belief that he could indeed create elixirs. His handsome face could only be described with 3 words: captivatingly enchanting. It appeared to be the kind of visage that could deceive, yet it was perhaps this very face that led one to misinterpret him. In truth, Yun Chuan was an exceedingly innocent child, incapable of deceit. This was one of the reasons Emotionner placed her trust in him. At that moment, Yun Chuan was engrossed in studying the Celestial Grade Alchemy Manual. It must be said that the techniques and elixirs contained within were unlike anything he had ever encountered, best described as extraordinary. The title of Alchemy Master he previously held paled in comparison. There was no basis for comparison whatsoever. For others, at the stage of transformation into a celestial, it would be impossible to concoct celestial-grade elixirs due to insufficient celestial energy. However, for Yun Chuan, this was entirely a different matter. With 9 dancies, the celestial energy he stored was 9 times that of others, making the crafting of celestial elixirs an effortless endeavor. How disheartening it must be for those alchemists who had labored for tens of thousands of years, yet remained unable to produce celestial elixirs due to their insufficient cultivation. Just as Yun Chuan was lost in thought, Emotionner returned. Yun Chuan, this alchemy furnace is of celestial sovereign grade, the Yen Yi Ding. As Emotionner raised her hand, a cauldron for alchemy materialized out of thin air, emanating an intensely scorching aura that caused beads of sweat to form upon approaching within 3 meters. Sister Siener, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Yun Chuan stowed the Yen Yi cauldron and proceeded to the heart of the grand hall. The room was too confined for Yun Chuan to fully unleash his abilities. Emotionner accompanied him to the center of the hall. Yun Chuan set down the Yen Yi cauldron, closed his eyes, and a myriad of elixirs from the celestial-level alchemical scriptures began to swirl in his mind. This is it. Yun Chuan's gaze sharpened as he identified a suitable potion, known as the soul-gathering pill. It is a concoction designed to mend the soul and enhance spiritual strength, perfectly suited for Emotionner. With a motion of his hand, heavenly flames flickered to life in his palm, while countless medicinal ingredients soared forth from his storage ring. Fusion. Refinement. Emotionner, filled with astonishment, could scarcely fathom that Yun Chuan truly possessed the ability to concoct elixirs. Chapter 75. The awakening of the primordial super-divine body. Although Yun Chuan's methods appeared somewhat crude, with herbs haphazardly tossed into the cauldron, the steps were undeniably correct. Refining the medicine, merging the ingredients, and condensing the elixir. At last, Yun Chuan withdrew the heavenly fire, his aura surging, ready to commence the condensation of the elixir. Condense. With a resounding clap of his hand, 5 plump golden elixirs soared from the cauldron, landing softly in his palm. The soul-gathering pill had been successfully crafted. The golden threads encircling the elixirs signified their perfection, ensuring a complete absorption of the medicinal properties. Yun Chuan approached Emotionner, extending 3 elixirs towards her. Sister Siener, I have not deceived you. Take these. He smiled gently, grasping her hand and placing the elixirs within her grasp. Emotionner was at a loss for words, feeling reluctant to accept the elixirs. This, Yun Chuan, these are your creations. You should use them yourself. She attempted to return the elixirs to him, but he deftly withdrew his hand.
Sister Xian.
These elixirs were crafted for you. This is the soul-gathering pill, designed to nourish and enhance the soul. It should prove beneficial for someone of your celestial emperor stature. Yun Chuan said, shaking his head slightly. The sight of the elixirs in her hand, with their 9 delicate threads signaling their impeccable grade, was astonishing. Soul-nourishing elixirs were exceedingly rare, let alone a perfect-grade soul-gathering pill of celestial emperor quality. Even at an auction, they would fetch a considerable price. Please take them.
Sister Xian.
You have gifted me the celestial emperor-grade alchemical cauldron, the Yen-E cauldron. Thus, 3 celestial emperor-grade elixirs constitute a fair exchange. So do not refuse. Yun Chuan insisted in an irresistible tone. With no alternative, Emotionner accepted the elixirs. Her current strength in terms of soul power was the weakest, and the benefits these 3 elixirs could provide were immeasurable. She had brought Yun Chuan into the celestial hall, accepting him as her disciple. Yet it was he who had bestowed gifts upon her without receiving anything substantial in return. The realization was somewhat humbling. She had previously deemed him arrogant and boastful, yet he had accomplished everything he claimed he would. Thank you, Yun Chuan. Emotionner beamed at him, her smile radiant. It must be said, she looked exquisite in her feminine attire. Not only was her beauty breathtaking, but her figure was equally alluring. Noticing Yun Chuan's gaze upon her, she felt her cheeks flush, growing increasingly warm. Turning away, Emotionner retreated from his sight, returning to her chamber. In her room, she gazed into the mirror, her complexion notably rosy, shaking her head in disbelief. What is happening to me? She murmured softly. How could someone at the celestial emperor level blush without reason? It was entirely due to Yun Chuan, was it not? This man consistently brought her surprises, each more astonishing than the last. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan stood in the center of the hall, bewildered. What is the rush? Am I truly that frightening? He pondered, perplexed. How could my handsome visage possibly frighten her? Yun Chuan pondered, bewildered by the enigma of Emotionner's sudden departure. With a flicker of thought, he vanished in an instant. Yun Chuan found himself in his little world once more, where Ao Wu also resided, seemingly quite fond of this place. Daddy! Daddy! Ao Wu leaped and landed atop Yun Chuan's head. Has it grown stronger? Observing the 4 tails sprouting from Ao Wu's back, he noted its ascension to the soul realm. Within this little world, Ao Wu's growth surpassed that of the outside realm significantly. Here, eat. Yun Chuan produced 3 fire lotus fruits without hesitation. He had yet to finish the previous ones, so he decided to bestow the remaining fruits upon Ao Wu. For him, the fire lotus fruits held little value compared to the immortal fruits, as his physical constitution had improved, making the absorption of the immortal fruits far less taxing. Gazing at the cherry blossom grove, he was reminded of his university days on Blue Star, where couples often gathered beneath the cherry trees, a place where romantic love blossomed. However, reflecting on it, he realized he had no means to return, yet he found contentment in this world, having a wife and a family. He longed for the day he would welcome a son or daughter. On Blue Star, he had been alone, an orphan from a young age, but in this world, He at least had the company of family. His sole desire now was to enhance his strength to protect those most dear to him. System sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful, granting the host a strand of primordial true qi. Oh, Yun Chuan did not anticipate that the primordial true qi would be so readily awarded to him. He had thought that the last strand of primordial true qi would not be granted so easily. Fusion. As the final strand of primordial true qi entered his body, a transformation began to unfold. He could now effortlessly sense the flow of blood within him. Golden blood. Observing the vibrant liquid coursing through him, he was astonished to find it was golden. Ding. Fusion successful. Primordial super divine body is now activating. Waves of energy began to ripple around him, reminiscent of an ancient relic emerging from a coffin, old and mysterious. In the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. Bang! Bang! Sounds of collision echoed from within his body. At that moment, Yun Chuan broke through 2 realms in succession, officially stepping into the first layer of the mortal-immortal realm. The primordial super-divine body had been fully activated. Aside from the transformation of his blood to gold, he noticed no other significant changes. He inhaled a breath of immortal energy, which surged towards him with fervor. How swift! Yun Chuan was taken aback. The rate at which the primordial super-divine body absorbed immortal energy was utterly transformed. The absorption speed of the super-divine body had always been rapid, and this evolution had more than doubled that speed. System. Display my character panel. Yun Chuan spoke slowly, and a panel materialized before his eyes. Name. Yun Chuan. Age. 17 Realm. Mortal-immortal realm. First level fortune. 5,500 points. Yellow fortune. Physique. Primordial super-divine body. Super-divine comprehension. Ancient dual pupil. Golden eyes. Innate primordial Tao embryo. 9 heavens Dan Si battle pet. Aowu. Ancestral bloodline of the 9-tailed fox clan. Cultivation techniques. Stellar decision. Tao micro immortal classic. Mysterious origin classic. Immortal grade alchemy classic items. Divine concealment cloak. Broken blade. Nether gun. Dragon slayer sword. Flame dragon armor set abilities. Frost armor. Extreme cold storm. Words manifesting laws martial skills. Sword drawing technique. Raging waves palm. Godslayer strike. Immutable bright king seal. 10,000 swords returning to origin. Heavenly puppet technique. Divine clone technique. Awe-inspiring power. Bagua divine palm domain of laws. Absolute zero. Upon examining his character panel, Yun Chuan was astonished to discover the extent of his possessions. Particularly in the physique section, the multitude of traits was staggering. A common individual would boast a single one and revel in it for a lifetime. Yet, he could boast of such a plethora that it would take him 10 lifetimes to exhaust the bragging rights. Chapter 76. Journey to the Yinyang Celestial Palace. Upon witnessing this celestial-level puppet technique, Yun Chuan recalled the martial art awarded by the system after he vanquished the master of the Heavenly Remnant Valley, a skill he had yet to thoroughly explore. Furthermore, he considered the divine avatar technique. Currently, his shadow avatar was stationed at the Xian Yuan Palace within the Penglai region, and it was high time for him to solidify his light avatar as well. After all, the utility of avatars was significant, facilitating the completion of numerous tasks. Ding! A mission has been issued. Journey to the Yinyang Celestial Palace, within the Tianying Celestial Domain, to rescue the great Emperor Xian Yuan. Mission duration. 1 year. A mission. To the Yinyang Celestial Palace. A sense of perplexity washed over Yun Chuan. Did not the great Emperor Xian Yuan hold a distinguished status within that celestial palace? Why then was he required to undertake a rescue mission? Was there some peril involved? In an instant, Yun Chuan vanished from the small world, retreating. A year seemed an eternity to him. Since his transmigration and cultivation, not even a year had elapsed. Thus he was eager to expedite the task. Knock, knock.
Yun Chuan rept om molybdeen Xianer Estor.
Sister Xianer, I wish to inquire about something. Mo Xianer promptly invited him into her chamber. It was unclear when it became so natural for Yun Chuan to enter her room, devoid of any sense of discomfort.
Sister Xianer.
Do you know where the Tianying Celestial Domain is located? Yun Chuan inquired directly. Mo Xianer furrowed her brow slightly, searching her mind for such a place, yet failing to locate it. The Tianying celestial domain, it cannot be part of the upper 9 heavens, can it? She suggested. Indeed, it is not, Yun Chuan affirmed. You will need to visit the teleportation array. The guards there should have the information you seek. But why are you going to the Tianying celestial domain?
Montag Xian asket Ernest ly.
I have an old acquaintance I must rescue. Yun Chuan replied truthfully, for the great Emperor Xian Yuan was indeed an old friend. It was he who had bestowed upon him the 8 trigrams divine palm. Another acquaintance? Is it a man or a woman? You are quite young. Having come from the Penglai region, yet you seem to have many old acquaintances in the celestial domains, Emosienner pointed out incisively. Indeed. It is an old acquaintance, but the creator of my former sect has ascended to the celestial domain. And then, before Yun Chuan could finish, Emosienner quickly interjected, I will accompany you. Even in the lower 9 heavens, your strength is still too insufficient.
Montag Xian reflexively utterze Suggestion.
Seemingly unaware of why she had made such a request. Ah, you can accompany me? Yun Chuan expressed his astonishment. However, with Emosienner by his side, he would have no worries. Indeed, his strength was still too feeble. Previously, when he ventured to the Yuheng celestial domain, the leader of the Ling Yuan sect had also been at the Earth Immortal level. Since you are in such a hurry, let us set off promptly, Emosienner, realizing the peculiarity of her earlier statement, hastily shifted the topic and urged Yun Chuan. Very well, let us depart, Yun Chuan replied. Subsequently, Emosienner grasped Yun Chuan's arm and, in an instant, they vanished, only to reappear at the entrance of the teleportation array. The guard, who had been lethargic just moments before, immediately straightened upon seeing Emosienner. I pay my respects to the glazed immortal emperor. The guard knelt down, bowing reverently to her. Arise. We are bound for the heavenly eagle immortal domain. Emosienner reverted to her previous icy demeanor, speaking coldly. Yes, Your Excellency. The guard replied promptly, hastily beginning his search. After a brief moment, he finally found what he sought. Your Excellency, the heavenly eagle immortal domain is governed by the Linglan immortal domain, part of the lower 9 heavens, and the teleportation array is now activated. The guard again knelt respectfully. Let us proceed. Emosienner firmly pulled Yun Chuan into the teleportation array, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Watching their departure, the guard finally exhaled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like pearls. This was the first time he had ever encountered an immortal emperor at the teleportation array, which had left him somewhat apprehensive. The transit was swift, though it took longer than Yun Chuan's previous journey to the Yuheng immortal domain, as the latter was under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Palace, making it relatively nearer. However, it was only a few moments more before they reached the heavenly eagle immortal domain. Yun Chuan and Emosienner soon materialized in a desolate expanse, devoid of any life. Sister Sienner, let us exit this barren land and inquire about the location of the Yinyang Heavenly Palace, Yun Chuan suggested, glancing at Emosienner. She remained silent but nodded slightly. The two transformed into streaks of light and vanished. Emosienner's speed surpassed Yun Chuan's, causing him to be swiftly pulled along. They soon arrived at a bustling city, where Yun Chuan naturally assumed the role of the inquirer. Locating a small shopkeeper, he tossed a celestial stone and asked, Good sir, do you happen to know where the Yinyang Heavenly Palace is located? The Yinyang Heavenly Palace? It has been rather turbulent of late. It would be wise to avoid getting involved, young man, the shopkeeper cautioned, pocketing the celestial stone. No worries, just provide me with the information, Yun Chuan replied with a smile. The shopkeeper produced a map, marking the location of the Yinyang Heavenly Palace. Thank you. Yun Chuan clasped his hands in gratitude and departed. Returning to Emosienner, she glanced at the map and waved her hand, causing them to vanish once more. In the next moment, a colossal floating city emerged before Yun Chuan's eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, they arrived at the Yinyang Heavenly Palace. Was this the power of an immortal emperor? Truly, one cannot perceive such matters through the lens of an ordinary individual. Is this it? Emosienner surveyed the floating city before her, a hint of disdain flickering in her heart. This hardly impresses. The celestial energy is thin, and they couldn't even afford to construct the entrance with celestial artifacts. It's merely an ordinary imperial artifact. As they entered, they were confronted by two fierce-looking guards. "Who are you?" "The Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace does not permit strangers to enter." One of the guards brandished a spear towards Yun Chuan and Empress. "Stand down." With a delicate flick of her fingertip, Empress unleashed a plume of milky white gas that instantaneously pierced the foreheads of the two expendables, resulting in the emergence of two crimson wounds, marking their demise. Yun Chuan gazed at Empress with a chill settling in his heart. This was undeniably excessive violence. He had intended to inquire about the circumstances, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away.
Unfazit. Montag Xian LED Yun Chuan onward.
For the majesty of the immortal emperor was not to be challenged by such insignificant beings. However, upon entering, the scene before Yun Chuan caused him to gasp in horror. Corpses littered the ground, and countless splashes of blood adorned the earth, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly gruesome. Empress, too, appeared taken aback by the sight, her brows knitting together in perplexity.
Uyang pu.
"Will you not yield your position?" Suddenly, a furious roar echoed in the ears of Yun Chuan and Empress. Chapter 77. Moved? Dare not move. Listening to the sound, it seemed that the battle here was far from over. Yun Chuan and Empress followed the direction of the noise, only to be struck with profound shock by the scene before them. Hundreds of cultivators were kneeling on the ground, with only a handful seated high above in the palace. At the center stood a figure in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura of demonic energy. "Oyang Pu, are you refusing to yield your position?" A burly man on the platform glared menacingly at the individual kneeling in the front, his face twisted with fury. "Humph, Xiao Liming, what right do you, a dog of the demonic clan who defies humanity, have to claim the title of master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace?" Oyang Pu knelt at the forefront, and despite being suppressed by a powerful aura, he maintained his upright posture. This earned Yun Chuan's respect. He would not bow for power or privilege. However, Yun Chuan did not forget the purpose of his arrival. Stepping forward, he cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone, hear me. Where is the Xian Yuan Emperor?" At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent, not in awe of Yun Chuan's voice, but in mourning. Wasn't it suicidal to speak out now? Have you all gone deaf? Where is the Xian Yuan Emperor? Yun Chuan shouted again, his anger boiling over when no one responded. In that moment, a disciple of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace leapt forward, cursing, "Who is this rustic fool? Get out of here." Yun Chuan regarded the disciple, astonished by the audacity of one so weak, even in the transformation realm. "Come here. If I don't knock the stuffing out of you today, I'll consider your guts intact." Yun Chuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. "Eliminate him." The figure in black robes, radiating demonic energy, spoke with a voice that was hoarse and piercing, an unpleasant sound to the ears. A male voice, harsh and grating, could only belong to a pretender or a coward. The sharpness was expected, but the hoarseness, well, one could infer the intense emotions behind it. A small figure in a Taoist robe charged forward, his hand morphing into a claw aimed directly at Yun Chuan's throat. Yet, Yun Chuan remained unfazed, bolstered by the presence of the immortal emperor behind him. It would be a disservice to himself not to act boldly. With an expressionless face, he began to transmit a message to Empress. "Sister Siener, I cannot defeat this person." Empress struggled to stifle her laughter. Moments ago, he had been challenging the heavens, and now he was calling for her assistance. However, just as the claw of the small figure was about to reach Yun Chuan's neck, it exploded in a shower of blood. "I ask once more, where is the Xian Yuan Emperor?" Yun Chuan stepped forward, his demeanor regal and imposing, exuding a captivating charisma. "Who are you, and why are you so insistent on finding the Xian Yuan Emperor?" "There is no such individual in our Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace," Xiao Liming interjected, clearly reluctant to offend Yun Chuan. After all, the display of power exhibited by Yun Chuan was indeed astonishing. Two individuals daring to intrude upon the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace must either possess an exceedingly strong background or be fools. Yet, it was evident that Yun Chuan did not belong to the latter category, for one could not be so handsome and yet lack intelligence. "There is no such person," Yun Chuan murmured softly. "It seems that the Supreme Emperor Xian Yuan is the title they use in the realm of Penglai. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, It is unlikely that he would refer to himself as an emperor. I never did inquire about the true name of the Supreme Emperor Xian Yuan, which is rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, I should have arrived at the correct location. The system is infallible. System, are you there? What is the true name of the Supreme Emperor Xian Yuan? Yun Chuan began to query the system within his mind. Ding. The Supreme Emperor Xian Yuan is named Yuan Ding. What, gardener? Yun Chuan was somewhat bewildered. Such an invincible being in the realm of Penglai has such an unremarkable name. Isn't that the one who waters flowers? Ahem, he also has another name, Yuan Ding. Yun Chuan cleared his throat and spoke once more. Suddenly, behind him, Emosienner could not help but burst into laughter. After all, Yun Chuan's pretentious demeanor struck her as quite amusing, presenting a stark contrast to his usual self. It was then that the crowd noticed the woman behind Yun Chuan. Although half of her face was obscured, her beauty radiated unmistakably. Meanwhile, Xiao Liming realized that they had come to seek Yuan Ding. Bring out Yuan Ding. Xiao Liming turned to a thin, small figure clad in a Taoist robe and spoke in a low voice. The small figure nodded and then vanished from the stage. In mere moments, the small figure returned, escorting a middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man appeared feeble, resembling a dying candle. Yet, Yun Chuan could still recognize him as the Supreme Emperor Xian Yuan. Supreme Emperor Xian Yuan. Yun Chuan addressed Yuan Ding. The middle-aged man slowly raised his head. It had been a long time since he had heard such a title, one that could only be uttered by those from the realm of Penglai. When he locked eyes with Yun Chuan, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and a flicker of light returned to his eyes. You, that brat from Xian Yuan Palace. Yuan Ding spoke with great difficulty, as if his vocal cords had been severed, making speech extremely laborious. Release him, Yun Chuan commanded, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. To expect us to release him, your attitude makes it rather challenging for us. Xiao Liming gritted his teeth, the sound of his grinding teeth reverberating ominously. Challenging? Then let us resolve it. Yun Chuan bellowed, unleashing a force that sent several disciples of the Transformation Realm and Mortal Emperor Realm hurtling away for dozens of meters. You! Xiao Liming pointed at Yun Chuan, seething with rage, unable to articulate his fury. What about me? Yun Chuan retorted. The figure clad in black, suffused with demonic energy, could no longer remain passive. Xiao Liming, eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan's displeasure surged forth as he countered angrily. What's your business here, you pathetic coward? Stay out of this. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed figure, filled with demonic rage, charged towards Yun Chuan. Naturally, Yun Chuan was no match for him and swiftly retreated to Emosienner's side. Emosienner felt a bit embarrassed. How could Yun Chuan be so shameless? Yun Chuan, possessing an audacious demeanor, felt no trepidation. If he could prevail, he would fight. If not, he would retreat. Such is the choice of the astute. However, he was grateful that Emosienner accompanied him on this occasion. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The malevolent energy surged forth, advancing directly towards the positions of Emosienner and Yun Chuan. Unbridled, Emosienner bellowed, causing the very heavens to tremble. The cloaked figure instantly recognized the formidable nature of Emosienner, realizing that he was no match for her, even as a celestial being. Transforming into a wisp of dark vapor, he vanished in an instant. He understood that a mere second's delay could spell his doom, a realization he gleaned from the overwhelming aura emanating from Emosienner. This woman was truly terrifying. Yun Chuan stood frozen, awestruck by the sheer power of Emosienner's roar, which had effortlessly driven the cloaked figure away. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Xiao Liming and his companions remained dumbfounded, paralyzed by fear, utterly unable to move. Were they moved by her display? Indeed. Did they dare to act? Absolutely not. Chapter 78. The abyss of 9 hells. Having witnessed the terrifying power of Emosienner, Xiao Liming and his companions were rendered motionless, paralyzed by fear. Could they escape? If a celestial being could be so swiftly vanquished, what hope did a mere earthly being have of fleeing? At this moment, the Shenyuan Emperor was also released, his aura diminished, appearing as though he were on the brink of death, clearly having endured significant torment. Shen Yuan Sr., are you all right? Yun Chuan hastily supported the Shen Yuan Emperor, for he had entrusted his legacy to him. Moreover, as the ancestor of Shen Yuan Palace, it was only fitting for Yun Chuan to treat him with such reverence. To think that, in the end, it would be you who saved me, the Shen Yuan Emperor murmured, his voice trembling and weak. Senior, you jest. I am a disciple of Shen Yuan Palace, and having received your teachings, it is only right that I do not stand idly by, Yun Chuan replied with a smile. What is this? The Shen Yuan Emperor inquired, gazing at Emosyener's impassive countenance. She is the Liuli immortal emperor of the Celestial Hall, and I suppose she could be considered my mentor, Yun Chuan articulated after a moment's thought. He had initially contemplated referring to her as sister, but it felt somewhat awkward. An immortal emperor, the Shen Yuan Emperor exclaimed, though his voice remained feeble. Bowing his head in a half-kneeling posture, he paid his respects to the immortal emperor. No need for that. Please tell me what transpired, Senior, Yun Chuan urged, helping the Shen Yuan Emperor to his feet. Meanwhile, Emosyener glared at Yun Chuan with evident annoyance. As an immortal emperor, what is wrong with being revered? And do you truly believe you can dictate my affairs? She silently chastised him, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The Shen Yuan Emperor remained silent, and soon a middle-aged man clad in azure robes approached. I pay my respects to the immortal emperor. Thank you for your life-saving grace, he said. I am Ouyang Pu, the master of the Yinyang Celestial Palace. Coughing, the Shen Yuan Emperor explained, but as he spoke, he tasted blood in his throat and coughed up 2 mouthfuls. Senior is gravely injured. Allow me to speak, Ouyang Pu interjected, steadying the Shen Yuan Emperor. The black-robed figure slain by the immortal emperor hails from the abyss of 9 hells, their goal being to annex our Yinyang Celestial Palace as a stronghold for their demonic kin. We rose in defiance, yet we were simply no match for them. The chasm between celestials and earthly beings is too vast, and with betrayal from within, the Yinyang Celestial Palace fell swiftly. As Ouyang Pu recounted the events, his gaze shifted to Xiao Liming and the others, his eyes filled with indignation. The abyss of 9 hells?
Montag Xian interjected.
Indeed.
Ouyang puis répondait digerli.
What? Is there something amiss, Sister Siener? Yun Chuan asked, a slight frown creasing his brow as he looked at her. The abyss of 9 hells has been sealed for merely a short span of 100,000 years. How could the demonic beings from the abyss of 9 hells have emerged?
Montag Xian pondert, hier Konfusion evident.
She had been too young to partake in the sealing of the abyss, but she had certainly heard much about it. Within lies a formidable demon, one capable of wreaking havoc upon the world, whose cruelty is so profound that it could annihilate an entire celestial realm merely for the sake of refining its powers. Such malevolence compelled 11 invincible celestial emperors to unite in sealing it away, ensuring a millennium of peace for the celestial domain. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire indeed. Emosyener harbored doubts. Had the seal of the 9 nether demon abyss begun to weaken? If so, it was indeed plausible that lesser demons could be released. The celestial demon he had vanquished was a case in point. It appeared that, upon his return, a thorough investigation into the current state of the 9 nether demon abyss was imperative. Should the seal truly falter, allowing the emergence of that great demon, it would pose a grave threat to the entire celestial realm. Now that all is well, you should take some time to rest, Senior Shen Yuan, Yun Chuan remarked. Subsequently, Ouyang Pu summoned 2 disciples to assist Senior Shen Yuan in resting. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving Emperor Shen Yuan. At long last, the most enchanting 4 words in existence had manifested. Task completed. Reward: Celestial Emperor Artifact, Jiu Yuan Tian Shen Sword. Seeds of the Wang Xian Fruit Tree. The Jiu Yuan Tian Shen Sword, a Celestial Emperor Artifact. Yun Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but his astonishment stemmed not from the artifact itself, but rather from the seeds of the Wang Xian Fruit Tree. This meant an inexhaustible supply of Wang Xian fruit. Yun Chuan, since our task is complete, let us return.
Montag Xian suggested.
Given the gravity of the 9 nether demon abyss, the foremost priority was to ascertain whether the seal had indeed weakened. The tranquility of the celestial realm was at stake, and it could not be approached carelessly. Indeed, Yun Chuan nodded, fully aware of the seriousness of the matter. It was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from Empress. Clearly, the seal of the 9 nether demon abyss was no trifling matter. Nevertheless, Yun Chuan sought out Emperor Xian Yuan and provided him with several healing elixirs. Senior Xian Yuan, once you have recovered, feel free to visit me at the Canglan Palace in the Ziwei Celestial Realm, Yun Chuan stated before departing. However, this remark left Emperor Xian Yuan with a peculiar sensation. Upon reflection, he realized that reaching the upper 9 heavens celestial realm was no simple feat. Having spent 1,000,000 years in the celestial domain, he believed it to be the only one, never having ventured beyond the Tianying celestial realm. With his cultivation at the first level of the earth celestial realm, ascending to the upper 9 heavens was akin to scaling the heavens. Though there were teleportation arrays, his current cultivation was insufficient to activate them. To operate such arrays, one would need at least the strength of a celestial emperor. Only major powers like the Canglan Palace possessed independent arrays that did not require celestial energy to function. In that moment, Yun Chuan and Empress returned to the desolate land where they had first arrived. Empress summoned the power of the celestial emperor, producing a substantial amount of celestial stones to activate the teleportation array. Let us proceed. Empress turned to Yun Chuan, taking his hand, and together they vanished into the array. The teleportation array worked swiftly. Within mere moments, they reappeared in the Canglan Palace. The guard, who had been leisurely seated, instinctively sprang to attention upon seeing Empress. Greetings, Celestial Emperor Lioli. The guard bowed his head, too timid to gaze upward. Yun Chuan, you should return to the Lioli Palace. I need to discuss this matter with the palace master. Empress addressed him without acknowledging the guard. Yun Chuan nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, Empress transformed into a shimmering light, vanishing from the scene, leaving behind a faint and delicate fragrance. After her departure, the kneeling guard rose, unable to refrain from giving Yun Chuan a thumbs up. It was his first time witnessing the Lioli immortal emperor in such a state, for the emperor rarely conversed with any male, even among the other esteemed immortal emperors. My friend, why do you remain on your knees? Yun Chuan inquired with a smile. Seeing the immortal emperor unbowed signifies a lack of desire for life. As if you wish to perish, the guard retorted with a roll of his eyes. The relationship between the two was not mired in complex hierarchies. Rather, Yun Chuan found the formalities burdensome and was disinclined towards such customs. Yet, he pondered on how to cultivate the seeds of his Wangxian fruit tree. Chapter 79. To live a life worth living, Yun Chuan returned to the Lioli Hall, and suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. How could he forget about his own little world? This sanctuary was undeniably secure and teeming with celestial energy, just as abundant as that of the outside world. The miniature realm created by the innate Taichu Dao was indeed exceptional, brimming with countless advantages. With a mere thought, Yun Chuan stepped into his little world. However, he did not find Aowu anywhere. He speculated that it might be frolicking in some corner. He discovered an excellent plot of land, conveniently located beside a flowing river, which would ensure the Wuxian fruit tree received ample moisture. He retrieved a seed of the Wuxian fruit tree, which appeared rather unremarkable, resembling a watermelon seed in its appearance. Placing the seed into the soil, he scooped up a handful of water and drenched it. Surely that would suffice? Watching the water seep into the earth, he assumed the seed would absorb it without issue. Yet, whether in his past life or this one, Yun Chuan possessed no experience in cultivation. He had never even tended to a flower, rendering him uncertain about the proper method of planting a tree. His recollection suggested that burying it in the soil and watering it would suffice. Ding! Host, are you truly nurturing this precious Wuxian fruit tree seed with ordinary water? Do you believe that is sufficient for its growth? At that moment, a somewhat anthropomorphic notification echoed in his mind. Huh? Why wouldn't that count? Yun Chuan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this the way to plant a tree? The system, taken aback, found itself at a loss for words. How had it ended up with such a host, one who so blatantly disregarded the finer details? Gazing at the tiny seed, Yun Chuan felt a swell of pride, considering it a child of his own. Grow quickly, he murmured, looking down at the seed nestled in the earth. Subsequently, he moved aside to begin his cultivation, as strength was paramount. He was eager to discern the transformations within his Taichu super divine body. Let us see what changes it has undergone, he whispered. As he operated the Dao Wei Xianjing, torrents of celestial energy surged into his 9 Dan Seas with astonishing swiftness. If an ordinary person were to witness this, they would likely be rendered speechless in awe. The speed at which he absorbed celestial energy outstripped even that of an immortal emperor. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan, engrossed in his training within his little world, remained oblivious to the upheaval occurring in the outside realm, all instigated by his actions. Above the Zhangqiong Hall, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, with multicolored auspicious clouds stretching over 10,000 miles. In the next moment, these clouds morphed again, as waves of purple mist began to envelop the area, surpassing the previous rainbow clouds in scale. Purple chi rises from the east for 30,000 miles. Another supreme phenomenon emerged. At that moment, Mo Xiener was engaged in discussions with the hall master, Mo Feng, regarding matters concerning the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Yet, in the very next instant, the celestial anomaly struck. Mo Xiener naturally caught sight of this spectacle. The 7-colored auspicious clouds. Is a prodigious genius about to make their appearance? She exclaimed in astonishment. However, before she could fully process the shock brought on by the 7-colored clouds, the subsequent emergence of the 30,000-mile purple chi plunged her into an even deeper state of astonishment. Yet another supreme phenomenon? At that moment, Mo Feng spoke in a deep voice. Is it one of our people appearing above the Zhangqiong Hall? He continued, pondering the matter, yet, upon reflection, there are no such prodigies within the Zhangqiong Hall. Mo Xiener, equally perplexed, questioned why such a phenomenon would manifest in the skies above the hall. However, in the next instant, a thought struck her. Yun Chuan, is it you?
Montag Xian uret tu herself.
Without delay, she departed, intent on returning to the Lioli Hall to confirm her suspicions. Hey, Xiener, where are you going? Mo Feng called out as he rose to his feet. Yet, Mo Xiener paid him no heed. In a heartbeat, she arrived at the Lioli Hall, but despite scouring every corner, she could not find Yun Chuan's presence. Disappearing once more, she soon materialized at the teleportation array. Have you seen Yun Chuan? She asked coldly, suddenly appearing before the young guard. Cough, cough. I greet the Lioli immortal emperor. The guard, caught off guard while drinking, spluttered and then spoke nervously. Answer me. Mo Xiener pressed again. Yun Chuan informed me that he returned to the Lioli Hall. The guard replied truthfully. Mo Xiener remained silent, furrowing her brow before vanishing again. What is happening these past 2 days? How can my fragile heart endure this? The guard patted his chest, still reeling from the oppressive aura of Mo Xiener. Mo Xiener did not return to the Lioli Hall. Her divine sense had already scoured every nook and cranny of the hall. She found no trace of Yun Chuan. Given her cultivation at the immortal emperor level, her divine sense could not be mistaken. She was certain that Yun Chuan was not in the Lioli Hall. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Chuan was engrossed in his training within a small world, a realm beyond this one, essentially non-existent in this space. It was natural that Mo Xiener's divine sense could not locate him. In his secluded realm, Yun Chuan was entirely cut off from the outside world, rendering him oblivious to these phenomena. In this self-contained universe, he was akin to a deity. In total, Yun Chuan devoted 5 entire days to his cultivation. During this time, he successfully broke through 2 minor realms. One could not help but marvel at the fearsome power of his advantages. Upon entering the immortal realm, advancing a single level becomes exceedingly challenging. Even with his advantages, it took 5 days for him to achieve 2 breakthroughs. Subsequently, Yun Chuan glanced at his character panel. Name: Yun Chuan. Age: 17. Realm: 3rd stage of Immortal Realm. Fortune: 8,500 points. Green Fortune. Physique: Primordial Super Divine Body, Super Divine Level Comprehension, Ancient Heavy Pupil, Golden Eye, Innate Primordial Tao Embryo, 9 Heavens Dan Si Battle Pet, Aowu, currently in 4-tailed form of the 9-tailed Fox Clan. Cultivation Techniques: Stellar Decision, Dao Wei Immortal Cannon, Shen Yuan Code, Immortal Level Alchemy Cannon Items, Divine Concealment Cloak, Broken Blade Sword, Netherworld Spear, Dragon Sword, Flame Dragon Set, 9 Yuan Tian Chen Sword, Seeds of the Celestial Fruit Tree. Divine Abilities: Frost armor, extreme cold storm, words manifest law martial skills. Sword drawing technique, surging waves palm, god-destroying slash, immovable king seal, 10,000 swords returning to origin, heavenly level puppet technique, divine level clone technique, awe-inspiring power, Bagua divine palm law domain. Absolute zero. Yun Chuan felt perplexed. How had his fortune value increased by 3,000 points? This was even more than what he had gained from defeating Moze. Moreover, it had transformed into green. Yun Chuan vaguely noticed a greenish glow emanating from above his head. This system. Get out here. Quickly remove the green from my head. Yun Chuan exclaimed in anger. Ding. In order to lead a fulfilling life, one must carry a bit of green on their head. It is harmless. Harmless? Do you even know what green represents? It is the color most despised by men. Yun Chuan continued to scold. However, the only response was the system's silent retaliation. Damn it! Chapter 80. Once again astonishing Emotioner. Though Yun Chuan had reached this point primarily due to the assistance of the system, it often played mischievous tricks on him. Now, with a peculiar green hue adorning his head, how was he to face the world? You wretched system, how can I step outside with this green crown? Frustrated, Yun Chuan unleashed a torrent of invective. Host need not worry. This is only visible to you. Upon hearing this, Yun Chuan managed to regain a semblance of composure. If it were invisible to others, that was somewhat reassuring, yet having a green head felt undeniably odd. His fortune needed urgent enhancement. However, in the next moment, his attention was wholly captivated by the seed of the wishful fruit tree. To his astonishment, merely 5 days had passed, and that tiny seed had already sprouted a delicate shoot. Grow quickly, little wishful fruit tree. I am eagerly awaiting your bounty. With that, Yun Chuan pulled out another wishful fruit to indulge in. Yet this time, he did not experience the previous sensation. Rather, the power emanating from the fruit was directly consumed. In the next instant, he sensed a slight elevation in his realm. Isn't the wishful fruit supposed to merely enhance vitality? How did my realm improve? What gives? You wretched system? Yun Chuan murmured, perplexed. Host, please refrain from personal attacks, or I shall block you. Really? This system has quite the temper, he retorted. The primordial super-divine body can directly consume the wishful fruit, transforming it into cultivation prowess. So that's how it is. This primordial super-divine body is truly formidable. Yet why does the improvement feel so sluggish? Ding! The celestial energy required for the primordial super-divine body is immensely vast, making breakthroughs more challenging than for ordinary immortals. For Yun Chuan, this situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. Although the progress was slow, it was steady and reliable, which he found commendable. Rising to depart the small world after 5 days, during which he suspected Emotioner must have sought him, Yun Chuan's figure materialized in the glazed hall. Fortuitously, Emotioner had also appeared in the glazed hall. Yun Chuan, where have you been these past few days? She inquired, striding directly toward him. I was in seclusion, Sister Siener, and I have made some progress in my cultivation, Yun Chuan replied earnestly. However, in the next moment, Emosiener's words made him wish to tear apart that wretched system. As long as everything is all right, but Yun Chuan, why is there a faint green light flickering atop your head? Yun Chuan froze in place. Hadn't it been said that no one but he could see it? You dog of a system. Get out here. Didn't you claim that no one else could see it? He fumed internally. Ding, the green fortune is already quite high. Host, please do not remain oblivious to your blessings. Then why didn't I have a yellow glow before? Why did it only turn green? Yun Chuan continued, convinced that the system was purposely tormenting him and surely possessed a method to remove the green light. Ding! Please refrain from barking. Yun Chuan, at that moment, he wore a face of exasperation, his lips twitching slightly. Yun Chuan, what's wrong? You're not ill, are you? Emotioner observed Yun Chuan's expression. One moment he frowned in irritation, the next he began to twitch slightly, resembling someone with a minor stroke, leading her to believe he was unwell.
Top.
Tap.
Montag Xian Ergently patted Yun Chuans Schulter.
It's nothing, Sister Siener. How goes the matter of the 9 Nether Abyss? Yun Chuan inquired with a forced smile. The 9 Nether Abyss is located in the celestial realm beyond, and I intend to venture there today to investigate, Emotioner replied. The celestial realm beyond? Yun Chuan had never heard of such a place. Indeed, the celestial realm beyond lies above the 9 heavens immortal domain, yet it constitutes a realm of its own. With the 9 nether abyss sealed within it, Emosiener elaborated. This time I plan to go alone, as currently, the seal of the 9 nether abyss is merely loosening, with no signs of it being completely breached. There is no need to summon the other immortal emperors for assistance. Yun Chuan nodded. If we are going today, I shall accompany you. Emosiener's expression tightened, and she quickly replied, No, you cannot go. It is far too dangerous. Yun Chuan, undeterred, responded nonchalantly, Sister Siener. Since the 9 nether abyss is only experiencing a minor loosening of the seal, it shouldn't stir up any significant troubles. My presence should not pose much danger. Emosiener furrowed her brows, lost in thought. While Yun Chuan's reasoning was not without merit, she feared the potential for unexpected events, which could leave her struggling to protect herself. Very well, but you must stay close to me, she finally conceded, deciding to allow Yun Chuan to accompany her. Of course. Rest assured, Sister Siener, Yun Chuan affirmed with a nod. However, Yun Chuan's true motivation for venturing into the abyss was the task assigned to him by the system, to investigate the traces of the great demon within the 9 nether abyss, with the promise of substantial rewards. Naturally, he could not easily forfeit this opportunity, especially with the protection of an immortal emperor like Emosiener. What could be more advantageous than that? Are we departing today? Yun Chuan asked. Yes, but there is no teleportation array to the celestial realm beyond. At my speed, it will take about half a month, Emosiener stated seriously. Yun Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even an immortal emperor like Emosiener would require half a month to reach the celestial realm beyond. If he were to go alone, it would take him at least 100 days. Wait a moment, Sister Siener, Yun Chuan said, his eyes glinting with a smile.
Montag Xian erluoket puzzled.
Unsure of Yun Chuan's intentions. He then produced the yen ding along with several types of herbs. I will concoct some elixirs to stave off boredom during our journey, as well as some healing potions, Yun Chuan explained with a grin as he began his alchemical work. With herbs in one hand and celestial fire in the other, he commenced the process. Emosiener couldn't help but shake her head in admiration. To be skilled in alchemy is indeed a boon. Your words carry such confidence. To pass the time with a few elixirs? It's no wonder the top alchemists in the immortal realm are so arrogant. After all, a master alchemist commands the loyalty of countless followers. Approximately 2 hours passed. Yun Chuan has finally succeeded in concocting the necessary elixirs. He has crafted potions for elevating realms, restoring celestial energy and physical strength, rejuvenating vitality, healing external injuries, and even reviving the soul. The Ascension Elixir, the Vitality Restoration Pill, the Qi Control Pill, the Rainfall Elixir, and the Soul Gathering Pill. Gazing at the 5 types of elixirs before him, Yun Chuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Each variety boasted 10 perfect grade 9 pattern pills. Moreover, each pill was of impeccable quality. Emosiener was once again left astounded by Yun Chuan's prowess. Every single elixir was of flawless quality, a feat that perhaps even the most elite alchemists in the celestial realm could not achieve. The failure rate stood at 0. In every aspect that Yun Chuan displayed, his talents were unparalleled, leading Emosiener to harbor doubts. Could Yun Chuan truly be human? Could a mere 17 or 18-year-old possess such perfection? Chapter 81. For supreme, extraordinary visions, Emosiener stood motionless, lost in contemplation. Indeed, among the young disciples she had encountered, Yun Chuan was the most exceptional. The ability to strike the bell 10 times indicated his remarkable cultivation talent. Coupled with his extraordinary alchemy skills, both of which were unparalleled, could he possibly possess the ability to split himself? How could one delve into so many disciplines simultaneously? Furthermore, the presence of the divine beast, the 9-tailed fox, by his side suggested that his fortune was equally significant, which genuinely astonished Emosiener. Sister Siener, what troubles you? Yun Chuan inquired, retracting the yen ding and approaching her, waving his hand before her eyes. Emosiener snapped back to reality. It's nothing. Shall we depart now? Yun Chuan nodded in agreement. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the two appeared before the gates of the Zhongqiong Palace. At the entrance stood a girl clad in a gown of pristine white. "Xiao Bai, let us go." Emotioner smiled at the girl. "Yes, master," she replied. In the next moment, a massive, snow-white Chongming bird materialized before them. This Chongming bird, known as Xiao Bai, was the girl from earlier, a companion who had accompanied Emotioner for 100,000 years and had attained the status of immortal sovereign. In terms of speed, she surpassed Emotioner by twice the measure, making their journey considerably swifter. To think that the girl was actually the transformed form of an immortal sovereign Chongming bird. While not as prestigious as dragons or phoenixes, the Chongming bird was still a divine beast. However, it was evident that this one was a hybrid. Upon reverting to its true form, only one of its eyes bore a dual pupil. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yun Chuan and Emotioner settled upon the back of the Chongming bird. Yet, upon mounting, the bird turned to glare at Yun Chuan, seemingly harboring some animosity towards him. This, Yun Chuan pondered, having done nothing to offend the creature. Emotioner seemed to sense the bird's hostility as well and quickly remarked, "Yun Chuan, Xiao Bai has never allowed anyone else to ride her except for me, so it's natural for her to feel antagonistic towards you." "It's all right. Let us proceed," Yun Chuan replied with a calm smile. With Emotioner present, he had no doubt that the Chongming bird would not suddenly attack him. "All right, let us go," Xiao Bai, Emotioner commanded. As soon as she finished speaking, the Chongming bird transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. "Yun Chuan, our journey to the outer heaven will take approximately 7 days. Make good use of this time to cultivate," Emotioner instructed. She then positioned herself opposite Yun Chuan and sat cross-legged. The Chongming bird was quite large, nearly 20 meters in length, with a wingspan approaching 50 meters. Yun Chuan nodded and began his cultivation. This 7-day period was just right for practice. However, before Emotioner could enter a meditative state, Yun Chuan commenced the operation of the Dao Wei Xian Dian, but with an even deeper level of mystery than usual. Epiphany.
Montag Xian ergaspet, utterly astonished.
She had not anticipated that Yun Chuan would once again enter a state of enlightenment. This was the second time she had witnessed such a phenomenon in him within a mere month. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed that such occurrences could transpire. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. A 7-colored auspicious cloud, symbolizing a harbinger of good fortune, floated above her head. 7. The 7-colored auspicious cloud. Yet, in an instant the cloud transformed. An unparalleled phenomenon of purple energy descended from the east, hovering above her. This Emotioner was rendered speechless by her shock. At that moment, she realized that the celestial phenomenon of the Zhangqiong Hall was indeed conjured by Yun Chuan. It seemed her previous conjecture was not mistaken. In the next heartbeat, the phenomenon shifted once more, the chaos of the 8 kings. The purple energy above her vanished, replaced by another supreme spectacle, the chaos of the 8 kings. Within this phenomenon, 8 great generals were locked in fierce combat. However, the manifestation lasted merely 10 breaths before transforming again. White fish and red crow. Emotioner was now numb, having witnessed 4 supreme phenomena in rapid succession, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet, Yun Chuan remained unfazed, continuing his cultivation, having entered a state of epiphany that completely isolated him from external distractions. "Yun Chuan, oh Yun Chuan, what manner of person are you?" Emotioner murmured to herself. She considered her own talents to be remarkable, even regarded as a genius in the immortal domain. However, when compared to Yun Chuan, she felt rather inconspicuous. Not only her, but the entire immortal domain had never seen anyone like Yun Chuan. He was exceedingly exceptional, almost defying the heavens. Were such a person to appear in the immortal domain, the heavenly laws would never permit such an existence. Shaking her head, Emotioner resolved to cease her ruminations and prepare for her own cultivation. However, when she began to absorb the celestial energy, she found it unexpectedly difficult, as if a barrier lay between her and the energy. "What?" Emotioner gasped. She was astonished to see that Yun Chuan was absorbing celestial energy even faster than she was. It was important to note that Yun Chuan was merely at the mortal-immortal realm, and by normal standards, had yet to formally embark on the path of immortal cultivation. Yet, this very Yun Chuan was absorbing celestial energy at a pace surpassing hers, while she was at the immortal emperor realm, one of the strongest in this immortal domain. What kind of physique is this? How could it summon four supreme phenomena and absorb celestial energy at a swifter rate than her?
Montag Xian was perplext.
She had never heard of such a powerful constitution. The strongest physiques ranked in the immortal domain were merely the heavy eyes and the innate Tao embryo. She knew Yunchuan possessed the heavy eyes, even the strongest golden eyes, yet that alone could not account for this magnitude. Even if Emocienner racked her brains, she could never conceive that Yunchuan possessed both of these physiques, and even more so, a constitution far superior to the innate Tao embryo, the innate primordial Tao embryo. She could not possibly fathom that Yunchuan also had the 9 heavens Dan-Si and the primordial super-divine body. This realm of existence could not bear any more phenomena. Hence, only 4 supreme manifestations appeared. Otherwise, it is likely that all phenomena would revolve solely around Yunchuan. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Emocienner could cultivate effectively. In the presence of Yunchuan, she could hardly absorb any celestial energy, let alone make any progress. With no other recourse, Emocienner could only gaze upon the scenery of the world, seeking to alleviate the tedium of these past few days. However, beyond this, she took the opportunity to observe Yunchuan closely. In addition to his exceptional aptitude for cultivation, his visage was nothing short of extraordinary. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that were delicate yet rosy, complemented by cascading long hair, one could not deny the captivating allure of his appearance. As Emocienner continued to gaze, she felt her cheeks flush slightly, prompting her to quickly regain her composure. Yunchuan is my disciple. What are you thinking, Emocienner? Images surged in her mind, but she swiftly cast them away. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. The very notion that had crossed her mind left her feeling embarrassed. As an empress of the immortals, how could she lack such composure? Chapter 82. The statue awakens. Time swiftly passed. 7 days had elapsed, and it was only the day prior that Yunchuan and Emocienner entered the celestial realm. They were now en route to a location within the celestial realm known as the Valley of Sealing Demons, where the 9 nether demon cave lay. As of now, Yunchuan remained in a deep state of enlightenment and had yet to awaken. After an hour had passed, upon reaching the Valley of Sealing Demons, Yunchuan finally opened his eyes. His cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of the mortal-immortal realm within these 7 days. As he surveyed his surroundings, a dense wave of demonic energy surged toward him. Sister Sienner, have we arrived? Yunchuan inquired softly. Emocienner turned to gaze at Yunchuan. You are awake. Yunchuan. Yes. Just awakened. Yunchuan nodded affirmatively. We have reached the Valley of Sealing Demons. Not far ahead lies the 9 nether demon cave, Emocienner stated, holding a map that indicated the cave's location. This marked her first visit. When she was younger, the great demon had been sealed within the 9 nether demon cave, a battle she was unable to partake in at that time. Little White accelerated once more, a streak of light flashing past, and soon they arrived at their destination. Little White transformed into human form, still that maiden clad in a gown of purest white. However, she no longer underestimated Yunchuan, having witnessed the 4 unparalleled phenomena that manifested during his cultivation. The trio stood together at the entrance of the 9 nether demon cave, an ancient opening from which boundless demonic energy surged forth. Is this truly the 9 nether demon cave? Yunchuan murmured to himself. The name suggested a cave, yet it indeed resembled one, albeit an exceedingly vast one. The entrance was rectangular, soaring to a height exceeding 1,000 meters and spanning at least several hundred meters in width. Was this really a cave? Emocienner, visiting the 9 nether demon cave for the first time, was equally astonished, for the entrance was indeed colossal. Just as she was about to step forward, a tremendous wave of demonic energy emanated from within the cave. Whoosh! Emocienner released her aura at the celestial emperor level, forming a barrier to ward off the encroaching demonic energy. Such a mere aura was already terrifying. Emocienner's expression grew grave as she spoke in a solemn tone. This is merely the demonic energy released while sealed. One can only imagine how formidable this great demon, who once stirred the entire immortal domain, must have been at the height of its power. It must surely be a terrifying existence, at least at the peak of the celestial emperor level. At that very moment, Yunchuan sensed a trace of a familiar aura, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Little White, stay here and guard. I shall venture inside to investigate, Emotionner instructed, turning to Little White with a serious demeanor. Master, it is very dangerous inside. I fear. Little White expressed her concerns. I understand, but I must enter to ascertain the situation. Otherwise, this journey would be in vain, Emotionner replied, revealing an unprecedented gravity in her expression. I will accompany you inside, Yun Chuan said from behind. No, it is far too perilous within. I may not even be able to return unscathed myself. Emotionner spoke sharply, clearly not jesting. Trust me, Sister Sienner. That magical aura felt eerily familiar. Yun Chuan furrowed his brow. You've encountered it before? Emotionner queried, perplexed. Indeed, Yun Chuan nodded affirmatively. The magical aura was unmistakably known to him. He had undoubtedly encountered it previously, but the memory eluded him for the moment. Before Emotionner could respond, Yun Chuan had already stepped towards the entrance of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Let us proceed, Sister Sienner, he called back. With no alternative, Emotionner acquiesced. Following Yun Chuan into the abyss, after a few flickers of light, the two entered the cave, where the demonic energy was even more potent than outside. Yes, this aura is definitely familiar to me, Yun Chuan mused inwardly. Suddenly, the malevolent energy surged once more, but Emotionner was prepared and successfully shielded them. In that moment, Yun Chuan confirmed that the aura belonged to the battle demon bone. Back in the Penglai region, the essence released by the Black Demon Emperor was identical to this aura, though the latter was far more untainted. Yet, fundamentally, there was no difference. The battle demon bone, this aura is exactly like that of the ancient demon. The battle demon, Yun Chuan spoke gravely. The battle demon bone? The battle demon? Emotionner appeared bewildered, unacquainted with either term. Indeed, the battle demon bone is a sacred relic left by the unparalleled battle demon of the demon clan, consisting of 11 vertebrae. I once encountered one in the Penglai region, Yun Chuan elaborated. Yet, a wave of confusion washed over him. Wasn't the battle demon supposed to have perished long ago? Why then did the aura of the battle demon bone manifest here? Moreover, the era of the battle demon's existence was at the end of the ancient times, nearly tens of millions of years ago. Could the battle demon truly have survived for such an epoch? Furthermore, as per Emotionner's accounts, this formidable demon was sealed a mere 100,000 years ago, with historical records indicating the battle demon's disappearance over 10 million years past. Most believed that the battle demon had been slain, forced to disintegrate its own body and return the 11 battle demon bones to the demon clan. It was inconceivable that the demon sealed here could be the battle demon. Could it be that this formidable entity possessed battle demon bones as well? This was the most plausible explanation that Yun Chuan could conceive. However, Emotionner's ignorance of the battle demon caught Yun Chuan by surprise. Sister Sienner, the battle demon is an ancient and terrifying entity. If it is indeed sealed here, we may find ourselves at an impasse, Yun Chuan stated candidly. Indeed, if the battle demon was imprisoned in this place, they would be left with no means of confrontation. Emotionner fell into contemplation. She did not doubt Yun Chuan's words, for he had no reason to deceive her. She trusted him implicitly. Let us proceed further, Yun Chuan suggested thereafter. Emotionner remained silent but nodded in agreement. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dim, and the demonic aura thickened. Soon, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. As the two approached once more, they beheld a towering 10-meter statue of a demon, beneath which stood 4 formidable bones. Battle demon bones. Yun Chuan spoke sternly. The malevolent aura they had sensed earlier emanated from these 4 battle demon bones. Thus, his conjecture was indeed correct. This sealed great demon was not merely a battle demon, but a formidable entity possessing 4 battle demon bones. The sheer presence and power derived from these 4 bones was terrifying. One could only ponder the immense strength of the original battle demon. My king, it is time to awaken. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar resonated from the surrounding walls. Yun Chuan instantly activated his heavy pupils, eager to uncover the truth. Under the scrutiny of his enhanced vision, the statue began to open its eyes. Astonishingly, the stone could indeed blink. However, Emotionner remained unaware, only perceiving the grave expression on Yun Chuan's face. Yun Chuan, what is the matter?
Montag Xian inquiret.
Her tone laced with concern. The statue has awakened, Yun Chuan replied in a hushed tone, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the statue, not daring to shift for even a moment. Chapter 83. The desolation of withering roses. Upon hearing these words, Empress was taken aback. She discerned no change in the statue, yet Yun Chuan claimed it had awakened. A human, one at the 3rd level of the immortal emperor realm, and another at the 5th level of the mortal immortal realm? In the next moment, a profound voice resonated in the ears of Yun Chuan and Empress. The statue was speaking. Ah, the owner of the dual pupils? What a twist of fate. The one who sealed me possessed the very same trait. However, that individual bore purple pupils, not golden. The statue continued its monologue, seemingly indifferent to Yun Chuan's presence. Why do you possess the battle demon bones? Yun Chuan inquired, gazing intently at the statue. You are aware of the battle demon bones. The voice, still heavy, rose in pitch, evidently surprised that Yun Chuan knew of their existence. The battle demon bones are sacred relics left by our supreme demon lord, the battle demon. I never anticipated you would be knowledgeable. A flicker of realization flashed in Yun Chuan's eyes. Indeed, these were the battle demon bones, but astonishingly, this great demon possessed 4 of them, leaving Yun Chuan somewhat astounded. Yun Chuan, this great demon is formidable. I am no match for it, Empress said solemnly, regretting her decision to bring Yun Chuan along. Sister Siener, he is still sealed and unable to unleash his power. The sense of oppression you feel emanates from these 4 bones. Yun Chuan pointed towards the 4 battle demon bones beneath the statue. Ha 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 ha. Human, it appears you possess quite a bit of knowledge about the demon lord. However, mere knowledge is futile. The statue suddenly erupted into a shrill laugh, and its eyes emitted a verdant glow. Be careful. A powerful suction force surged forth, and Yun Chuan instinctively shielded Empress, only to be drawn in by the overwhelming pull. Empress barely had time to react before Yun Chuan vanished from her side. Yun Chuan, Empress cried out, then unleashed a palm strike towards the statue, causing the surrounding walls to begin collapsing. She charged towards the statue and subsequently disappeared. After a brief moment, the entire demonic lair fell silent once more. The statue slowly intoned, Eternal Night Demon Realm. At this moment, Yun Chuan found himself within a narrow spatial rift. This is bad. Countless shards of the rift lashed against him, tearing at his arms, chest, and thighs, shredding every visible part of him. As the fragments mercilessly rent his flesh, Yun Chuan gradually closed his eyes. Meanwhile, far away in the Linglan immortal domain, within the sacred fire sanctuary, Mu Qingyan was in the midst of her cultivation when she suddenly felt a tearing pain in her heart. Hiss! Yun Chuan, are you alright? Mu Qingyan murmured, clutching her heart. She was not alone. In the Guanghan immortal domain, within the extreme cold palace, Gu Fenghua also experienced a sharp pang in her heart. Yun Chuan, have you encountered trouble? Gu Fenghua rose, gazing towards the horizon, lost in contemplation. In the ethereal realm of Yuyo, within the Linglong sacred land, Yaoyue experienced a similar sensation, a tormenting pain in her heart. Hiss! Yaoyue could not help but draw a sharp breath. What is it, Yue? The Linglong immortal emperor stood beside her at that moment. Master, I suddenly feel an excruciating pain in my heart, Yaoyue articulated. The Linglong immortal emperor rose, gazing at the heavens, softly murmuring, Sister. Simultaneously, the 3 women felt a pang in their hearts, and their thoughts immediately turned to Yun Chuan. Alas, Yun Chuan had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his body mercilessly torn apart by the shards of the fissure. At this very moment, Empress was also trapped within this spatial rift. However, her cultivation as an immortal emperor allowed her to withstand the onslaught of the shards, albeit barely, and her condition was far from optimal. Her immediate goal was to locate Yun Chuan, whose mortal realm cultivation was insufficient to resist the relentless shards. Empress endured the assault of the shards for an entire 5 days. As 5 days elapsed, she found herself within a void, free from the shards' attacks, yet still unable to catch a glimpse of Yun Chuan. Yun Chuan! Yun Chuan! Empress clenched her fists, calling out loudly. At this moment, her body bore numerous lacerations, a testament to the overwhelming number of shards that she could not completely fend off. She appeared utterly weary, with bloodstains marring her once ethereal visage, and her delicate sky-blue gown was now tattered. The vastness of this void rendered it impossible to locate Yun Chuan. Regret consumed Emosienner. She lamented having brought Yun Chuan into this perilous situation, for had she not, none of this misfortune would have befallen them. She recalled how Yun Chuan instinctively shielded her, only to be engulfed by the rift, and a solitary tear slowly trickled down her flawless cheek. She crouched down, her expression unchanged, as she touched her face and discovered the moisture. Am I crying?
Montag Xian erpondert. Some wat bewilderet.
Images of Yun Chuan's mischievous yet charming face flooded her mind. At this thought, Emosienner could no longer contain herself. Her tears cascaded like a broken dam, unstoppable. Half an hour passed. Emosienner stood once more, resolute. I must find Yun Chuan. I cannot remain in this state. Though her words were slurred and her mind was clouded, her determination was unwavering. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan had emerged from the spatial rift, quietly resting upon a desolate land devoid of light. This was the eternal night demon realm. Time swiftly passed, and another 5 days slipped away. Emosienner had tirelessly searched for Yun Chuan for 5 days without respite. Yet she had finally escaped the void, arriving at the very place where Yun Chuan had fallen. The dark, sunless land of the eternal night demon realm. Undeterred, she continued her frantic search for Yun Chuan, who remained in a deep slumber. Emosienner, however, was becoming increasingly fatigued, on the verge of collapse. The celestial fruit. Yes, the celestial fruit. Emosienner retrieved the wishing fruit that Yun Chuan had bestowed upon her long ago, which she had refrained from consuming until now. This remarkable fruit possessed the power to restore her vitality and energy entirely. With a decisive gulp, she swallowed it whole and commenced the process of refinement. An hour elapsed, during which she fully assimilated the fruit's energy. Her body rejuvenated to approximately 70 to 80% of its former strength. A premonition stirred within her. She felt the approach of a momentous reunion with Yun Chuan. Meanwhile, at the sacred land of extreme fire, Mu Qingyan, immersed in her training, was once again besieged by that excruciating pain in her chest. Confusion enveloped her as fear took root in her heart. Suddenly, a thought dawned upon her. She retrieved the 3 live stone, a symbol of Yun Chuan's existence and the love they shared. Its brilliance remained radiant, yet, in the next instant, the luminescence began to wane slowly until it faded into darkness, devoid of any light. With a sudden gasp, Mu Qingyan felt as though her heart had been shattered. A metallic taste filled her throat, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it upon the 3 live stone. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yun Chuan, Yun Chuan. 2 lines of tears cascaded down her cheeks, evoking the sorrow of wilted roses. Gratitude to my brothers. Chapter 84. Awakening. The sealing spear, the brilliance of the 3 live stone had completely vanished, leaving Mu Qingyan in a state of profound unconsciousness, as if she had suffered a devastating blow. Yun Chuan had once remarked that the radiance emanating from the 3 live stone represented his very essence. Thus, its disappearance could only signify. In this moment, within the pitch-black expanse of the eternal night demon realm, Yun Chuan lay quietly upon a desolate stretch of land. Thump, thump, the sound of a heartbeat resonated. Slowly, Yun Chuan opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. However, he had no time to ponder his environment, for his injuries were too grievous, rendering him utterly immobile. Damn it, my bones are shattered. Upon inspecting his body, Yun Chuan discovered that not a single part was unscathed. His skin was marred by countless lacerations, and even his bones were fractured, leaving him incapable of movement. This desolate place was devoid of life, and he had no inkling of where Emosienner was or the condition of Sister Sienner. Yun Chuan thought to himself, still lying on the ground in an odd position. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged toward him. A figure began to materialize in the distance.
Sister Xian.
Yun Chuan whispered. Indeed, it was Emosienner, who had been searching for him tirelessly for 5 or 6 days. Upon seeing him, she quickened her pace, and after a brief moment, she was by his side. The sight of Yun Chuan in such a dire state caused tears to well up in Emosienner's eyes. His injuries were too severe. Not a single inch of his skin remained unblemished, and he lay contorted on the ground, his body a mere shell of its former self. With shattered bones, Yun Chuan could exert no strength at all, lying there in a crumpled heap, perfectly exemplifying a position where his chest pressed against his back. Yun Chuan, Empress murmured, kneeling beside him and gently caressing his face, her voice choked with emotion. Sister Sienner, it's all right. Please retrieve the items from my storage. I possess healing elixirs, Yun Chuan managed to say with great effort. Following his instruction, Empress produced the Mu Yu Dan, Fu Qi Dan, and Yu Qi Dan. She delicately picked up a Mu Yu Dan and gently placed it in Yun Chuan's mouth. Please, Sister Sienner, feed me the Fu Qi Dan and Yu Qi Dan as well, and another Mu Yu Dan, he instructed while chewing on the elixir. Can you manage all of this? Empress asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I can, Yun Chuan replied, his head nodding slightly, as it was the only part of him that remained mobile. With no other option, Empress poured all the elixirs into his mouth. Once ingested, the Taichu super divine body began to absorb the elixirs, and the wounds on Yun Chuan's body, the torn skin, began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. The sound of cracking echoed as his posture gradually shifted.
Moments later.
He finally returned to a normal position, no longer contorted. However, what astonished Yun Chuan was not merely the efficacy of the elixirs. Their effects were far beyond his expectations. The innate primordial Tao is currently mending his injuries, revealing its remarkable capabilities. Empress observes quietly, her heart gradually easing as she watches Yun Chuan's recovery. His wounds have finally begun to heal. Aside from the celestial energy that has long dissipated within him, his stamina and external injuries are nearly restored. The innate primordial Tao continues to assist him in regaining his physical state.
Sister Xian.
What brings you here? Yun Chuan inquires, finally breaking the silence. Previously, he had shielded Empress from harm, and given her reflexes, she should have been able to resist the pull that drew him into this space. I rushed in, Empress replies softly. It dawns on Yun Chuan that she entered this realm solely to find him. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to follow him here. The statue remains sealed, unable to unleash its true power. Yet this space is shrouded in mystery, devoid of any signs of life, as if entirely isolated from the outside world. Yet why has the system not yet notified him? Could it be that the task remains incomplete? System, have I not accomplished the task? Yun Chuan queries in his mind. Wasn't the assignment to investigate the traces of the great demon? He is now aware of its whereabouts, still ensnared in a seal. Ding! The system inadvertently overlooked this. Rewards will be dispensed immediately. Yun Chuan, you wretched system, perish, he curses inwardly. However, the system utterly disregards his words, transforming them into mere barking sounds in its ears. Yun Chuan, woof, 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 ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Supreme Artifact, the Sealing Demon Spear. This artifact possesses no rank. It is a growth-type weapon that evolves with the host's strength. Currently at the mortal celestial level, the Sealing Demon Spear, and it can grow infinitely. Yun Chuan's breath quickens as he whispers to himself. Were the spear merely at the celestial emperor level, he would not feel such elation, but the fact that it is a growth weapon that enhances alongside his own cultivation is exhilarating. This means he can unleash the spear's full potential regardless of his realm. Raising his hand, a 3-meter-long spear materializes, its entire body a deep obsidian, with 3 sharp blades at the tip representing the essence, energy, and spirit of humanity, each imbued with sealing power and shimmering with a faint silver light, indicative of its unparalleled sharpness. The spear shaft bears ancient markings, though Yun Chuan cannot decipher their significance. With a gentle wave, the space itself seems to distort. Empress notices the spear in Yun Chuan's grasp. Its length exceeds that of an ordinary spear. Yet, what astonishes her even more is the terrifying aura emanating from it. A weapon of mortal celestial level exudes an aura more formidable than her celestial emperor artifact, the Siyu Qin. Yun Chuan, what should we do now?
Montag Xian asks.
Her brow slightly furrowing. Yun Chuan sheathed the demon suppression spear and surveyed his surroundings. The environment was exceedingly harsh, devoid of any signs of life, resembling the vicinity of a volcano. We have no choice but to forge ahead, Yun Chuan stated solemnly. Emotioner nodded. She had at least found Yun Chuan, and her objective had been achieved. They could ponder their escape later. However, in the next moment the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. What? Emotioner murmured. After a brief pause, a dark mass loomed before them. Could it be a horde of beasts? Yun Chuan inquired, raising his gaze. Countless creatures resembling rhinoceroses emerged ahead, each possessing strength ranging from the realm of mortal emperors to that of celestials. While their individual power was not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, estimated to be in the tens of thousands at a glance. Chapter 85, Uniting to Vanquish the Foe. Yun Chuan. I shall hold back these demonic beasts. Emotioner gazed at Yun Chuan, then ascended into the air, emanating a soft yellow glow. Is she employing the Linglong Liuli body? Yun Chuan murmured as he beheld the radiant Emotioner. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically, and she produced a zither from thin air. Juin. Tak. With her right hand, she delicately placed her fingers upon the strings and gently strummed, unleashing a sound wave that obliterated over 100 demonic beasts. Juin. Explode. She plucked 2 more notes, and wherever they resonated, not a blade of grass remained. Thousands of demonic beasts fell to her onslaught. Yun Chuan was astounded. Emotioner's movements appeared graceful and effortless, yet each gesture carried an aura of cataclysmic destruction. This was his first encounter witnessing her wield a weapon and execute such lethal techniques. The Celestial Emperor is indeed formidable. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts could not even approach the pair, as they were annihilated by Emotioner's zither melodies. Juin. Shatter. Emotioner placed both hands on the zither strings and gently strummed again. 2 sound waves erupted forth. The waves intertwined, churning violently as they surged into the horde of demonic beasts, resulting in the immediate demise of thousands. Yun Chuan also retrieved his demon-sealing gun. He could not remain a mere spectator while Emotioner faced these creatures alone. Just as he prepared to fire, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind. The silhouette was indistinct, its features obscured, yet it wielded an identical demon-sealing gun. Who are you? Yun Chuan inquired, perplexed. However, the figure paid him no heed and raised the gun, murmuring, 8 desolations and 6 harmonies gun. The apparition gripped the demon-sealing gun, moving with ethereal grace. As it thrust forward, the air crackled with explosive sounds. This was the inherent technique of the demon-sealing gun, entirely dependent on Yun Chuan's own prowess. Yun Chuan slowly closed his eyes, replaying that shot in his mind, repeating it 10 times. On the 11th iteration, he suddenly gripped the demon-sealing gun tightly, executing a thrust that tore through the surrounding space, manifesting a visible spiral of energy at the tip. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies gun. Yun Chuan's eyes shot open, and the sound of bones clashing echoed from his grasp. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. His shot swept through, toppling all demonic beasts in his path, which subsequently exploded. Emotioner watched in astonishment as Yun Chuan exhibited such formidable combat prowess, annihilating over 100 beasts with a single shot, including those of the Celestial Realm. Sister Xianer, I shall assist you.
Yun Chuan liebt beside Montag Xianer.
Mu Xianer lukt at Yun Chuan.
A smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Yun Chuan, embracing the Sihu Qin, her gaze shifted to the advancing demonic beasts, her focus sharpened. Sword light and zither shadow. Emotioner raised the zither, strumming it with one hand. 3 notes resonated, transforming into 3 long swords that lunged into the horde of beasts. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies gun. Yun Chuan thrust his spear, and in an instant, an explosion erupted. The combined might of the 2 obliterated over 10,000 demon beasts in a heartbeat. The extermination of the demon horde was now more than halfway complete. Although the majority of the credit lay with Emotioner, Yun Chuan's prowess compelled her to reassess her understanding of his capabilities. Despite being only at the 5th level of the mortal-immortal realm, he could still pierce through the defenses of the demon beasts at the immortal realm. In the realm of laws, Absolute Zero. The next moment, Yun Chuan unleashed Absolute Zero, halting the advance of the demon swarm instantly. In that fleeting second, all the beasts were rendered immobile. Although this freezing effect lasted merely a second, it was sufficient for him. Sister Xianer, Eliminate them with a single strike. Yun Chuan turned to Emocien'er, his expression earnest. Emocien'er nodded, closed her eyes, and deftly plucked the strings of her zither.
Immortale technique, zité annihilation.
A seemingly soft melody emerged, yet the terrifying vortex it emanated could effortlessly shred a cultivator at the 9th level of the immortal Saint Realm. Star Burial. Yun Chuan uttered softly, and countless points of starlight materialized in his hand. His heavy pupils unfurled, the golden gaze sweeping across all the demon beasts, while his primordial divine body erupted in full force. The star burial technique detonated instantaneously, enveloping all the demon beasts. A profound silence ensued. As the sky rained down a shower of dust, the multitude of demon beasts vanished completely, transformed into the swirling gray particles that danced away with the wind. Huff! Huff!
Montag Xian erbriest Heavili, clearly fatiguet.
This place was devoid of any celestial energy, making recovery impossible. Though she was at the immortal Emperor realm, her reserves of celestial energy remained limited. Conversely, Yun Chuan had not expended much energy or celestial essence, for he possessed 9 dances within him, granting him a greater reservoir of celestial energy than Emocien'er. Sister Cien'er, are you all right? Yun Chuan supported Emocien'er with concern. However, when his hand rested on her waist, her cheeks flushed crimson. And no, I'm fine. It's just that my celestial energy has been somewhat depleted, and this place lacks celestial energy. Emocien'er stammered, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Unbeknownst to Yun Chuan, he did not detect the turmoil in her eyes and continued to support her. You should rest well. He then helped Emocien'er to sit down on the ground. He retrieved several spirit elevation pills and recovery pills, handing them to her. Fortunately, he had concocted some elixirs prior to their departure for unforeseen circumstances. Emocien'er swallowed a recovery pill, and immediately, she began to replenish her celestial energy. Although this location lacked celestial energy, the essence contained within the recovery pill was substantial. Meanwhile, Yun Chuan was not idle. He intended to enter his small world to check on the growth of his wish fruit. Yet, he found himself blocked from entering. System, what is going on? Why can't I access my small world? Yun Chuan inquired, perplexed. Ding! This realm is known as the Eternal Night Demon Realm, a self-contained world that isolates itself from all external influences, including your small world. The system elucidated. Yun Chuan was somewhat taken aback. What manner of world was this that could prevent him from entering the small realm? A realm that had been crafted from his innate Tai Chi Dao fetus and resided within him? How could he be unable to access it? Yun Chuan, I have refined the elixir, and my celestial energy has been significantly restored. Let us proceed, came the voice of Emocien'er from behind him. Yet, as Yun Chuan listened, he couldn't help but detect a hint of sweetness in her tone. Upon turning, he found Emocien'er gazing at him with a radiant smile. In an instant, the world around them fell into a profound silence, and Yun Chuan's gaze remained fixed upon Emocien'er, momentarily entranced. The smiling Emocien'er possessed eyes as pure as the clearest spring, and most captivating were her 2 delicate dimples, which rendered her enchanting like fine wine, drawing one's attention irresistibly, making it impossible to look away even for the briefest moment. Sister Cien'er, your smile is truly beautiful, Yun Chuan exclaimed, unable to restrain his feelings. Emocien'er, caught off guard, instantly lost her composure, her hands clasped tightly together as she endeavored to conceal her fluster. Chapter 86. The Energy Crystal and the Exit. Yun Chuan, let us first seek a way out of this place. Yun Chuan's sudden remark sent a wave of anxiety through her. Emocien'er found herself at a loss for words and opted to divert the conversation towards their escape. Yun Chuan, too, realized that Emocien'er's earlier laughter had stirred something within him, yet the pressing matter remained how to extricate themselves from this wretched locale. System, how does one escape this place? Ding! Within the Eternal Night Demon Realm lies an energy crystal that sustains its operation. Destroying this energy crystal will break the realm. An energy crystal? Yun Chuan scanned the desolate surroundings, pondering where to locate such a crystal.
Sister Xian.
Let us leave this barren land and see if we can discover anything else. He gazed at Emocien'er with earnestness. Emocien'er nodded, yes, let us go. Having ventured into the 9 nether abyss for nearly half a month, They could not help but wonder about Xiao Bai's well-being outside the abyss. Emosienner felt a twinge of concern for Xiao Bai's safety, yet Yun Chuan had previously mentioned that the formidable demon remained sealed, which should mitigate any immediate danger. However, Mu Qingyan's condition was far less favorable. She had been in a state of unconsciousness for 5 days and had only just begun to awaken. At this moment, a handsome man appeared beside her. "Qingyan, you have finally awakened. 5 days ago, your fainting spell alarmed both me and Master." The man knelt by her bedside, his gaze filled with tenderness. "Ahem, I have told you not to call me Qingyan. Our relationship is not so intimate." Although Mu Qingyan's breath was faint, her eyes radiated unmistakable disdain. "Qingyan, you. Guangming, please step outside. I wish to speak with Qingyan alone." The man was about to retort when a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared at the door, interrupting him. "Yes, master." The man had no choice but to bow his head in submission. He then exited the room. This middle-aged woman was none other than the sovereign of the extreme fire sacred land, the fire spirit immortal emperor, Luo Hongqian. "Qingyan." Luo Hongqian seated herself at the foot of the bed, gently calling out. Mu Qingyan, her complexion pale, whispered, "Master." "Alas, Qingyan, why must you go to such lengths?" Luo Hongqian's expression was one of deep concern as she sighed. It was she who had discovered Mu Qingyan in her state of unconsciousness, and she had also witnessed the lifelessness of the 3 lives stone before her. The stone had lost its radiance, rendering it dim, and she understood the gravity of the situation. "Master, what of the 3 lives stone?"
Mu Qingyan gently inquired.
Luo Hongqian shook her head, retrieving the now dull 3 lives stone and placing it in Mu Qingyan's palm. Unable to contain her sorrow, a single tear fell from Mu Qingyan's eye as she murmured, "Yun Chuan, you promised you would come for me. Why?" With the sight of the lifeless stone, Mu Qingyan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luo Hongqian quickly placed her hand upon Mu Qingyan's chest, channeling her energy to stabilize her. "Qingyan, please remain calm," Luo Hongqian said with a furrowed brow, her face betraying her anxiety. "Your Dao heart has faltered, leading to a backlash in your cultivation. Had I not discovered it in time, the consequences could have been dire. Do you understand?" With a countenance full of indignation, Luo Hongqian continued, "Mu Qingyan is my most cherished disciple. Although she has just arrived at the extreme fire sacred land, her heavenly fire divine body is inherently compatible with her spiritual fire divine body. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, the current predicament pains me deeply." Mu Qingyan stared blankly at the 3 live stone, reminiscing about the moments shared with Yun Chuan, so close yet now so distant. Without Yun Chuan, what meaning does her existence hold? It was Yun Chuan who made her feel the warmth of love and the embrace of family. "Master, may I venture to the Linglan Fairy Domain? I wish to visit the Ziwei Fairy Domain," Mu Qingyan declared, her gaze suddenly resolute as she stowed away the 3 live stone. If Yun Chuan had truly fallen, she must see his remains to find closure. "Very well," Luo Hongqian replied, her heart aching for her disciple. "Once your injuries have healed sufficiently, I shall accompany you." If she were to deny Mu Qingyan this journey, it would forever bind her heart in sorrow, hindering her own progression in cultivation.
Mu Qingyan nodded appreciatively.
"Rest well. I shall return tomorrow with healing remedies," Luo Hongqian said gently, tucking the covers around her before leaving the room. "Guangming, return to your cultivation." Luo Hongqian addressed the handsome young man named Guangming, who stood outside the door, having overheard the conversation. A shadow of darkness crossed his features. "Yes, master," he replied, turning to depart. Watching him leave, Luo Hongqian sighed in exasperation. Why must my 2 disciples share such similar dispositions? Guangming had been attentive to Mu Qingyan since her first day at the extreme fire sacred land, yet she had never acknowledged his efforts. He had also heard of Yun Chuan and, in that moment, his heart brimmed with resentment. "Yun Chuan, you had better be dead. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise." His eyes, clouded with fury, burned red, even though he had never laid eyes on Yun Chuan. Time passed swiftly. Yun Chuan and Emosienner had been traversing the Eternal Night Demon Realm for 10 days without discovering the energy crystal stones mentioned by the system. "Damn system, are you deceiving me? Not even a single stone has appeared in these 10 days. Yun Chuan could not help but curse. "Host, please mind your language. The energy crystal stones indeed exist. This system is wise and just, how could it possibly deceive you? Yun Chuan was at a loss for words, realizing that conversing with the system was futile. However, it seems that after ascending to the celestial realm, the system has become almost sentient, no longer as rigid as before. Helplessly, Yun Chuan continued to search like a headless fly. This place was overly restrictive, rendering the use of spiritual awareness futile, and the quest for crystal stones exceedingly arduous. Sister Amour, please wait for me. Emosienner nodded, a faint and reluctant smile gracing her lips. Observing her, Yun Chuan noted the weariness etched on Emosienner's face. This place lacked any celestial energy, and her rejuvenation pills had already been exhausted. Yun Chuan felt a twinge of regret, wondering why he hadn't refined 100 or so more pills. With a determined focus, he activated his dual pupils and began a thorough search, resolute in his belief that he would uncover the hidden treasure. Suddenly, Yun Chuan was startled. Just 10 miles ahead of him, beneath the ground, an incessant flow of power was ebbing away. Though exceedingly concealed, he could faintly perceive its essence. This must be the location of the ability crystal, the sole exit from this realm. Chapter 87. Absorbing energy and breaking through Sister Sienner. Ahead, at a distance of 10 miles, I sensed an extraordinary energy. That could be the place we seek. Yun Chuan glanced at Emosienner, his pupils gradually returning to one, the golden irises shifting back to an ordinary black. Let us proceed. Emosienner inhaled deeply and spoke. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from their original position, only to appear a moment later 10 miles away, as Yun Chuan had indicated. This is it, right beneath our feet. Yun Chuan looked down at the land below, declaring. Afterward, he turned to Emosienner, offering a reassuring smile. Emosienner surveyed the ground beneath her, which bore no distinction from the paths they had traversed over the past 10 days. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yun Chuan summoned a surge of celestial energy that surged into the earth. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and without time to ponder further, Yun Chuan grasped Emosienner's arm, lifting her up as they both instantly hovered in midair. Emosienner frowned slightly. Yun Chuan's grip was rather forceful. Why Yun Chuan? It hurts a bit. Could you be gentler? Emosienner winced, casting a pleading glance at Yun Chuan, voicing a small complaint. I apologize, Sister Sienner. I was merely concerned about potential hazards. I didn't notice. Yun Chuan quickly withdrew his hand, sheepishly scratching his head. Yun Chuan, what is this? Emosienner pointed at the trembling ground beneath them. This is the exit through which we may escape, the energy crystal that sustains the operation of this realm. Yun Chuan observed the ground, the tremors showing no signs of abating, his expression becoming cautious. In the next moment, the ground began to crack open, a radiant light emanating from the fissure below. A breathtaking energy instantly enveloped the land. A massive crystal, shimmering with silver light, materialized before their eyes. Emosienner gazed at the crystal, her heart brimming with astonishment. The energy radiating from this crystal was overwhelmingly ferocious. Fortunately, it had not yet been unleashed. Had it been, she and Yun Chuan would likely have perished in an instant. This crystal is perilously dangerous. Yun Chuan grew wary. The energy of this crystal was too unruly. If they were to forcefully shatter it, the energy contained within could very well explode outward. Should that occur, neither he nor Emosienner would escape.
Sister Xian.
Is it possible to shatter this crystal? Yun Chuan inquired, his expression somber. Emosienner contemplated the crystal for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. The energy within this crystal is far too vast. I fear. Emosienner did not articulate her remaining thoughts, but Yun Chuan had already surmised them. Emosienner shared his concerns. Even if they were to break the crystal, the explosive energy released could instantly consume both of them. System, the energy of this crystal is overwhelming. How can we shatter it? Yun Chuan lamented, resorting to the system for a solution. Ding. This crystal sustains the operation of the entire eternal night demon realm. Its energy is indeed formidable, but you can absorb it. I can absorb this energy? Yun Chuan was somewhat astonished. Could it be that absorbing this energy wouldn't cause him to explode? The primordial super divine body. renowned as the foremost divine body of the ancient realms, possessed the remarkable ability to encompass all things. Thus, it could undoubtedly absorb this energy. This was the first occasion Yun Chuan had heard the system elucidate the functionalities of the primordial super-divine body. Previously, he had considered it somewhat superfluous. Apart from its rapid cultivation and extensive absorption capabilities, it had seldom demonstrated its utility. How do I shatter this crystal? Yun Chuan inquired. The Sealing Demon Spear. The Eternal Night Demon Realm is a secret technique of the Demon Clan, and the Sealing Demon Spear restrains all demonic entities, the system replied. Understanding dawned upon Yun Chuan, and in the next moment, the Sealing Demon Spear materialized in his grasp. Sister Siener, please keep your distance. Yun Chuan spoke in a solemn tone. The eruption of energy was bound to affect Mo Siener, and he might not have the time to absorb it. Yun Chuan, what are you planning to do? Mo Siener's expression tightened, as if she sensed his impending actions, yet could not restrain her curiosity. The only way for us to escape is to shatter this crystal. Otherwise, I'm sure you wouldn't wish to be trapped here for eternity, Yun Chuan declared, his gaze fixed on the crystal, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He hoped that the crystal wouldn't consume him in its explosion. Sister Siener, ensure your safety, Yun Chuan said, his demeanor calm, having come to terms with the situation. By heavens, being trapped for a lifetime is worse than death. I shall fight with all my might. 8 Desolation and 6 Directions Spear. Yun Chuan gripped the Sealing Demon Spear with fierce determination, vanishing from his original position in an instant, only to reappear before the energy crystal in the next moment. He thrust the spear into the very center of the crystal. Crack! The crystal began to splinter outward from its core, fracturing into countless pieces as it disintegrated instantaneously, scattering in all directions. In the next moment, a terrifying shockwave of energy erupted violently, akin to a scorching volcanic eruption. The Eternal Night Demon Realm trembled. The seething sea of heat surged tumultuously. The entire space quaked, beginning to collapse one layer at a time, reminiscent of a serene lake suddenly disturbed by ripples. Yun Chuan. Mo Siener witnessed the moment the crystal exploded, and Yun Chuan was engulfed by the inferno of energy. Primordial super divine body. Absorb it. Yun Chuan roared, his fists clenched. At that moment, a unique white light emanated from his heart. The energy unleashed by the explosion showed no signs of waning. Yet, in the next instant, Mo Siener glimpsed Yun Chuan's diminutive figure amidst the chaos. The energy from the explosion surged fervently into Yun Chuan's dantian, heart, liver, and every part of his being. System, how can my liver absorb this energy? Yun Chuan was taken aback, astonished that the organs within his body could also be utilized for energy absorption. Ding! This is the terrifying aspect of the primordial super-divine body. Every part of your body that absorbs energy will be enhanced upon refining it. If only the dantian were responsible for absorbing this energy, then even his 9 dantian would be insufficient, and he would still risk explosion. Refine. The energy surged wildly within Yun Chuan's body, with his dantian, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all commencing the absorption and refinement of the energy. The energy remained unabated. Yun Chuan resolved to refine and absorb the energy simultaneously, ensuring his safety. If he merely persisted in mindlessly absorbing without refining, the energy would inevitably overwhelm him, leaving him uncertain of the remaining quantity within the crystal. Damn it! Refine for me! Yun Chuan growled in a low voice, and in an instant, the Dan Sea erupted, inundated by a torrent of energy. Yet, the energy vanished as swiftly as air, disappearing the moment it entered the Dan Sea, instantly absorbed by Yun Chuan. The 6th level of the immortal realm. In the next moment, Yun Chuan unleashed a powerful aura, achieving a breakthrough. Onward, the energies within his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were refined one by one, enhancing their functions, rendering each part as resilient as steel. At this moment, Mo Siener also rushed over. Chapter 88. The Return of My Wife Yun Chuan. Are you all right? Mo Siener anxiously called out from 10 meters away, the terrifying wave of energy impeding her advance. At that moment, Yun Chuan remained silent, fully engrossed in refining the energy, not daring to let his focus waver. 2 days passed in this intense concentration, and finally, Yun Chuan completely absorbed the energy, though he was still in the process of refining it. This energy is astonishingly abundant, Yun Chuan thought, exhilarated by the unexpected wealth of energy. His cultivation level surged to the 7th realm of the mortal-immortal stage. All his bodily functions received a significant enhancement, and he anticipated that once he refined all the energy, breaking through to the 8th realm would be a mere formality. Time flew by and another 2 days elapsed. The tremors caused by the energy explosion gradually subsided. Yun Chuan, Empress suddenly appeared beside him, worry etched across her face. Sister Siener, it's all over now. We can finally leave, he replied, relishing the changes coursing through him. Fully aware that he had surpassed the 8th realm of the mortal-immortal stage, no longer as frail as before. This energy had indeed turned misfortune into fortune for him. That's wonderful. But Yun Chuan, you mustn't act so recklessly in the future. Empress's solemn expression finally softened, her furrowed brow easing. Yun Chuan nodded, though his gaze was fixed on the ground. The exit is just below. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yun Chuan grasped Empress's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. The next moment, they reappeared in the 9 Nether Demon Cave, having successfully escaped the Eternal Night Demon Realm. However, they found themselves in a completely different location, devoid of anything but walls. Not even a trace of demonic energy remained. What happened? Where is that massive demon statue? Empress queried, puzzled by the apparent shift in the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Yun Chuan was equally bewildered, but he decided it was best to leave first. Sister Siener, let's exit this place. The massive demon statue is sealed, and it won't break free within just a month. Yun Chuan explained. They had only spent a month in the Eternal Night Demon Realm, far too brief a time for the colossal demon to shatter its seal. Empress nodded in agreement, and together they vanished, making their way directly toward the exit of the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Ding! The energy of the outer evil being within the dragon lock coffin has been completely refined. Do you wish to transfer its energy to the host? The sudden notification from the system left Yun Chuan momentarily stunned. The dragon lock coffin? He had almost forgotten about this artifact without the system's reminder. System, what exactly is the dragon lock coffin? Yun Chuan inquired within his mind. Ding! The dragon lock coffin, one of the 10 ancient fierce artifacts, can seal and refine all evils of the world. Hiss! Yun Chuan inhaled sharply, taken aback by the revelation. One of the 10 ancient fierce artifacts, capable of refining and sealing all evils. The description was indeed stark and straightforward. However, Yun Chuan relished this straightforward and unadorned approach. He decided to take a moment to reflect rather than rush into action. Having just absorbed the energy crystals, he felt no urgency. He glanced at his character panel, which revealed the following details. Name: Yun Chuan. Age: 17 Realm, 8th level of Mortal-Immortal Realm. Fortune: 9,500 points. Green Fortune. Physique: Primordial Super Divine Body, Super Divine Comprehension, Ancient Dual Pupils, Golden Eyes, Innate Primordial Tao Embryo, 9 Heavens Dan Sea Battle Pet, Aowu, currently in 4-tailed form from the 9-tailed Fox Clan. Cultivation Techniques: Starry Sky Decision, Dao Wei Immortal Canon, Xian Yuan Scripture, Immortal Grade Alchemy Manual Items, Divine Concealment Cloak, Broken Blade Sword, Netherworld Spear, Dragon Sword, Flame Dragon Set, 9 Yuan Tian Qian Sword, Celestial Fruit Tree Seeds, Sealing Demon Spear, Growth Type Divine Artifact, Locking Dragon Coffin, one of the top 10 ancient weapons. Divine Abilities: Frost Armor, Extreme Cold Storm, Command of the Law, 8 Desolates and 6 Harmony Spear Martial Skills. Sword Drawing Technique, Surging Waves Palm, God Eradication Slash, Immovable King Seal, 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin Heavenly Puppet Technique. Divine Clone Technique, Awe-Inspiring All Directions, Bagua Divine Palm Law Domain. Absolute Zero. Everything appeared satisfactory, yet the green fortune always ignited within him a desire to confront the system. This thought filled Yun Chuan with frustration, especially as he could do nothing against this wretched system. System, I delight in watching you desire to confront me yet find yourself powerless. Yun Chuan, what troubles you? Empress observed his fluctuating expressions of surprise and anger, finding it quite peculiar. Oh, nothing. I will be out shortly, Sister Siener. Yun Chuan snapped back to his senses, realizing that his earlier thoughts about the system had unsettled his mind, prompting him to regain his composure. Emosienner nodded, still perplexed by Yun Chuan's odd demeanor. The two soon emerged from the Nine-Nether Demon Cave, yet they found no sign of Xiaobai outside, which struck them as strange. Where is Xiaobai? Emosienner felt a sense of foreboding. However, her worries were soon alleviated. Master, Xiaobai descended from the sky, kneeling before Emosienner. Quickly rise. What happened, Xiaobai? Emosienner hurriedly helped her to her feet. Master, I have been waiting for you here, not daring to enter. I sensed something amiss after waiting so long. I was preparing to return to the Celestial Palace to seek the Lord's assistance. But now that you have emerged, all is well. As Xiaobai spoke, tears began to flow. Her devotion underscored the kindness Emosienner had shown her. Sister Sienner, let us return to the Celestial Palace at once. Indeed.
Montag Xian agreed.
Xiaobai then transformed into the luminous bird, flapping her majestic wings, as Yun Chuan and Emosienner climbed aboard. With great speed, Xiaobai soared back toward the Celestial Palace. Unbeknownst to them, in the Nine-Nether Demon Cave, their previous location remained unchanged, save for the absence of the grand demonic statue. Xiaobai would reach the Celestial Palace in approximately 7 days, and Yun Chuan contentedly assessed his body, noting significant enhancements, not merely in his realm. Every part of the body has undergone an extraordinary enhancement. Emosienner is also immersed in her breathless cultivation, spending this period within the eternal night demon realm, where the absence of celestial energy has left the essence within her nearly depleted. Meanwhile, as Yun Chuan and his companions make their way back to the Celestial Palace, a hybrid fire phoenix ascends from the Linglan immortal domain, soaring towards the same destination. Upon the fire phoenix, 2 figures are discernible. One is Mu Qingyan, and the other is her esteemed mentor, the enchanting woman, Luo Hongqian. Perhaps it is more fitting to refer to her as a beautiful matron, for Luo Hongqian has yet to marry despite her extensive cultivation journey. Their shared objective is indeed the Celestial Palace, and with Mu Qingyan's injuries nearly healed, Luo Hongqian has graciously consented to accompany her there. Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan each hasten back to the Celestial Palace, with one requiring 7 days and the other 5. Yet, the expression of grave concern etched upon Mu Qingyan's face persists for an entire day, eliciting a deep sense of sympathy from Luo Hongqian. Why would such a lovely young woman entertain the notion of marriage? Chapter 89. The final encounter before long. 5 days had swiftly passed. Mu Qingyan and Luo Hongqian had arrived at the Celestial Palace, where Long Jianxian Emperor, who had previously journeyed to the Sky City with Emosienner, came forth to receive them. He ushered them into the main hall of the Celestial Palace, where the esteemed master Emofeng sat in attendance. Fire Spirit Emperor, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit to our Celestial Palace? Emofeng inquired, taking a sip of tea while assessing both Mu Qingyan and Luo Hongqian. Heavenly Dome Emperor, this is my disciple. We have come to the Celestial Palace today for her sake, Luo Hongqian replied, her gaze flickering towards Mu Qingyan.
Montag Feng.
Maintaining his composure, countered, your disciple? What connection does she have with our Celestial Palace? She bears no direct connection to your esteemed palace. However, I must inform you that some time ago, you accepted a disciple named Yun Chuan into your ranks. That very Yun Chuan is the husband of my disciple, Luo Hongqian articulated with clarity. Yun Chuan has a wife? Mo Feng's expression shifted noticeably, revealing his astonishment. Casting a glance at Mu Qingyan, he acknowledged her beauty, noting that she rivaled even his daughter, Emosienner. Indeed, and thus we seek to inquire about Yun Chuan's whereabouts, Luo Hongqian affirmed solemnly. To inquire about his whereabouts. Is he not within the Celestial Palace? Why would you seek to know his location? Mo Feng questioned, perplexed by their inquiry.
Impossible.
You speak nonsense. At this moment, Mu Qingyan, who had remained silent, finally spoke. She slowly lifted her head to meet Mo Feng's gaze, her eyes slightly red-rimmed, clearly indicative of recent tears. Mo Feng furrowed his brow, an aura of celestial energy emanating towards Mu Qingyan. Luo Hongqian swiftly raised her hand, dissipating the energy. Heavenly Dome Emperor. It is unbecoming to strike at a junior. Her eyes reflected her indignation. She could hardly believe that the Heavenly Dome Emperor would dare to act against Mu Qingyan in her presence. With a wave of his hand, Mo Feng declared, "A mere junior dares to speak to me in such a manner. A slight reprimand is a concession on my part." "You!" Luo Hongqian clenched her right fist tightly. "Master, let it go. Allow me to speak," Mu Qingyan interjected, calming Luo Hongqian. She then retrieved a heart-shaped stone from her storage ring. Though pristine white, it emanated no celestial or spiritual energy. "Heavenly Dome Emperor, this is the three-lives stone, a symbol of life. This particular stone represents Yun Chuan's existence. Now, the three-lives stone has lost its radiance, which signifies. Mu Qingyan faltered, unable to voice the devastating truth, unwilling to believe that Yun Chuan could have fallen. Upon seeing the stone, Mo Feng's expression abruptly shifted, as if he recalled something significant. This, could it be? Mo Feng's eyes momentarily flashed with a hint of panic as he spoke in a grave tone. He recalled that prior to this, Mo Siener had mentioned her desire to explore the 9 Nether Demon Cave to ascertain the situation, but he had firmly prohibited her from doing so. Yun Chuan had been nearly inseparable from Mo Siener. Thus, if he were in peril, could it not spell dire consequences for her as well? "Qin Jian, please check in the Lioli Hall to see if the rejuvenation bird is present," Mo Feng instructed, casting a glance at the dragon sword Immortal Emperor beside him. "Yes, Hall Master." The dragon sword Immortal Emperor nodded in acknowledgement and vanished in a flash of light. "Wait." Mo Feng turned his attention back to Luo Hongqian and the others, gesturing for them to remain patient, as news might soon arrive. At this moment, he felt uncertain. If the rejuvenation bird was absent from the Lioli Hall, it would mean Mo Siener had indeed ventured to the 9 Nether Demon Cave. Before long, Qin Jian reappeared in the Great Hall, approaching Mo Feng and whispering, "Hall Master, the rejuvenation bird is not in the Lioli Hall." As expected, Mo Feng's grip on the armrest of his chair tightened, shattering it into fragments. "Heavenly Sky Immortal Emperor, what on earth has transpired?" Luo Hongqian noticed Mo Feng's actions and furrowed his brow. Mo Feng inhaled deeply and replied gravely, "Yun Chuan and the Lioli Immortal Emperor have gone to the 9 Nether Demon Cave." "The 9 Nether Demon Cave?" A flicker of fear crossed Luo Hongqian's eyes as she exclaimed. She found it hard to believe that if Yun Chuan had ventured there, the likelihood of his demise was greatly heightened. Having participated in the sealing of the Great Demon herself, she was acutely aware of its terrifying nature. She had contributed little, relying entirely on the combined might of the 11 invincible immortal emperors to seal the Great Demon. "Master, what exactly is the 9 Nether Demon Cave?"
Mu Qingyan inquired.
Turning to Luo Hongqian. Upon hearing the mention of the 9 Nether Demon Cave, panic flickered in Luo Hongqian's eyes, filling her with a sense of foreboding. "Sigh." Luo Hongqian remained silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. At this moment, Mo Siener and Yun Chuan had returned to the Ziwei Immortal Domain. The rejuvenation bird had exerted itself to arrive ahead of schedule. After several days, Mo Siener had fully recovered. "Yun Chuan, we are almost there," she said, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at him. "Indeed." Yun Chuan nodded, recalling the events that had transpired in the 9 Nether Demon Cave. He considered himself fortunate to be alive, acknowledging that without the system, he might have already met his end. Soon, they arrived above the Zhangqiong Hall. A resounding call emanated from Xiaobai. At that moment, Mo Feng, who had been seated in the main hall of the Zhangqiong Palace, suddenly looked up. The call of the rejuvenation bird. He stood up and vanished from his position, reappearing beside Luo Hongqian and Mu Qingyan. Meanwhile, the rejuvenation bird descended outside the main hall, transforming into its human form as it entered alongside Yun Chuan and Mo Siener. Once inside, Mo Siener was greeted by the sight of Mo Feng and the gathered crowd. "You all? What brings such commotion?" Mo Siener exclaimed, her mind swirling with questions, surprised by the unexpected liveliness in the hall. "Wife." Yun Chuan immediately spotted Mu Qingyan, the figure who haunted his dreams. "Husband." Mu Qingyan gazed at Yun Chuan, struggling to believe the scene before her. "Wife, what brings you here?" In an instant, Yun Chuan was by her side. "Is it really you?" "Husband, it truly is you." Mu Qingyan could no longer contain her tears, collapsing into Yun Chuan's embrace, weeping softly. "What is it, my dear? Why are you crying?" Yun Chuan, bewildered, wondered why his wife was weeping upon their reunion. Surely such a moment should be filled with joy. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, allowing Mu Qingyan to weep in his arms. Meanwhile, Empress observed the intimate scene of Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan locked in an embrace, her heart heavy with an indescribable sorrow. She managed a faint smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of veiled sadness. She herself could not articulate the nature of this feeling. Chapter 90. 7 days of ascension. Empress approached, and Mo Feng hurried to her side. "Siener, are you hurt?" he asked with concern. "No, don't worry," Empress replied reassuringly. That's good, that's good. You mustn't be so reckless in the future," Mo Feng admonished, his voice solemn. At that moment, Empress lifted her gaze towards Mu Qingyan, a woman whose beauty rivaled her own. "Darling, what brings you here?" Yun Chuan gently caressed Mu Qingyan's face. Mu Qingyan, still slightly sobbing, produced the 3 live stone. Upon seeing the stone, Yun Chuan recognized its dimness, and in that instant, he understood Mu Qingyan's urgency in seeking him at the Celestial Palace. The absence of radiance indicated his fall, which naturally explained her hasty arrival. However, the 3 live stone must have been severed from him. During his time in the Eternal Night Demon Realm, he couldn't even access his own small world, let alone connect with the 3 live stone. Yun Chuan once again channeled his essence into the 3 live stone, which then emitted a dazzling brilliance. Mu Qingyan carefully stored it away. "By the way, darling, this is Sister Siener, who is currently guiding my cultivation," Yun Chuan said, turning to Mu Qingyan. Empress approached, but under their gaze, she appeared somewhat anxious. "You are Yun Chuan's wife, aren't you?" she inquired, her tone a bit awkward. Mu Qingyan nodded, but it was at that moment that Luo Hongqin, who stood behind her, spoke up. "It's been a while, Siener." "Hongqin," Empress replied, sharing a smile and greeting her old acquaintance. "Husband, this is my master, Senior Luo Hongqin, also known as the Fire Spirit Immortal Emperor," Mu Qingyan began to introduce. "Greetings, Fire Spirit Immortal Emperor," Yun Chuan said with a slight bow. Soon after, everyone began to depart, but at Mu Qingyan's request, Luo Hongqin decided to allow her to stay with Yun Chuan for a day. However, given Yun Chuan's prowess, even a single day seemed to underestimate him. As night fell, Yun Chuan and Mu Qingyan sat facing each other, gazing at